Chapter 1 The Inn's Cutie. Cootie, open a big bedroom for me. At the entrance of the small inn, a pair of young men and women walked into the inn holding each other with incomparable intimacy. The woman was tall, 18 or 19 years old, and at a glance, she was a female student from the next university town. And the man she was hugging was over 30 years old, obese with a greasy face. A pair of big hands were not honestly placed on his waist, and his mouth shouted little cute. Is the front desk of the small inn? Li Fan. Brother, get a room. I'll get you a room. Li Fan revealed his trademark silly smile and took a room card for the duo. The fat man deliberately flirted with Li Fan. Little cutie, you this one room 55, but I don't have change. Give you 100. How much should you find me? Find you 45. Li Fan thought for a moment, then said with immense joy, you're not stupid. The fat man said and handed $100 to Li Fan, who numbly found him $45. Little cutie, I have change again. I'll give you 55. You give me back the 100 I just had. Fatty took the money and said. When Li Fan heard that, he immediately returned the 100 just now back to the fat man and charged him $55. Good, give it back to you. The fat man laughed out loud when he saw this. OMG, you fatty is too damn smart. After saying this, he wrapped his arms around the female student beside him and went to the upstairs room. That female student also pursed her lips all the way and said shyly, honey, you're too bad. You're driving an Audi S6, and you're still cheating people's cuties. $45. Fatty he bad smile and said, who let him stupid? Go little baby, you do not want to buy the new out of the iPhone 13. Wait a while you serve me well, we will go to buy tomorrow. Said the two entered the room and closed the door, then heard the female student let out a hint of very flirtatious cooing. Li Fan tiptoed from the front desk to the door of the two men's room and squatted down at the door of the room. His ear pressed against the doorway and giggled. Ha, calling me a cutie. You're the ones being silly. I can listen to you guys doing shy things here. The more he thought about it the happier Li Fan laughed. In fact Li Fan wasn't born stupid. On the contrary he was a high achiever and got into the Imperial Capital University with very superior grades. It was only a pity that because of a woman, he offended the local big young man and was beaten into a vegetable, lying in the hospital for 2 months before waking up, and then he became this stupid. Li Fan suffered such a huge change. Parents at home are also sick. The 2 years spent all the family savings. Li Fan looked for a job everywhere, but who would want a cutie? In the end, it was the boss's wife who was kind enough to let him stay at the front desk. Fortunately, this small inn opened in front of the university city. Every day there are countless young couples to come here to open a room, and will not care about the front desk as a cutie, affecting the clientele. Just as Li Fan was listening outside the room door, an icy voice sounded behind him. Li Fan, what are you doing? Li Fan was startled and turned back to see that it was a tall woman wearing a pair of flesh-colored stockings with incomparably beautiful legs who was looking at him with cold eyes. This woman was 89 years old, with both the fair and glossy skin of a young man and a hint of the flavor of a middle-aged young woman. It was none other than the boss lady of the small hotel, Zhang Yanhong. Li Fan was frightened and quickly covered up. Boss lady, I want to see if the guests need hot water. Alright, with your IQ you still want to cheat people. You come with me for a moment. Zhang Yanhong coldly interrupted Li Fan and called him to an office at the end of the corridor. This was not just an office. Usually Zhang Yanhong also occasionally stayed here, so there was a single bed inside. Boss lady, what are you looking for me for? Li Fan asked stupidly. Zhang Yanhong's shell teeth lightly bit her red lips. Her demeanor was charming, but it was a pity that Li Fan was a little cutie. Simply did not understand how tantalizing the flair Zhang Yanhong was displaying at this time. Li Fan, wait a moment, you help me do something, but you have to remember, this matter absolutely cannot be said to anyone outside. Got it? Keeping secrets. My favorite, Li Fan said foolishly. Seeing this, Zhang Yanhong pursed her lips slightly. Then she pulled open the shoulder straps on both sides and began to unravel the thin silk around her waist. The next moment, the red dress fell to the ground, revealing a stunningly beautiful white body. Li Fan's pupils immediately widened. Chapter 2, Toad wants to eat swan meat. As long as it is a woman, there will be lonely and empty time. Zhang Yanhong is also a sad and pathetic person. Young with outstanding appearance. Fell in love with a married man. The man's demeanor is partial and rich, and also very good to her. So Zhang Yanhong loved to death. But it turned out that the other party abandoned her, leaving her alone in the empty room for many years. Old, boss lady. Li Fan at this time stupid head looked at Zhang Yanhong, originally missing a string of the brain. Even more cannot turn the corner. Li Fan, is sister beautiful? Zhang Yanhong approached Li Fan step by step and said with affection. Li Fan nodded his head woodenly. He didn't know why. He felt constantly hot all over his body. Okay, it's so hot. I want to take a cool shower, Li Fan said as he was about to take a shower. But just at this moment, shouts came from the corridor. Li Fan? Where are you? Zhong Yanhong hurriedly retracted her hand in a panic and put on her clothes. Li Fan, on the other hand, ran out of the room stupidly, not even realizing what he had missed. Zhong Yanhong's heart at this time was incredibly conflicted, and lost, and I was glad. How could she do that kind of thing just now? Li Fan is a little cutie. Ah, she was actually going to do it to a little cutie. Lay her hands on it. Thinking of this, Zhong Yanhong, a pretty face, was bashful. Li Fan had just come out of his room when he saw a boy about his age running up the stairs. Wang Kai, you're here. Li Fan called out happily. Zhou Weibo was speechless as he corrected. Li Fan, I'm Zhou Weibo, not Wang Kai. When will this brain of yours get better? I'm here today but to talk to you about business. I introduced you to a girlfriend. You're not young anymore. Maybe with a new girlfriend, you'll be able to unravel the lump in your heart and completely get better. I'll come to pick you up at noon tomorrow. Wear a clean outfit. Don't talk nonsense when you get there. Listen to me in everything. Zhou Weibo gave some instructions to Li Fan before he hurriedly left again. The next morning Zhou Weibo ran to find Li Fan, and saw Li Fan still wearing yesterday's big undershirt that had been washed and whitened. Zhou Weibo said in a bad mood, Li Fan, can you save some heart? I didn't let you find a clean clothes. Forget it, you wear mine. Zhou Weibo said and took off his own t-shirt and gave it to Li Fan to put on, then pulled Li Fan to go out. Li Fan, remember, don't talk nonsense when you arrive. Even if you want to talk, find some good words to compliment the woman. Zhou Weibo instructed Li Fan all the way, and soon arrived inside the cafe outside the university town. Li Meiqi wore a sexy little leather jacket today, and her long black hair, like a waterfall, was draped behind her head. Many young people in the coffee shop will from time to time steal eyes to look at her, which makes Li Meiqi heart secretly pleased. More favorite, or in the hands of this just sold iPhone 13. Meiqi, this is what I told you, my good brother Li Fan. He was admitted to God's capital university with incomparably excellent grades in the beginning, only that there was an accident at the back. As soon as Li Meiqi looked up, she saw Zhou Weibo bringing Li Fan over, and immediately frowned, cursing at Zhou Weibo with a face full of disgust. Zhou Weibo, the boyfriend you're going to introduce to me won't be this little cutie, right? A little cutie like him, only worthy of picking up rags. Is he worthy of being with me? Li Meiqi's words instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the coffee shop, and for a while they were all pointing at Li Fan. You a little cutie. How dare you still want to rely on a toad to eat swan meat and pick up such a beautiful female student? Want some pen face? Zhou Weibo hurriedly explained to Li Meiqi. Meiqi, don't be like this. My brother in the past, he wasn't a little cutie either. He was victimized by someone. Can you help him? You're so nice and pretty with a good heart. Listening to Zhou Weibo constantly praising himself, Li Meiqi's face revealed a godly look. As a result, right at this moment, Li Fan pointed at the iPhone 13 in his hand and said with a silly smile, iPhone 13, yesterday she roomed with a big fat guy, and the big fat guy said he would buy it for her. Chapter 3, Divine Pupil Inheritance. The moment these words came out, everyone around was showing a stunned look. When they looked at Maggie Lee again, their eyes became different, and Li Meiqi this was bursting with anger. You little cutie. Nonsense. Do you believe I'll tear your mouth off? Zhou Weibo was also furious and scolded Li Fan. Li Fan, don't talk nonsense. What did I tell you when I came here? But Li Fan is a little cutie. Little cutie. Doesn't have that much of a crooked mind. Just says what he sees. Really, yesterday it was to our hotel that I went to get a room, and I even picked at the door to listen for a while. Li Meiqi listened to Li Fan's words with a mixture of shame and anger, while there were also people around who recognized Li Fan. Isn't that the front desk of the small hotel in front of the university town? He's a cutie. Little cutie. Shouldn't be able to lie. It seems that this female student even followed someone to get a room and change her iPhone 13 to go. Listening to the surrounding people's chatter, Li Meiqi's eyes reddened, took her cell phone and called Su Dafu. Is Su Dafu still in charge or not? Someone is bullying me. It's at the school's cafe. In less than 10 minutes, Su Dafu arrived with 4 or 5 big men. Li Fan saw Su Dafu, immediately jumped and slapped his palm and shouted, That's him, that's him. They were the ones who opened the room yesterday. When Su Dafu saw Li Fan, the little cutie, with a killing intent in his eyes, a few of you give me to hit hard, out of life too old to get money to pay. A few big men that are also ruthless lord, see Su Dafu open mouth, immediately came forward to swing aside the bottle, onto Li Fan's head smashed, the bottle shattered with a clatter, and Li Fan's head instantly ejected a stream of blood arrows, which scared all the people around him. Zhou Weibo was furious. What are you doing? Stop it, or I'll call the police. But before he could finish, he was kicked to the ground by another big man on the side. Then 4 big men surrounded Li Fan in the center, punching and kicking within a few moments. Li Fan was already holding his constantly bleeding head, curled up on the ground dying. Honey, okay, if you keep fighting you're going to kill someone. Li Meichi was still a student after all, and was a little scared at this scene. Su Dafu stepped forward and spat in a curse towards Li Fan's head. Damn, a little cutie. I dare to mess with my woman. Remember, if you dare to make my woman angry again, I'll kill you. After releasing the vicious words, Su Dafu put his arm around Li Meichi, and a few people left arrogantly and proudly. Li Fan didn't know how long had passed, and in a haze, he heard an incomparably strong and majestic voice coming from his mind. I am the free scatterer, traveling the world, holding the chaotic chi of heaven and earth in my hands. I coexist with the world. If you obtain my inheritance, you should be the one to benefit all the people in the world. Immediately afterward, his mind was filled with many more strange information. When he opened his eyes, he saw a naked beauty who was holding her body in front of his bed to check the hanging bottle hanging on his head. At once Li Fan felt a burst of fire in his body and his nosebleed instantly flowed out. Nurse, what's wrong with my brother? He's got such a nosebleed. Can't it be a serious brain injury? Joe Weibo on the side saw Li Fan in this state and asked the nurse excitedly. And Li Fan at this time a flower in front of his eyes, in front of the original naked beauty body, more than a set of white nurse uniform. What was the situation just now? Did I have a see-through eye? The beautiful nurse on the side said to Joe Weibo. He should be fine, probably because the room is too hot. Later you will take him to do a head CT check. No problem, then he can be discharged at any time. The nurse left the room after saying that. Joe Weibo said to Li Fan with incomparable guilt. Li Fan, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for finding this Li Meichi to cause you to be beaten. But this Li Fan wasn't even listening to what he was saying. Instead he was constantly trying his penetrating eye. He realized that there was a stream of chi in his body, and as long as he injected it into his eyes, he would be able to achieve the effect of perspective. This made Li Fan's entire being incomparably excited. Not only was he not stupid anymore, but he had also obtained the perspective eye as well as the inheritance of the loose man. Luo Changfeng, you robbed my woman and beat me into a little cutie, caused my parents to be seriously ill in bed and nearly broke my family. I will definitely avenge this, and will make you pay back twice as much. Li Fan's eyes flashed with a flash of stern killing intent, and he made a vow in his heart. After Li Fan came out of the hospital, he went straight to the antique street in Linshan City. Chapter 4, 5 Blessings Copper Coins. In the past, Li Fan often passed by the entrance of the antique street, but never came in, because Li Fan's family simply does not understand antiques. Although he had often seen those antiques on TV or in novels, but he had always thought that these things were far away from him. But now it's different. He had obtained the penetrating eye and possessed the ability to see through. Coupled with the inheritance of the loose man, he believed that it was entirely possible to earn his first bucket of gold within this antique street. At that time, he would have the money to cure his father. In recent years, the market for antiques has polarized, with the high-end market being incredibly hot, with those rich tycoons constantly setting new auction prices to buy those exotic treasures, and like this low-end antique market, is very depressed, because everyone knows that it's almost impossible to pick up the pieces here. Who really has good things at home, has long been sold to those rich collectors who have no place to spend their money. So there are a lot of stalls in this antique street, but very few really come to buy things. As soon as Li Fan walked in, it was like a sheep walking into a wolf pack. The vendors stared at Li Fan's every move. Little brother, buy something? I've got all the treasures here. Li Fan passed by a stall, and the small vendors hurriedly smiled and started soliciting business. And as Li Fan swept past the items on those stalls of his at that moment, he instantly found a shocking scene. Surprisingly, a lot of information appeared in front of his eyes. Inferior quality jade bracelet. Material, inferior quality. Year of manufacture, within 1 year. Value, $20. Fake Qing Dynasty snuff bottle. Material, synthetic glass. Year of manufacture, 2 years. Value, $10. A wide array of various information was written on top of one item after another. At once, Li Fan became excited. He didn't realize that he had obtained a pair of eyes that were able to appraise these antique items in addition to being able to see through them. This would make it too easy for him to find out what was worth money. Li Fan's eyes swept over these small stalls one by one. At once, a small wooden box attracted him. This small stall held a palm-sized wooden box that displayed information on it. Mingjiajing period Wufu Tianbao copper coin. Li Fan immediately went forward and opened that box, revealing 5 incomparably worn copper coins inside. Each of the copper coins had a character for fortune engraved on the front side, but the 5 fortune characters on top of these 5 coins were not all the same. Li Fan was very excited in his heart. This was because the value shown on this coin was as high as $1 million. Li Fan never dreamed that the day before he was still a cutie. He couldn't even find a job. His parents were seriously ill and hospitalized and couldn't raise the medical fees. And in the blink of an eye, he would most likely become a millionaire. How can this not make Li Fan excited? But he immediately forced down that excitement in his heart and asked the owner of that small vendor, "Boss, how do you sell this copper coin?" The boss glanced at Li Fan with a shrewd gaze. 110,000. If you buy 5, I'll give you a discount. 48,000. Hearing this number, Li Fan suddenly smacked his lips secretly. He only had $100 or so in his full pocket. This boss was too dark. Boss, can it be cheaper? Li Fan asked. The boss smiled and said, little brother, this good thing is something that can't be found. If you want to be sincere, I'll give you 45,000. I can't sell it for 1 point less. Li Fan also didn't expect this boss to be so difficult, but he wasn't a vegetarian either. Boss, $100. If you agree I'll take it, if you don't sell I'll leave, said Li Fan turned around and was about to leave. Seeing this, the boss immediately shouted, little brother be quick, I won't say any more nonsense with you, $2,000 you take it. Seeing that at this point in time, this boss even stuck the price at 2,000. Li Fan's heart was still depressed for a while. He sighed. Watching $1 million in front of him and not being able to get his hands on it was not good. Lin Fan went straight back to the stall, pointing to the blue and white porcelain vase on the stall and said as if he was counting. Qing Yongjing Cloisonné vase. Clear lines. The vase is delicate. It is a rare good. The market price is estimated to be about 200,000. Peddler heard immediately to the protagonist complimented, little brother. Connoisseur this can see out? The protagonist immediately laughed coldly and rebuked. Bull *********. You just made this last week, and soaked it in urine to make it old. Produced by a small workshop in the north of the city, right? The vendor was dumbfounded by this sudden sharp turn of phrase. Kid, don't talk nonsense. These are all treasures of mine. The peddler snapped. Li Fan simply ignored the peddler's threat and continued by himself. That jade pendant, glass body, right? It's been made for half a year and has been unsold. There's also that pair of calligraphy posters. The seal is that of Song Ku, a Ming Dynasty calligrapher. In actuality, it should have been written by a student from the Academy of Fine Arts, right? The font is flowing, but it's obviously from practicing painting, and there's no type rhyme in the font. Li Fan's words attracted many other customers in the neighborhood, pointing at the vendor. The vendor was really shocked now. What Li Fan said, all of them hit the mark. How did he know all this? If you want to say that a master with a good eye can tell the real from the fake, that's normal, but Li Fan could even tell him the origin of these fakes, when they were made, and even who made them. This was too terrifying. Little brother, you don't have to say anymore. I'll give you this copper coin. The peddler didn't dare to let Li Fan say any more. If he said any more, he wouldn't be able to do this business in the future. He quickly picked up the box of coins and handed it to Li Fan. Anyway, this broken copper money is he spent $10 from a rag-picker old man's hands to collect. Not worth money, but Li Fan said righteously, that won't do. I'll pay for it. $100. More is useless. Li Fan directly stuffed the money into the peddler's hand, and then took the copper coins and left quickly. It was only until he walked out for more than 10 minutes that Li Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his little heart thumped indisputably. Just now, because he was nervous, he didn't feel anything. But now that Li Fan thought that he was about to have $1 million, he had mixed feelings. In the past, this $1 million was an unattainable existence for him, and even for their family. But now, it was within his reach. The next thing Li Fan had to do was to realize these 5 copper coins. In this antique street, the front was full of these small vendors, but as they went inside, they started to have big stores. There were still small 2- or 3-story buildings with ancient colors, most of which had a history of more than 100 years, and some even existed during the Qing dynasty. Li Fan found a store with the biggest looking facade Tian Bao Gu, and stepped into one of the stores. A few fellows in short shirts saw Li Fan dressed plainly, not looking like he was here to buy anything, and no one paid any attention at all. But Li Fan didn't care either. As long as he could sell the copper and get $1 million, it would be fine. Li Fan was just about to open his mouth to ask who was in charge when another person came in behind him. A fragrant wind hit his face. The refreshing flavor made Li Fan's entire body a little more energized. Chapter 5 Gambling. Is Boss Cui in? A pleasant voice rang out from behind Li Fan, followed by a beautiful figure passing by Li Fan's side in quick steps. Ms. Qin is here. Please come inside. Boss Cui is in. I'll go call for you. When several fellows saw this beautiful girl, they instantly surrounded with pleasing faces, serving tea and water. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man in his 40s with gold-framed glasses walked out from inside. The middle-aged man smiled broadly and said, "So it's Miss Qin who's here. What good things have you brought me this time? This beauty is beautiful as a heavenly fairy." Li Fan recognized it. It was none other than Qin Xiaoro, the school flower of the small In's university town. Before Li Fan was a little cute. When he saw Qin Xiaoro he felt that this sister was very beautiful, but a goddess of this level wouldn't even look at him. Li Fan now recalled in his mind that every time he saw Qin Xiaoro walking by the door of the inn, he had also fantasized about when this Qin Xiaoro could come to their inn and open a room once, and then he would be able to squat at the door and eavesdrop on Qin Sharo's voice. Boss Chui, how about taking a look at my gilt enamel color from the Kanshi period? Qin Sharo carefully took out an incomparably exquisite enameled gilt vase from the box she brought with her, and asked Boss Chui somewhat smugly. Boss Chui looked up and down, and immediately said in awe, Miss Qin, this enameled gilt vase of yours is absolutely superb, and I'm afraid it's worth between $3 and $5 million. Really? Great. Qin Sharo was overjoyed at the words. Their family was in the antique business, and they had learned a lot from being around their grandfather and father since they were young, but over the years, she always failed to find good treasures, and was even lectured by her father because of it. The most crucial thing was that her father always said that there was no one to inherit the family, and that he must find her a son-in-law who was a good match to inherit the family business, or if she didn't stay in her hands, this family fortune would be lost sooner or later. Therefore, Qin Sharo has always been very hard, hoping to be able to get her father's approval, to be able to take charge of the family business by herself, instead of being manipulated by her father to marry someone she doesn't like. Li Fan was also on the sidelines at this time. He stared at the bottle and immediately the information about the bottle had appeared before his eyes. This bottle was surprisingly fake. Li Fan didn't understand if this Boss Chui was deliberately lying to Qin Sharo, or if he didn't see it either. After thinking about it, Li Fan still opened his mouth from the side. This bottle is a fake. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Boss Chui and Qin Sharo turned back at the same time, wrinkling their brows at Li Fan. That Boss Chui even shouted angrily, Kid, are you questioning my eyesight? Chui Tian Hai, don't say that my eyesight is number one within this antique street. There are not many people who can outperform me. You have to know the consequences and price you have to pay for saying this. Chui Tian Hai's words were full of threatening warnings. If it had been in the past when he had not obtained the inheritance of the loose man, Li Fan would not have dared to offend such a character. But now it was different. Li Fan's face was unperturbed, and he said in a calm tone, Fake is fake, and you're looking away even if you're talking about breaking the sky. Li Fan's words infuriated Chui Tian Hai. In the entire antique world of Linshan City, how many people dared to talk to him like this? Not to mention that Li Fan was a brat in his early 20s. As for Li Fan, at this time, he also looked at Qin Sharo and said with a smile, Big schoolgirl Qin, where did you find this bottle? How much did it cost? You know me? Qin Sharo's brows wrinkled tighter as she asked in a cold voice to Li Fan. Li Fan smiled and said, I work at the inn in front of the University City. Who doesn't know the University City's Qin Big School Flower? Hearing Li Fan say this, a flash of disgust arose in Qin Sharo's heart. As the school flower, she was the center of attention everywhere she went. At school, all the boys were scrambling and rushing to show themselves in front of her eyes, hoping to catch her gaze, and she now seriously suspected that Li Fan was the same. So she didn't have a favorable impression of Li Fan at all. I don't care what your intentions are, using antiques to approach me? You're playing the wrong game. I very much hate people who joke around with antiques. Li Fan was instantly extremely upset in his heart. He had kindly told Qin Sharo that the bottle was a fake, but instead of getting a thank you, he got a cold shoulder. This hot face on cold ass was not a good feeling. Chui Tian Hai spoke at this time, incomparably angry from the side. Miss Qin, I must ask for a statement on this matter today. If you dare to come to my heavenly treasure pavilion and make trouble, you will have to pay the price. He turned his head to Li Fan and said, Kid, you said that this vase is a fake. Well, you prove it to me. If you can prove it, everyone will be fine. But if you can't prove it, according to the rules of our antique world, you come to smash my field, you have to pay the corresponding price. No matter what I ask you to do, you have to promise. Li Fan laughed at this. Chui Tian Hai was really strong, thinking that he, Li Fan, was a soft persimmon that could be rubbed at will? Good. Let's be fair. If I lose, you can make me do whatever you want, but if I win, you have to promise me one thing unconditionally as well. Chapter 6, Father's Critical Illness. Okay, no problem. Chui Tian Hai, as a well-known figure in the antique world of Linshan City, naturally wouldn't be afraid of Li Fan. A brat. Now you prove it. Li Fan said and took the enameled colored gilt bottle in his hands and opened his mouth to talk eloquently. Enameled gilt vase, emerged during the Ming Dynasty, has always been highly popular among the dignitaries, because of its bright colors and exquisite style. Reaching the middle of the Qing Dynasty is ushered in the heyday. Almost all of those top-quality enamels now in circulation are products of the Qing Dynasty, and the way of gilding was already very mature in our country during the Han and Tang dynasties. The enamel gilt vase combines the two crafts into one, making the colorful enamel, adding an extra touch of nobility and elegance. Hearing Li Fan say the craftsmanship and origin of the enameled gilt vase as if he was counting his family's treasures nonetheless, both Chui Tian Hai and Qin Sharo were a bit surprised. They had thought that Li Fan was just a claptrap, bratty kid who didn't know anything. even if you know the origin of the enameled gilt vase. So what? Want to determine its authenticity? Not just look up some information on Baidu to make it work. This requires decades of experience in identification. Relying on real skills, Li Fan immediately smiled and said, "Don't be anxious, Boss Chui. I'll tell you where he faked it. When this enameled gilt vase is fired, two processes have to be carried out at the same time. That is, glazing and gilding. But because our country's ancient period craft is not so advanced as now, in the process of simultaneous firing, the clay will be softened first, and in the middle and late stages, the gold will also be gradually softened and then integrated into the clay. So the most important point in wanting to identify a gilt ceramic vessel is to see whether there is any gold left over from the firing within his bottle. How is this going to be identified?" Qin Sharo asked doubtfully. "After all, one does not have perspective eyes. How can one see the inside of the body of this porcelain bottle? Will there be any seepage of gold into it?" Li Fan said and directly dropped the porcelain bottle in his hand on the ground. With a snap, the porcelain bottle was split in pieces. "What are you doing, kid? Do you know how much this porcelain vase costs? Can you afford to pay for it?" Qin Shaowei and Cui Tianhai were shocked at the situation and simultaneously rebuked angrily at Li Fan. Li Fan, on the other hand, unhurriedly picked up the pieces on the ground and placed them in front of the two. "Look for yourselves. There is not the slightest residue of gold inside this bottle. It is obvious that it is a product of the modern advanced industrial period." Cui Tianhai hurriedly took the fragment and looked at it carefully, and when he realized that this was the case, he was instantly dumbfounded. Did I really look away? Qin Sharo was also incomparably lost. She had thought that she had really found a good thing this time, and wanted to go back and show it off to her father, but she didn't expect it to be a fake again. "Young man, I lost. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" "I, Cui Tianhai, always do what I say and never go back on my word." Cui Tianhai is also a person who admits to losing a bet. Lifting his head, he said to Li Fan very firmly. Li Fan grinned and took those 5 copper coins out of his arms and placed them on the counter and said, "My request is simple. This set of 5 fortunes Tianbao copper coins will be sold to you for $1 million. Cui Tianbao hurriedly took the coins in his hands, carefully appraised them, and randomly looked delighted to say, "It is indeed the 5 fortunes heavenly treasures. $1 million also really fits the market price. Young man, you are not asking me to do something. You are giving me business." Cui Tianhai felt a little red in his old face at this time, and in his heart, he felt more favorable towards Li Fan. This youngster was young and had extraordinary eyesight, and the most crucial thing was that he didn't have the kind of overbearingness that other youngsters had. Even after winning this competition, he didn't become complacent, or even give an inch, undermining the face of him as an old man, so he punched $1 million into Li Fan's bank card account on the spot. At that instant, a text message from Li Fan's bank alert was sent over. Agricultural Bank, your tail number 4576 account. May 5, 10, 1425 complete transfer transaction 1 million renminbi yuan whole. Balance 1,000,045 yuan. Looking at all the zeros displayed on it, Li Fan was inwardly overwhelmed with excitement. This was the biggest sum of money he had seen since he was a child. In the past, he had never dared to hope that he would one day transfer this much money into his bank card. But what he was even more excited about now was the fact that with the inheritance of the free scattered man, and this pair of see-through eyes, he would be able to earn even more money in the future. Having gotten the money, Li Fan was now in a hurry to go to the hospital to treat his parents. But just as he arrived at the entrance of the antique store, he was stopped by Qin Sharo. "You wait." Qin Sharo had a cold and arrogant look on her face. "Big schoolgirl Qin, do you still have something to do?" Li Fan asked doubtfully. He didn't think that big school flower Qin would look at him. The difference between the two people's status was too great. Moreover, he was kind enough to help this woman before, but he didn't get a good face. He didn't have a good impression of Qin Sharo in his heart. This woman is just a good-looking woman. When Qin Sharo saw Li Fan responding with such an impatient attitude, it made her heart very unhappy as well. She was the school flower of the university students. Many boys would get excited because she said a word to them. She took the initiative to call out to this guy and he was still impatient? "Where did you get that 5 fortunes heavenly treasure? How much did it cost?" Qin Sharo asked Li Fan in a commanding tone. Li Fan was immediately furious and said indifferently, "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. You'd better mind your own business first." Li Fan swept a glance at her frosty snow-like wrist, wearing that emerald green jade bracelet and said, "Your jade bracelet is also a fake. If you don't believe me, you can go back and appraise it properly." After saying that, Li Fan turned around and left. "Stop right there. Make your words clear." Qin Sharo iced her face and shouted at Li Fan, but Li Fan didn't look back. Watching Li Fan walk away, Qin Sharo was furious. This guy dared to treat himself like this. But then she immediately looked at the jade bracelet on her wrist and her face became grave. This jade bracelet was the treasure of their Qin group. How could it be fake? Thinking of this, she hurriedly got into her fire-red Ferrari. She had to hurry home and talk to her father. Li Fan carried the bank card with a balance of $1 million and filled with joy. He took a taxi and went straight to the hospital. With this money, his father's serious illness could be cured, his mother's body could be toned up, and his sister wouldn't have to drop out of school for tuition. Their family's life would become very good. But just then, Li Fan received a call from his mom. "Little Fan, where are you? Hurry back to the hospital. Your dad, he's dying." Then, a sharp voice filled with sarcasm came from the phone. "And you gave that little cutie back. What's the point of calling? Even if you tell him that his dad is dying, I'm afraid he won't understand what's going on." Chapter 7 Unrighteous Family and Friends. His second aunt. "How can you talk about Xiao Fan like that? He's your own nephew." Li Fan's mother's voice trembled in defense of her son. "Kissing nephew? He's just a little cutie." Her aunt's words filled with contempt caused a stabbing pain in Li Fan's heart. He gripped his cell phone tightly, and really didn't dare to imagine how much his parents, in front of and behind the people, had suffered and suffered for him all these years. As a human son, he let his parents suffer such humiliation. Li Fan felt that he was really too unfilial. Now that he had gotten these penetrating eyes, he swore that he would never let his parents suffer any more grievances. The cab drove directly to the main entrance of the hospital. Li Fan came to the operating room, and saw that the entire outside of the operating room was in chaos. Li Fan's great-uncle, great-aunt, second aunt, little aunt and others were blocking the door of the operating room, not allowing the medical staff to push his father in. Family members of the patient, "Do you want to perform the surgery or not? Hurry up and give way, or else this patient is afraid that he won't be able to hold on," the paramedic said to Li Fan's mother with a very serious face. And at this moment, Li Fan's mother Zhang Suiping and his sister Li Nian's faces were filled with tears. They kept pleading to their eldest uncle, second aunt and the others. His second aunt, "Please do me a favor. Hurry up and let old Li go into the operating room. Otherwise it's really over. He's your own brother." But the second aunt full face look does not carry any humanity. Tone of voice cold sneer, "Still do surgery? Zhang Suiping, tell us yourself. How much money do you owe us?" Zero totaled up almost 500,000. This surgery is another 100,000 into it, and cannot be cured is still difficult to say. He died or not we do not care, but you have to return the money to us. His second aunt, "Our family really has no money," Li Fan's mother cried. To the side, Li Fan's grandfather, however, had a sneer on his face and said, "How can you still do a $100,000 surgery without money? Do you family want some face or not? We didn't have enough money for the surgery and only paid $20,000. Zheng Suiping's face flushed red and said in shame, "It's only right and proper to pay back what you owe. Doctor, we're not going to do this surgery. Hurry up and return the surgery fee to us." Saying this, the elder aunt on the side even reached out her hand to pull out the respirator tube inserted in Li Fan's father. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified. Zheng Suiping almost rolled her eyes and fainted. Until then, Li Fan directly rushed forward and grabbed the great aunt's hand, coldly scolding, "What are you doing?" The huge force that grabbed the great aunt's hand was painful, and she let out a cry of pain. But seeing that it was Li Fan, this tiny cutie, she immediately scolded, "Li Fan, you little cutie, hurry up and let go of me. Little Fan, you're back." Seeing her son come, Zhang Suiping and Li Nian, mother and daughter, seemed to have found their backbone. But as soon as she thought that her son was now a little cutie, suddenly her eyes were filled with sorrow and despair again. At this moment, Li Fan grasped his great aunt's hand and shielded himself in front of his father's hospital bed, saying in an incomparably serious and deep voice, "Today, I'll see who dares to touch my father." At this moment, Li Fan's body exuded an incomparably stern aura, which actually shocked his great-uncle, great-aunt, second aunt and the others. However, it was the second aunt who reacted quickly. She pointed at Li Fan and shouted, "Come on people, cutie, hit someone." The security guards of the hospital next to them rushed up in a hurry. "What's going on?" the security guard asked. "He's a cutie, he's going to hit someone." Ergu pointed at Li Fan and yelled. Li Fan's gaze landed on the second aunt, his heart burning with rage. "Second aunt, great uncle, little aunt, do you still want some face? My father is going into the operating room right now, and you guys are here to block it. What's the difference between this and a murderer? Have you forgotten how my parents treated you in the past?" Li Fan's words were filled with disappointment, telling of the stakes over the years. "Eldest uncle, when you married your elder aunt, there was no money in the family. My parents froze and gave you their matrimonial home, so that you could get married and rent a house outside to live in by yourselves. And second aunt of second aunt, when I was a child, my cousin had a fever of 40 degrees. It was my father who carried her all the way from your town to the county hospital to get treatment. The soles of his shoes were worn out, and his feet were drenched in blood. You and second aunt didn't have time to take care of your cousin because you had to work. It was my mom who stayed at the hospital bedside day and night. And little aunt, when your son gave someone a concussion at school and paid them $200,000, it was my parents who scraped together and borrowed money to help you guys make up for it. And now my father is lying on a hospital bed, about to die, and you guys won't let him into the operating room. What you guys are doing, is this something that can be done? In the face of Li Fan's forceful questioning, Ergu instantly smiled disdainfully and said, Li Fan, I've seen your family thoroughly, holding on to such small favors and not letting go. I admit that your family has helped us, but so what? Did I beg you to help? It's still not you guys who are on the rush. Just because your family helped us, can you now owe us money and not pay it back? If we don't pay back the money today, no one will be able to operate on him. In the face of the shameless faces of Ergu's eldest uncle and the others, Li Fan's heart was cold. What the ancients said, the rich man playing with swords, guns and clubs in the deep forests can't beat up the unrighteous guests and friends, the poor man standing at the crossroads playing with 10 steel hooks can't hook up his relatives in flesh and bones. Don't you all just want money? Good. Today I will return all the money to you. From now on, we are severed from each other and no longer have any relationship. Hearing Li Fan's words, Ergu and the others couldn't help but burst out laughing. You little cutie, your brain isn't ready yet and you're saying such big words. Do you know how much money your family has borrowed from us? $500,000. Can you afford to pay it back? What will you pay it back with? Little Fan. Zheng Suiping also pulled her son's hand, afraid that he would talk nonsense. After all, their family's current situation really couldn't afford $500,000. Even the $20,000 for the surgery was still an online loan she had borrowed. Mom, you can rest assured, this matter is left to me to deal with. Li Fan said, directly took out his cell phone, opened the online banking, said to the second aunt and other people, tell me your account number. I will transfer money to you now. Seeing how Li Fan was talking in a serious manner, Ergu immediately told him her card number. Then with a look of watching a good show, he said, okay, you transfer. I tell you, if you can't transfer this money today, this is not over. Chapter 8 Unscrupulous Quack Doctor. As a result, as soon as her words fell, she heard her cell phone ringing with the tone of a text message. Second aunt hurriedly opened the text message to take a look, and immediately her eyes widened. The first aunt on the side also stretched her head to take a look, then said in shock, $500,000. Where did you get so much money? Li Fan said in a deep voice, it's out of your hands. I've already paid back this $500,000. Now you guys get out of here right now. Having gotten the money, Ergu and the others were very happy and said with a smile, you think we love being in this place? People are dying. We're still afraid of getting bad luck all over us. Walk, let's hurry back and take a bath and change our clothes. Little Fan, don't blame your aunt for not reminding you. You a little cutie, would have been ruined for the rest of your life. I guess no woman would want to be with you either, right? Unless that woman is also a cutie, disabled or something. If you have a little money, get a wife. Don't waste it on a dead man. Scram! Li Fan's eyes were filled with killing intent and he shouted this word through gritted teeth. Seeing that Li Fan dogged Lu Dongbin, the few people from Ergu sneered and walked away. To Li Qingshan, who was lying unconscious on the hospital bed, these people did not even look at him again. Just then an icy voice suddenly rang out. The patient is no longer breathing. The patient's family members please express their condolences. At that moment, Zheng Suiping and Li Nian were filled with pallor. However, Li Fan was quick to look at his father. After obtaining the loose man inheritance, Li Fan was not only able to use his perspective eyes to appraise antiques, but he was also able to use his perspective eyes to heal the sick and save people. Doctor, please, you must save my father. Li Nian's small, clear face was filled with tears as she begged bitterly to that doctor. Zheng Suiping also said in the same trembling tone, Doctor, he's still breathing. You have to think of something. But that middle-aged doctor's face was filled with contempt and disgust, impatiently waving his hand and saying, don't bother. You guys can't even come up with the surgical fee. What else can you do to cure him? I was just almost killed by you guys. The surgery was done. The money wasn't paid enough. Do you want me to make up for it? Besides, do you know how many days the patient will have to stay in the ICU after the surgery? The daily treatment fee is an astronomical price. You can't afford it. Hearing this, Li Fan's eyes turned red. As a doctor, it was a doctor's duty and responsibility to treat the sick and save lives. Li Fan could understand that hospitals and doctors also needed to make money and support their families, but making money also had a bottom line. If a doctor can say words that disregard human life, then not to mention doctor, he is not even worthy of being a human being. Doctor, I'm kneeling down for you. I'm kowtowing to you. I beg you, save my husband. Zheng Suiping suddenly knelt down on both knees at this point, kowtowing to the doctor in front of her, continuously begging for mercy. But as the doctor stood there, he remained motionless. as if Zhang Suiping kneeling down and begging him was what she deserved. It's useless even if you kowtow yourself to death here. I'm not going to operate on your husband. His death on the operating table will be a big stain on my career. I see you as a bull asterisk 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 quack. Li Fan's face was ice cold at this moment as he angrily rebuked the doctor. The doctor burst into flames after hearing this, pointing at Li Fan and cursing. Where did you come from, little? Dare to sow your wild oats in my hospital? Security guards, kick him out. I will never cure your father's disease. Let me tell you, your father's death today has a lot to do with you as well. It's you, the unfilial son, who killed him. Zhang Suiping was incredibly anxious at this time, pulling Li Fan's hand and said, Little Fan, how can you talk to the doctor like that? Quickly apologize to the doctor. Li Fan sneered and said, Mom, he's a quack doctor. He can't cure my dad's disease at all. There's no need to apologize to him. I'll cure my dad's disease. Saying that, Li Fan directly went up to look at his father on the hospital bed. At once, all of his father's information was revealed. Li Qingshan, male, 42 years old. Physical condition is extremely poor. Cause, overwork, triggering myocardial infarction. Treatment, use the small soul renewal hand to dredge the patient's 13 cardiovascular points. Open up the blocked blood vessels, so that the blood supply to the heart is unobstructed. Immediately afterward, the technique of little soul restoring hand immediately appeared in Li Fan's mind. Seeing Li Fan's right hand with 10 middle fingers together, as well as fast hand speed, he continuously nodded on the acupoints at Li Qingshan's heart. With every point, Li Qingshan's body shuddered along as if he was doing a defibrillation first aid. Seeing this scene, the doctor on the side immediately coldly chided Li Fan. Kid, what are you doing? Quickly stop, or else if the patient dies, our hospital will not be held responsible and will be held legally liable for murder. But Li Fan didn't even bother to pay attention to him. He saw Li Fan's fingers clicking the acupoints faster and faster, and in the end, he was even able to appear a residual shadow, as if it was made up of 5 or 6 hands clicking on Li Qingshan's acupoints at the same time. When Li Fan's last click was in the center of Li Qingshan's heart, he saw the unconscious and pale Li Qingshan suddenly spew out a mouthful of black blood. Chapter 9, Li Fan makes a move. Then, his entire body turned awake. Where am I? Little Fan? Why did you come over? Didn't I tell you to work properly at that inn? That boss's wife was kind enough to take you in. We can't apologize to her. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and saw his stupid son. With love in his eyes, he opened his mouth and said a series of words. Li Fan's eyes instantly reddened and he almost cried out. His own father had just walked through the gates of hell, and the first thing he did after waking up was still to care about him. This was a father's love. Although as a man, Li Qingshan would seldom say caring words like his mother in normal times, Li Fan knew that his own father had always been silently paying for him. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely not do anything to apologize to my boss's wife. In the future I will definitely work well to repay her. How are you feeling physically? If it's fine, we'll go home. Xiaofan, your brain is fine? Hearing his son speak so articulately, Li Qingshan instantly became excited. Even Zhang Suiping on the side had just reacted. It seemed like his own son really wasn't stupid anymore. Li Fan nodded with a smile and said, Dad, Mom, I'm better. Really? Brother, it's really great. Our family can be reunited together again. Ling Yan saw that her brother's brain was healed and her dad had woken up from his coma, and cried with excitement for a while. The doctor on the side had long since looked dumbfounded at this point. Obviously the patient who was already dying. How was he healed by this kid after a few messy points? Right at this moment, a few nurses quickly pushed an unconscious old man towards the operating room and dashed towards it. Dr. Zhao is not well. Quickly administer first aid to him. This patient has congenital heart disease. What? Hurry up and prepare for surgery. Dr. Zhao's face changed when he heard this. The nurse next to him couldn't help but open her mouth and instructed him. Dr. Zhao, this old man's identity isn't simple. It was the dean who just personally called and instructed him, so he must be cured, and he mustn't be allowed to have any problems in our hospital. Hearing this, Dr. Zhao began to speculate on the old man's identity for a moment. One must know that the president of their hospital was on the same level as the city's leaders, and a patient who could make the president so concerned must have a remarkable identity. If he succeeded in this operation, he would have a bright future. Recently, the hospital was considering candidates for vice president, so maybe he would be able to soar from now on. Quickly, prepare for the cardiac surgery. Dr. Zhao immediately ordered the nurses on the side to prepare for the surgery. Li Fan, who was about to help his parents leave, swept his gaze unintentionally towards his old man in that hospital bed, and he stopped in place. The reason why this old man fainted was not because of his congenital heart disease. Li Fan originally did not want to meddle, but after hesitating for a moment, he still spoke, because he had received the inheritance from the loose man and had become a healer. He had to fulfill his responsibilities as a healer. He can't do cardiac surgery or he will die, Li Fan said solemnly. Unknowingly, after hearing Li Fan's words, Dr. Zhao immediately shouted, "Get the hell out of the hospital. I don't care if your father is dead or alive. Toss him around as you please, but it's not your turn to say anything about my patient." Li Fan frowned and reiterated. His coma this time has nothing to do with his congenital heart disease, but rather he fell into a coma due to insufficient blood supply to his heart as a result of the cerebral hemorrhage. Dr. Zhao simply ignored Li Fan's words and directly had the old man pushed into the operating room. Li Fan turned to his parents and said, "Mom and Dad, can we wait here for a while? Otherwise I'm afraid that old man will be killed by the quacks." Although Li Fan's parents didn't know why their son, all of a sudden, knew how to practice medicine, they also felt that saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the door to the operating room opened. There were doctors and nurses coming in and out constantly, looking incredibly anxious. Li Fan immediately grabbed a nurse and asked, "What's the situation inside? Is something wrong?" The nurse hesitated. Li Fan immediately bellowed, "Say it, it's almost too late." Only then did the nurse say with a crying voice, "The patient's heart is hemorrhaging and is about to die." Seeing this, Li Fan did not care about anything else and rushed directly into the operating room. That Dr. Zhao was sweating profusely, constantly working in front of the operating bed, trying to stop the bleeding of that old man. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop it at all. Seeing Li Fan come in, Dr. Zhao burst into a rage and cursed at Li Fan. "Little, who let you into the operating room?" Li Fan sneered and said, "If I don't come in, you're going to be in a big mess." At this time, the instrument on the side showed that this old man's blood pressure was dropping rapidly, and his heartbeat was almost paused. Li Fan stepped forward and quickly sealed all the blood vessels around that old man's heart vein with the pointing method. Instantly, the old man's bleeding stopped. Immediately afterward, Li Fan asked in a deep voice to those medics beside him, "Is there a silver needle? Hurry up and give me a silver needle." Several of the medical staff looked at Dr. Zhao. This was an operating room. It was not possible to let outsiders in, but Dr. Zhao's face flashed with a sinister look as he instructed the several medical staff, "Give him the silver needle." A small doctor next to him hurriedly said worriedly, "Director Zhao, what if he causes the patient any problems?" Dr. Zhao immediately whispered in an incredibly sinister voice, "This old man definitely won't survive. If he dies on our operating table, we can't account for it for a long time, and we can't guarantee that we'll have to take off these clothes in the future. But now it's different. No matter what happens to the person, it has nothing to do with us. Do you understand?" As soon as the young doctor heard Dr. Zhao's words, he instantly understood. Dr. Zhao was trying to put all the blame on this unlucky person who came out of nowhere. Thus, the medical staff prepared a silver needle for Li Fan. Li Fan took the silver needle and with his hands like butterflies, he quickly inserted the silver needle into that old man's head and heart. Chapter 10, Pulling off the silver needles. If someone was able to observe carefully, they would have noticed that when these silver needles were piercing into the old man's skin points, the tail of that silver needle was swaying in an extremely fast and small amplitude. This set of acupuncture techniques was called Yin Yang Wan longevity acupuncture, which was rumored to be the acupuncture technique of the Imperial Hospital, specializing in serving the ancient emperors. It was a pity that it had long been lost, and only Li Fan was able to perform this needle in today's world. Immediately afterward, Li Fan used the surgical needle and thread prepared by the doctor on the side to sew up the wound cut at the old man's heart. Then, he saw that the ECG, which had been close to stopping, was once again beating actively. The old man's blood pressure also began to gradually rise and recover. Breathing became steady, and his face began to turn rosy. Seeing this scene, Dr. Zhao and the others were all wide-eyed. This dying person had actually been brought back to life. Then, they saw the old man on the hospital bed cough twice, and had the tendency to wake up. When Dr. Zhao saw this, he was suddenly overjoyed. At this time, the door of the operating room was pushed open. Hu Fengtai, the director of the city hospital, walked into the operating room with a middle-aged man and asked, "Director Zhao, Chen Lao's condition, how is it?" When Dr. Zhao saw Dean Hu and the middle-aged man beside him, his face was immediately set with respect, because he knew that the middle-aged man's identity was extremely extraordinary. The chairman of the Chen Group, the richest man in the city, Chen Hongyan. This was not the key. What made Dr. Zhao's heart tremble even more was that everyone knew that Chen Hongyan's father was the chief commander of the city of Linshan. A hand. Doesn't this mean that the old man on the hospital bed is? Dr. Zhao hurriedly stepped forward and said excitedly, "Dean, Mr. Chen, there is no more harm in Chen's old man's life. He will wake up soon." Chen Hongyan was overjoyed when he heard this, and said to the dean at the side, "Your hospital is really full of talents." Dr. Zhao, Hard work. Dr. Zhao's heart was extremely excited. To be able to receive this Mr. Chen's praise, his future would be promising. At this moment, Dean, who looked at Li Fan on the side and frowned. This person was not from their hospital either. Why was he in this operating room? Dean, who turned to Dr. Zhao and asked, Director Zhao, who is this? Dr. Zhao's eyes instantly rolled at his words and said, Dean, this is a patient's family member. I'll ask someone to kick him out. With that, Dr. Zhao directly rebuked Li Fan. Get out. This is an important place in the operating room. If you come here to make trouble again, you can't afford any mistakes. Li Fan frowned tightly, his expression unhappy. Dr. Zhao's attitude made him furious. If it wasn't for him stepping in to save him, that old man would have died a long time ago. Dr. Zhao, the attending doctor, naturally had to be implicated with this illness. This Dr. Zhao, not to mention not thanking him, even turned his face away from him. Li Fan frowned tightly and pointed at the silver needles on the old man's body, and instructed in a cold voice, within 2 hours, you must not pull them off, or else. Before he could finish his words, Dr. Zhao had already brought people up and directly pushed Li Fan out of the operating room. If you dare to stay and make trouble again, beware of me breaking your dog's legs. After Dr. Zhao finished speaking, he slammed the door of the operating room on with a bang. Li Fan was so angry in his heart. The parents on the side then came forward, pulled Li Fan and said, Okay Xiaofan, let's not fight with others if we are ordinary people. Let's quickly go and settle the hospitalization fee and then go home. When Li Fan heard this, he also nodded his head and said, Good, I'll go and settle the medical bills and then go home. Our family of 4 can finally be reunited. Thinking of this, Li Fan's anger subsided a bit. No matter what, now that he had obtained the inheritance of the easy dispenser and cured his parents, their family would definitely be able to live a good life in the future. In the operating room, Chen Hongyan came to his own father and asked, Dr. Zhao, when will the silver needle on my father be removed? It can't be inserted like this all the time. The city side called and wants my father to go back to preside over the work. Dr. Zhao nodded his head repeatedly after hearing this and said, Don't worry Mr. Chen, there is no longer any problem with Chen Lao's illness now. I will help you pull out the silver needle. Chapter 11 100,000 monthly salary. Saying that, he went forward and pulled out all the needles on Elder Chen's body, throwing all the words Li Fan had instructed him into the air. Right at this moment, Elder Chen, who had already had all his data returned to normal, suddenly violently started coughing up blood. The data on the instrument on the side once again dropped rapidly. Seeing that he was about to die, Mr. Chen's face immediately changed drastically and asked Dr. Zhao, what's going on? Didn't you say that my father's body is already healed? I don't know. Dr. Zhao instantly became anxious at the situation. Dean, who on the side also hated the iron, and scolded Dr. Zhao, what are you still standing there for? Still hurry up and treat Elder Chen. If anything happens to Elder Chen, you'll be waiting to sit through the bottom of the jail cell. Dr. Zhao's face went white with fear. His hands were scrambling, and he did some resuscitation on Elder Chen, but there was no effect. What the hell is going on here? What kind of disease does my father have? How did you just cure it? Mr. Chen angrily questioned. By this point, Dr. Zhao was truly terrified and shook his head repeatedly. No, it wasn't me who saved him. It was actually the kid who was just kicked out. He gave Elder Chen the needles. It must have been him who cured Elder Chen. When Mr. Chen heard this, he immediately frowned, thinking of the image when Li Fan was just kicked out. At that time, he didn't care about what Li Fan said, but now when he thought back, he thought of the key to it. Li Fan could have said before he went out that within 2 hours, he should not pull out the silver needles on his father. At that time, he didn't take Li Fan's words seriously, but now it seemed that the words Li Fan spoke were very important. Good you Dr. Zhao, if anything happens to my father, you follow along with me. After saying that, he hurriedly instructed his men behind him, Go, bring back the young gentleman who was looking for him just now and ask him to treat my father. A bunch of his men went out to look for someone. Dean, who also didn't dare to be slow at all to follow up. After all, he was the dean. If something really happened to Chen Lao in their hospital, he couldn't get out of it either. At this time, Li Fan's family had just finished paying the medical bills and was about to leave the hospital to go home, when Dean, who rushed up with people, Young sir, please stay back. When Li Fan saw him come out with hurried steps, he asked, What? Is there anything else? I've settled all the medical bills. When Dean, who heard this, he quickly said awkwardly, Young sir, it's not like that. Can you please go back and treat Mr. Chen? Didn't I already treat him? You guys didn't listen to me and pulled out the silver needles from his body? Li Fan immediately changed his face and asked in a cold voice. Dean, who said with an anxious face, It's that bastard Zhao Kuahai. he pulled out the silver needles from Elder Chen's body. Now Elder Chen is no longer able to make it. Please little mister must make a move. Elder Chen's identity. Dean, who didn't finish his sentence. Li Fan interrupted him and said, no matter what his identity is, it is a healer's duty to cure the sick and save the people. I will go with you. Hearing this, Dean, who was immediately impressed with Li Fan. This young gentleman was young, yet he had a heart of the great Tao and abided by his heart. He would never be a pool animal in the future. The most crucial thing was that if Li Fan could really save Elder Chen, with his own skills, he would definitely make a big difference. Dean, who led Li Fan back to the operating room, where Dr. Zhao stood in the corner, his head covered in sweat, his whole body trembling with fear. He knew that his whole life was about to be over. When Chen Hongyan saw Li Fan coming back, he hurriedly came forward and asked, young sir, were you the one who saved my father just now? Li Fan nodded and said, that's right, I was the one who treated this old gentleman just now. That's really great. Please little mister save my father again. My Chen family will definitely repay you properly. Li Fan didn't care what he said. He went straight to the operating table and once again gave the old man a needle while treating him. Because of this unauthorized removal of the silver needle, it aggravated the old man's condition, making his intracranial blood, which had already been half discharged by Li Fan, flow back again. So this time, Li Fan took a little more time to expel all the blood from Chen's body. Chen Hongyan and Dean Hu and the others were staring at the data on the instruments on the side. Chen Hongyan was still a little worried. Is this kid good or not? When they saw Li Fan applying the needle to the patient, all of a sudden, the data on the instrument that had dropped sharply immediately began to stabilize. Then it began to rise back up a little. Several people revealed an unbelievable look. Li Fan's medical skills were actually still so heaven-defying? Soon, the old man's data recovered once again. Li Fan's silver needles were really all removed. Alright, no problem this time. He will soon wake up. As soon as Li Fan's words fell, the originally unconscious old man had already woken up leisurely. Although he was unconscious just now, he knew all the things that had just happened in the outside world. As soon as he opened his eyes, he thanked Li Fan. This little friend, thank you for saving this life of the old man. The old man Chen absolutely will not forget this great kindness of the little friend. This is my business card. You keep it. In the city of Linshan, if you encounter anything that cannot be solved, you can call me. On the side, Chen Hongyan also showed the same surprised color when he saw this. To know, his father's private business card. The entire city of Linshan could have no more than a single digit. Even the top few billionaires in the city of Linshan several times wanted to ask for it, but was rejected. Looking at his father for this Li Fan small miracle doctor is very fond of. Chen Hongyan is also very shrewd a person. Quickly went forward to Li Fan said, this small mister, I do not know what your name? My name is Li Fan. Li Fan said. When Dean Hu heard this, he quickly asked, I wonder which hospital you are currently working in. Mr. Li? When Li Fan heard this, he thought for a while and said, all my medical skills were taught by my master. I don't serve in any hospital. I don't have a license to practice medicine, and I'm not interested. When Li Fan finished this speech, several people froze. You are armed with such superior medical skills, but you don't even have a license to practice medicine? This is simply a waste. Dean Hu hurriedly said, Mr. Li, leave your medical license to me. I'll do it for you, and I'd like to hire to be the vice president of our city hospital. When Li Fan heard this, he was still a little bit impressed in his heart. However, now that he had obtained the inheritance of the loose man, he had more things to do and could not be bound within this one hospital. So Li Fan still shook his head and said, I'm sorry Dean, I have more things to do and can't work here with you. When the Dean heard this, he quickly said, Mr. Li, there is no need for you to come to work. As long as there are some major illnesses that our hospital can't cure, you can come over and help out. We can give you a salary of $100,000 per month. Chapter 12, Luxury Cars in the City Village. $100,000 a month? Hearing this figure, Li Fan was still a little heartbroken. To know, this was for ordinary families like theirs. $100,000 a month was definitely an astronomical figure. Many families could not even make more than $50,000 a month with their family's salary combined. In the past, this was something that one would not even dare to think about. And now, it was so easily realized. Alright, since that's the case, then I'll trouble Dean Hu. Great, Mr. Li, I'll give you a call when I've finished my medical license on my side. Alright then, I'll leave first. My parents and sister are still waiting for me. Li Fan excused himself to these few people. Chen Lao hurriedly ordered his son to send Li Fan out of the hospital. When he came out, Chen Hongyan was still continuously expressing his gratitude to Li Fan. When Li Fan's parents and sister got into the car and left, Chen Hongyan instructed his men behind him, go and check the information of this Mr. Li. Mr. Li is still a great benefactor of my Chen family. In the future, the entire city of Linshan must ensure Mr. Li's safety. Also, as soon as possible, pack up that estate villa at the top of Yundang Mountain and transfer the name to Mr. Li's name. Yes, boss. The underlings immediately agreed respectfully, while their hearts turned over for a while. One must know that the Chen family was definitely an overlord-level existence in Linshan City. Old Mr. Chen could be said to have only one hand in the entire city of Linshan, and the industries in the hands of this Mr. Chen were spread all over the province. In his heart, the subordinate understood that the young man called Li Fan was going to soar in the future. To be able to get the shelter of the Chen family is really the greatest fortune of his life. This kind of opportunity is not something that anyone can get. Li Fan's family took a taxi and returned to their rented home in that urban village. Since Li Fan was injured and became seriously ill, Li Fan's family had spent all their savings and sold their house, and now they could only rent in this dirty and broken urban village. In front of a dilapidated 4-story building, Li Fan's family lives on the first floor. That is a house of only 40 square feet. Inside the house, even the kitchen and independent bathroom are not. It was dark, damp, and crowded. Li Fan, I can finally find you. The family had just gotten out of the car when a red sedan drove up, appearing particularly eye-catching in this urban village. A beautiful woman wearing shorts and leather jacket with a full body designer label got out of the car, took off the large sunglasses on her face, and looked at Li Fan's family with an indifferent expression. Su Choya, why are you here? Seeing this woman, Li Fan's face immediately sank. She was Li Fan's ex-girlfriend, Su Choya. It was because Su Choya betrayed him and got together with a rich second generation that he was beaten silly by that rich second generation in the first place. Li Fan, have you gotten better? Also good, so that in the future you can be honest and decent as an ordinary person. Remember, you must not go to find Luo Deshao to take revenge. That will only make your family even worse. This is 10,000. As a karmic fate that we know each other for a while. Seeing the bank card handed by Su Choya, Li Fan smiled. The fate of us knowing each other for one match is only worth $10,000? What is this for you? A breakup fee? Su Choya, I Li Fan don't need your sympathy. Take your money and get out. Su Choya didn't expect Li Fan to treat her like this. To know, in the past, Li Fan had never dared to say a word against her, as if he was a little eunuch beside the emperor, absolutely obedient to her. Moreover, she suddenly realized that the confidence and determination in Li Fan's eyes was completely different from before. This kind of confidence, he had only sensed in the body of a successful person like Luo Deshao's father. Li Fan, I really don't know what arrogant capital you have. I'm afraid that this $10,000 is the savings that you can't save even if you work hard and work for a year. Since you don't want it, then your family this will live and suffer inside this slum. If you regret it one day, you can come and beg me. After Su Choya finished speaking, she didn't even look at Li Fan's parents and sister, moved her pair of long legs, got into the brand new Audi A4 sedan, and left. Li Nian clenched her small fists and said angrily, "Brother, why didn't you just hit that?" Li Fan smiled and said, "There's no need." The parents also hurriedly pulled Li Nian and persuaded, "Your brother is right. We are not all the way with her. She walks her sunny way. Our family lives well. Now our family can be together in peace and health. More important than anything else." The family was about to enter the house, when a fiery red Ferrari drove over again. The loud roar of the engine attracted everyone in the slum to stop and watch. This poor place of their monthly rent is only $200 or $300. Usually whoever drives in a Volkswagen is already a big deal. And what happened today? First opened an Audi, and now there is a Ferrari. This is a few $1 million sports car. Then, the crowd only saw a woman who was even more beautiful than Su Choya come down from the Ferrari. Li Fan's parents and sisters' faces were full of surprise at this time. How could they not expect that the beautiful woman who came down from this Ferrari sports car had come to look for Li Fan? "Qin Xiaro, why are you here?" Li Fan didn't move on his face, but he secretly laughed in his heart. He knew that what he told Qin Xiaro before he left from the antique store worked. Qin Xiaro came forward with a serious face and said to Li Fan, "How did you know that my bracelet is a fake?" Li Fan smiled and said casually, "Of course I saw it. Your bracelet should be your family's town treasure or something like that, right? To an ordinary person it would seem that it's a superb piece of jade, excellent glass seed imperial green, coupled with exquisite carvings. It can be said that the entire city of Linshan can't find a second pair of such bracelets. I have to say, this counterfeiting people are also really for it's down a big blood. It's just that real is real and fake is fake." He went to great lengths to create such a stunningly beautiful bracelet, and under the sunlight, it still refracts a light that doesn't belong to jade. Hearing Li Fan's words, Qin Xiaoro's heart was extremely shocked. Here Li Fan was able to see so many problems with the bangle on her hand just by taking a glance at it from afar. This kind of eyesight and experience, I'm afraid there are not many people in Green Mountain City who can do it. Li Fan, I would like to ask you to do me a favor and appraise the item in our Chin family's jewelry and antique store. Of course I won't let you go for nothing. I will give you a hefty payment. Chapter 13, Meeting Again. Li Fan didn't refuse. Although he had gained a powerful ability now, he needed an opportunity. One of the reasons he reminded Qin Xiaoro that the bracelet was a fake was because he was really angry at the time and wanted to get back in front of Qin Xiaoro. On the other hand, he felt that Qin Xiaoro's nature wasn't bad, so if he helped her out, he might be able to create an opportunity for himself as well. And now, the opportunity had come, so Li Fan directly nodded his head and agreed. Okay, I'll go with you. After saying that, Li Fan said to his parents, Dad, Mom, I have something to do. I'll go out and come back later. Good, little Fan, go and get busy. Don't worry, we are all fine, Li Qinshan said to Li Fan with a smile. Then, Li Fan got into Qin Xiaoro's red Ferrari sports car and went all the way towards the Qin family's jewelry and antique store. This Qin family's antique jewelry store was not on an antique street, but rather in the most lively and prosperous business district in Linshan City. It was the brand that Linshan was the only one to make a brand of antique jewelry that could completely step out of the circle of antique enthusiasts, so that other people besides antique enthusiasts could think of purchasing it. Li Fan, I'll find a place to park. You go in first and wait for me. Qin Xiaoro parked the red Ferrari at the entrance of Qin's jewelry store, then said to Li Fan. Li Fan nodded and got out of the car first, then walked into Qin's jewelry store. It had to be said that the interior decoration of this Qin's jewelry store was very luxurious and atmospheric, and entering here was like coming to a museum. Inside the entire hall, the one huge pillar was made of glass, which was filled with antiques and jewelry, and there were also cabinets like museum display cabinets, which were also filled with antiques and jewelry. Li Fan saw at least 7 or 8 forgeries after just one sweep. It seemed like the Qin family had been pitched quite a bit by his family's highly paid master craftsman. Yo, if it isn't the front desk cutie from the small hotel, what are you running here for? Trying to steal something, aren't you? Just then a gloomy voice sounded behind Li Fan. As soon as Li Fan turned around, he saw the pair of dogs, Su Dafu and Li Meiqi. Instantly, Li Fan's complexion went cold. Stinky little cutie, what are you looking at? It seems that I beat you lightly that day, didn't I? To say that people are motivated, even you, a little cutie, even you, a little cutie, know that this is a good place and want to come in and take a look? Hey stinky little cutie, this jewelry and antiques you definitely can't afford in this life, but you now kneel down and call me grandpa, and then lick the old man's shoes clean. The old man may as well give you a $100 or $200 to buy 2 blocks to play with. Maggie Lee couldn't help but giggle from the sidelines. Honey, you're too bad. Blocks are educational toys. He's a little cutie, can play with it? Ha ha. Su Dafu also instantly laughed along with him. Li Fan, on the other hand, looked at the pair of dogs, Su Dafu and Li Meiqi, with an icy face. He hadn't gone to settle the score with them for the last time, but now these people had even messed with his head. If he didn't give them a lesson, he really thought that he, Li Fan, was a good bully. What's the matter, you stinky little cutie? How dare you look at us with such eyes? Do you still dare to beat us up? When Li Meiqi saw the way Li Fan looked at her, she cursed with incomparable arrogance. As for Su Dafu, he also directly stepped forward and pointed at Li Fan and chided. Brat, last time I beat you to a bloody pulp. Haven't you learned the ING lesson? Do you believe that I will beat you into the hospital again? Seeing the conflict intensify, the attendant of Qin's jewelry store immediately walked over and spoke. Excuse me, 2 gentlemen. If you have a conflict, please go outside the store to resolve it. Don't cause trouble inside our Qin's antique jewelry store. Hearing this, Su Dafu hurriedly revealed a smile. Don't look at him yelling in front of Li Fan, but he could know that in front of this Qin family, he was not even a dog's ass. Su Dafu hurriedly said, this beauty, it's not that we want to make trouble, but this kid, he's just a little cutie. I don't know when he mixed into your antique jewelry store. I suspect he is trying to steal something. You have to keep an eye on him and kick him out. Otherwise, if something happens, you guys won't be able to explain to Boss Qin, right? As soon as the waitress heard this, she immediately looked at Li Fan as well. She saw that Li Fan was dressed in rustic clothes, which appeared to be ground floor goods, and a hint of disgust appeared in her eyes. The waitress repelled at Li Fan. If you can't afford the things in our store, leave immediately. The cheapest one item in our store costs $10,000 or $20,000. It's not something you can afford to spend. Su Dafu immediately said in a gloating tone. Li Fan, what I just said still works. If you kneel down and lick my shoes now, I can consider lending you $10,000 so that you can spend money here and not have to be kicked out. Li Fan didn't even pay attention to him, but said to the waiter in a cold tone, I'm the one Qin Xiaoro invited to appraise the jewelry and antiques. Hearing this, Su Dafu instantly laughed. Cootie, what did you say? Miss Qin would invite you to appraise jewelry and antiques? You're too amusing. The Qin family jewelry and antique store. but there is an appraisal master. Master Yu, do you think your eye power is even stronger than Master Yu's? As these words fell, the other customers all shook their heads and lost their laughter a while later. Originally, they still felt that Sudafu was bullying a child like this a bit too much, but now it seemed that this kid was the one who was making a fool of himself. You can even say that you want to come in and see the world, but he even said such a lie. Miss Chin can invite you to appraise antiques? Little cutie, if Miss Chin can invite you here to appraise, I'll kneel down and lick your shoes today. Are you sure? Li Fan laughed as soon as he heard this. He had just been thinking about how to teach Sudafu a good lesson today, but it turned out that this guy had bumped into the gun himself. The waiter at the side was already very impatient and continued to scold Li Fan. Enough, if you don't leave immediately, I'll call the security guards to kick you out. Throw me out. You will regret it, Li Fan said with a cold smile. Regret? Looks like your kid really doesn't see the coffin. Where's the security guard? Throw him out for me. The waiter was angry for a moment when he saw that Li Fan was so stubborn. If Boss Chen and Miss Chin came to see the store at this time, and there was someone like Li Fan making trouble and disrupting the place, she would not be able to eat. So the waiter called for the security guards. The two security guards came directly to Li Fan and were about to reach out to grab him. Just at this moment, an icy voice rang out behind them. Stop! What are you doing? Chapter 14, The Inherent Duties of an Inferior. Hearing this voice, everyone turned around to look and saw an incomparably beautiful and tall figure walk in through the front door. It was none other than the Chin family's eldest miss, Chin Xiaro. For a moment, Sudafu's eyes fell on Chin Xiao's body and he couldn't move away. Compared to Chin Xiaro, the Li Meichi beside him was simply weak. Only, what kind of status is Chin Xiaro, the Chin family's eldest daughter, the university student's school flower? With the $2 in his pocket, Chin Xiaro wouldn't even look at him. This is definitely a goddess-level existence that he can't reach in his life. The waitress also hurriedly greeted Chin Xiaro in fear when she saw her. Miss Chin, I'm sorry, it's me who didn't handle this matter well. I'll immediately take this little cutie, give it a blast out. However, Chin Xiao's tone at this time was incomparably cold as she rebuked. How dare you? Who gave you the right to drive away the guests I invited? What? This kid is a guest invited by you, Miss Chin? The waitress's entire face instantly went white. You're fired. Now leave immediately. Chin Xiao's face was ice cold. At this point in time, the waitress even called Li Fan a cutie. With this amount of IQ and EQ, she would not be able to do her current job. The customers of the surrounding people who were still waiting to see Li Fan's jokes also put away their smiles at this time. They didn't dare to offend the Chin family's eldest lady. However, they did not expect that this unimpressive-looking kid was actually invited by Miss Chin, and it was only then that Li Fan landed his gaze on the pair of dogs, Su Dafu and Li Meichi. Li Fan said in a deep voice, Su Dafu, do you still remember what you just said yourself? Now it's your turn to kneel down and lick my shoes. Su Dafu's face suddenly changed, his eyes flickered, and he cursed angrily at Li Fan. Li Fan, you less villainous here, letting me lick your shoes? Dream on. Chin Xiao frowned. Her gaze coldly walked towards Su Dafu and asked Li Fan, what's going on with him? Li Fan told what had just happened. Chin Xiao's complexion instantly became a few points more clear and cold as she chided at Su Dafu. I'm most annoyed by your kind of two-faced, dog-eyed people. Our Chin family antique and jewelry store. We welcome all customers. We can't use you to doubt the identity of any customer in our store. Since you were in my store just now, and made a bet with Mr. Li, I am also a witness. And now that you have lost, please fulfill your bet. If not, you know the skills of my Chin family. I don't care what line of business you're in Linshan City. I definitely won't let a villain like you with no integrity do business again. Chin Xiao's words caused the horizontal flesh on Su Dafu's face to tremble continuously. He knew that the Chin family definitely had the strength to make it impossible for him to mix in Linshan City. Not to mention anything else, as long as the Chin family told the truth about today's incident and confirmed that he, Su Dafu, did not have any integrity, he was afraid that no one would be willing to do business with him in the future. Su Dafu knelt down in front of Li Fan and begged for forgiveness. Li Fan, I was blind before, please spare me. Saying this, he really wanted to come up and lick Li Fan's shoes. However, Li Fan was directly stepping back, then kicked Su Dafu's fat head in the face. Li Fan coldly rebuked, don't let me see you again, let you lick my shoes. I'm still afraid of dirtying my shoes. In an instant, Su Dafu was like an amnesty, even aside from Li Meichi could not care about, directly ran out of Chin's antique jewelry store. At the same time, her heart was full of puzzlement. The little hotel's cutie, receptionist, how did he suddenly seem like a different person? He, comparatively, was much more handsome than this dumbass Su Dafu, if he wasn't a little cutie. Also young and golden words. Chin Xiao brought Li Fan to a parlor on the second floor. At this time there were 3 people sitting in the parlor. All 3 were around 40 years old. One of them was a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a tang suit and old-fashioned cloth shoes. That was Yu Hongxiang, the appraisal master of Qin's jewelry and antique shop. The other two were wearing a suit and looked very smart and capable. They looked like rich bosses. Seeing Qin Xiao come in, the two bosses in suits stood up with smiles on their faces and greeted Qin Xiao. "Hello, Miss Qin." Qin Xiao also nodded and said politely to the two, "Mr. Su, Mr. Wu, I'm really sorry to keep you waiting." The two didn't say anything. Instead, Yu Hongxiang sat on the sofa without moving a bit. His gaze fell on Li Fan behind Qin Xiao, frowned and asked in a cold voice, "Ms. Qin, you said that you would have to go and ask another expert to appraise this precious painting together. Where is the expert you asked?" Qin Xiao pointed to Li Fan behind her and said, "Master Yu, this Li Fan is the expert I invited to come along with you to appraise this precious painting." "What?" Upon hearing this, Yu Hongxiang's face instantly grimaced as he questioned Qin Xiao. "You delayed me and the two old bosses for such a long time, just for such a brat, can't you?" Although Mr. Su and Mr. Wu didn't say anything, it could be seen that the two seemed a little less than pleased as well. Qin Xiao smiled and said to Yu Hongxiang, "Master Yu, Li Fan's appraisal ability is not below yours." Yu Hongxiang laughed out loud when he heard this, looking at Li Fan with disdain and said, "He's just a little doll that hasn't been weaned for a few years. How dare he say that his appraisal ability isn't below me? It's really ridiculous. Miss Qin, I originally thought that under your father's cultivation, there would be some growth, but after seeing it today, I'm very worried about the future development of the Qin family. Kid, as usual, you have to be able to choose the people to bump off you. Cheating to my Yu Hongxiang head, not self-importance. Now, hurry up and get the hell out of here. There is no qualification for you to speak here." Qin Xiao clenched her small fists with a hint of anger in her eyes. This Yu Hongxiang, relying on the fact that he had the most seniority in their Qin family, often didn't put her as a big miss in her eyes, but let her have no way out. Who let others be appraisal masters, with superb eyesight? This store without Yu Hongxiang will probably not be able to run. But at this moment, Li Fan directly walked up and rebuked Yu Hongxiang in a cold voice. "You're a big old man. Have you ever heard of how to write the word propriety?" Hearing this, Yu Hongxiang's face changed and he asked in a cold voice, "Kid, what do you mean?" Li Fan immediately said with a cold smile, "Don't you know what it means? You are nothing but the Qin family for a little while. Seeing the boss come, you even sit here with a big grin. Is this what a subordinate of yours should be? Furthermore, who decides on the items to be appraised is the boss's business, while you, as an inferior of the Qin family, only need to follow the boss's orders. And yet here you are, talking down to the boss's decision. What is it if you're not failing in your duty as an underling?" Chapter 15. This painting is fake. For a while, the few people in the room were dumbfounded and looked at Li Fan. No one thought that this Li Fan was so young, but he was able to say such harsh words, questioning Yu Hongxiang dumbfounded. Even Qin Xiao had a streak of color in her eyes. Speaking of which, she had never been looked upon favorably by Yu Hongxiang. As the Qin family's eldest daughter, in front of Yu Hongxiang, she almost didn't even have a say, and in her heart, she had been holding her breath and couldn't release it. These words that Li Fan had said, she had wanted to say for a long time. Good, you a yellow-mouthed child. You also dare to lecture old me here. Today, old me will see what kind of eyesight you have," said Yu Hongxiang directly stood up, turned his back, stood at the window without looking back and said to Qin Xiao, "Miss, since you found an appraiser with such excellent eyesight, there's no need for me to step in, just let him see for himself." Qin Xiao's face had a hint of hesitation when she saw this. She had to say that this Yu Hongxiang was really very old. He was now acting as a shirker. Obviously he wanted to see Qin Xiao's joke, or wait for Li Fan appraisal cannot be a reason, at that time and then want to let him out. Qin Xiao will have to invite him to beg him. In this way, in the future, Qin Xiao in front of him, there will be even less to say. And Li Fan at this time had already looked towards Mr. Su and Mr. Wu and asked, "May I ask what is it that I want to appraise today?" After looking at each other, Mr. Su and Mr. Wu took out a volume of ancient paintings from the password box on the side. This ancient painting was unfolded to be 4 feet long. On it were engraved mountains, rivers, and it looked very magnificent. Mr. Su immediately introduced to Qin Xiao, "Ms. Qin, this painting is a picture of rivers and mountains painted by the famous Tang dynasty painter Li Sixuan. It was once sent to Tang Xuanzong as a birthday gift on his great birthday." Qin Xiao's face also wore a look of surprise after hearing this. She only knew that today, Mr. Su and Mr. Wu were going to send an ancient painting, but she didn't expect it to be an ancient painting from the Tang dynasty, and it was also a masterpiece of the famous Tang dynasty painter Li Sixuan. For Li Sixuan she also knows something. This person is the Tang dynasty clan, Tang Taizu Li Huxian grandson, and since childhood to join the army, made a lot of war achievements. This painting and calligraphy if you get to the auction to go up for sale. A good operation. I'm afraid that the value of the extreme to reach 40 to 50 million. Mr. Su, Mr. Wu, how much do you two intend to sell this river and mountain picture? Qin Sharo asked. This was definitely a big deal. He saw Mr. Su smile and said, Miss Qin, it's not the first time we've cooperated with the Qin family, and I do need some liquidity in my hand recently, so I'll only offer 10 million for this river and mountain painting. Hearing this price, Qin Sharo was indeed very moved. This painting would definitely not be less than 40 to 50 million when taken to the auction to operate. Only need a certain amount of time. If now she can use 10 million to take this Jianshan picture, a few months later will directly double. This profit cannot be small, but this is the premises, must be identified this Jianshan map in the end is true or false. So Qin Xiao looked to the side of Li Fan and asked, Li Fan, take a look at this Jianshan map is not authentic? Li Fan just swept a glance, and the information of the Jianshan picture had already been identified. It was not Li Sisun's real handwriting at all, but a fake. Li Fan directly spoke. This is a fake painting. The faces of Mr. Su and Mr. Wu on the side changed drastically, and they rebuked angrily. Kid, if you don't have that eye power, don't talk nonsense here. How could General Manager Wu and I accept a fake painting? After saying that he was going to immediately turn to Qin Xiao again and questioned, Miss Qin, since both of us have been working together for so long, when have we ever sold you a fake? Could it be that the Qin family has fallen so low now? Letting go of a real treasure appraisal master and instead hiring this kind of little punk to defame us? If that's the case, it looks like we'll have to work with a different jewelry store in the future. The two men even got up to leave as they said that, and Qin Xiao was instantly anxious. This Mr. Su and Mr. Wu were indeed their Qin family's big clients, and if they lost them, it would be a huge loss for their Qin family. Mr. Su, Mr. Wu, don't get angry first, let's talk about what we have to say. Mr. Wu immediately said in a cold voice, talk? What else is there to say? With this eyesight he still dares to come out to appraise antiques and paintings. Who doesn't know that Li Sisun is a rare military painter because he fought in the army? Li Sisun's paintings are all particularly atmospheric and open. His river and mountain fish and music picture, group peaks and Mulan picture, spring mountain picture, which one is not so? And this picture of rivers and mountains with lofty mountains and rushing rivers, isn't this charm alone enough to prove its authenticity? Mr. Wu's words were justified, and Qin Xiao was a bit shaky for a while, because just from her point of view, this picture of rivers and mountains is indeed a rare masterpiece. This Li Fan, no matter how to say, is still too young. Identification is wrong is not impossible. Mr. Wu continued at this time, Miss Qin, if you want to make this deal, then you must have Master Yu personally appraise it before we are convinced. If Master Yu says that this is false, we won't say a word, we don't want the painting, and we won't accept a cent of the money, we'll leave right away. Qin Xiao's teeth clenched her red lips, her eyes full of aggression. She knew that if she wanted Yu Hongxiang to make a move now, she would have to lower her voice and ask for it. However, for the sake of business, she still looked towards Yu Hongxiang and spoke, Mr. Yu, please also be able to make an appraisal. Yu Hongxiang instantly turned around with a face full of triumph at his words, raising his head and almost making a sound with his nostrils. Ms. Qin, if I had known this, why would I have bothered? Old me has been in the Qin family for many years. Can I still do things that are detrimental to the Qin family's interests? You really should learn more from your father. In the face of Yu Hongxiang's lecture, Qin Xiao could only bear it with her head down. Yu Hongxiang stepped to the table, took a look at the painting on the table, and said in a churlish manner, this painting is undoubtedly authentic. Look at the mountains on this painting, the brushwork, the mountain peaks towering, the distant mountain silhouettes swirling, the gushing river, surging, this majestic atmosphere of the situation. Absolutely not what anyone can imitate. When Mr. Su and Mr. Wu heard this, they both laughed at once as well, but just then Li Fan also laughed. Yu Hongxiang immediately changed his face and coldly rebuked, what is this little laughing at? Qin Xiao also hurriedly pulled Li Fan back, fearing that Li Fan would talk nonsense. Li Fan, I really thank you for today. Why don't you go back first? I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Chapter 16 The cell phone has catnip. Li Fan shook his head and said, disdainfully, you are afraid of him Yu Hongxiang, but I don't put him in my eyes. On his level of appraisal he still dares to call himself a master? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Fan's words completely enraged Yu Hongxiang. Little, what did you say? Say it again. I said your appraisal ability is like. Li Fan said tit for tat. Good, good. You still think this painting is a fake, right? Now you'll tell me where it's fake. It's just a matter of you saying it today or you'll have to take responsibility for what you say. Yu Hongxiang's eyes were suddenly gloomy. that is, as soon as his words fell, for security guards had already entered the office. All of them were tall and big, with their hands behind their backs, glaring at Li Fan with icy fury. Seeing this scene, Li Fan was also not the least bit surprised. Coming to the table and pointing at the painting, he snorted and said, "You guys also said that Li Si-sun is a military painter. But you guys are wrong because of your ignorance. Li Si-sun's paintings are famous all over the world, relying not on atmosphere, but dominance. Passing through the thicket of 10,000 soldiers, a piece of blood does not stain his body. One man is the only one who can stand up to 10,000 men. This hegemony and your so-called atmosphere are worlds apart. There are quite a few painters in this world who have an open mind, and there are very few who can have the kind of painters like Li Si-sun who have killed on the battlefield. Let's just say that the works you just mentioned, the fish and music in the river and mountains, the group peaks and lush forests, and the spring mountains, which one of them isn't overbearing and extraordinary?" This questioning from Li Fan left several people speechless, and at this time, Mr. Wu slightly sidestepped to take out his cell phone, not knowing what he was doing. And at this time Yu Hongxiang's cell phone came to the sound of receiving a message, also took out his cell phone to check the text message. Li Fan glanced over and immediately read the content on it clearly. "Old Yu, today this point is a bit solid. Why don't we forget about it first?" Yu Hongxiang read it and immediately replied, "Old Wu, we imitated this painting but spent $500,000. If we don't get it back, we will lose money. Don't worry, a brat, Milky, can still fight the old man?" After returning this message, Yu Hongxiang put away his cell phone, coldly looked at Li Fan, to Qin Xiao, opened his mouth. "Miss Qin, he a milky yellow-mouthed child knows what is called atmosphere, what is called domineering. Antique appraisal is not something that you can just read a few treasure identification novels and TV shows and then dare to come out and spout off. This painting old man appraisal is authentic. If you believe me to buy it, this little drive out. If you believe him, then the old man without saying anything, directly away. But in the future even if your father personally come to invite me, I will never return to your Qin family." Yu Hongxiang said these words with incomparable firmness, as if he was directly starting to force the palace, letting Qin Xiao make a choice between him and Li Fan. Yu Hongxiang is a famous treasure appraisal master in the whole city of Linshan. He does not believe that Qin Xiao will force him to leave for the sake of Li Fan. Even if this painting is fake, Qin Xiao will have to obediently submit down. Sure enough, Qin Xiao hesitated. After all, Yu Hongxiang is the backbone of their Qin's antique jewelry. Over the years they Qin's antique jewelry can be said to rely on Yu Hongxiang, this long-eyed master. If you really force Yu Hongxiang to go, he also has no way to go back to his father and grandfather to explain properly. And Li Fan on the side directly laughed out and said, "If you are so backbone, why don't you just go yourself? Yu Hongxiang, do you dare to take out your cell phone and let Miss Qin take a look?" "Li Fan, stop talking for now." Hearing this, Qin Xiao hurriedly whispered to Li Fan to dissuade her. She hadn't even thought of what to do herself right now, and it would be bad if Li Fan opened his mouth indiscriminately and really angered Master Yu, causing irreparable consequences. Li Fan smiled and said with a calm demeanor, "Missy, since you invited me here, then I have to be responsible for you. If you believe me, let this Master Yu take out his cell phone for all of us to take a look. Or is it that Master Yu has, behind his back, done some unseemly deeds and doesn't dare to let us see it?" Yu Hongxiang's face changed. His cell phone can have all the conversations with Su Wu too, really, by Qin Xiao to see. That can be really bad. Although he didn't put Qin Xiao in his eyes, the entire Qin family was not something he could afford to offend. Over the years he backstabbed and Su Wu two people, did a lot of pit Qin plus money hooks, but only limited to backstabbing. They do not expose this. "What right do you have to look at my cell phone, little?" Yu Hongxiang's situation frank. "Miss Qin, if you have to look at my cell phone, I'm sorry that you, won't accompany you." Mr. Su and Mr. Wu also exchanged glances with Yu Hongxiang, then took a step to leave. But when Yu Hongxiang just passed by Li Fan suddenly shot out and directly snatched his cell phone. Chapter 17, Annual salary of 100,000. "Miss Qin, take a good look. This is the conversation between him and Su Wu." Li Fan directly handed his cell phone to Qin Xiao, who only scanned it and was shocked by the shocking conversation on it. "Yu Hongxiang, how dare you do so much to betray my Qin family behind my back?" Yu Hongxiang's face changed wildly, reaching out to come and snatch back the cell phone. Qin Xiao directly coldly blushed as the security guard behind her ordered, "Stop him for me. Yu Hongxiang, I'm telling you, it's no longer a simple personal conflict dispute. You're now involved in fraud. It's against the law." Qin Xiao quickly looked through all the previous chat records of Yu Hongxiang and Su Wu Tu on the cell phone. The more she looked, the more alarmed she was. Over the years, Su Wu Tu people outside to find craftsmen to make fake antiques, and then get them to their store to sell Yu Hongxiang and then appraise them as authentic. so that the Qin family will be all of these treasures to buy at a high price. Together, the proceeds amounted to nearly $50 million. This large amount of fraud can be sentenced to life imprisonment. Yu Hongxiang. 3 people. Yu Hongxiang no longer had the rampant behavior he had before at this point, and hurriedly made amends to Qin Xiao. Miss Qin, I know I'm wrong. Please spare me this time. Qin Xiao was incomparably angry at this time. Yu Hongxiang, our Qin family has treated you well all these years, and you have done such an outrageous thing. I don't have anything to say to you anymore. You'd better go talk to the police. Seeing Qin Xiao wanting to call the police, Yu Hongxiang was really scared silly. With a direct flutter, he knelt down for Qin Xiao, in tears. Miss Qin, you must not call the police. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Suwu. 2 people also similarly scared. Really, police? They also have to go to jail. Immediately followed kneel down. Seeing Yu Hongxiang's old and tearful appearance, Qin Xiao gritted her teeth and sighed for half a day before she said in a cold voice, Yu Hongxiang, I can let you 3 off the hook, but you have to return all those money that you have cheated away from my Qin family all these years. 1 point short of that, I will call the police and have you all jailed. These words were like a bolt from the blue for the Yu Hongxiang trio. They had cheated nearly $50 million from the Qin family over the years, which was not a small amount, but the 3 of them still agreed with a clench of their teeth. After all, compared to money, freedom was more important. If they were really sentenced to a life imprisonment, they would only be able to spend their lives in jail. Qin Xiao no longer left any mercy, and directly asked the security guards to kick the 3 out. At this time, only Qin Xiao and Li Fan were left in the room. Qin Xiao sighed very tiredly. Obviously this matter had hit her very hard. Although Yu Hongxiang had always disrespected her as a big miss, Qin Xiao, in her heart, had always been striving with Yu Hongxiang as her goal. She hoped that one day, she would surpass Yu Hongxiang in her ability to identify treasures, and as a result, she would be recognized by her father and grandfather. As a result, she did not expect that the one she wanted to surpass was such a person. Turning her head to see Li Fan, Qin Xiao smiled bitterly and said, Li Fan, I'm really sorry for making you laugh. Li Fan shrugged his shoulders to show that he didn't care, then opened his mouth and said calmly, the most treacherous hearts in this world are the people we are most familiar with. You never know what the people you originally trusted them will do when you need help the most. Qin Xiao looked at Li Fan and couldn't help but ask, you're so young, why do you have such feelings? Li Fan told Qin Xiao about his family's situation. At the most difficult time for our family, those so-called relatives even disregarded my father's life and death. Qin Xiao hurriedly said, does your father still need money for medical treatment? If you need it, you can talk to me. Li Fan did not expect Qin Xiao to say this. Looking at her sincere eyes, as long as he opened his mouth, she would definitely take the money without hesitation. Ms. Qin, thank you, but do you think I lack money now? Qin Xiao froze for a moment, and then it dawned on her. With this treasure appraisal ability of Li Fan, it wouldn't be too difficult to make money, but she just had a doubt and couldn't help but ask, Li Fan, since you have such a great ability, why don't you show it earlier? This would not cause your family at home to suffer so much. Of course, Li Fan would not tell her that he had only recently gotten his treasure appreciation ability, so he found an excuse. Wasn't I beaten silly before? Qin Xiao then realized, Li Fan, are you willing to come and serve at our Qin's antique jewelry? You take over the position left behind by Yu Hongxiang, and I will give you a salary of $100,000 every month. Hearing this, Li Fan's heart immediately stirred. $100,000 a month. This was definitely considered a high salary, not to mention in their small city of Linshan City, even in a top-tier city, one could still live well. Good, as long as I'm around, I will definitely not let Qin's jewelry receive a single fake. Li Fan said this with unparalleled confidence, and he also had this capital now. Next, Qin Xiao gathered all the clerks in the store and announced 2 things with everyone. The first thing, this is from today onwards, Li Fan became their Qin's jewelry and antique shop's appraisal master. All the items in the inventory must go through Li Fan's appraisal. The second thing is to announce the dismissal of Yu Hongxiang. At the same time, let everyone to Yu Hongxiang receive those antiques and paintings are cleaned out by Li Fan identification. Fakes are destroyed. A time by the staff are busy. In the store there are several warehouses. There are a lot of Yu Hongxiang collected antiques and paintings. Li Fan appraisal found that many are fakes. All of these to be destroyed. At the same time, there was a storehouse where a lot of rags of little value were stored. Some of the attendants took all these rags and threw them away, and then cleaned the storehouse. Just then, Li Fan's eyes were suddenly attracted to a tiny snuff bottle in that warehouse and called a few of the store attendants to a halt. Wait, what are these in your hands? Li Fan asked. Chapter 18, Sky-priced snuff bottles. A few attendants hurriedly said to Li Fan, Master Li, these are the forgeries identified by Yu Hongxiang before, piled up in the warehouse where no one wants them. We are going to throw them away. Show me this. Li Fan took the snuff bottle and instantly the information was displayed. Jadeite snuff bottle. Age, Qing Dynasty during the Kangxi period. Material, top-grade icy jadeite. Value 10 million. This discovery made Li Fan very excited. He didn't expect that the snuff bottle that was thrown in the warehouse as garbage was a treasure. At this moment, Qin Xiao walked over and asked Li Fan curiously, "What? Is there a problem with this thing?" Li Fan nodded and said happily, "Boss, this is a jadeite snuff bottle from the Kangxi period of the Qing Dynasty. It is made of good ice jadeite and is worth $10 million. What? Qin Xiao heard Li Fan's words, and for a moment, she also stared at her beautiful eyes with a surprised look on her face. This snuff bottle that was appraised as a fake by Yu Hongxiang was actually worth $10 million. Just at this moment an excited voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Young man, can you lend me the snuff bottle in your hand to look at?" As soon as Li Fan turned around, he saw a middle-aged man around 50 years old, wearing a suit, staring excitedly at the snuff bottle in his hand. Li Fan thought about it and handed him the snuff bottle. The middle-aged man held the snuff bottle lovingly, constantly looking it up and down, and then said excitedly, "Young man, I offer $10 million. How about this snuff bottle is sold to me?" Li Fan was surprised that this man was so rich. $10 million to say bye. Qin Xiao gave Li Fan the answer at this time. Smilingly said to the middle heaven man, "Master Gu, I didn't expect you to be able to look at this snuff bottle," said Qin Xiao to Li Fan. Introduced, "Li Fan, this is our Linshan City famous antique appraisal master. On the jade category has quite high attainments. In the whole Linshan City, no one out of its right." Li Fan did not expect that this middle-aged man would be so powerful. The ancient master smiled and spoke, "Say less of those complimentary words to me, Qin girl, just say if the snuff bottle is for sale or not and I'm done." Qin Xiao turned her head and looked at Li Fan for a moment and said, "Master Gu, this snuff bottle was discovered by Li Fan. He has the final say on whether to sell it or not." Hearing this, Li Fan quickly shook his head and said, "Boss, this snuff bottle was found in the store. It's the store's stuff, not mine." However, Qin Xiao insisted, "Li Fan, although the snuff bottle is from the store, in my store he is a piece of trash to be thrown away. It was you who appraised his value. You decide whether to sell it or not." Qin Xiao's words made Li Fan's heart touching. To know this snuff bottle, but it is worth 10 million. But Qin Xiao did not have the intention of taking it for herself at all, which made him change his mind about Qin Xiao as a person. It turned out that the cold schoolgirl still had such a side. However, Li Fan was not someone who was blind to money. "Boss, although I found this snuff bottle, have you forgotten? You just hired me as the store's appraiser, and it's my job to identify the snuff bottle in the store. So this snuff bottle is still the store's." Hearing Li Fan say this, Qin Xiao was also more satisfied with Li Fan in her heart. Previously, Yu Hongxiang's matter had brought her a lot of harm. Now in the face of a snuff bottle worth $10 million, since Li Fan, a poor boy, could be moved in the slightest, it was enough to see Li Fan's character. "Master Gu, the snuff bottles are sold to you." Qin Xiao also stopped being pretentious and opened her mouth to make the decision. "Good, Qin girl, I'll remember this love of yours." The ancient master was immensely pleased. Can see that he is really like the snuff bottle. Directly on the spot wrote a check for 10 million, and then took the snuff bottle full of joy to open. Before leaving, the ancient master also praised Li Fan, gave Li Fan a business card. Qin Xiao asked Li Fan, do you have a bank account number? Give me one. Boss, what do you want my bank account number to say? Li Fan was puzzled. Qin Xiao smiled and said, now that you're my employee, of course I'm going to pay you in the future, and I'm going to give you a commission for the $10 million snuff bottle you just sold. Li Fan gave Qin Xiao her own bank account number, and immediately afterward, he received a text message indicating that the account had been credited with 1 million renminbi. Seeing this amount, Li Fan's eyes widened. Immediately, boss, Qin Xiao interrupted Li Fan and said, 100,000 is your salary this month, paid you in advance. As for that 3 million is the commission you just sold the snuff bottles. In the future, wherever by your appraisal, collected into the store and sold out the things, I'll give you 30% of the profit. Li Fan did not expect Qin Xiao to give him such a high salary. Originally, a salary of $100,000 a month was quite a lot, and now he even had to give him 30% of the profit, which was not a small amount. It was important to know that they were in the business of antiques, and there was an old saying that if you don't open for 3 years, you open and eat for 3 years. As long as the antique store sells goods, it will definitely be goods with a big price. So compared to the commission, this base salary can be dispensed with. Boss, you're giving me such a big favor. Aren't you losing money? Li Fan said with a smile. Chapter 19, Qin Ronggang. Qin Xiao smiled faintly. That smile was as moving as a flower blooming in the spring breeze. Li Fan, with this eyesight of yours, you can make money wherever you go. I believe that your future accomplishments are unlimited. I'm afraid that by then how many people will step through the threshold and want to invite you won't be able to do so. That's why I definitely need to enlist you properly now. If you develop in the future, don't forget me. Li Fan's heart was touched for a moment. He did have the heaven-defying ability of perspective now, but after all, he still had nothing and had just gone through a low point in his life. He was really touched that Qin Xiaoro was so good to him. Li Fan had always been a person who valued his feelings, and he would return the favor of a drop of water. Boss, don't worry, as long as I'm here, Qin's antique jewelry will never have any problems. I believe in you, Qin Xiaoro said happily. At this time, Qin Xiaoro's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Qin Xiaoro's complexion had a hint of sadness as she answered the phone. Qin Xiaoro didn't say anything, but listened to the person on the phone for a long time. Then Qin Xiaoro explained in a very aggravated manner. Dad, do you know what Yu Hongxiang has done? Over the years, he has united with others and pitted our Qin's antique and jewelry store for nearly $50 million. Such a person, such a moth. Of course I have to clean him out of the Qin family. Good, I'll go back and explain it to you face to face. As soon as she put down the phone, she took a deep breath. She could tell that facing her father was very depressing. It was obvious that for a long time, Qin Xiaoro wasn't very much valued by her father, and she very much wanted to prove herself to him. Li Fan, can I trouble you to come home with me? I want to talk to my father about the matter of Yu Hongxiang. Maybe there is something that needs to be explained by you. Qin Xiaoro said to Li Fan with an expectant face. Okay boss, I'll go with you. Li Fan agreed dryly, which made Qin Xiaoro very happy. Leaving the Qin's jewelry and antique shop, he sat in Qin Xiaoro's red Ferrari. This was the first time Li Fan sat in such a good sports car. This hair puller was worth more than $6 million. It could be said to be a veritable luxury car, especially when it started. The heart-stopping engine roar, as if it could inspire the kind of hot blood surging hidden in a man's body. Sports car driving on the road, whether it is pedestrians or next to the car driver, will not be able to help but have to turn their heads to look at. Turn-back rate is said to be 100% is not the slightest bit too much. Looking at those people cast envious eyes, Li Fan heart will naturally produce a sense of vanity. After all, who does not want to be envied by others? Now Li Fan somewhat understood why there were so many people who would use any means in order to get money and power, because this feeling of vanity was really good. But he, Li Fan, didn't need to do that because he now had a pair of divine eyes. Luxury cars, villas, money, status. He believed that he had all this at his fingertips. Soon the Ferrari drove into a villa area in front of the largest villa. This huge yard covers an area of nearly half the size of a soccer field. In the distance there were lawns, fountains, all kinds of valuable trees, and 4 or 5 gardeners trimming the flowers and plants. Qin Xiaoro led Li Fan into the villa. At this time, 2 middle-aged men were sitting in the living room of the villa, drinking tea while playing Go. One of the middle-aged men had an extraordinary aura, and his sharp eyes seemed to be able to penetrate people's minds with a single glance. His eyebrows bore a slight resemblance to Qin Xiaoro. This man was none other than Qin Xiaoro's father, Qin Ronggang, the helmsman of the Qin family. Back then, Qin Xiaoro's grandfather operated a curio store, which was only a small name within the curio street, relying on honesty to grow bigger little by little. Later, he handed over the antique store to Qin Ronggang. I did not expect Qin Ronggang showed a strong business talent. Will be a curio store? Into the entire city of Linshan City, the famous antique jade group, nearly 10 billion worth, become one of the top 10 tycoons in Linshan City. Seeing the two come in, Qin Ronggang did not even lift his head, still looking at the chess game in front of him, asked in a low voice, "Tell me, what's going on?" Qin Xiaoro told Qin Ronggang all about what had just happened. It wasn't until then that Qin Rong just removed his eyes from the chessboard and looked at Qin Xiaoro. Qin Xiaoro hurriedly pulled over Li Fan and introduced him to Qin Ronggang. "Dad, this is Li Fan. He is the one who dismantled Yu Hongxiang's plot. You don't look at Li Fan as young, but I'm afraid that his eyesight is only one of the best in the entire city of Linshan, and he is definitely capable of becoming a grade 1 appraisal master." Qin Ronggang swept a glance at Li Fan. That eyes were incomparably indifferent. Educating Qin Xiaoro, you have to still be too young. Social experience is not enough experience. Do things too superficially? How many people in this world are addicted to antiques? But how many can be called master appraisers? Qin Xiaoro had always wanted to prove herself in front of her father, but her eyesight really wasn't good. But this time, although she didn't find any antiques, she felt that she had discovered a talent. That was Li Fan. So she especially wanted to let her father know how good Li Fan was, so that he could recognize her as well. So she immediately grabbed the opportunity to say to her father, "Dad, Li Fan has also just discovered a snuff bottle from the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty in the waste materials of our storehouse. And that snuff bottle was also bought by Master Feng at a high price of $10 million. Oh, there's still this?" Hearing this matter, It was obvious that Qin Ronggang was also surprised and couldn't help but sweep a glance at Li Fan. Seeing this, Qin Xiao became even happier in her heart and continued, "Dad, I've already hired Li Fan to be the chief appraiser of our Qin's antique jewelry store, and I've given him a monthly salary of 100,000 as well as 3 levels of profit. The snuff bottle that was just sold was worth $10 million, and I gave him a share of $3 million. Qin Ronggang frowned when he heard this, clearly dissatisfied with Qin Xiao's practice. "Xiao, go to the kitchen and pour a cup of tea for the guests," Qin Ronggang instructed Qin Xiao. "Okay, Dad." Qin Xiao was very happy to hear this, knowing that his father had always been high-eyed. To have him give Li Fan a fork in the road showed that her father had already valued Li Fan, which was a result that she wanted very much. Once Qin Xiao left, Qin Ronggang's face became stern. Chapter 20. Feet on the ground. Qin Ronggang's deep gaze landed on Li Fan's face, looking him up and down, and then a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. It was important to know that with his status and position, many people would naturally show timidity and weakness in front of him, not even daring to face his gaze directly, especially for a young man as old as Li Fan. No one could remain calm under his gaze. But just now, while he was sizing up Li Fan was also sizing him up. In the face of his gaze, Li Fan was unafraid. The whole person was incomparably calm, as if there was not the slightest bit of constraint in front of him, which had to make him very surprised. However, this also made him even more skeptical in his heart about the motive of Li Fan's purpose. "Your name is Li Fan? Which university did you graduate from?" Li Fan's face was calm and spoke without being overbearing. "Boss Qin, my name is Li Fan. I didn't graduate from the university and dropped out because of some things." Hearing this answer, Qin Ronggang shook his head in his heart. People who can drop out of college must have big problems of their own. "What does your family do? Do your parents do business on their own? Or are they executives of any company?" Qin Ronggang continued to ask. Li Fan frowned slightly. This question made him uncomfortable in his heart, but still answered, "My parents are ordinary workers, not doing business or executives." With 2 questions, Qin Ronggang had pretty much gotten to the bottom of Li Fan, and in his heart, he did not feel half good about Li Fan, and said directly to Li Fan, "My Qin family is not short of money. You don't need to pay back the 3 million that Xiao just gave you. Just take it as your payment for helping Xiao to dismantle Hongxiang today. But after taking the money, I hope you can leave Xiao. This child was pampered since she was a child, and doesn't realize that this society is treacherous, easy to be cheated, easy to be gullible. Finally, I want to caution you young people, must use their own small smarts in the right place. If you really have the eyes, well, rely on their own skills, down-to-earth development, do not always think of taking shortcuts." After saying that, Qin Ronggang no longer looked at Li Fan, directly waved his hand and said, "Okay, you go." Li Fan couldn't help but smile when he heard these words and didn't explain more with Qin Ronggang. He and Qin Ronggang were not familiar with each other, so there was no need to explain so much with him, and since they did not believe him, he did not want to put a hot face on their cold asses, so Li Fan turned around and left the villa. When Qin Xiao returned after pouring the tea, she found that Li Fan was no longer there. "Dad, where is Li Fan?" Qin Ronggang casually said. "He left on some business." Qin Xiao immediately frowned, feeling that there was something not simple here, and for a moment, she questioned her father with some anger. "Dad, what did you just say to Li Fan?" Qin Ronggang put down the teacup in his hand heavily and said in a cold voice, "What? Do I need to report to you what I said to him? Xiao, you still experience too little. There are many people, many things that you can't make a good distinction. If you weren't born in the Qin family, and didn't have me and your grandfather protecting you, how many losses would you have to suffer?" As soon as Qin Xiao heard this, she knew that Li Fan must have been driven away by his father, so angry that she put down the teapot and hurriedly chased after him. Seeing his daughter in this state, Qin Ronggang couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "This daughter of mine is really too incompetent. There's no one to pass on to such a big Qin family as mine in the future." The middle-aged man who had been sitting across from him without opening his mouth only comforted Qin Ronggang at this moment. "Old Qin, I think this child Xiao is still not bad. At least he has a strong motivation. You should give her more opportunities. Let her let go and fight for herself." The middle-aged man who opened his mouth to speak was Qin Ronggang's closest friend, as well as his right-hand man, Fu Ao. Fu Ao in the antique appraisal has a very high attainments. Qin Ronggang will be able to Qin's group stronger and bigger, and Fu Ao has an inseparable relationship. At the same time, Fu Ao is also Qin Rongggang's most trusted person. Qin Ronggang shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about her for now. Let's talk about the main thing." The next stone gambling competition can be said to be very important to our Qin family. Over the past 2 years the Li family has become more and more powerful, eating up quite a bit of our business, especially Li Tianhai, who brought back several pieces of extremely beautiful jade one after another after returning from abroad. Now if we just talk about business in jade, My Qin family is already inferior to the Li family. If we let Li Tianhai win again in this stone gambling competition, our Qin family will completely lose the high-end jade market in Linshan City, which will be a major blow to my Lin family. Fu Ao also nodded his head with a very grave expression. This Li family is said to have the blessing of the Chen family. The Chen family is the #1 family in Linshan City. The Li family has done a lot of things outside based on the reputation of the Chen family. We wanted to meet Elder Chen several times, but we never had the chance to do so. But don't worry, old Qin. This time for the stone gambling competition, I will personally go over with Xiao Rou, and will definitely win over the Li family, and re-establish my Qin family's reputation. With Fu Ao personally stepping in, Qin Ronggan was also considered to be quite relieved. Li Fan had just walked out of the gate of the villa area when Qin Xiaorou chased after him in the red Ferrari and waved at Li Fan. Li Fan, I'm sorry. I don't know what my father just said to you, but no matter what he said, I have to apologize for you on his behalf. Li Fan smiled and shook his head. You don't need to apologize for me. You're already very good to me. I don't know why. Looking at Li Fan at this moment, Qin Xiaorou had an inexplicable feeling of heartache in her heart. Li Fan, the day after tomorrow there will be a gambling market competition. At that time, all the sizable antique dealers and jewelry and jade dealers in the city of Linshan will participate, and our Qin family will also be there. This competition is very important to us. In recent times, Li's jewelry has been suppressing our Qin family, grabbing a lot of our share. The only way we can overshadow the Li family is if we win this last stone gambling competition. Can you accompany me? I believe that with your eyesight, you will definitely help us. Li Fan didn't even think about it and directly agreed. Okay, no problem. I'll go with you. Thank you, Li Fan. Qin Xiaorou was very happy to see Li Fan when he pawned down. Qin Xiaorou had wanted to send Li Fan back, but was rejected by Li Fan. Just after Qin Xiaorou left, Li Fan received a call from Mr. Chen. Chapter 21. Mr. Chen delivers the villa. Divine Dr. Li, where are you right now? I'll have my men look for you. On the phone, Mr. Chen spoke very thunderously. Li Fan didn't think much and told Mr. Chen his location. After almost more than 10 minutes, a Bentley Flying Spur sedan slowly stopped beside him. The incomparably conspicuous B-shaped car logo, as well as the stern big mouth, and the unruly lights on both sides, showed that this car was both noble and had a wild beauty. As two of the top luxury cars alongside Rolls-Royce, Bentley and Rolls-Royce now follow two very different routes. Rolls-Royce is incomparable elegance, giving people a kind of graceful and luxurious, while Bentley is more like the king's seat. Driving it can be invincible. This top version limited edition model, I'm afraid the value should be around 10 million. Absolutely not ordinary people can afford. At this time, the car door opened. Down wearing a black suit, eyes austere driver. This person Li Fan looked familiar. Before in the hospital seems to have seen at the side of Mr. Chen. Is Mr. Chen's driver and bodyguard. Hello Divine Dr. Li, my name is Ah Biao. I am Mr. Chen's driver. In order to thank you for saving the old man's life, Mr. Chen sends you a thin gift, and I need to trouble Mr. Li for you to personally go and inspect it. Thin gift? What thin gift? Li Fan asked with some confusion. Ah Biao, on the other hand, did not say anything, directly pulled open the car door and said to Li Fan, Divine Dr. Li, you will naturally know when you go and see it. Li Fan thought about it or got into the car. Then the car drove all the way towards the east of the city. That was the direction of Yundan Mountain. Almost 20 minutes later, he arrived at the foot of Yundan Mountain. Yundan Mountain is located in the city of Linshan City. In the Yundan Mountain at the foot of the mountain and Yueshi Lake, the mountains and lakes reflect each other, appearing here picturesque. In the busy downtown area is a rare quiet place, so Cloud Dan Mountain and Yueshi Lake around the plot can be said to be an inch of land. Here is located in a lot of low-density residential. All of them are medium and high-end neighborhoods. The environment is superior. The price is not cheap. Like the cheapest small high-rise, the starting price per square meter is also more than 30,000 yuan a flat. Like some houses, small villas, often to tens of millions of dollars. In the Cloud Dan Mountain halfway up the mountain, is located in the city of Linshan City's top villa area, Mountain Lake Manor, which casually is said of the cheapest villa. Also 500,000 yuan to start. The higher the terrain where the villa is located, the more expensive it is. At the top of the whole Cloud Dan Mountain, there is one of the largest villa manor, can be said to be the entire city of Linshan landmark building. Who does not know what people live on this manor? It is said that when this manor house was built, the external selling price was 100 million. Bentley sedan did not stop at the bottom of the mountain, but drove directly into the Mountain Lake Manor, along the neat mountain road to the top of the mountain, and finally stopped at the top of the mountain in front of the estate villa worth 100 million. Immediately there is a 50 years old, with two small black beard, wearing a black banquet dress of the old housekeeper, with two old moms respectfully welcome up. Ah Biao got out of the car and opened the door for Li Fan, saying, "Divine Dr. Li, we are here." Li Fan got out of the car and looked at the manor house. His heart was also incomparably shocked. No one would not be interested in this kind of mansion. In the past, Li Fan was afraid that he would never dare to imagine that he would be able to walk into this villa one day. However, now that he had obtained the inheritance of the loose man, he believed that with his own efforts, he would one day be able to earn money and buy a villa like this. However, right at this moment, Ah Biao, who was on the side, directly said in a shocking way, "Divine Dr. Li, this manor villa is Mr. Chen's gift to you." Li Fan immediately froze his entire body. He thought that this manor villa was Mr. Chen's home to come here to meet Mr. Chen, but he didn't expect that this huge manor villa was meant to be a gift for him. It was worth $100 million. Ah Biao spoke from the side, "Divine Dr. Li, Mr. Chen has already asked me to prepare the transfer contract. As long as you sign on it, this estate villa will belong to your private property. Right, there is also this Bentley sedan, which is also given to you by Mr. Chen together. It will also be passed to your name together with the manor transfer contract you signed, which is considered as one of the properties within this manor villa." Li Fan was still a little surprised in his heart at this time, but he soon calmed down. After all, nowadays Li Fan is no longer an ordinary person. He can obtain the inheritance of the free disperser, destined to stand at the peak of this planet in his life. A set of manor house was just a set of villa. After being surprised, he would not have any other thoughts. He also knew that this was Mr. Chen throwing an olive branch to him. After all, for these rich people who were worth millions of dollars, money was just numbers to them, but life was the only thing. Being able to flatter a divine doctor like Li Fan was equivalent to adding one more life to theirs, so this set of manor house was not really a big deal. "Thank Mr. Chen for me, I appreciate his kindness." Li Fan nodded his head and agreed. There was no pretense either. After all, nowadays, his parents and sister were still living in that shabby urban village, and with this manor house, he could also let his parents and sister live a good life. The old housekeeper on the side immediately brought the transfer contract, respectfully handed to Li Fan, said, "Mr. Li, hello, I am the housekeeper of this set of manor villa. You can call me Shinfu, the future manor villa, all the big things within the small things. Buy me to share your worries. Mr. Li, this manor villa covers a total area of 5,000 square meters, with a building area of 1,500 square meters. In addition to this main villa, there are also two smaller villas, which serve as guest rooms and subordinate rooms. The entire villa has a total of 1 cook, 1 handyman, and 3 servants." Li Fan took the contract and signed his name on it, then said to Shinfu, "I'll call you Uncle Shin from now on. Take me to visit this villa." Shinfu and a few subordinates immediately had a very good impression of Li Fan. They had served many rich people in this line of work, and most of the rich people were very cold and arrogant, not treating them, the subordinates, as equals. Li Fan was young, but gave them a very comfortable feeling. For a while a few people were a little happy in their hearts. It seemed that they had met a good master. Li Fan followed Shinfu to visit the villa, which had a total of 2 underground floors and 5 floors above ground, with a wine cellar, tea room, study, gym, audio-visual room, chess and cards room. Everything was available. What surprised Li Fan the most was the huge indoor swimming pool located on the first underground level. After visiting the villa for a round, Ah Biao completed his mission and left, while Li Fan asked Shinfu and the others to pack up the rooms, and in the next 2 days, he would pick up his parents and sister to live over here. Coming out of the villa, Li Fan sped in the Bentley and headed to the small hotel outside the university city gate. Li Fan thought to himself that the boss's wife must be furious that he hadn't gone back this day. Chapter 22, Boss's Wife's Office. Driving a luxury car on the way, Li Fan could not help but sigh in his heart. This luxury car, sold expensive, does have its expensive value. It is indeed, ordinary cars cannot be compared. Driving such a car, the whole person's mood will be much better. Coming to the university town, Li Fan parked his car in the parking lot on the side and then walked towards the small hotel. Just shortly after Li Fan had left, a group of youthful and beautiful college students walked over, and immediately some of them noticed the limited edition Bentley sedan and exclaimed, "I go, isn't this the limited edition Bentley Flying Spur? This styling is simply too cool." Hearing him shout like this, the other students also came over to gather around, and for a while, a look of longing flowed from their eyes. "How much does this car cost?" someone asked. The previous student immediately said with incomparable complacency, as if the car was his, "This is a limited edition Bentley Flying Spur, priced at more than $9 million, plus all kinds of purchase tax landed at more than $10 million. It's an absolute luxury car, top luxury car. I'm afraid that in the entire city of Linshan, there are only a handful of people who can afford to drive such a luxury car." I don't know what kind of big shot has come to our university town. It can't be that schoolgirl's boyfriend, right? Many female college students in the crowd are incomparably envious and jealous. What kind of girl can sit on such a car? Ah, I want to take a picture with this car. Lee Meichi squeezed out of the crowd and came to the Bentley Flying Spur, taking out her cell phone to take a picture of herself and the Bentley Flying Spur. My future boyfriend will definitely drive a luxury car like this and pick me up and send me off every day, Lee Meichi said with jealousy in her eyes. At that moment, all the other girls also went forward and took pictures with the Bentley Flying Spur, and at this time, Lee Fan did not even know that his car had become a punching bag attraction outside the gates of the university town. When he walked into the hotel, he met his colleague, another receptionist of the hotel. Hudong, Lee Fan, where have you been this day? Sister Hong couldn't find you and was furious. I see that she has been gloomy all day. Her mood is very bad. You quickly go and apologize to Sister Hong. Hudong saw Lee Fan, immediately squeezed his eyebrows and said to Lee Fan, look. Lee Fan was also a bit not too nice. This running out for a day without any reason. I'm afraid the boss's wife is really angry. Okay, I know. I'll go find her this time, said Lee Fan went up the stairs. Hudong looked at Lee Fan's back, frowned and puzzled. How do I feel that this little cutie today? A little bit not quite right? Lee Fan came outside the boss lady's office and gently knocked on the door. Boss lady, I'm back. A slight hint of lethargy was heard coming from inside from the boss's wife's voice. Lee Fan? You came in by yourself? The door was left open. Lee Fan gently pushed open the door of the room, and then saw the boss's wife. At this time the whole person lying on the sofa, drunken eyes, covered in alcohol. The original not long skirt hem has unconsciously scurried to the thighs, revealing that snow-white beautiful legs. Immediately see Lee Fan breathing heavily. For a moment in Lee Fan's mind, he thought of what happened yesterday with the boss's wife in the office, especially when the boss's wife grabbed his hand. The touch in his palm is still fresh in his mind now. Boss lady, what's wrong with you? Lee Fan walked up and asked with concern. At the same time he was puzzled. He didn't just skip a day's work. The boss's wife wasn't so angry that she drank herself into this state, right? Seeing Lee Fan walking over, the boss's wife struggled to sit up from the sofa, then wobbled to walk towards her desk and almost fell down. Lee Fan hurriedly went forward to help her. For a moment that plump and delicate body into the arms, incomparably soft touch, so that Lee Fan's heart and mind rippled. Feeling Lee Fan's robust body, the boss's wife also had the same spring in her eyes, incomparably coquettishly looking at Lee Fan. Lee Fan, come, you have a drink too. With that she picked up the bottle of foreign wine on the desk and poured it into the cup she herself had been drinking from. Since it was the only cup in the office, she then placed that cup in front of Lee Fan. Lee Fan looked at that cup of wine, especially when he realized that at the edge of the cup, the lipstick mark of the boss's wife still remained, and for a while Lee Fan's mind was swirling. Lee Fan gently took a sip, and for a moment, the refreshing aroma entered his throat. Just whether it was the fragrance of the wine or the aroma left on the lipstick print, Lee Fan couldn't tell the difference. You say, how is it that people in this world are so willing to go and point fingers at other people's affairs? Your own family is full of and can't manage it, and you still go and mock others. Whether others are doing well or badly, what does it have to do with them? Zhang Yanhong once again poured the cup full of wine, took a sip herself, and then handed it back to Lee Fan's lips, letting Lee Fan continue to drink, while whispering softly to herself in a deep, mournful voice. Look, I'm with you, a little cutie. What's the use of saying this? It's also thanks to you being a little cutie. Otherwise I'm afraid you'd have to look down on sis as well, thinking that sis is a mistress who only seduces married women. Speaking of this, Zhang Yanhong mockingly sarcasm herself. Lee Fan's heart inexplicably tightened. Looking at the front of the dainty boss lady, Lee Fan firmly said, Boss lady, I have never looked at you like this. In my heart you are not only beautiful, the heart is incomparable goodness, much better than other women. Zhang Yanhong was incomparably surprised to hear these words from Lee Fan. Did you mean what you said? Lee Fan nodded and said, Lee Fan, never lie. In Zhang Yanhong's mind, the ambiguous scene she played with Lee Fan yesterday also surfaced, and a blush crept over that beautiful face. She took a step forward, her whole body pressed against Lee Fan's body, making Lee Fan feel the strange touch in his arms, producing a restless heartbeat. Lee Fan, if you don't mind sister, hug sister, okay? Chapter 23, Pretending to be a boyfriend. Lee Fan's breathing suddenly became more ragged. With such a beautiful big woman in front of him, a man wouldn't be able to resist. When he woke up again, it was already dawn. When he opened his eyes, Lee Fan saw the boss's wife lying beside him, still blushing, and he couldn't help but grin. And when the boss's wife, Zhang Yanhong, saw Lee Fan looking at herself and giggling, she really hated that she could not burrow into the ground in shame. Yesterday she was in the end with this little cutie. What had done? Thinking back, it was really too humiliating. Boss lady, did you last night you met something sad? If there's something you can't solve, you tell me and I will definitely help you solve it. Li Fan looked at Zhong Yanhong and said in an incomparably certain tone. Before this, although Li Fan had a girlfriend, he had never had such an intimate relationship with his girlfriend. Li Fan had always been a decent person. Since now he has already had this kind of relationship with the boss's wife, then he naturally has to be responsible to the end. This is a man's responsibility. Only when Zhong Yanhong heard this, in her heart, she sighed. The thing she encountered, how could it be solved by Li Fan? Moreover, after hearing his name, Zhong Yanhong also corrected with a slight frown on her brows. Now you still want to call me boss lady? From now on you call me Sister Hong. Okay, Sister Hong. Li Fan scratched his head, always feeling that he was not quite comfortable with being called that for a while. Don't worry, Sister Hong, I will definitely be responsible for you. Li Fan blushed a little and said shyly, while Zhong Yanhong said to Li Fan in a serious tone, Little Fan, Sister doesn't need you to be responsible for me either. You can't solve Sister's matters. Sis knows that you are a good boy, so Sis can't drag you down. Sister Hong, you have to trust me. I can definitely help you. Li Fan's tone was incomparably certain because right now he had the capital to say this. However, Zhong Yanhong didn't think so. Although from today's situation, Li Fan didn't seem to be as stupid as he was originally, but she couldn't be clearer about Li Fan's family situation and financial conditions. Li Fan couldn't even handle his own family's affairs well. How could he help her? Okay, little Fan, Sis knows you have good intentions, but I'm afraid I'm going to need a lot of money to solve Sis's matter. Sis, you name a number. How much money I can get? Once Li Fan heard something that could be solved with money, it couldn't be better. But when this was heard in Zhong Yanhong's ears, it wasn't the same thing. Zhong Yanhong was a bit angry and said to Li Fan in an educated tone, Little Fan, Sister has always looked at your simplicity and quality. What's wrong with you? You remember, a man can have no money, can be in a difficult situation, but absolutely cannot have no character, not able to be untrustworthy, not able to talk big. Seeing that Zhong Yanhong was a bit angry and didn't believe his words, Li Fan could only helplessly smile bitterly and responded, Okay, Sister Hong, I know, I won't say this again in the future. Seeing that Li Fan's attitude of admitting his mistake was still good, Zhong Yanhong then nodded her head, and a smile appeared on her face once again. Little Fan, how about you do Sister a favor? Pretend to be Sister's boyfriend and accompany Sister home for a meal? Without even thinking, Li Fan nodded his head and agreed. Sister, if you don't mind me, I can be your real boyfriend. When Zhong Yanhong heard this, she immediately smiled and touched Li Fan's head. Don't worry, Sis won't pester you, as long as you do this one favor for Sis. Saying this, Zhong Yanhong took her wallet and drew out $500 bills from it, but after a slight hesitation, she drew out one more and handed it to Li Fan. Little Fan, this $500 you go to the mall, buy some gifts for my parents, the remaining 100 as your taxi fare, you take a taxi to my house. Li Fan smiled and said, Sis, I have money, and I don't need a taxi, I'll drive there. Zhong Yanhong frowned again. Where did you get the car? Li Fan just wanted to say that he had a car, but when he saw Zhong Yanhong's changed icy color, he could only smile bitterly again. Okay, Sis, I'll listen to you. Before leaving, Li Fan told Zhong Yanhong about the shift change. He wanted to switch to the night shift position starting tomorrow. Previously, he had promised to work at the hospital in Qin's jewelry group, and although he didn't have to go every day, he would definitely have a lot of things to deal with during the day, and couldn't stay in the hotel every day, so he wanted to switch the hotel side of the job to a night position. Zhong Yanhong simply agreed after hearing this. This is good, you will have more time to take care of your parents during the day. Li Fan was touched in his heart. There were only two women who had helped her when he was in trouble. One was Zhong Yanhong and the other was Qin Xiao. After coming out of Zhong Yanhong's office, Li Fan left the small inn and headed to the nearby SK Mall to pick out a gift for Zhong Yanhong's parents. Although Zhong Yanhong only gave him $500, Li Fan did not intend to use the $500 to buy a gift. Since this was the first time he was meeting Zhong Yanhong's parents, he had to give something of value. Right now in Li Fan's bank card, there was more than $3 million lying quietly. Li Fan drove a limited edition Bentley Flying Spur sedan. Once into the underground parking lot of the shopping mall, there was immediately a security guard warmly welcomed, guiding the Bentley Flying Spur into the exclusive black card VIP parking area. On the other hand, the ordinary parking area on the side was lined up with a long queue. In search of an empty space, many people were casting envious gazes at Li Fan. Chapter 24, bought a new BMW. Li Fan got out of the car and asked the security guard to the side. I don't have a membership card for your mall. Can I park in your membership area? The security guard's face was filled with a bawdy smile as he nodded his head repeatedly and said, Sir, feel free to park. For the mall, to have a customer who drives such a luxury car to their mall, Even if they don't buy anything, they will become their potential customers, so of course they have to flatter them. Li Fan nodded, closed the car door and came to the first floor of the mall. Generally the first floor of a mall sells cosmetics and jewelry of big international brands. Li Fan came into Chin's Jewelry's branch located here. The reason why he didn't go to the store where he worked was that he didn't want any special care. Coming to the counter, Li Fan directly asked the clerk to recommend the best jade Buddha for him. Good jade could nourish people, and Li Fan decided to buy a jade Buddha for Zhong Yanhong's mother. As the saying goes, men wear goddess of mercy and women wear Buddha. With the nourishment of extremely good jade, it can make a woman's complexion become better and better, and her skin will be warm and moist. The clerk helped Li Fan recommend a jade Buddha worth $580,000, which was made of the finest ice jade. Li Fan did not have any problems after looking at it, and bought it on the spot by swiping his card, which caused a few sales clerks to throw winks at Li Fan. Then Li Fan came to the shopping mall on the 5th floor, where there are specialized tobacco, wine and tea stores. Li Fan spent another $400,000, bought a box of superb Dahongpo. To know the big red robe in ancient times, that is specialized tribute to the emperor. Don't look at the outside of a lot of tea, are playing the name of Wui Mountain Big Red Robe, but in fact, the big red robe of the mother tree, a total of only 3 trees, only these 3 mother tree on the growth, is the real big red robe, so its value is naturally very expensive. Many times even money cannot buy. Like Li Fan bought this big red robe, is not the mother tree, but from the mother tree cut off the branches and buds, planted in the mother tree around the child tree, but even so, its value is also smashing. Taking these gifts, Li Fan then drove his car and headed to the address that Zhong Yanhong had sent him. Only I don't know what day it is today. The road is full of traffic. The vehicles are very much. Even if you drive the Bentley Flying Spur, which is worth $10 million, it's still the same that you can't run up, which makes Li Fan very helpless. And at this time Zhong Yanhong has returned home, since she found a married man thing, was known by the crowd. Zhong Yanhong's parents have never looked at her in the eye. All feel that there is her daughter is very shameful. Why do you still have the face to come back? Our Zhong family does not welcome your kind of being a mistress. Zhong Jiqiang was sitting on the sofa drinking tea at this time. When he saw Zhong Yanhong come back, his face immediately changed and his words were vicious as he drank. On the side sat a young girl. Is Zhong Yanhong's sister, Zhong Yanli. From a young age, Zhong Yanli was jealous that her sister was better than her, and also better looking than her. So when she learned that her sister had given someone to be a mistress, she was especially happy in her heart, feeling that she finally had something better than her sister. Sister, didn't you say that you wouldn't return to this home even if you were killed? Why are you back again today? Zhong Yanli sneered. Zhong Yanhong's eyes were slightly red, not expecting to be so humiliated by her closest people just after entering the house. I came back to celebrate Mom's birthday. Zhong Yanhong was incomparably inferior and said with her head lowered. Humph, did you come back to celebrate your mom's birthday? Or did you piss me and your mom off? Zhong Jiqiang said with a face full of indifference. At this time, Zhong Yanhong's mother, Zhou Tsuehua, walked out wearing an apron, sweating profusely, obviously exhausted from cooking in the kitchen. After seeing Zhong Yanhong, Zhou Tsuehua's eyes flashed with a flash of hesitation and a complex expression. There was heartache, missing, and also a hint of disappointment and helplessness. Alas, Xiao Hong why don't you go back? Your hotel is quite busy too, right? Zhou Tsuehua opened her mouth and said to Zhong Yanhong. Even her mother, who had loved her the most since she was a child, wanted to drive herself out of the house, which made Zhong Yanhong's heart very hard to bear. With a clench of her teeth, Zhong Yanhong said, Dad, Mom, I have a new boyfriend who will also be coming over today. New boyfriend? What for? It won't be some big boss again, right? Upon hearing this, Zhong Jiqiang frowned and asked with intent. Zhong Yanli, on the other hand, added fuel to the fire. Sis, did you ask your new brother-in-law how many wives and children he has this time? Zhong Yanhong was full of aggression, biting her lip and said, Mom and Dad, my new boyfriend is the receptionist at my hotel, not a big boss, and no money. Zhong Yanli was relieved to hear this. She was really afraid that this sister of hers would find a boyfriend who was better than her boyfriend. From childhood to adulthood, it was not easy for her to surpass her sister, and she definitely could not let her sister surpass back again. Yo, my sister is changing her tastes. She doesn't like tycoons, she likes beggars? Zhou Tsuehua, on the other hand, nodded her head repeatedly and said, Good, just be practical and live a good life. Dad, Mom, Han Song will be here soon. He just bought a BMW 5 Series sedan last week. It cost more than 400,000. The car can look good. Zhong Yanli glanced at her cell phone message at this time, then said to her parents with a smug face. When Zhong Jiqiang heard that his second son-in-law was driving a BMW, his heart was also tickled for a while. He is also an old driver. but for so many years to drive are more than 100,000 yuan of cars. Usually look at people driving Mercedes-Benz BMW, only envy. Now his own son-in-law has a BMW. He is also able to have a good experience, so he quickly stood up. Go Xiaoli, you take me out to sea. Chapter 25 Limited Edition Bentley. Seeing her father's excited look, Zhang Yanli's heart was also happy and pleased, and she swept Zhang Yanhong a disdainful glance. So what if you are prettier than me, and better than me since you were a child? Aren't you still inferior to me in everything now? You were even better when you were small. So what? With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Yanli naturally refused to leave Zhang Yanhong behind. She had to drag Zhang Yanhong out, letting Zhang Yanhong take a good look at how good she was doing now. Sis, even dad has gone out to welcome Han Song. Do you still have the nerve to sit here? Go out with us. How could Zhang Yanhong not know that bit of Zhang Yanli's thoughts in her heart, knowing that she would continue to be sneered at by her if she went out? But Zhang Yanli moved dad out. She had to go out again, so she had to follow the two of them down the stairs together. They just came down. They saw a dark blue BMW sedan. Very windy stopped at the roadside. Then a 27 or 18-year-old, wearing a gray suit, hair gel smeared all over his head, and wearing a Rolex wristwatch on his wrist youth got out of the car, and saw Zhang Yanli revealing a face full of joy. Hubby, you came, drove for so long, exhausted. Zhang Yanli immediately jumped into Han Song's arms like a birdie and asked in a petulant manner, come, let me introduce you. This is my dad. This is my big sister. Dad, this is my boyfriend Han Song. Zhang Yanli made introductions to both parties. Han Song's gaze flashed with a touch of imperceptible amazement when it landed on Zhang Yanhong. I didn't expect the same parents to be born. Zhang Yanhong can be much more beautiful than Zhang Yanli. Whether it's her body or face, it's simply a superb product. No wonder this woman before can hang to a big money, can be a junior, no capital cannot be. However, in his heart, his face cannot dare to show, and hastily carry out from his car to bring gifts. Uncle, you good? The first time to the door is not much preparation. This point of thin gift also hope you do not mind. Zhong Jiqiang eyes to that gift box on a sweep, is actually the very best Mingqian Longjing. This is a good tea. In the outside can be sold for 2 or 3,000 a caddy, and quickly smile from ear to ear. Will be the tea received. Han in the family always heard Lily mention you. You are an excellent good child. Young rely on their own can open on the BMW. Good. In the future you have to work hard Han Song said modestly, but in fact, he was very satisfied with the gifts he gave. So when he saw Zhong Jiqiang's excited gaze when he looked at these gift boxes, a hint of pride naturally appeared on Han Song's face. Uncle, don't worry. Driving this several $100,000 BMW is nothing. My goal is to drive $1 million Porsche. Hearing Han Song have such confidence, Zhong Jiqiang was instantly even happier. Good. I'm relieved to have such a good son-in-law like you. A few people were talking when they saw a Bentley speeding on the road in the distance, driving by with a loud engine sound. Immediately, Han Song, Zhong Jiqiang and Zhang Yanli's gazes were all attracted. Oh my god, this Bentley is too beautiful. Zhang Yanli couldn't help but let out an exclamation of admiration. Zhong Jiqiang was similarly unable to move his gaze and said excitedly, the biggest dream of my life is to be able to ride in a luxury car like this. Han Song was full of complacency and said to the two men, Uncle, this Bentley Flying Spur is not an ordinary Bentley. It is a limited edition, priced at up to $10 million. To be able to drive such a car is definitely not an ordinary person. Hearing Han Song say so, Zhong Jiqiang's heart for this Bentley Flying Spur becomes more yearning, but he knows that he is afraid that his life in such a luxury car has no chance. After all, the price of $10 million worth of price can make him daunted. Chapter 26 Sold in front of the school. Li Fan parked his car in the nearby parking lot and looked at the neighborhood. It belonged to a medium neighborhood, and the price of the house was about 20,000 a square foot, which was a house that Li Fan's family couldn't afford at all in the past. Li Fan made a call to Zhong Yanhong. Sister Hong, I've arrived at your neighborhood. In the parking lot next to it. Receiving the call, Zhong Yanhong immediately said to her father, Dad, my boyfriend has also arrived. When Zhong Jiqiang heard this, he immediately opened his mouth and asked, how did he get here? Where is the car now? Tell him to drive straight over. Zhong Yanhong said, he came by taxi. He should be parked outside the neighborhood gate. When Zhong Jiqiang heard that he came by taxi, he gave a cold cry of disdain. He came by taxi and still wants me to pick him up? Let's go upstairs and let him come by himself. After saying this, Zhong Jiqiang directly led Han Song and Zhong Yanli away, not intending to pick up Li Fan here at all. Zhong Yanhong's eyes flashed with a touch of despondency, and she can only wait for Li Fan downstairs by herself. Not long after, Li Fan came over. Zhong Yanhong went up to help Li Fan with those gifts he bought, and the two of them went upstairs together. Li Fan, my parents may not speak well, You must not take it to heart. When they were at the door, Zhong Yanhong also took a precaution to Li Fan. Li Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry sis, I will take care of it." The purpose of Li Fan's visit this time was to satisfy Zhong Yanhong's parents and give Zhong Yanhong a good fight. Seeing Li Fan say this, Zhong Yanhong was slightly relieved and opened the door to her room. At this time, the family had already sat around the table and started to eat, with no intention of waiting for Li Fan and Zhong Yanhong. Seeing the two men come in, the family at the table just looked at them, and then didn't say a word. Zhong Yanhong just had to walk up herself and said, "Dad, Mom, this is my boyfriend Li Fan." The family still had no intention of getting up, and ate and drank. Zhong Yanhong and Li Fan stood there, and Zhong Yanhong was a little embarrassed for a while. "Uncle and auntie, first time visiting, I brought you some small gifts, I hope you don't mind," Zhong Jiqiang said with a cold snort. Our family education is extremely strict. I heard that you are one of Zhong Yanhong's attendants, not too young, planning to just mingle for the rest of your life, but you don't have the ability, so I won't say anything, but you don't even have character. You don't even have the most basic manners. What were you doing on the phone just now? You still want me to pick you up, don't you? And now you're taking a bunch of counterfeits and swollen faces. Facing Zhong Jiqiang's continuous chiding, Li Fan apologized and said, "Uncle and auntie, I'm sorry. It's me who didn't think it through." Han Song opened the Mingqian Longjing he had just brought and said smugly while brewing the tea, "You can't drink this tea indiscriminately. Many unscrupulous merchants use some expired, moldy tea cleaned and indiscriminately. Drinking it hurts your body. Dad, Mom, you guys try my Mingqian Longjing. It's sweet in the mouth and clears heat and detoxifies the body." Zhou Cuihua didn't know tea, but after taking a sip, she also felt that the flavor was very good. Zhong Jiqiang took a sip and was in full praise. "Good tea, this is good tea. The garbage that some people bring in, it's better to throw it away quickly." Saying this, Zhong Jiqiang directly threw the top quality great red robe that Li Fan had bought into the trash can on the side. "Mom, today is your birthday. Han Song specially prepared a birthday gift for you." Zhong Yanli also opened her mouth with a smile at this time, then signaled Han Song to take out the gift. Han Song took out a beautifully wrapped box from a pocket on the side, and looking at the packaging, one could tell that the things inside were not cheap. Opening the box instantly revealed a crystal clear jade bracelet inside, and for a moment several people let out gasps of amazement. "This jade bracelet is too good looking. It's not cheap, right?" Zhou Cuihua revealed a heartbroken look when she thought of the money. Han Song pretended to be unconcerned and said, "It's not much money, just $50,000. I've heard some masters say that a good bracelet worn on the body is able to nourish people." "What? $50,000? The family's eyes widened as they listened to this figure. $50,000 for a bracelet was not something an ordinary family could afford to spend. Well, surely you found a good boyfriend. Unlike some people, with a box of broken tea leaves, they want to come and cheat food and drink. What a thing." Zhong Yanhong now regretted that she shouldn't have brought Li Fan back. In the past, she herself was aggrieved any way she wanted, but now she had dragged the innocent Li Fan into it. Li Fan at this time but suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Your jade bracelet is fake. $20 a piece. The convenience store in front of the elementary school sells them." Chapter 27 Right and Wrong. "You little cutie. What nonsense." Li Fan's words could be described as a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. All of them looked at Li Fan angrily and rebuked. Han Song also quit, slammed the table and scolded in a cold voice, "You a poor beggar. Such a good jade bracelet. Have you ever seen it?" Li Fan only glanced at it and all the information of the jade bracelet was displayed. Name, fake jade bracelet. Material, glass. Year of making, 1 year. Value, 20 yuan. Zhong Yanhong, take good care of your poor husband. I think he's just jealous of our family. Han Song, you can't afford to buy a jade bracelet yourself, and you dare to say my husband's jade bracelet is fake. What a thing. Zhong Yanli angrily rebuked at Zhong Yanhong. Zhou Cuihua also had no good impression of Li Fan at this time. It was like what Zhong Jiqiang said, a man can have little ability, but he can't have no character. It's not even if you don't have money, but now you are saying that the bracelet sent by Xiao Han is a fake bracelet. What kind of heart do you have? Zhou Cuihua directly put the bracelet on the wrist, face full of smiles, said, "This bracelet is good. I like it too much. Small Han, thank you." Han Song saw the situation look very pleased, smiled and said, "Auntie, as long as you like it is good. It doesn't matter how much this bracelet costs. It's just a little bit of my heart." Zhong Yanhong glared at Li Fan angrily. When she came up she specifically instructed Li Fan not to mind what her parents said, but now it was obvious that Li Fan minded her parents' attitude. That's why she opened her mouth carelessly, saying that the bracelet was fake and wanted to make a splash, but this would only make her raise her head even more in the family. "Dad, Mom, little sister, brother-in-law, I'm sorry, Li Fan, He doesn't know anything. Nonsense. Zhong Yanhong humiliatingly lowered her head to apologize to everyone. But Li Fan didn't want to let the boss's wife suffer this kind of aggravation and spoke again. This bracelet is fake. If you don't believe me, you can verify it. Glass and emerald. In terms of hardness is different. The hardness of glass is usually only about 4-5, while the hardness of emerald reaches 7. So it's easy to leave scratches on glass, but it's hard to get scratches on emerald. Your bull ****** ting me. This bracelet of mine is definitely real. There's absolutely no way it's fake. Han Song's face changed and said with incomparable firmness, if you don't believe me, then verify it and see if the glass can make scratches on this jade bracelet. Li Fan said confidently, kid, do you know how much this bracelet costs? And you still scratch it with glass. Can you afford to pay for it if you scratch it? Zhong Jicheng coldly scolded. Li Fan said with a smile, if the jade bracelet can be scratched with glass, is it still worth money? Li Fan's words infuriated Zhong Jicheng. In his heart, he knew that Li Fan was right. But what qualification did Li Fan, a poor beggar, have to educate him? Okay, row it. Jotsuaping was also dry in doing things. It just so happened that there was a soy sauce bottle in the kitchen that she knew was broken, and she directly used that fragment to melt it on that jade bracelet. Everyone probed and looked over, just to see that on that originally smooth and incomparable jade bracelet, there was actually a scratch. Li Fan, how did you see it? Zhong Yanhong was the most shocked in the hearts of several people. Others didn't know, but she could know. Li Fan was a cutie. Originally, in the past 2 days, when Li Fan suddenly stopped being stupid, it made her a bit strange. And now this little cutie would also appraise jade bracelets. It was simply mind-boggling. Damn, this Han Lao Wu dares to cheat me. I'll go back and find him to settle the score. Han Song suddenly stood up and cursed with a face full of anger. Little Han, what the hell is going on here? Jotsuehua and Zhong Jicheng looked at Han Song and asked. Han Song said, Mom and Dad, it's all my fault. I bought this jade bracelet from a peddler. I didn't think he would dare to cheat me. No, I have to find him. Zhong Jicheng and Jotsuaping, seeing that Han Song was also cheated, hurriedly comforted. Little Han, don't be anxious. Auntie knows your heart on the line. How much money the gift is not important. Don't buy such expensive gifts in the future. Yes, Xiao Han, like that kind of peddlers, are not good people. Everything can be done. You must not be impulsive to find him. Come on Xiao Han, eat the vegetables. This gift of yours auntie is too satisfied, the old couple said while pulling Han Song to sit down to eat, still incredibly enthusiastic. When they finished eating, Zhong Jicheng and his wife called Li Fan to the door and said with an incomparably cold expression, Li Fan, Zhong Yanhong, the two of you will come home less often in the future. Don't you want to stir up other people's days as well when your own days are bad? Xiao Han is a good child. That jade bracelet, even if it is fake, it is also Xiao Han was cheated by someone. You give it out in public. It seems that you are quite powerful. Young people do things or down to earth. First come up with some achievements to let others see. Do not think all day long how to go to the trouble of others, said Zhong Jicheng from beside his wife's hand. Grabbed the account book, threw to Zhong Yanhong. When you guys get married, set yourselves, and you don't have to tell us. After saying this, the old couple directly entered the house and closed the door with a bang. For a while Zhong Yanhong's eyes were red. Tears could not help but slip from the corners of her eyes. Looking at Li Fan's heart, he blamed himself for a while. Sister Hong, I'm sorry, I'm the one who messed things up. Chapter 28, How come I didn't see you? Zhong Yanhong shook her head and said, Xiaofan, this matter is not your fault. It's sis who dragged you into this. The words my parents said just now, you must not take them to heart. Saying this, Zhong Yanhong pulled out another $200 from her bag and stuffed it into Li Fan's hand, instructing Li Fan, Little Fan, sis is in a bad mood, so she won't go back to the hotel with you. You take this money and take a taxi to go back by yourself. And you didn't have a good meal just now, so you can buy some more food. Li Fan still wanted to say something, but Zhong Yanhong had already left with a quick step. It could be seen that she was in a very bad mood now. Li Fan took the $200 in his hand, shook his head with a bitter smile, put the money into his pocket and drove his Bentley Flying Spur intending to make a trip back to the city center village. Now that he had a villa, he was going to get his parents and sister to live there, driving all the way back to the shantytown. In order not to cause a furor, Li Fan purposely parked his car on the road outside and then walked back home. Little Fan is back. Why didn't you go to work today? Seeing Li Fan come back, his parents were very happy. Li Fan said, Mom and Dad, my boss gave me a day off. I found a new house outside and we're moving there. Little Fan, it's the time when the family is in need of money. Although you've earned some money, you can't spend it indiscriminately. Mother immediately complained to Li Fan with some heartache. Having been used to living a hard life, spending more money than necessary would make her heart very uncomfortable. Li Fan said, Don't worry Mom, I have the ability to make money now. You don't need to think about saving money anymore. Our family should also move to a better place before we can do so. Li Qingshan on the side also smiled and said, well, don't argue with your child. It's a good thing that Xiaofan is now able to make money. Hearing her husband say this, Zhou Cuiping hesitated before saying, alright, then we'll move over there. But things over here need to be packed up. Li Fan looked around. Their family home is not too much to describe. According to his idea, there is nothing to pack up here at all. Take some necessary supplies and move directly over, and then buy the rest is. But the mother is very insistent. The things to bring, pack up how today want to move over is impossible. Especially the mother is very mindful of him. In the window on the vacant lot planted those vegetables. Li Fan's house is on the first floor. Outside the window is a piece of open space. Will be these open space leveled out? Planting some daily eat cucumbers, cabbage, tomatoes and other vegetables. By the way Xiaofan, is the house you're looking for still on the first floor? If not, what can I do with these vegetables? Zhou Cuiping said full of heartache. Li Fan immediately smiled and said, don't worry mom, you have a place to plant your vegetables. Our new house has a big yard. Really? That's a good feeling. It's good to have a yard. Once her mother heard that she had a place to plant her vegetables, she was so happy that she smiled. And Li Fan also smiled. Their new home, the yard could be big enough. Little Fan, you'll first move these vegetables over to the new house today, Zhou Cuiping said to Li Fan. Li Fan agreed, then went to the window and moved those vegetables planted on the open space, with their roots, into the boxes. Then he called a cargo puller to move them to the villa. The driver of the cargo puller stopped in front of Li Fan's house and looked at Li Fan moving the vegetables upwards, his face full of disgust at the surrounding. Young man, your place is really not good to enter. The doorway is broken and tattered. I can barely drive this car in. It is estimated that a small car of $200,000 to $300,000 will be stuck there. When will this shantytown of yours be relocated? This environment is too bad. Much worse than my home. Young man, are you moving? This place should have been moved a long time ago. Did you buy a new house somewhere? Or are you renting a house? Actually, if you can't afford to buy a house, renting one is fine. It's better than living in this shantytown. At a glance, your family are people who can get by, moving even the vegetables you grew yourself. But young man, let me tell you, you put these vegetables in boxes. If the new home does not have a yard, it cannot be raised in the city. But it can be hard to get a yard in the city. A small house like that with a yard would cost $5 or $6 million at least. The cost of living in the city is also high. So if your family's condition is not good, it's not bad to move to the suburbs. Listening to the driver chattering there, Li Fan also ignored it, and after moving all the stuff, he directly said to the driver, go to Yundan Mountain Villa area. Wait for me after the gate. Hearing Li Fan say that he wanted to go to the Yundan Mountain Villa area, the driver froze for a moment, then quickly asked, young man, you do not get on the car? I'll drive there myself, Li Fan said and left. The driver was confused, and after getting on the car, his heart was constantly muttering, this young man is not playing a trick on him, is he? Pulling this stuff to the villa area. Who would want this stuff from someone who lives in a villa? He also intends to take these self-grown broken vegetables as a gift? To the Cloud Dan Dan Mountain Villa area gate, the driver parked the car a little farther away, for fear that the villa area of the security guards to whisk him. After all, his cargo pull in the villa area outside the gate seems out of place. Did not see the door of the villa area? Parked a few $1 million worth of Bentley it. The driver quickly called Li Fan. Young man, I arrived. Where are you? Li Fan said. I'm at the gate. The gate? How come I didn't see you? Chapter 29 Delivering Cucumbers. The driver said and glanced at the gate again. Young man, there's really no one else at this gate. Only a several $1 million Bentley sedan. Li Fan immediately smiled and said, I'll be in the car. After saying that, Li Fan got out of the car. The driver immediately stared at Li Fan with wide eyes, incredulously. This young man who lived in a shantytown was actually a big tycoon. Li Fan spoke to the security guard and then took the cargo Lala cell phone and drove to the top of the hill inside the villa and asked him to move all the vegetables down from above. The cargo Lala driver was still a bit incredulous until he drove out of the villa. Just now that villa is too extravagant. Before looking at the hilltop villa from afar, only to be able to fantasize about what kind of people live there. He never dared to think that he would one day be able to enter this kind of villa, but also to see the owner of the villa. This matter alone is enough for him to go out and brag for the rest of his life. Shinfu had already brought his subordinates and waited respectfully at the side. Seeing Li Fan transporting so many vegetables, a few people were a bit stunned for a moment, not knowing what their new master was going to do. Uncle Shun, find me an empty piece of land in the courtyard. I want to plant all these vegetables, Li Fan instructed Shinfu. Now Shinfu was a bit embarrassed and spoke. Boss, all the plots of land within our manor villa have been planned. There are lawn areas, flower areas and tree areas. There is no extra land to plant these vegetables now, Li Fan casually said. Then level a piece of green land and plant these vegetables. What, boss? No way. The gardener on the side stared wide-eyed and said hurriedly, Boss, our turf are all expensive turf flown in from Europe. Beautiful. Wear resistant. Beautiful. Even if you park a helicopter on it, it won't cause any damage to the turf. And the turf in front of the White House in the Bald Eagle country is the same model. And the cost of each square meter is as high as $5,000. Li Fan was also shocked by this price. He did not expect that the cost of this large green lawn in front of his door would be so high. Then change that piece of flowery grass into a vegetable garden. Li Fan hit the idea again on the piece of garden not far away. But the gardener on the side was even more distressed. Boss, the ones planted in there are all world-famous flowers. Each one costs a few $1,000s for the cheaper ones and tens of thousands for the more expensive ones. At that moment, Li Fan once again widened his eyes and looked at the small forest behind the villa again and asked, Needless to say, the price of the trees planted in that forest must not be low as well, right? The gardener nodded with a bitter smile. Yes, boss. One of the valuable trees planted there can even be as high as several $100,000. Li Fan thought about it and still decided to turn over a piece of land in that lawn to grow vegetables. The gardener's heart ached at the side, but he had to listen to the boss's order. So he promised, Okay boss, I'll go plant it. But Li Fan stopped him. Forget it, it's better if I do it myself. You guys go about your respective business. Li Fan said and personally took the tools for planting and went to the piece of lawn in front of the villa to plow the ground. Li Fan didn't need a gardener to plant these vegetables because he had found a special way of planting them in his inheritance, nourishing them with aura. The vegetables planted in this way would not only taste more delicious than ordinary vegetables, but at the same time taking such vegetables for a long period of time would also allow ordinary people to improve their physique and prolong their lives. The most crucial point, Li Fan discovered one thing through his recent cultivation. The so-called cultivation is actually to refine his body first, so that his body becomes free of impurities. But now the pollution on Earth was too serious. Not only was there impurities in the air, but even the food that he usually ate was full of impurities, which did not do any good to his cultivation. But in the future, if he could always eat this kind of vegetables grown out of aura, he could completely circumvent this problem. After Li Fan's busy schedule, the vegetables were all planted, and he realized that after being irrigated with spiritual qi, these vegetables obviously grew even more luxuriantly, and at the same time, they also gave off a faint fragrance. Even when Shin Fu and the gardener came to bring Li Fan tea, they smelled the fresh fragrance and were fascinated by it. Divine Dr. Li, this is a good pleasure for you. Why are you here? Mr. Chen. Li Fan was surprised to see Mr. Chen arrive, and at the same time, he was quite happy. After all, he had been given a villa, so naturally, he had to be a bit more enthusiastic. Biao, who was following beside him, spoke up. Divine Dr. Li, Mr. Chen's family lives in that villa down there. Saying that, he even pointed. Li Fan looked down and saw that not far from the bottom of the mountain road, there was also a villa estate. Although it could not catch up with this one of his, but it was also one of the best in the entire villa area. For a time, Li Fan's heart to Mr. Chen's good sense and more a point, people have their own best villa does not live, gave him, which shows the importance of him. Li Fan has always been people respect me. Once I respect people at 10 feet. So Li Fan directly picked a few cucumbers from his own small vegetable garden and enthusiastically handed them to Mr. Chen and Biao. Mr. Chen, you guys taste it. These are my own grown vegetables. Absolutely green, nutritious and healthy. Biao was instantly filled with strangeness. What was Mr. Chen's status? Usually the gifts given to Mr. Chen were all worth a lot of money. Casually taking out one of them, it would be at least in the tens of millions. And for Li Fan to give Mr. Chen a cucumber, this was absolutely unique. No one had ever done this except him. Chapter 30, Li Tianshang. Seeing that Mr. Chen didn't eat it, Li Fan opened his mouth and persuaded. Mr. Chen, these cucumbers are absolutely green and healthy. Take a bite and try it. A trace of disgust passed through Chen Hongyan's expression. He had never eaten a cucumber like this before. Could this thing really be eaten? But Li Fan was after all the divine doctor who saved his father. In the way of this face, he opened his mouth and took such a small bite on the tip of the cucumber. But in an instant, that cucumber's unique fragrance filled his taste buds, and the sweet juice, which flowed through his throat, was as if a ray of sunlight had shone within his body, making his entire body warm and incomparably comfortable. Chen Hongyan stared wide-eyed. He had truly never eaten such delicious food before. Was this really a cucumber? It was simply sweeter than those imported high-end fruits that were flown in from abroad. And at this moment, the fresh fragrance of the cucumber, even Biao, who was on the side, smelled it, and immediately inhaled his nose. Why does this cucumber taste so fragrant? Saying this, He also couldn't help but take a big bite of the cucumber in his own hand, and his expression became extremely wonderful. Divine Dr. Lee, not only are you a great healer, how come even the cucumbers you grow are so delicious? Ah Biao said and bit into 2 more big bites. This cucumber was light and crispy, incomparably refreshing, and you couldn't stop eating it. Mr. Chen, who was beside him, also bit down a few bites one after another, and in no time at all, he had eaten up a cucumber. Divine Dr. Lee, this cucumber of yours is really too delicious. Can you give me 2? Li Fan directly picked a few cucumbers from the ground and put them in a vegetable bag for Chen Hongyan to take home. After Chen Hongyan and Biao left, Li Fan injected another trace of spiritual qi into the small vegetable field so that the vegetables could grow better. Then he went to the villa and looked at the room that the housekeeper had packed up. He planned to let his parents and sister come over to stay at night. It was almost after 4 o'clock when Li Fan came to the vegetable field again. In the morning only the cucumbers were ready, and now even the tomatoes planted on the side were nearly twice as big as before. One by one, the tomatoes were red and very beautiful under the light of the setting sun. Li Fan picked a bag of tomatoes, intending to send it to Chen Hongyan. After all, he had given himself such a large villa and a luxury car. It was only right to give him some gifts. Along the path, Li Fan came to the villa manor where Chen Hongyan lives. Just to the door, saw a Rolls-Royce in 2 Mercedes-Benz commercial car escorted under the fast drive. Originally, Li Fan had already walked to the gate of the villa. The Rolls-Royce sharply honked its horn and came straight to Li Fan. Li Fan had to step back and get out of the way. The Rolls-Royce didn't stop at all and drove directly past Li Fan, almost hitting Li Fan, which made Li Fan very angry. In the Rolls-Royce car, sat Li family head Li Tianshang, frowning and complaining to the driver. How can a small farmer who delivers vegetables also come to the main entrance of the villa? It's really too much of an eyesore, and it's beneath Mr. Chen's status. Li Fan wanted to chase after the owner of the Rolls-Royce and find him to have a theory, but he was stopped by the bodyguards at the entrance just after taking 2 steps. What are you doing? We are a high-end villa area. No one is buying your rotten food. Li Fan immediately frowned and said, I'm here to look for Mr. Chen. These are the dishes he loves to eat. The bodyguard immediately laughed when he heard this. You're a small farmer and you still want to find Mr. Chen? You're planting your brains out, are you? Mr. Chen is not something you can just want to see? And what is Mr. Chen's status? Every day, he eats high-grade fruits and vegetables flown in from outside the country. Wouldn't he eat these rotten vegetables of yours? How can you say that? These are all grown by my own hands. No vegetable can compare. Li Fan looked very unhappy, knowing that these fruits and vegetables of his are absolutely unique on this earth. Others, even if they spend more money, he wouldn't even sell them. At this time, Ah Biao walked over and scolded in a deep voice. What are you guys doing? Making a lot of noise. When the bodyguard was to see Ah Biao, he immediately straightened up and reported, Captain, there's a small farmer who came here to make trouble, and he even blurted out that Mr. Chen loves his vegetables. It's just ridiculous. Ah Biao to see Li Fan, full of joy, rushed forward and asked, Divine Dr. Li, why are you here? The face of the bodyguard next to him became incomparably brilliant. Captain, Ah Biao turned around and smacked a mouth on that bodyguard's face, scolding, how dare you? This is Divine Dr. Li who saved the old man. Mr. Chen's honored guest, with you dare to obstruct? That bodyguard saw this and apologized to Li Fan. Divine Dr. Li, I'm sorry, it's me who has no eyes. Li Fan waved his hand and said, forget it, I'm looking for Mr. Chen for something, I have to go back later. Ah Biao was busy introducing Li Fan into the villa. At this time in the study, Chen Hongyan was discussing things with the 2 of them, Mr. Li Tiansheng, and when he saw Li Fan come in, Mr. Chen was very happy. Divine Dr. Li, why did you come over? Come, just in time for me to introduce you. With that he said to Li Tiansheng, Mr. Li, this Divine Dr. Li is the benefactor who saved the old man. Saying that, he introduced to Li Fan again, Divine Dr. Li, this is the owner of Li's Jewelry Group, General Manager Li Tiansheng Li. Li Fan glanced at that Li Tiansheng and was disgruntled. He had just seen that Li Tiansheng was the one who came down from that Rolls-Royce, and Li Tiansheng was also sizing up Li Fan, seeing that he looked like a small farmer with vegetables in his hand. Wasn't he that vegetable farmer at the entrance? Mr. Chen, the old man was really cured by him? Li Tiansheng asked skeptically. Chen Hongyan nodded his head and said, if it's true, Divine Dr. Li's medical skills are absolutely unrivaled. Getting Chen's confirmation, Li Tiansheng then sort of believed it down, but in his heart, he was extremely contemptuous of Li Fan. Li Tiansheng said to Li Fan with a proud face, Divine Dr. Li, right? It's also your good fortune that you were able to save Chen Lao's life. The Chen family has a pivotal position in the province. You cured Elder Chen's disease, and with the Chen family's patronage in the future, only then will you have a promising future. Chapter 31, What is Strength? Li Fan nodded and said, the Chen family is indeed very powerful. This point Li Fan didn't tell a lie. The Chen family was indeed quite powerful, and the Chen family was quite good to Li Fan. Li Fan couldn't refute that the Chen family was, could he? At this time, Li Tiancheng already didn't want to pay more attention to Li Fan, but turned his head to Mr. Chen and said, Mr. Chen, since this is the case, our matter is settled. Tomorrow at the stone gambling competition, our Li family will completely defeat the Qin family and make the Qin family get out of the city of Linshan and be reduced to a lost dog. And that Qin Xiara was very pretty. My son has long had his eyes on her. After the Qin family falls, if that chick is willing to be my son's girlfriend, we can still spare her Qin family's life. If not, not a single person from the Qin family will be left behind. Chen Hongyan nodded his head at this. The Li family was now acting as a subsidiary of their Qin family, and the Li family becoming powerful would also be beneficial to his Chen family. However, he still opened his mouth and asked, doesn't your son already have a marriage contract? Li Tianshang said with a careless smile, so what if there is a marriage contract? That Qin family chick is just for my son to be his girlfriend. Play around and forget about it. It's not like he's taking her home as his wife. Hearing this, Li Fan who was on the side immediately changed his face and spoke in a cold voice. Qin Shiro can't be moved. With me here, I will keep the Qin family safe. Hearing these words from Li Fan, Mr. Chen and Li Tiancheng were furious at the same time. He did think that Li Fan's medical skills were superior, and he was quite polite to Li Fan. But for Li Fan, a tiny doctor, to dare to meddle in the core of his Chen family's affairs, was simply out of his depth. Chen Hongyan said to Li Fan in a cold voice, Divine Dr. Li, I think you have some medical skills and you really take yourself seriously. Seeing Chen Hongyan who suddenly changed his face, Li Fan still didn't change his color and said calmly, the Qin family is guaranteed. No one can move, nor can they move. Seeing that Li Fan even dared to go against himself, the anger on his face intensified and he slammed the table to angrily rebuke Li Fan. Li Fan, don't just give you some sunshine. Medical skill cannot represent strength. With my Chen family protecting you, you are a divine doctor. Without my Chen family, you are nothing. I advise you to better think clearly about your own identity. The luxury car you are driving, the villa you are living in, the scenery you are in and the capital you are flaunting at me are all given to you by my Chen family. Li Fan laughed when he heard this. He who had obtained the inheritance of the easy dispenser. What he wanted to pursue was the way of heaven and earth. What were these villas and luxury cars as far as he was concerned? All of this is nothing more than mundane things to me. If I want it, I can get it at my fingertips. Chen Hongyan and Li Tianqing couldn't help but laugh at his words. Get it at your fingertips? Li Fan, who do you think you are? Chen Hongyan was extremely disappointed in Li Fan at this time. Originally, he looked at Li Fan as having a medical skill. As long as there was a shelter from his Chen family, he would be able to let Li Fan make a name for himself in the Chinese medicine industry, and even becoming a generation of nationalist was not impossible. But Li Fan bullying, there is a little bit of ability to begin to forget, can say such big words. It is difficult to become a great talent. In this society nowadays, there are many geniuses, but the genius that can really grow up is 1 in 10,000. Only with true strength and power can one rise to prominence. Li Fan's medical skills were good, but without his Chen family, Li Fan would be for the rest of his life. Li Fan, the villa and car I gave you, since I gave them, I won't take them back. For that you don't have to worry. Those are counted as your honorarium for curing the old master. Now, you have spoken out loud in my Chen family. Kneel down and kowtow and apologize before leaving. From now on, you will have nothing more to do with my Chen family. After hearing Li Fan said with disdain, you are not worthy of making me kneel and kowtow. How dare you? Chen Hongyan was truly enraged. With his status, not to mention in this small city of Linshan, even in the whole province, he was one of the top figures. Who dared to talk to him like this? Ah Biao, since divine Dr. Li is disobedient, you'll let him see what true strength means. Chen Hongyan instructed Ah Biao. When Ah Biao heard this, he immediately took a step up towards Li Fan and opened his mouth to advise Li Fan. Divine Dr. Li, you'd better kneel down quickly and apologize to Mr. Chen. Don't let me take action. You are just an ordinary person. There are many things that you simply cannot relate to. I'm a martial artist. I'm so powerful that you simply don't understand. Do you see the steel pipe on the stairs? Ah Bao reached out and pointed. Chen Hongyan's study was huge, with 2 floors, upper and lower. What Ah Biao was talking about was the small staircase in the study that led to the 2nd floor. The steel pipe on the handrail, about the thickness of a child's arm, was very sturdy, firmly welded between the staircase and the handrail. Ah Biao walked up, directly kicked in the steel pipe above. See bang, the child's arm thick steel pipe directly by this kick bent into 90 degrees, can be said to be powerful. After doing all this, Ah Biao silently stood back, looking at Li Fan with a smug face. wanting to see Li Fan's surprised look at this moment, but unfortunately disappointed him. Li Fan's face was incomparably calm, as if all that he had seen was as if it was a family affair. On the side, Chen Hongyan was also very satisfied with Biao's approach. Biao was the right-hand expert beside him, a peak external force martial artist. Even if it was a few members of the Special Forces team, they would not be a match for Biao, and this was the root of his Chen family being able to gain a foothold. Although this world had entered a civilized society, what really had the power of speech was always true strength. Having a martial artist was the strength of his Chen family. So what if you were worth hundreds of millions of dollars? As long as a martial artist was able to quietly assassinate you, any amount of money you had would be for nothing. Li Fan smiled at the few people and asked, "Is this the strength you guys are talking about? The fundamentals that you guys have always looked up to?" Chen Hongyan nodded his head and said, "That's right, Li Fan. Now you know what true strength is." Li Fan was instantly filled with disdain as he turned around and walked towards the large pillars in the study to the side. In the study, there were several huge pillars supporting the floorboards of the second floor, each of which required 2 adults to hold them together. Several people looked puzzled, not knowing what Li Fan was going to do. Seeing Li Fan come to that concrete pillar, he fiercely threw out his leg, his body's true chi quickly surging and pouring into his right leg. With a bang, he kicked on that pillar. Immediately after that, he saw that huge cement pillar, which was embraced by 2 people, instantly cracked, followed by a loud explosion, stone chips flying, and the whole pillar collapsed down. Even the 4 huge steel bars in the pillar were skewed by this kick, twisted like a twist. Dark power. This is a peak dark power martial artist. Chapter 32 Martial Arts Master. Seeing this, Bao revealed a face full of horror and exclaimed in disbelief. The 2 of them, Chen Hongyan and Li Tianshang, did the same, their inner shock indescribable. What kind of power was this that was able to split the thick concrete pillar that 2 people were hugging? Rumble. At this moment, with the support of one less cement pillar, the entire structure of the study began to be unstable, and a large portion of the cement on the second floor of the study fell off, frightening Chen Hongyan and Li Tiansheng and the others to scatter their legs and run outside. As for Li Fan, he also jumped out with a gentle leap directly from the window, and then he saw the entire second floor of the study collapsing down. Pandemonium and ruins. Chen Hongyan, Li Tiansheng, greetings to Master Li. Biao pays his respects to Master Li. Seeing Chen Hongyan, Li Tiansheng and Biao, who had just run out, kneeling beside Li Fan in unison, their faces were filled with fear, from the consequences caused by this kick of Li Fan just now. Li Fan was definitely not just a dark force martial artist. I'm afraid that this was already a martial arts master who had transcended the dark force. Such a character was few and far between, and placed in any party, he could become a powerful person to be admired and feared. Which martial arts master was not a high and respected person? They had never seen a martial arts master as young as Li Fan. Li Fan turned around and looked at the 3 people suspiciously. What is a martial Dao master? Seeing Li Fan ask this, all 3 of them were stunned. Li Fan was so strong, clearly a martial arts master, that he didn't know what a martial arts master was. Biao hurriedly explained from the side. Master Li, we practice martial arts together and the grades are divided into external strength, dark strength, martial Dao master, patriarch, and patriarchal artisan. External strength is what we often refer to as external training of the sinews, bones and skin to strengthen one's physical body. Dark power is the so-called internal training of one breath, able to achieve the ability to hide the power chi within one's attack day, causing internal damage that cannot be defended against. And a martial arts master is above both, able to do the dark energy within his body outwardly, causing even more damage, like that leg you just threw, both causing damage to the steel reinforcement inside the concrete pillar, and being able to bring about an extremely strong destructive force, destroying the entire structure of the house. This is definitely a power that only a martial Dao master can possess. What about the sovereign masters and sovereign artisans that are above the martial Dao masters? Li Fan asked curiously. Even though he had obtained the inheritance of the loose man, he still didn't know anything about today's martial arts world, so it was a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to learn more about it. Biao didn't dare to hide anything. Kneeling on the ground, he answered truthfully. As for the Zhongsher strength to be even more terrifying than the martial arts masters, they can manifest different attacks based on the outwardly released true chi, and are even able to leave their true chi out of their bodies. Legend has it that the Dharma ancestor, who can injure people with one tail crossing the river and flying flowers and picking leaves, is the strength of a Zhongsher, and when it comes to the words of a Zhongsher is even more terrifying. I haven't even heard of the existence of a Zhongsher in today's world, or maybe it's because I don't have enough ability to reach that level. Li Fan nodded his head after hearing this, comparing it to the loose scattered man's inheritance he had received. He was only at the chi refining stage right now, and he was able to use his true chi for outward expression, reaching the realm of the martial arts masters as the martial artists call them. If he was able to reach the peak of the chi refining stage, that is, if he was able to do what Abiao said about letting his true chi leave his body, that would be the so-called Grandmaster realm. Then at the foundation establishment stage above the chi refining stage, I'm afraid that he would be able to reach the sovereign artisan in the mouths of martial artists. In today's world Zongshire has not even appeared. If he reaches the foundation stage, wouldn't he be able to be invincible in the world? Thinking about it, Li Fan's mood got a lot better and the corners of his mouth could not help but show a smile. When Chen Hongyan and Li Tiancheng saw this, their hearts were relieved and they hurriedly took the opportunity to kowtow and beg for forgiveness. Grandmaster Li, it was us who offended you before with our eyesight. We still hope that you can give us a chance. From now on, my Chen family is willing to submit to Master Li. Li Fan swept a glance at Chen Hongyan and said with full indifference, I have no interest in your Chen family, but remember, as long as I am around, the Qin family cannot be moved. After saying this, Li Fan directly stepped away. It was only when he watched Li Fan go away that Chen Hongyan hurriedly stood up, his face still filled with fear. Offending a martial arts master was no different from seeking death. His Chen family was able to be so powerful and stand still because there was a dark force expert in his family. If the Chen family could get the blessing of a martial arts master like Li Fan, it would definitely be able to go up one more notch. The most crucial thing was that Li Fan was too young. The martial arts masters he had seen and heard of had to be over 50 years old, while Li Fan was only about 20 years old today. If Li Fan was given another 20 years, or even 10 years, how terrifying could he grow to? Thinking of these, Chen Hongyan's heart became even more urgent. He really was incomparably chagrined and regretful for what he had just done. Their Chen family must not be able to miss this opportunity. Chapter 33, Chen Hongyan's Visit. After Li Fan came out of Chen Hongyan's villa, he returned to his villa and drove the Bentley sedan to pick up his parents and sister. When he returned home, he saw that his parents had already packed a lot of things in one big box. Mom and Dad, there's no need to pack anything else. Let's move to our new home tonight. Li Fan opened his mouth and said. Jotsuaping said with some hesitation. Little Fan, it's a bit too urgent to move there today. It's better to wait for tomorrow. We'll be staying there at night, still have to clean up the room as well as lay out these bedding. Li Fan smiled and said, Mom, don't worry, I've finished preparing over there, so you'll be able to sleep directly there. Li Nian was at the side, full of anticipation, urging his mother, Mom, just listen to brother. Let's go to our new home at night. I still don't know what our new home is like. Li Qingshan similarly opened his mouth and smiled. Yes, let's just listen to Xiaofan and go to the new house to have a look. It's a good thing now that our family can have a brand new life. It's a good thing, alright. Seeing that everyone was eager to move to the new house quickly, Zhou Chuiping had no choice but to nod her head and agree, and the family simply took some belongings with them out the door. Zhou Cuihua was thinking of asking Li Fan what bus he could take to get to his new home when Li Fan had already led them towards the parking lot outside. Dad, Mom, get on the bus. Li Fan opened the door of the Bentley Flying Spur parked next to him and opened his mouth to say with a smile. At this moment, the family was dumbfounded. Even if they were no better, the family knew the Bentley. It was the top luxury car in the world. Oh my god, brother, where did you get this car? Did you go rob a bank? Li Nian directly exclaimed in shock. This kind of luxury car she didn't even dare to think about before. Even on the road she hadn't seen a few. Li Qingshan was the same. Little Fan, what the hell is going on? Li Fan knew that his parents and sister would be this reaction now, and opened his mouth to advise. Mom and Dad, you don't need to ask so many questions first. Let's get on the car to our new home first, and I'll tell you what's going on. The second old man heard also makes sense. This standing on the main road, say these things is not good. So on the car, sitting in this Bentley Flying Spur luxury cockpit, the family is sighing. No wonder it can be sold for millions. It really is not the same as sitting in a cab. Li Fan drove the car all the way to the Yundan Mountain Peak Villa area, looking at the beautiful scenery outside, as well as a carved and painted, opulent villas. The family is not able to take their eyes off the road. Brother, you're not going to tell me that our new home is here, right? Li Nian's voice was trembling a bit at this time. Living in a villa, she had never thought about it in her life. Whenever she saw the heroines in those TV dramas, being able to marry into a rich family, knowing some young, rich and infatuated rich second generation, turning from Cinderella to Snow White, living in that big house, her heart had infinite yearning. Li Fan nodded his head and said, that's right, our home is at the very top. Li Fan drove his car directly to the villa manor at the top of the hill, and the butler Shinfu several people had already waited aside. Seeing Li Fan's parents and sister getting out of the car, Shinfu led the people to shout respectfully, welcome Mr., Mrs., and Miss Home. This battle could scare the family to death. What's going on with little Fan? With a hint of uneasiness in their eyes, several people asked Li Fan. They were just an ordinary family. When had they ever enjoyed such treatment? Li Fan smiled and told Shenfu and the others to go down first, then brought his parents and sister to the villa before he opened his mouth to explain. Mom and Dad, don't worry, this villa, and the car I drive, are all from the right path. Do you guys still remember the unconscious old man I saved in the hospital before? Their family is very rich, and after I cured the old man's disease, his son gave me this villa and the car outside. Hearing Li Fan say this, the two Li Qingshan couples were slightly more relieved, but they still felt a bit incredulous. How is it that after curing someone's disease, they have to send such a big house and car? How much money must this be worth? Little Fan, listen to Mom, tomorrow we will return the house and car to the person. As the saying goes, you don't get paid for what you don't deserve. How can we be so virtuous as to ask for so many things from others? Li Fan smiled bitterly and said, Mom, you can live in peace. Nowadays your son is not the same as before. From now on, I will let you live a good life, and won't let you suffer anymore. Li Fan's words made both Zhou Cuiping and Li Qingshan very touched inside, but they were still very uneasy. At this time, Shenfu walked in and said respectfully, Boss, Mr. Chen is here and wants to see you. What is he here for? Li Fan frowned slightly. He didn't have too good an impression of Chen Hongyan right now, but he still spoke. Let him come in. Not long after, Chen Hongyan walked in with a lot of gifts, and when he saw that Li Fan's parents were also there, he hurriedly went up to them and greeted them with incomparable respect. Uncle and Auntie, how are you all? I am Chen Hongyan. Li Qingshan couple hurriedly got up, looking a little alarmed. After all, people Chen Hongyan's status was not ordinary. They naturally had some inferiority complex in their hearts, and hearing the way Chen Hongyan addressed them made the two of them even more terrified. Mr. Chen, you mustn't be so polite. You see I'm not older than you by a few years. You call me uncle. How can I stand it? If you don't mind, why don't you call me Big Brother Li? Chen Hongyan looked at Li Fan with some fear. He came over this time specifically to apologize to Li Fan. To flatter Li Fan, he called Li Fan Li oldest brother. If he called Li Fan's father Big Brother now, wouldn't it be taking advantage of Li Fan? This he didn't dare. Chapter 34, all messed up. Li Fan also felt that Chen Hongyan calling his father uncle was a bit awkward, so he waved his hand and said casually, You'd better listen to my father. Let's call each of us. Okay, old brother Li. Chen Hongyan nodded his head and agreed, then turned his head and called out to Li Qingshan again. Elder brother Li, your health wasn't too good before. How is it now? Li Fan and Li Nian heard Chen Hongyan call the two of them this way. For a moment in their hearts they both felt particularly strange. Li Nian almost couldn't help but burst out laughing, or under the angry gaze of his mom Zhou Cuiping, he stifled it back. Li Qingshan said proudly, My body was not very good before, but Xiaofan gave me some treatment. I already feel much better, as if it is 10 years younger in general, better than the body before the disease. Chen Hongyan said with heartfelt admiration, Yes, Divine Dr. Li's medical skills, they are simply divine. With Divine Dr. Li here, you and your sister-in-law will enjoy a good life in the future. Zhou Cuiping, who was next to her, found an opportunity to speak. Mr. Chen, is this villa and the car outside given to Xiaofan by you? It's too expensive. We can't have it. When Chen Hongyan heard this, he quickly said, Sister-in-law, you mustn't say that. Divine Dr. Li saved my father's life. Then he is the benefactor of my Chen family. My Chen family doesn't have any great skills, just a little bit of money. If you ask me, this money is nothing compared to my dad's life. This villa and car can't offset Dr. Li's kindness to our family. Sister-in-law, Big Brother Li, you guys can stay here without any worries. I have already transferred this villa and car to old brother Li. There won't be any problems, so don't worry. Hearing Chen Hongyan say this, Li Qingshan and Zhou Cuiping's hearts were relieved. At this time, Shenfu came again and said to Li Fan, Boss, Elder Chen is also here. Quickly invite him in. As soon as he heard that Elder Chen had come, Li Fan did not dare to be slow. After all, Elder Chen still gave Li Fan a pretty good impression. Not long after, Elder Chen brought a few of his men and entered the room on his crutches. And when he saw Chen Hongyan, he raised his crutches and hit him. You little brat, what did I tell you in the hospital? Must make good friends with Divine Dr. Li, and you even dare to offend Divine Dr. Li. I won't break your boy's legs today. What kind of person is Chen Hongyan? That was a big brother who could make the ground shake in Linshan City with a single word. Now being chased and beaten by his own father with a walking stick in this scene, if it was spread out, I'm afraid that the bigwigs of the entire Linshan City would have to look dumbfounded. Dad, calm down. I already know I'm wrong. This is not personally coming to the door to apologize to old brother Li. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen glared with a pair of eyes and angrily rebuked. How dare you? Elder brother Li is also something you can call. After saying that, Elder Chen looked directly at Li Fan, his expression becoming incomparably warm and amiable. Little brother Li, This son of mine is really too unlucky. After I learned about what happened in the afternoon, I hurriedly rushed back. You mustn't get on his bad side. For a while, the people in the room were stunned. Just now, when Chen Hongyan called Li Fan old brother and Li Fan's father big brother, it was already messy enough. Now Mr. Chen's father, Elder Chen, even called Li Fan little brother and called Li Fan brother. Then what should Mr. Chen call Li Fan? Li Qingshan is usually a person who loves to read newspapers and TV news. He recognized the identity of Mr. Chen at a glance, which was shocking, and at the same time, his heart was also shocked. Even a person like Mr. Chen called his son brother. What did he do with this precious son in the end? Elder Chen, Mr. Chen, Li Fan, have received your thoughts. It's getting late. You guys go back. My family and I are going to rest as well. Tomorrow I will go to the Stone Gambling Conference in Linshan City. We will talk again then. Elder Chen and Mr. Chen immediately understood the meaning of Li Fan's words. Although Li Fan did not say much, he had told them that he would be going to the Stone Gambling Conference tomorrow, clearly giving their Chen family a chance. Elder Chen nodded his head repeatedly and said, "Alright, little brother Li, you guys have a good rest. We will leave first." Li Fan sent the two Elder Chen out of the villa. Now Li Fan had also just obtained the Easy Dispenser's inheritance not long ago. His foundation was unstable. If he had such a booster like the Chen family to work for him, it would be able to solve a lot of his troubles. After Li Fan came back, he took his parents and sister to visit the villa, and also took them to see their respective rooms. Until now, his parents and sister still felt that all this was like a dream, not quite real. Li Fan did not say anything. Let them accept it slowly. In the future, he will bring his family more than now. What is this small villa? Chapter 35, Qin Xiaoro's fiancé. The next morning when Li Fan got up and had breakfast, Chen Hongyan and Li Tiancheng had already come to the entrance of the manor house to pick him up. 2 Rolls-Royces, 4 Mercedes-Benz commercial cars, 8 bodyguards in black suits, stood straight on both sides of the caravan. The whole formation looked very shocking. Li Fan came out and saw this scene and said with a smile, "Just going to attend a stone gambling conference. There is no need to make such a big row." Chen Hongyan and Li Tiancheng hurriedly said curtly on the side, "Master Li, this gambling field is like a battlefield. For the sake of profit, some people can do anything. I'm afraid that you will be a little troublesome to go by yourself." Li Fan got on the car and casually instructed the 2 men, "You guys will park the caravan on the side of the road next to the gambling competition. I will walk over by myself. Don't make it so high profile." The 2 men saw Li Fan say this, and no longer insist. After the convoy came out of the Yundan Mountain Villa area, it came all the way to the roadside not far from the Huahai Hotel and stopped. Li Fan got out of the car alone. "Master Li, if there is anything you can do, just give us a call. We will be waiting for you inside the hotel," Chen Hongyan said to Li Fan before leaving. Li Fan had just gotten out of the car when Qin Xiaoro called him. "Li Fan, you haven't forgotten that today is the day of the stone gambling competition, right? Where are you? I'll pick you up." Li Fan heard Qin Xiaoro's voice and smiled back. "I'm already at the hotel." "You've already arrived? Great. I'm also here, just outside the hotel door. Let's meet at the entrance," Qin Xiaoro said joyfully. Putting down the phone, Li Fan came to the entrance of the hotel and saw Qin Xiaoro from a long distance away. Qin Xiaoro was wearing a long red trench coat today, with a pair of brown boots under her feet, and was standing in front of the hotel, with a head of long wavy hair, gently floating with the breeze. The passing crowd, whether male or female, would not be able to help but glance towards her. It was simply the most beautiful scenery outside the hotel door. Even when Li Fan saw such Qin Xiaoro, he couldn't help but have some heart-thumping feelings. However, Li Fan still immediately suppressed this feeling. After all, it was inappropriate between him and Qin Xiaoro. Qin Xiaoro was the Qin family's eldest young lady, and had lived a carefree life since she was a child. And as the saying goes, marriage should be about the right family. And the difference between the 2 people's family backgrounds and upbringing was just too much. "Boss, I'm here." Li Fan walked up and greeted Qin Xiaoro with a smile. Qin Xiaoro similarly had a smile on her face when she saw Li Fan. To know that in school, this iceberg beauty would rarely smile at people, especially at a man. If this was known to the group of boys in school, I'm afraid that they would not be able to come up to Li Fan in droves to fight for their lives. "Let's go, Li Fan. The stone gambling competition is about to start. Whether or not our Qin family can get the champion of the competition today, it all depends on you." The 2 of them said that they were about to enter the hotel together, but right at this moment, a BMW 7 Series sedan stopped at the front entrance of the hotel, followed by 4 black-clothed hunks, completely blocking the 2 of them's way. Immediately afterward, a young man in his early 20s, wearing a suit with a gloomy face walked over. His gaze landed on Qin Xiaoro and Li Fan with an incomparably cold look, as if he carried a monstrous killing intent. This person, Qin Xiaoro, also changed her face and questioned with some anger. Lu Xiaochuan, what are you going to do? Lu Xiaochuan sneered and asked grimly. Xiao Rou, as my Lu Xiaochuan's fiancé, you're going in and out of the hotel in pairs with other men. Do you think that's good? Qin Xiao clenched her teeth in anger after hearing this and opened her mouth to retort. Lu Xiaochuan, first of all, I'm not your fiancé. That's a matter between your father and my father. It has nothing to do with me. Secondly, Li Fan and I are going to the hotel to participate in the stone gambling competition. Not the kind of dirty things you have in mind. Let your people get out of my way. As for the Li Fan on the side, when he heard that Qin Xiao even had a marriage contract, his heart inexplicably tightened, an unprecedented thought that caused Li Fan's mood to become a bit chaotic. Li Fan also opened his mouth to explain. Please don't misunderstand, boss. We are indeed going to participate in the stone gambling conference. But as soon as his words fell, Lu Xiaochuan directly turned his head and chided. What are you? I'm talking to my fiancé. Do you, a subordinate, have the qualifications to open your mouth? A wave of anger rushed up in Li Fan's heart. Lu Xiaochuan was also too damn arrogant. Lu Xiaochuan naturally sensed Li Fan's anger, sneered and said with a disdainful face, Kid, of course I know that you don't have anything to do with my fiancé either. Otherwise I would have wasted you a long time ago. Your name is Li Fan, right? Before graduating from university, you were kicked by your girlfriend, who cheated on you. And after being slept with by someone else's rich second generation, you went to find the rich second generation in a rage to theorize about it, and ended up being beaten up like a little cutie. Can only be in the small and outside the door of the university town when the front desk. But your luck is quite good. You were beaten silly and were still able to recover. Since you've become our family's subordinate, do your job as a subordinate. Be a good dog. Don't ever think anything out of the ordinary, or else if you can be beaten silly once, you'll be able to be beaten silly a second time. After saying these words, Lu Xiaochuan's face looked even more sinister, as if he was a hungry wolf. Chapter 36, Betting. Qin Xiao was incomparably angry and scolded Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan, you've had enough. Li Fan is not only my employee, but also my friend, so please speak politely to him. But right at this moment, a thick and cold voice came. Xiao Rou, how are you talking to Xiao Kun? He is your fiancé. Speak politely to him. Just a short distance away. Qin Ronggang walked over with Fu Ao. Dad, why are you here as well? Qin Xiao obviously didn't expect that her father had personally come over. Previously, she had only heard that Uncle Fu would be joining her and participating in this stone gambling competition. Qin Ronggang ignored Qin Xiao and instead turned his head to look at Li Fan, speaking with an extremely unhappy expression. I thought I made it clear to you last time, but I didn't expect you to be so insensitive and still want to follow Xiao. Li Fan suppressed the displeasure in his heart and opened his mouth to explain. I don't have any other thoughts about Qin Xiao, and I'm not interested in your Qin family. I'm just being entrusted by someone to be loyal. Since I promised that I would help the boss appraise the jade, I will do it. Using you to appraise jade, what do you think you are? Lu Xiaochuan immediately laughed disdainfully after hearing this, then pointed to an old man following behind himself and said, This time, my Lu family has brought along a top jade appraisal master, Shui Chengqi, Elder Shui, plus there's Uncle Fu. It's safe to say that this stone gambling competition will definitely win the championship. You're also taking yourself too seriously, Qin Ronggang also said with the same head. That's right, my Qin family is joining forces with the Lu family this time, and will surely win this stone gambling competition, so I don't need to bother you with your great presence. Xiao, you come with us. Qin Xiao looked at Li Fan with incomparable apologies and said firmly, I have to take Li Fan with me. This matter is an appointment between Li Fan and I cannot go back on my word. Qin Ronggang was incomparably angry. This daughter of his was really getting disobedient the older she got. Just when he wanted to get angry, Lu Xiaochuan next to him suddenly smiled and said, Uncle Qin, in that case, why don't we take him with us? Didn't he say that he is very good at gambling on stones? Let's just bet on it. What are you going to bet on? Li Fan asked. Lu Xiaochuan took out a bank card from his own bag and said with a proud face, Li Fan, right? I have $1 million in this card. Enough for a poor bastard like you to eat and drink for the rest of your life. Later if you win me, this 1 million will be yours. Don't worry if you lose. I don't need you to give me 1 million. I just need you to strip naked on the field of this stone gambling convention and crawl around like a dog. How about it? Do you dare? Li Fan narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed quickly. This Lu Xiaochuan had such an evil mind, obviously wanting to fix him to death. The so-called killing to death. Within the gambling venue, I'm afraid that there must be thousands of people. In this kind of occasion to strip naked like a dog crawling in a circle. This kind of strange shame who can tolerate? 1 million I do not want. You want to lose. The same stripped naked, like a dog in this venue can crawl around. Li Fan opened his mouth and said word by word. Lu Xiaochuan was stunned and asked in surprise, Kid, are you out of your mind? Do you know how much money I have in this card? 1 million. Has a poor bastard like you ever seen $1 million? You don't want such a good opportunity? On the side, Shin Ronggang also opened his mouth to persuade Li Fan in the same way. Li Fan, you went through a lot of trouble to get close to our Xiaorou. Isn't the purpose to want money? What? Don't you think that this $1 million is not enough? You have to remember that one cannot be insatiable. Last time you have already swindled 3 million from our Xiaorou, plus this 1 million now. You were able to get this 4 million at a young age. Even if you buy a house and a car in Linshan City, it will still allow you to live this life very comfortably. Li Fan said with a disdainful face, a mere 4 million. If I want to earn it, I can earn it any time. Since we are going to bet, the stakes naturally have to be the same. Do you bet or not? Big talk. Do you think 400 is a cabbage? Can you earn it casually? Shin Ronggang shook his head. This Li Fan was simply ignorant and arrogant. Lu Xiaochuan also came to temper. A poor bastard who was not a dog's ass. How dare he provoke him? Immediately agreed. Okay, no problem. Just don't regret it when the time comes. Shin Xiaorou, who was on the side, looked worried and persuaded Li Fan. Li Fan, this Master Shui of the Lu family is famous throughout the Jade Circle. He once bought 10 pieces of raw stones and opened 7 pieces of superb jadeite. Why don't you go back first today? Shin Xiaorou was afraid that Li Fan would lose. After all, she was the one who called Li Fan here. She couldn't harm him. Li Fan smiled and said, don't worry, I'm sure. Chapter 37 Unexpected Discovery. A group of people entered the hotel and came to the showroom located on the topmost floor of the hotel. This huge showroom was 3,000 to 5,000 square feet, incomparably vast. As soon as a few people entered, there were beautiful service staff in cheongsams, bowing and greeting Lu Xiaochuan. Shin Xiaorou whispered to Li Fan from the side. This stone gambling competition is actually organized by the Lu family. The Lu family doesn't do the jade business, only the raw stone business, so there is no direct interest in competition with our Li family. Instead, joining forces with the Lu family will only be of great benefit to my Li family, and this is also the reason why my father insisted that I join forces with Lu Xiaochuan. Hearing Shin Xiaorou say this, Li Fan came to a sudden realization, and seeing Shin Xiaorou and Li Fan on the side, whispering as if no one else was there, completely disregarding him, Lu Xiao, Lu Xiaochuan's heart became even more furious. Little poor bastard. The raw stones sold in my family's gambling competition. All of them are superb old pit stones shipped from southern Burma. The price is not cheap. A random piece to start with will cost tens of thousands of dollars. The expensive ones even reach tens of millions. You want to gamble with me? Can you afford to buy this raw stone? Li Fan sneered and asked Lu Xiaochuan rhetorically. Do you know a proverb? Dogs take rats and mind their own business. Hearing Li Fan's words, Lu Xiaochuan's eyes turned red. Li Fan, this poor bastard dared to call him a dog. Kid, I'll let you be arrogant first. Let's see who strips naked as a dog later, said Lu Xiaochuan as he began to let Master Shui start picking out the raw stones. Master Shui was a veteran in this path. Speaking of gambling with a milquetoast kid like Li Fan, he felt it was a humiliation, but when the young master gave the word, he couldn't disobey. But he didn't take gambling with Li Fan seriously. The reason why he was serious about picking the raw stones was to help the Qin family win against the Li family. Since their Lu family and the Qin family had entered into a partnership now, they had to crush the Li family in this stone gambling competition in order to do so. Their Lu family and the Qin family were all for one and one for all. Li Fan's eyes also fell on the raw stones placed on each counter in the hall. This was Li Fan's first time gambling on stones, and when his gaze fell on the raw stones, the information of the raw stones instantly surfaced before his eyes. Name of the item: Southern Burma Old Pit Raw Stone. Contained emerald rate, 0. Value, 0. Li Fan looked at the raw stones one by one and realized that most of the raw stones here were all worthless waste stones. Soon he saw a piece of raw stone containing 1 layer of fei rate, whose value was only a few tens of dollars. Li Fan couldn't help but shake his head and smiled bitterly. Then he looked at the selling price of this raw stone, which was as high as $50,000, so it was really a loss for whoever bought it. At this time, Li Fan's gaze fell on Master Shui. He saw that Master Shui was carefully checking a watermelon-sized raw stone and looked at it for 10 minutes before putting it down, shaking his head as if he was extremely dissatisfied, and then went to look at the next piece. However, Li Fan's gaze was deeply attracted by that raw stone. Item name: Southern Burma Old Pit Raw Stone. Containing jadeite rate, 6 layers. Quality, ice seed. Value, 1 million. Li Fan was greatly pleased, directly walked up and bought that raw stone. At this time, Master Shui saw another piece of raw stone. This piece of raw stone basketball size, body brown, the top surface pits, looks like the quality is not too good. Master Shui looked at it for a couple of moments and put it down. However, Li Fan's eyes were once again attracted to it. Item name: Southern Burma Old Pit Raw Stone, containing jadeite rate, 70%, quality, ice seed, rare violet, value, $3 million. With this discovery, Li Fan himself was surprised that the raw stones that Master Xue had given up twice in a row contained top-quality emerald. I don't know if Master Xue would directly vomit blood in anger when he learned about it. Li Fan's gaze couldn't help but look in Master Xue's direction once again, and saw that he had put down another piece of raw stone and walked away in dissatisfaction. Li Fan, on the other hand, was dumbstruck. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Just as he saw that third raw stone that was abandoned by Master Xue, the information was once again displayed. Item name: Southern Burma Old Pit Raw Stone. Jadeite content, 70%. Quality, glass seed. Imperial green. Value, 200 million. If the previous two pieces of raw stone worth $1 million were the top grade of emerald, and this piece of superb glass seed Emperor green worth $200 million was the Emperor of Emerald. Without saying a word, Li Fan bought this piece of raw stone. 3 raw stones were enough for Li Fan. As the saying goes, it's not the quantity that counts. As long as the emerald that is opened is of good quality, it will be enough to crush Lu Shaochuan and Master Xue. Just as Li Fan was planning to leave, his gaze was attracted by the side of the counter. A huge raw stone that was half a man tall. Name of the item: Southern Burma Country Great Lapis Lazuli. Contains Gengjin Shan iron. Value, priceless. Seeing this information, Li Fan was inwardly overwhelmed. As recorded in the Inheritance of Loose Man, Gengjin Shan iron was the most important material for refining magic weapons. Even in the cultivation era where the Loose Man lived, it was a rare and precious commodity. Li Fan did not expect that in today's earth where cultivation resources were so thin, it would allow him to come across this extremely rare material. Boss, how much is this piece of raw stone? Li Fan immediately asked the boss at the side counter. Sir, this piece of raw stone is marked at $1 million. I'll take it. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Fan directly bought this piece of raw stone. And when Lu Shaochuan and Mr. Xue on the side saw it, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Kid, do you think that gambling on stones is comparing the size of the stone? Mr. Xue stood in front of that big stone, with his hands behind his back, and commented, this piece of raw stone is dull in color, with moss on its skin, and also shows extremely irregular concavities and convexities, so at a glance, it won't produce jade. Even Qin Sharo was anxious for Li Fan. Li Fan, this stone really doesn't look good, and its value is a bit too expensive. You'd better take a look at the others. However, Li Fan shook his head with a smile and said with an incomparably firm attitude, I'll take this one. Swipe the card. Chapter 38, Lu Family's Face? Qin Sharo's heart was very anxious. Qin Ronggang, Lu Shaochuan, on the other hand, was full of sneers. This gambling is not a game for poor people to play. As the saying goes, a knife heaven, a knife hell. Heaven is hard to get to. Hell is good. Want to open a piece of jade is not an easy thing. How many people have lost all their money for this? If the family does not have an endless stream of money, simply cannot support in the gambling circle far. Li Fan was just a beggar. What did he know about stone gambling? After choosing the raw stone, the group came to the stone decomposition table located at the very center of the hall, where there were 10 large stone decomposition machines. All the people who come to participate in the gambling contest, after buying the original stone, can come here to decompose the stone. Then there will be a special person to register, and finally will be open to the number of each person, the quality of jade, as well as the total value of a comprehensive assessment. The final score. The first place winner will be given an honorary title, although there is no valuable reward. This title was of immense importance within the entire jewelry and jade industry of Linshan City, and within the next year, the Lu family would provide the champion with the right to prioritize the selection of raw stones for trading. It was important to know that for those of them who made jewelry, the most important thing was quality. People who come to buy jewelry don't care how expensive your jewelry is sold. What they care most is whether your jewelry is good or not. The more expensive, the more these tycoons love to buy. So many jewelry stores will have their own treasure. The group of people came to the stone deciphering table and looked around, but they didn't find anyone from the Li family, which made Qin Ronggang very surprised. It was reasonable to say that the top priority of this stone gambling competition was the showdown between their Qin family and the Li family. The Li family master is here. At this moment, there was a commotion in the crowd, and they saw Li Tiansheng walk in, surrounded by a group of his men. Outside the main door of the exhibition hall, Qin Ronggang's complexion became grave. What was coming was finally coming, but this time he was confident. Joining forces with the Lu family, he had absolute certainty of defeating Li Tiansheng. At this moment, everyone else in the arena also had their gazes fall on Li Tiansheng and Qin Ronggang. Everyone was curious to know what kind of sparks would collide in this competition between the two giants of the jewelry and jade industry in their city of Linshan. They had been looking forward to it for a long time, and they were afraid that the two of them would be on pins and needles when they met now, right? But to everyone's dismay, Li Tiansheng came in front of Qin Ronggang, his face full of smiles, and extended his hand with incomparable politeness. Long time no see, Mr. Qin. Seeing Li Tiansheng in this manner, Qin Ronggang was also somewhat stunned. One must know that every time the two had met before, Li Tiansheng's tail was almost up in the air, never putting him, Qin Ronggang, in his eyes. Who made the Li family close to the Chun family? Did the sun come out of the west this time? Qin Ronggang forgot to reach out for a moment, while Li Tiansheng didn't care about it. Turning his head to look at Qin Xiao, he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This Qin Xiao really looks like a beautiful woman. No wonder even Master Li, such a high person, all fell under his pomegranate skirt. It's true that heroes love beautiful people. At this time, Li Tiansheng said in a shocking manner, "My Li family has decided to give up participating in this stone gambling competition." For a moment everyone was dumbfounded. Originally they wanted to see a very intense battle between the Li family and the Qin family, but they didn't realize that the Li family had withdrawn. This was simply too unbelievable. After Li Tiansheng finished speaking, his eyes intentionally glanced towards Li Fan, who was on the side, then he led his people away. Qin Ronggang was full of joy at this moment. Without the Li family as a rival, his Qin family was the absolute boss in the jewelry industry in Linshan City. Shaochuan, this time, my two families joined hands. Even the Li family had to avoid its front. At this moment, Qin Ronggang was even more convinced that joining hands with the Lu family and cooperating with them was an incomparably wise decision. And Lu Shaochuan also thought so, and said with incomparable complacency, "Uncle Qin, although my Lu family doesn't do jewelry business, but my Lu family's influence is just awesome. Even the Li family has to weigh in front of my Lu family." Qin Ronggang nodded, agreeing with Lu Shaochuan's words, and turned around to directly educate Qin Xiao. "You need to learn too much if you want to be recognized by me and your grandfather, and if you want to inherit the Qin family business. Do you think you'll be able to save my Qin family by hiring such a bull ***** brat? This world is all about absolute strength. Like the Lu family, it's the family that truly has strength." Qin Xiao clenched her pink fist. She disagreed with her father's words, but the truth gave her a resounding slap in the face. Even the Li family was afraid of the union between the Qin family and the Lu family. The marriage between her and Lu Shaochuan would definitely not be able to run away. This matter was not something she could decide. "Alright kid, I don't need to gamble with the Li family today, so I'll have a good time with you. You open it first or I open it first, or else one person will open a piece and let you choose." Lu Shaochuan at this time already seemed to be in victory, incomparably pleased with himself, and said to Li Fan, "Then one person will open a piece." Li Fan said with an incomparably calm demeanor. Those people around who were originally waiting to see the Qin and Li families battle saw that Lu Shaochuan was actually going to gamble with someone, and each of them came to be a little more interested. They had to have some fun. However, when they saw that Lu Shaochuan was betting with a young man who was dressed all over in street stall goods, everyone shook their heads and laughed. This kid's brain was squeezed by the door? Gambling with Lu Shaochuan on stones. Lu Shaochuan has brought Master Shui here today. This kid is beating a lantern in the toilet, looking for. No one would be optimistic that Li Fan would win. "Young man, I'll open this stone for you." A stone-solving master came over and directly carried Li Fan's big stone with Gung-Jin Shan iron to the stone-solving machine. Li Fan hurriedly spoke. "Master, don't solve that piece first." Lu Shaochuan on the side sneered. "Which piece is not the same to solve? You definitely won't be able to open the emerald." Chapter 39 Ice Jade. While he was talking, the stone-solving master had already made a slash, splitting the large green stone, revealing the pitch-black Gung-Jin Shan iron inside. "My baby!" Seeing this, Li Fan immediately cried out in pain. But fortunately, the Gung-Jin Shan iron is a godly thing, the most important material used for making artifacts, and its hardness is not something that can be cut by the stone-removing knife, so the inside of the Gung-Jin Shan iron did not matter at all. Li Fan was relieved. Care is messy. Under the anxiety Li Fan have forgotten this Gung-Jin Shan iron hardness. Looking at this reaction of Li Fan, Lu Shaochuan and others burst into laughter. "You have a brain problem, right? A piece of broken stone. To think of it as a treasure. $1 million to buy a broken stone. It really kills me with laughter. Ha ha ha." Qin Ronggang also gave a cold cry and educated Li Fan. "Kid, I said, I advise you not to be too greedy. $1 million for a family like yours. You may not be able to save it in your lifetime. I see you cheated 3 million from Xiao Rou. It won't take long. People like you can only end up poor and accomplishing nothing." Qin Xiao was on the side. The color of worry on her face became even more intense. It seems that there are specialties in the art. Li Fan has a unique skill in identifying antique items, but this stone gambling is still a little bit worse. "Alright master, unlock this piece of my raw stone." Lu Shaochuan pointed at the raw stone that Master Shui had selected and instructed the stone unraveling master at the side. At once the stone unraveling machine hummed once again. A knife went down and instantly white smoke rose. Everyone was excited. Out of the green. Sure enough, after the stone solving master poured down a ladle of water, it instantly revealed the crystalline green color inside. It's a piece of glutinous ice seed. Judging from the size, it should be worth $600,000 or $700,000. Immediately there are people who know the industry. Burst out the price of this piece of jadeite. Lu Shaochuan face full of complacency, showing off to Li Fan. See it, poor bastard. This piece of raw stone is Shui master is to spend $60,000 to buy. Turn around and earn 60 or 70 million. Turned over 10 times, and you 1 million can only buy a piece of trash. Li Fan said with a contemptuous face. What's 600,000 to 700,000 dollars? I can open a piece of jade worth millions. Turtle, you're dreaming there. I do believe you can lose 1 million, and open $1 million worth of emerald. Ha ha ha. Everyone shook their heads. Li Fan was young, not very capable, and loved to talk crazy. When did their Linshan City Stone gambling competition start to be so cheap that even this kind of uneducated youngster could come to participate? Master, please help me unravel this piece of raw stone. Li Fan picked up the raw stone and handed it to the stone unraveling master at the side. The stone solving master looked a bit disgusted, a bit not wanting to help Li Fan solve the stone. It was important to know that they were here to decode the stone masters and also earn a commission. The more people looking for them to decode the stone, the more commission they can earn. And so many masters of stone decomposition. How to be able to earn more? Why do people look for you to solve the stone? Of course, the more jade you solve out, everyone will love to find you to solve the stone. Love gambling people generally have some superstitions. Two stone masters standing there, one never deciphered out of the jade, the other can often open out of the emerald. Do not have to think about it, we will choose to often open out of the emerald people to decipher the stone. This Li Fan do not know. Arrogant, with Lu how to compare. Can do their business is also a service industry, cannot refuse customers, reluctant to move the original stone to the decryption table. How do you want to solve this raw stone? The master asked Li Fan in a bad tone. Li Fan thought for a moment and said to the stone solving master, you can just slice off a thin slice here. Deconstruction master shook his head, very impatient. Simply cannot open the emerald too, but also the whole careful look. Simply cut a knife half forget, accompanied by the buzzing sound of the stone machine. The original stone was cut down a thin piece of the stone master originally did not take it seriously. Even the water is too lazy to pour. But someone under the stage exclaimed, out of the green. The stone solving master hastened to take a look, and saw that on the cut section, there was white smoke rising, and for a moment, he was also surprised and wide-eyed, and hurriedly went to scoop up the water. When the cross-section of the raw stone after being rinsed by the water, revealing the crystal clear green color, the stage was a gasp of surprise. This is ice seed, pure ice seed. This piece should be worth at least $1 million. Immediately, someone shouted in excitement. Lu Shaochuan, on the other hand, was filled with disbelief that Li Fan, this poor bastard, could really open an ice seed jade worth $1 million. Great Li Fan, it's really an ice seed jadeite. Now that $1 million piece of raw stone that I just lost, I've earned it back. Qin Shara was also happy for Li Fan. Master Shui grimaced and spoke in a cold voice. It's just a moment of luck. A blind cat ran into a dead rat. Immediately, Lu Shaochuan let the stone-solving master start solving the second piece of raw stone. When the original stone laid open, once again appeared a touch of green. This is also a piece of ice jade, and judging from its quality and size, it was better than Li Fan's piece. It was definitely worth no less than 1.8 million. Seeing the emerald opened inside, someone immediately exposed the value of the emerald. Master Shui immediately revealed a godly look. Lu Shaochuan also tucked his tail and said, see this turd? This is the real strength. Want to compete with our Master Shui in gambling? You are still too far away. Chapter 40, Admit Defeat. Li Fan just couldn't look at him with this look of being in need of a beating. Since he had stretched out his face, he had to beat him properly. Master, I want to solve this piece. Li Fan handed the second piece of raw stone to that stone-solving master. With the piece of emerald just opened, this stone-solving master didn't dare to take Li Fan lightly anymore. Put the raw stone on the stone-solving machine and cut it up. A knife down. White smoke rose, but what appeared inside was not green, but a touch of purple. Someone in the crowd began to shake their head. Surprisingly, it's a piece of fey jadeite, but this kind of jadeite isn't worth much. Many people followed in agreement. In addition to having green, emerald would have other different colors, and these different colors of emerald were known as heterogeneous emerald. Generally speaking, they are not worth much money, because most of the heterogeneous jadeite is not of high quality. At best, it is just the most common oil green variety. Lu Shaochuan and Master Shui both laughed coldly, And Qin Ronggang shook his head similarly. As Master Xue said, just now Li Fan opened a piece of emerald worth millions of dollars, but it was just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. However, with the pouring of cool water by the stone-solving master, he suddenly exclaimed in shock, "This is not an ordinary fey jadeite. This is an ice violet." Hearing this from the stone-solving master, the crowd had a closer look, and then they all revealed a shocked look. It really is an ice seed violet. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful ice seed violet. This piece of ice seed violet is worth at least $2 million. Immediately, someone started to estimate the value of this piece of ice violet, but as soon as his words fell, someone next to him immediately grabbed his voice and said, "Chui Lao Lu, do you understand? This piece of ice violet texture and size, absolutely no less than 3 million. Others also nodded their heads in agreement. The person called Chui Lao Lu, for a moment his old face flushed, obviously also recognized that his price was underestimated. Qin Xiaoro directly cheered, "Li Fan, you're too good. You actually opened 2 pieces of ice seed and a piece of violet." Li Fan's face also evoked a smile as he looked towards Lu Xiaochuan and that Master Xue. The two of them, on the other hand, had a gloomy and watery face. "Kid, don't get too happy too early. Opening 2 pieces of jadeite only. What are you complacent about? Young people should still learn to be humble and low-key," said Master Xue pointed to his side. A piece of raw stone the size of a bucket. To the side of the decryption master commanded, "Unravel this piece of raw stone for me. Remember, you can't cut it. You have to polish it a little bit along the edge." Hearing this, that stone-solving master looked surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Master Xue, are you saying that such a large piece of raw stone is filled with emeralds? How is this possible? How much would such a large piece of jadeite be worth?" Grandmaster Xue immediately sounded offended and scolded the master stonecutter. "Are you questioning my ability? Don't dare! Don't dare!" The stone deconstruction master hurriedly apologized humbly. After all, he was just a stone deconstruction master, but he was the renowned Master Xue. Although polishing the stone was very laborious, he could only do as he was instructed. To know the stones are generally sliced, or even cut blocks, rarely polished. After all, open out the emerald is not easy. Can encounter inside the full sun of the original stone. It is even more not easy, which need a little polishing. At this time the crowd also temporarily forgot Li Fan opened the ice and the violet, have stared at Master Xue's piece of raw stone. Everyone is looking forward to. This piece of raw stone is not really have full sun jadeite? With the huge roar of the stone decomposer, the stone chips were polished and fluttered. It took nearly 30 minutes of polishing to reveal a little bit of green color inside. Out of green. Surprisingly, it's really green. Immediately someone exclaimed. The master also looked exuberant for a while, and continued to polish along the piece of green. As he polished, the green grew bigger and bigger, and it was really a full sun. Oh my god, it's another piece of ice seed, or ice seed plum blossom green. How many pairs of bracelets must be made from such a large piece? The surrounding people's eyes are flickering light. Such a large piece of jadeite is too rare. Take it back and simply do whatever you want to do. Even if it is used to carve a huge statue of Buddha, but also be able to use the edges of the material to make a lot of vice bracelets. Even Qin Ronggang, who was on the side, was excited. Good, this piece of jadeite is simply great. I'm going to send this piece of jadeite now to our Qin's Jewelry Senior Member Group for senior customization. Everyone auction the highest bidder. This can definitely become our Qin's jewelry sales focus for this quarter. If the Qin family has this jadeite as a sales gimmick, then Qin's jewelry will definitely gain fame. Master Xue tilted his head slightly, looked at Li Fan and spoke. Kid, old man, this piece of jadeite can be sold for $50 million even if I estimate the lowest price. You just admit defeat. The surrounding people also nodded their heads and persuaded Li Fan. Yes kid, don't struggle. You are not Master Xue's opponent at all. Yes, the other Master Xue valued at 50 million, but there is no intention of bullying you at all. This piece of ice seed plum blossom green, even if it is sold to 60 million is not too much. That's right young man, go back and practice a few more years. Young, never be so arrogant. And Master Xue gambling stone, that is not taking the egg touchstone? It's really too presumptuous. Chapter 41, are you still serious? I still have one raw stone left to open. Li Fan opened his mouth and said. Seeing that Li Fan was still not seeing the coffin at this point, Master Xue snorted coldly. Good, since you want to die with understanding, I, the old man, will fulfill you. The Master Stone Solver on the side hurriedly moved this last piece of raw stone of Li Fan to the stone solving table. This piece of raw stone looks really not very good. Just like the stone in the toilet, the surface is uneven, the color is black, and there is moss growing on it. The master was about to cut it when Li Fan spoke up. Don't cut it, I want to polish it too. The surrounding people immediately laughed when they heard this. Li Fan, you really don't mind losing face. This piece of broken stone of yours even needs to be polished? Isn't it a waste of all of our time? Lu Xiaochuan also opened his mouth to mock. That's right. If other Master Shui wants to polish it, it's because he's capable and sure of himself. What's the difference between you learning from other people and learning from the East? Everyone nodded their heads, feeling that Lu Xiaochuan was very right. But Li Fan simply ignored, insisted on polishing, otherwise damaged the jade inside. You cannot afford to pay. Everyone at this time feel that Li Fan is too arrogant. This guy is afraid not brain sick, right? He really regarded himself as a master gambler? The stone master sighed, feeling that Li Fan is quite pitiful. No power, and not much ability, but against the Lu family and Master Shui, he took full authority as pity for a beggar, and helped Li Fan a little. So he turned on the stone grinder and polished the stone a little bit. The crowd has been ready to see Li Fan's joke, but this is the stone grinder did not grind to 5 minutes. A touch of white smoke gently floated up, revealing a blinding light inside. Out green. At once, someone exclaimed in shock. Could it be that this raw stone of Li Fan's was also a full yuan? Lu Xiaochuan and Master Shui were incredulous, staring at the raw stone with dead eyes. As the stone grinding machine polished it little by little, the green color spread more and more, and the crowd all looked furious. Could this be a glass seed? Some people had already begun to stutter. Glass seeds were rare. This isn't just a glass seed, it's also an imperial green. Oh my god, this is a piece of top-grade jadeite. For a while, the entire area around the stone solving table was abuzz with excitement. Glass seed Emperor Green is definitely the Rolls-Royce of emerald, the top emerald. Usually that is very rare. They did not expect they can witness the birth of a piece of glass seed Emperor Green. With this piece of sensation, the entire exhibition hall and other corners of the people are also curious to come over to watch. See, even someone opened the glass seed Emperor Green. All follow the agitation. Finally, the volleyball-sized piece of emerald completely revealed. Immediately someone began to estimate its value. This piece of glass seed Emperor rate so big, so good, but also so complete. The value is definitely in more than 200 million. Are you selling it, young man? I'll offer $220 million. Woo, old dog. $220 million and you want to buy this piece of superb glass seed Imperial Green? Taiyang Jewelry, will pay $250 million. What are you, Taiyang Jewelry? Sky Green Pavilion, offer $280 million. For a while, everyone under the stage began to scramble. It was important to know that this piece of glass seed Imperial Green would be a complete treasure of the store if bought back. Even Qin Ronggang, who was on the side, looked at this piece of glass seed Emperor Green, and for a moment, he also felt that the piece of ice seed plum blossom green in his hand instantly didn't smell good anymore. His hands, that piece of ice seed plum blossom green, compared with Li Fan's piece, like kindergarten children's paintings, and top painting masters hanging in the National Museum of the Works of the General. The world of difference. If he still take this piece of ice seed plum blossom green, to do Qin's jewelry jealousy publicity gimmick, will be for everyone to laugh. What is the East is like knitting the brows? This is called the East is like knitting the brows. Taking a piece of garbage for publicity. Qin's Jewelry Group, will offer $300 million. Qin Ronggang shouted out this price through gritted teeth from the side, then looked at Li Fan apprehensively. At this time, he was not hopeful in his heart, as he had always had a bad attitude towards Li Fan. Why would Li Fan sell this jade to him? Immediately the other people on the stage also have quoted 300 million. Everyone wants this jar of glass seed Emperor Green. Li Fan, on the other hand, opened his mouth and said to everyone flatly, "Sorry, I'm not selling a single piece of these 3 raw stones I've opened." The crowd was very lost when they heard this. Immediately, someone couldn't help but ask, "Young man, this is $300 million. Aren't you moved?" Li Fan laughed and said with no concern, $300 million is just a few $100 million. What's it worth? I came to participate in the stone gambling competition because I was entrusted by someone. These jadeites opened out. All belonged to Qin Xiaro, Qin boss. Qin Xiaro heard this dumbfounded. These 3 pieces of jadeite add up to be worth more than 300 million. Li Fan even so light-heartedly gave her. How is this possible? Li Fan, I can't take it. These things are too valuable. Qin Xiaro immediately said to Li Fan, but before Li Fan could open his mouth, Qin Ronggang on the side yanked over Qin Xiaro. "Xiaro, Li Fan has said that he came to participate in the stone gambling competition and was originally entrusted by you to compete for my Qin family. The jadeite open should rightfully be counted on my Qin family's head." There's nothing wrong with that. After saying that, he directly let the people put up the loading. Li Fan glanced at Qin Ronggang. This person was shameless. He really did everything. But Li Fan didn't say anything, just like what he just said. He came to participate in this stone gambling competition originally to help Qin Xiaro. As for what value these emeralds had, he didn't care at all. All he wanted to do now was to hurry home and study that piece of Gangjin Shan iron. For him, what could enhance his cultivation and strength was what he wanted most right now. And money, he could earn it in minutes. Li Fan suddenly turned his head at this time and looked at Lu Xiaochuan. The corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile as he spoke. Young Lu, now shouldn't you finish the bet between us? Lu Xiaochuan's face was as gloomy as water as he gritted his teeth and threatened Li Fan. Kid, do you know what my status is? I advise you to stop in moderation. Master Shui also spoke. That's right, brat. Leave a thread of work for the future. Don't block your own back road. After hearing this, Li Fan immediately let out a cold laugh and said, What? Hallowed young Lu, do you still want to go back on your word? If your Lu family is this reputable, who else will be willing to buy your Lu family's raw stones in the future? Willing to cooperate with your Lu family? Li Fan's words made Lu Xiaochuan's face become incomparably ugly, and the people around him were all talking. Lu Xiaochuan was incomparably angry in his heart. Kid, do you really want to make things worse? Do you know the consequences of going against my Lu family? On the side, Qin Ronggang similarly opened his mouth to educate. Li Fan, just take it as it comes. What is the status of the other Lu Xiaochuan? He's just playing with you when he gambles with you. Are you still serious? Chapter 42 Dark Power Expert. Li Fan instantly laughed when he heard this and asked rhetorically, just playing around? If I was the one who lost today, would you guys also tell me that it was just for fun? Seeing that Li Fan was so aggressive and did not intend to easily reveal this matter, Lu Xiaochuan's eyes flashed with a cold aura. Lu Xiaochuan's gaze landed on the several pieces of superb jadeite opened by Li Fan on the side, especially that piece of glass seed Emperor Green worth $300 million. Such a top-grade jadeite was taken away by Li Fan, which was an overwhelming loss for his Lu family. Kid, who said you beat me? Those emeralds you opened were originally my Lu family's belongings. You used despicable means to get them into your hands. Now you must return these emeralds to our Lu family. Li Fan was amused by these words. Your Lu family is really too shameless. The emeralds I opened and paid for the raw stones. Why should I give them back to your Lu family? After saying that, Li Fan's gaze glanced towards the surrounding crowd of onlookers, smiled faintly and continued. You Lu family, this can do really good business. Let others buy your raw stone. Open jade. Losing money is the consumer's own business. Betting on it and returning it to your Lu family. You Lu family, this is their own gambling. Let the consumer to pay the bill. Ah. Hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan's face suddenly changed greatly. Although he is a playboy, but not a little cute. Naturally, he knew that if Li Fan's words made everyone present today agree, in the future, these people would definitely not come up to his Lu family to buy raw stones. If the credibility was gone, his Lu family's business would also be in tatters. Fart. Kid, I advise you to watch what you say. Be careful of what comes out of your mouth. Master Shui on the side was also gloomy and threatened Li Fan. Kid, I noticed when I bought the raw stones just now, you bought raw stones that Master Shui had seen. Those raw stones were all originally favored by Master Shui, but you bought them away. You are simply too despicable. You don't want to take away these emeralds. How dare you make trouble at my Lu family's stone gambling convention? Give me a hard lesson to him. Lu Xiaochuan didn't intend to continue talking nonsense with Li Fan and directly ordered to the venue security guards who had arrived long ago. There were tens, millions of dollars worth of raw stones and jadeite everywhere in the gambling conference. The security system was naturally very tough. The four tall, burly men, receiving the order from the young proprietor, immediately pounced towards Li Fan. Li Fan, be careful. Qin Xiaora was incredibly worried when she saw this. Li Fan, on the other hand, did not change his color and looked at the security guard who rushed up first, and directly stretched out his leg and kicked the security guard at his knee socket. There was a click. The security guard's joints broke with a sound, and his huge body directly fell to the ground. Immediately after that, Li Fan took a step forward, reached out and grabbed the collar of the second security guard, and directly lifted that 1 meter tall, nearly 200 pounds strong security guard one-handedly, and then ruthlessly smashed to the two security guards who pounced behind him. Ah! In a miserable scream, the two security guards were directly smashed down. Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene. No one had thought that Li Fan, who didn't look very old, was so capable of fighting. Lu Xiaochuan was also stunned by Li Fan's strength. A strong man of nearly 200 pounds could be lifted up with one hand. How amazing this strength must be. But he immediately gritted his teeth and said in a fierce voice, "Good, kid, you can fight, right? I'll let you know today what is really able to fight." Saying that, he directly took out his cell phone and called his father. "Dad, someone is causing trouble at our stone gambling convention. You quickly bring Master Qian over." In less than 10 minutes, a middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to Lu Xiaochuan walked into the hall with an old man around 50 years old. This man was none other than Lu Xiaochuan's father. "Lu Luda, gentlemen, I'm sorry, someone has come to my Lu family's gambling stone conference to cause trouble. today's gambling stone conference will end here for the time being. For today's incident, afterward, my Lu family will definitely give everyone an explanation. In the future, everyone who comes to my Lu family to buy raw stones will enjoy a one-time 30% discount. After saying that, more than a dozen security guards came forward and invited all the people in the field out. Lu Luda at this time again dropped his gaze on Qin Ronggang's body, as well as the pieces of extremely high-quality jadeite beside him, and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, since your two families and mine have reached a marriage, we are one family. A family doesn't talk about two families. I know you want these jadeites. I can give you a guarantee. When I'm done with these matters, these emeralds will definitely still be sold to your Qin family. But for now, I also ask Brother Qin to give me face and leave first." Qin Ronggang's heart twinged. This was a jadeite worth $300 million, and he was just going to give it to the Lu family. His gaze, however, glanced at the old man beside Lu Ruda with some scorn. He knew that this old man was a powerful dark realm expert. The entire city of Linshan was able to have a dark strength expert family. Not out of two families. One was the absolute king of Linshan City, the Chen family. He completely did not expect that the Lu family even possessed a dark realm expert. At this moment, Qin Ronggang was incredibly fortunate that he had chosen to marry the Lu family. Otherwise, he was afraid that in the future, there would really be no place for his Qin family in this city of Linshan. "Brother Lu, what are you talking about? We are family. Of course I have to give you this face. Xiao, let's go." Seeing her father thus about to leave, Qin Xiao said with incomparable anxiety, "Dad, Li Fan he." "You shut up." Qin Ronggang directly interrupted Qin Xiao and pulled him out alive. Chapter 43, Martial Arts Master? Bam! The door of the exhibition hall closed, and at this moment, only the Lu family's people as well as Li Fan were left in the entire exhibition hall. Li Fan's face didn't have any change. He stood there curiously looking at the Lu family people. He wanted to see what tricks the Lu family could play. Lu Luda's gaze landed on Li Fan's body. Seeing that at this point in time, Li Fan still did not have a color of fear or panic, Lu Luda couldn't help but open his mouth. "Kid, for your courage, I'll give you a chance. Now kneel down and apologize to me, and in the future you can work in my Lu family, and from then on, you can soar to the sky and change your life's destiny." Li Fan laughed when he heard this. "What are you Lu family? Also worthy of letting me work for your Lu family? Kid, what did you say?" Lu Luda became furious. Next to him, Lu Xiaochuan immediately said, "Dad, you saw it, right? This brat is just so rampant. Before you came, he insulted my Lu family more than once." "Very well." Lu Luda had a chill in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "I heard that you're quite a fighter. No matter how much you can fight, you're still just an ordinary person. For many things in this world, you know too little. Do you know what the true martial arts are? This Grandmaster Qian beside me is a true martial arts expert. Today let Grandmaster Qian properly educate you on what humility is." After saying that, Lu Ruda turned around and spoke respectfully to the old man. "Master Qian, I will also have to trouble to ask you to fight next." Master Qian glanced at Li Fan, his heart filled with disdain. It was a waste of his time for him, a hall and also dark mirror expert, to be used to teach a brat a lesson. "Kid, you are young, don't speak out of your mouth. Today old man will educate you. Young people don't sit on the well and watch the sky." Li Fan immediately laughed and said, "Old man, I also have to tell you, don't be disrespectful for the old. Kid, you are too unbridled." Grandmaster Qian became furious. As a dark power expert, wherever he went, he was not highly respected? Not to mention a brat like Li Fan. Even if the heads of the big families in various places saw him, they would have to be polite and honor him with the title of Grandmaster. After all, who dares to say that they are willing to offend a dark force expert? Lu Ruda and Lu Xiaochuan did not expect this Li Fan to be arrogant to such an extent that he was simply looking for death. To provoke a dark force martial arts expert, one would surely die. Grandmaster Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with Li Fan anymore and directly reached out and grabbed Li Fan's shoulder. A dark strength master's claw. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely be grabbed and shattered his shoulder bones. However, when his claw landed on Li Fan's shoulder, he found that it was as if he was pressing on steel, but he couldn't move the slightest bit. Grandmaster Qian immediately frowned, full of puzzlement. Li Fan, on the other hand, directly grinned. "With this amount of strength, do you deserve to be called a master? Unconscionable." After the last word was said, Li Fan's body aura violently changed tremendously. The incomparably strong internal qi directly enveloped Master Qian's body, causing even his breathing to become stagnant. You're a martial Dao Grand." Before Grandmaster Qian could finish his words, Li Fan had already directly kicked Grandmaster Qian in the chest. With a bang, Grandmaster Qian's entire body was kicked out like a cannonball, collapsing several huge cabinets in the hall where the raw stones were placed one after another, and falling to the ground. Then a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and the ribs of his entire chest were already all collapsed. This time the room was quiet as a pin drop. Lu Ruda and Lu Xiaochuan looked dumbfounded. This was a dark force expert. He was able to protect a big family and dominate on one side. He was actually kicked over by Li Fan. What kind of person was this Li Fan? Master Qian just said that he is a martial arts master. Lu Xiaochuan said to his father beside him with a face full of disbelief. Lu Luda was going to be much more resourceful than Lu Xiaochuan, and directly flopped down to the ground. Master, spare your life. At this time, the showroom door was violently knocked open. Dozens of strong men in black suits rushed into the hall, and with extremely swift means, they subdued all of Lu Luda's bodyguards. Then Chen Hongyan and Li Tiansheng hurriedly ran in, full of fear, and asked Li Fan, Master Li, are you alright? Then immediately looked at Lu Luda who was on the side and angrily rebuked. Lu Luda, you have big dog guts. Even my Chen family's honored guest, Master Li, dares to offend. My Chen family will not rest in peace with you. The Lu family. Li Tiansheng also took the same stance. Lu Ruda, my Li family is likewise immortal with your Lu family. Lu Ruda's entire body was dumbfounded. Surprisingly, even Li Tiansheng and Chen Hongyan were so respectful to Li Fan. Obviously they had known Li Fan's ability for a long time, and he was even foolish enough to offend a martial arts master. This was really looking for death. At this moment, Lu Luda looked at his son beside him with anger in his eyes. Lu Xiaochuan snapped out of it at this moment and pointed at Li Tiansheng. You withdrew from this stone gambling competition not because my Lu family and the Qin family joined forces, but because of Li Fan? Chapter 44, Undoubtedly Dead. Li Tiansheng froze for a moment when he heard this, then scoffed. You would even think that I, Li Tiansheng, withdrew from this stone gambling competition because I'm afraid of your Lu family and Qin family? Ha ha, what a heavenly joke. If it wasn't for Master Li opening his mouth to protect the Qin family, would I, Li Tiansheng, have put your two families in my sights? Hearing these words, Lu Xiaochuan was completely dumbfounded. He had actually gloated over Li Tiansheng's withdrawal from the stone gambling competition before. It was only now that he snapped back to the fact that Li Tiansheng was jealous of Li Fan. Lu Luda directly got up and kicked Lu Xiaochuan to the ground, then punched and kicked him. You sinful son, why didn't you tell me earlier if there was such a thing? The more Lu Luda thought about it, the angrier he got. If it wasn't for this waste of a son of his, he wouldn't have offended a martial arts master. Chen Hongyan respectfully asked Li Fan, Grandmaster Li, how will the Lu family be disposed of? Li Fan waved his hand and said with full disinterest, I don't want to see the Lu family again. After saying that, he directly stepped away from the gambling hall. As for Chen Hongyan, he also understood Li Fan's realization, and with a wink to the men beside him, a bodyguard immediately stepped forward and directly knocked Lu Luda and Lu Xiaochuan to the ground. From today onwards, there will be no more Lu family in Linshan City. At this time, on the road opposite the hotel, Qin Ronggang, Fu Ao and Qin Xiaro were sitting in the Rolls-Royce. Qin Ronggang was sipping red wine, waiting for news from Lu Ruda. Qin Xiaro, on the other hand, was looking out the car window with red eyes and worry. Xiaro, that Li Fan will definitely not have a good ending after offending the Lu family. You'd better hurry up and forget about Li Fan. He's a poor boy with no power and no background. He's not from the same world as us people originally. He wants to forcefully squeeze into our circle. He just doesn't know himself. Dad, what will the Lu family do to Li Fan? Qin Xiaro stared at her father and opened her mouth to ask. Qin Ronggang said with an incomparably calm demeanor, I'm afraid that he will be made to disappear. With the strength of the Lu family, making a poor boy disappear couldn't be easier. Making a person disappear, coming from Qin Ronggang's mouth, was as simple as eating and sleeping. It was also true that it was simply too easy for them, the great families, to go and deal with an ordinary poor boy. Qin Xiaro immediately pleaded to Qin Ronggang, Dad, give Uncle Lu a call and ask him to release Li Fan. As long as you can promise, I will listen to you in everything. As Qin Xiaro said this, tears could no longer be held back. She knew what it meant after she finished her sentence. It meant that she had to marry Lu Xiaochuan, but she didn't want to but harm Li Fan because of herself. Qin Ronggang shook his head and said, I can't control this matter. In the past, our Qin family and the Lu family could still be on equal footing, but now that the Lu family has a dark power expert, what the Lu family wants to do is no longer something that my Qin family can decide. Li Fan will die for sure. Just as Qin Ronggang had finished these words, outside the hotel's main door, Li Fan walked out slowly with his hands in his pockets. When she learned that Li Fan would definitely die, Qin Xiaro was heartbroken and turned her head towards the window and froze. Li Fan? Qin Xiao's mood at this time did not know how to describe. Her heart was shocked and happy, and she could not believe her eyes for a moment. Li Fan had actually walked out properly. Li Fan, your eyes are blurred, aren't they? Qin Ronggang shook his head with a cold smile, feeling that this daughter of his was really hopeless, but he also subconsciously glanced towards the window and his eyes widened. How was he still able to come out? Qin Ronggang was puzzled. And what surprised a few people even more was that after Li Fan came out, he directly got into a stretched Rolls-Royce silver charm at the entrance. There was also a row of Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles following behind. After Li Fan got into the car, the convoy slowly left. What's going on here? Qin Ronggang and Fu Ao on the side were both filled with uncertainty. Could it be that this kid Li Fan had some monstrous background? Qin Xiao hurriedly took out her cell phone to call Li Fan, but Li Fan's cell phone was out of battery and automatically turned off, so she couldn't get through. Qin Ronggang also took out his cell phone and called Lu Luda. Lu Ruda's cell phone was not turned off, but it was always unanswered, which made Qin Ronggang very puzzled. Qin Ronggang immediately called Lu Xiaochuan. The result is the same. The same has been no answer. What's going on? Qin Ronggang face gloomy down. Eyebrows are also tightly locked. Do not understand what happened in the end. On the side of the Fu Ao opened his mouth to persuade, old Qin, you also first do not be anxious. We wait. Estimates a moment Lu family should be able to come out. Qin Ronggang also felt the same way. Lu Ruda will definitely call him after resolving Li Fan. After all, they have not yet talked about the matter about those pieces of jade, but in the car waiting can have nearly half an hour. Still no Lu Luda any news. Cell phone is also still no one to answer the state. You go to the hotel and ask if Lu family lord and the others have left. Qin Ronggang instructed the driver. That driver jogged all the way to the hotel across the street to inquire about the situation. As a result, at this time, Qin Ronggang received a call from his men. Boss, it's bad. All of the Lu family's properties have suddenly been seized. Chapter 45, to see Mr. Chun. What? The Lu family's industry was seized. What's the situation? Qin Rong had just gotten this news and was shocked, hastily asking carefully. But Hans didn't know much about the matter. Boss, we specifically don't know what's going on. Just half an hour ago, all of the Lu family's industries were seized one after another, and several of the Lu family's core personnel were all taken away by the relevant authorities. In other words, the entire Lu family has fallen. With a boom, this news was like a bolt from the blue, causing Qin Ronggan's entire body to go limp on the back of the car. The huge Lu family had unexpectedly fallen within half an hour. How is this possible? What kind of person has such monstrous means? What's wrong with old Qin? Fu Ao immediately asked anxiously when he saw Qin Ronggang in this state. Qin Ronggang bitterly smiled and told the matter. Fu Ao was similarly filled with shock. What the hell is going on here? Could it have something to do with that kid called Li Fan? Qin Ronggan's eyes widened, but immediately shook his head. Impossible. I've had people check. Li Fan is nothing more than a poor boy. He doesn't have any background at all. How could it be him? But are things so coincidental? The Lu family wanted to teach Li Fan a lesson, and right after that, the Lu family fell, while Li Fan came out in one piece, and even got into such a luxurious convoy. Who can explain this? Qin Xiao heard the conversation between her father and Fu Ao, and her inner mind was also turned upside down. Could it be that Li Fan really had some great background? But no matter what, it was good that Li Fan was safe and sound. Qin Xiao said happily. I said that Li Fan working in my Qin family will be very helpful to the development of my Qin family. Qin Ronggang looked like he had aged 10 years in a while. Could it really be that he had misjudged? If Li Fan really had such great ability, staying in his Qin family would indeed make his Qin family go further. At this time the driver who had just gone out to inquire about the news came back and spoke to Qin Ronggang. Boss, I've inquired clearly. Just now Li Tiancheng of the Li family, and Chen Hongyan, the Chen family head, entered the gambling hall together. They rushed in with dozens of bodyguards, and then the Lu family head and young Lu were lost, and immediately after that the entire hotel was seized by the Chun family, and the fleet of cars that Li Fan just boarded is also owned by the Chun family. Hearing this news, Qin Ronggang was suddenly enlightened and sat up violently and excitedly. That's right then. I told you that Li Fan's poor boy. How could he possibly bring down the Lu family? It seems like the Lu family has offended Mr. Chun. Fu Ao also nodded in agreement as he followed along. That's right. It looks like that's what happened. The Lu family has invited a dark force expert to sit in on the scene, obviously intending to compete with the Chun family. The Chen family naturally couldn't let the Lu family get stronger, so they took down the Lu family with a lightning strike. Now it all makes sense. That kid called Li Fan has really gotten lucky. Qin Ronggang sniffed and sneered disdainfully. That poor kid has always been quite lucky, or else it wouldn't have been possible for him to open a few pieces of extremely high-quality jadeite one after another tonight. But people like him, with a moment of luck, so what? This time he was lucky to escape death, but next time he offends other powerful characters. Sooner or later he won't survive. After saying that, Qin Ronggang looked at Qin Xiao and ordered in a cold voice, you stay at home these days, don't go to find that poor boy, so as not to cause trouble for my Qin family. After saying that, he said to Fu Ao beside him, Old Fu, I still need to trouble you to think of a way how can I contact Mr. Chun. Since the Chun family has already brought down the Lu family, and my Chin family had previously cooperated with the Lu family. Mr. Chen must have known about it. I'm afraid that Mr. Chen will blame my Chin family. We must find a way to be able to meet Mr. Chen and properly explain this matter to him. My Chin family is willing to submit to the Chen family and work for them. Fu Ao also agreed and said, "Don't worry, old Chin. I will find a way to do this matter. It's just that it's not too easy to meet Mr. Chen." Chin Ronggang sighed, but immediately said in a firm tone, "No matter how difficult it is, we must meet Mr. Chen." Li Fan locked himself in his room when he returned home and studied the piece of Gung Jin Shan iron. The great thing about the Gung Jin Shan iron was that its texture was incredibly hard and elastic, and it was extremely malleable. At the same time, the Gung Jin Shan iron was able to have a very marvelous reaction with the aura, and had a great increasing effect on the aura. This is why everyone is willing to use Gung Jin Shan iron to make magic weapons, so that the magic weapons can maximize the attack. Chapter 46 Doll Marriage. Li Fan searched for the relevant knowledge about creating magic weapons from the easy scatterer's inheritance that he had obtained. As a result, he was disappointed to find that there was actually no way to forge a magic weapon with his current cultivation level. In order to fully craft a magic weapon, at the very least, one would have to reach a cultivation level above the foundation establishment stage, and to reach the foundation establishment stage, there was still a long way to go. However, Li Fan had found a divine ability in the inheritance, the flame of the Karma Lotus. This Karma Lotus flame could melt Gung Jin Shan iron and make simple weapons, which was not bad. It was just that if he wanted to learn the Karma Lotus flame, he would need some medicinal herbs. Li Fan recorded these herbs and sent them all to Chen Hongyan, asking him to collect them for himself. After all, the Chen family is a big family, and is not poor in money. This matter can't be better left to the Chen family to do. Take the phone. Li Fan realized that the phone has no power shutdown, plugged in the charger. Saw Qin Xiao gave himself several missed calls. At this time the time is already late. Li Fan also did not call back. The next morning, Li Fan had just finished practicing when Qin Xiao called again. "Li Fan, how are you? Are you alright?" As soon as the phone was connected, Qin Xiao's voice filled with concern was heard. For a moment Li Fan felt a throbbing in his heart and said with a smile, "I'm fine, boss. Did you receive those pieces of jade?" After settling the Lu family yesterday, Li Fan instructed Chen Hongyan to send someone to send these emeralds to Qin's jewelry. Qin Xiao nodded her head and said, I received them this morning, so I called you right away." Li Fan, these emeralds are really too valuable. If you can sell them to my Qin family, our Qin family will be very happy. I just estimated that these jadites are worth a total of $340 million. I'll give you a call to the account in a moment. Boss, these emeralds can't be charged. This matter. Before Li Fan's voice could finish, he was interrupted by Qin Xiao. "Well, Li Fan, you do not say again. The money I have given you to hit the past. These 2 days you have a good rest. I have to have something here to find you again." After saying that, Qin Xiao had hung up the phone. Immediately after that, Li Fan received a prompt from the bank text message. The account arrived at 300 million. Looking at this figure, Li Fan smiled. Although he didn't need the money now, he could give it to his parents and sister so that they could enjoy their lives. He came out of his room and went to the dining room on the first floor. At this time, his parents and sister were already preparing breakfast. Seeing Li Fan coming down, Zheng Suiping smiled and said, "Little Fan, come and eat." Li Fan opened his mouth and said, "Mom and Dad, I just transferred 10 million to each of you two's bank cards. You should usually spend it, don't save it." Then he turned to Li Fan and said, "Xiao Nian, I transferred 1,000,000 to your card as well. It's enough for you to spend as well." When the three of them heard Li Fan's words, they all snapped their eyes wide open for a moment. "Little Fan, where did you get so much money? We can't just be taking other people's Mr. Chen's money." When the two old men saw Li Fan hit them with so much money, they thought it was Mr. Chen who gave it to Li Fan. Li Qingshan on the side also agreed and said, "Yes, Xiao Fan, although you saved someone's life, but they gave us this villa and luxury car. It has already been regarded as a return of this favor. The money we can't ask for it again. Although we are poor, but we have to have backbone to be a man." Li Fan smiled and explained to a few people, "Mom and Dad, don't worry, this money is earned by your son's ability, not given by others." "Earned? What can you do to earn so much money at once?" Zheng Suiping still couldn't believe it. Li Fan had to explain, "Mom and Dad, have you heard of gambling? The kind of jade that is sold, a bracelet, can easily cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars. Those bracelets are made of jadeite, and the jadeite is opened out of the raw stone. With our technology today, there is no way to ensure that which piece of raw stone will have jadeite in it, so it gives rise to the industry of gambling on stones. Yesterday I went to the stone gambling conference, spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy a few pieces of raw stone, which opened out 3 pieces of superb jadeite. one of the glass seat Emperor Green. It was sold for 300 million. How much? 300 million. Zheng Suweiping was almost so shocked that she sat on her butt in the chair when she heard this figure. Li Qingshan was similarly shocked, and hurriedly picked up his cell phone to look for some, then said with an exuberant expression, "Wife, I just looked it up. This glass seat Emperor Green is the very best of the emerald, and a pair of bracelets will cost millions, even tens of millions of dollars." Li Fan nodded his head and said, "That's right, the piece of glass seat Emperor Green that I opened. If all of them were made into bangles, I'm afraid that I could make 30 to 50 pairs." Getting Li Fan's explanation, the two old men sort of believed it, but their mood could not be calmed for a long time. The surprises brought to them by Li Fan in these 2 days were just too much. They hadn't even finished digesting the house and the luxury car yet, and suddenly $300 million in cash fell from the sky. Good. Little Fan has excelled. Zheng Suweiping was in tears at this time. Which of the parents did not want their children to be successful? Now Li Fan earned $300 million at once, and has a house and a car. This future good life is no need to worry. Of course she is happy. Little Fan, this money mom and dad will keep for you. Zheng Suweiping opened her mouth and said. Li Fan knew that his parents couldn't afford to spend money and said helplessly, "Mom and Dad, I still have more than 200 million here. You don't need to keep it. You can buy whatever you want. Your son is capable now. Not to mention 300 million. In the future, even if it's 3 billion, 30 billion, I'll earn it back for you." Although Li Fan said this, Zheng Suweiping's heart was determined that this money could not be spent and must be kept. At this time Zheng Suweiping suddenly brightened up and said, "Xiu Fan, Mom really wants to talk to you about this. Now that your brain is better, our family house and car are there, and you have made so much money. Mom has a good sister. There is a daughter at home, about the same age as you. The other little girl got into a major university. Outstanding. When I was a child, Mom gave you and others engaged in a baby marriage. Before Mom think we can't match them, but now it's no problem at all." Chapter 47, High Class Cafe. Hearing this, the soy milk Li Fan had just drank into his mouth almost spewed out. Li Nian hurriedly stepped aside and teased Li Fan. "Brother, you're not so happy as soon as you hear that Mom has found you a daughter-in-law." Li Fan glared viciously at his younger sister before he hurriedly opened his mouth to his mom. "Mom, what are you doing? How old am I? You are in such a hurry to find me an object. Isn't this urging for marriage a bit too early?" Zheng Suweiping's eyes narrowed with a smile and said, Not too early. Xiu Fan, you have a successful career now. It's time for you to start a family earlier. Mom and your dad are still waiting to hold their big fat grandchildren." Next to Li Qingshan also said with the same eyebrows, "Yes, I also agree with the matter of holding grandchildren. Alright, you guys eat quickly. I made an appointment to meet your Auntie Zhao's family." When the family had eaten, Zheng Suweiping told Li Nian to study well at home, and then let Li Fan drive the Bentley Flying Spur, and the family traveled to Cafe 11, Tongning Street, which was located in the Riverside Business District. This is a very high-end cafe, located in the center of the busiest business district, surrounded by many local large enterprises on both sides, and even foreign-funded enterprises. Those who came in and out were white-collar workers who earned tens of thousands of dollars a month, so the consumption level of the whole area is very high. This Downing Street 11 cafe is one of the highest spending places. A cup of coffee here costs at least a few $100s, and some very good hand-ground coffee beans can even reach a few $1,000s a cup. The most crucial thing is that this cafe is a membership system. You have to recharge $50,000 to become an entry member. Non-members will not be received. Li Fan had checked out this restaurant when he arrived, which forced Li Fan to doubt the intentions of Aunt Zhao's family. Aunt Zhao's family should know the situation their family has been in over the years, so how could they possibly come up with $50,000 to run a cafe membership? Or was it that Aunt Zhao's family, already waiting for them outside the door, would take them into the cafe? With such doubts in his mind, Li Fan parked his car in the public parking lot outside the cafe, and then came to the door of the cafe with his parents. "Mom, will Aunt Zhao and the others be waiting for us at the door?" Li Fan opened his mouth and asked. "Your Aunt Zhao said it's fine to pick up and go in," Zheng Suweiping said with a smile, obviously still ignorant of the nature of this restaurant. At once, Li Fan's expression clouded over. Just as they arrived outside the door of the 11 Downing Street Cafe, two doormen immediately stopped the trio. With smiles on their faces, but with a look full of arrogance, they asked, "May I ask if you have a membership card for this store?" Li Qingshan shook his head on the side and said, "No, it's our first time here." Seeing that it was the first time for a few people to come, along with the fact that the two of them, Mr. and Mrs. Zheng Suweiping, were dressed somewhat rustic, the doorman became even more disdainful. "Sorry, this store is a membership system. You can't enter without a membership card." "Then how much does it cost to get one of your membership cards?" Zheng Suweiping opened her mouth and asked, saying that she went to get her wallet. Getting a card starts at a minimum of 50,000. What? 50,000? Zheng Suiping was shocked when she heard this figure. $50,000. This was enough to cover the living expenses of their family of 4 for more than a year. Young man, what kind of store is this in your house? A membership card costs $50,000. It's too expensive. We have an appointment with someone to meet here. They are already up there. Do you think you can let us in? Zheng Suiping couldn't help but ask. That doorkeeper was instantly extremely impatient and drove away at the trio. If you can't afford to do it, don't affect our business here. Hurry and go away. Li Fan's face grimaced as he opened his mouth and warned, "You speak politely to my parents." After saying this, Li Fan opened his mouth to his parents again. "Mom, I see that this Aunt Zhao's family doesn't have the sincerity to see us, so we'd better go back." Li Fan's heart is like a mirror at this time. This Aunt Zhao's family will meet at this membership cafe. Obviously they regretted about the previous baby marriage, so they want to let their family know the difficulty to retreat. The gap between the two families is now understood. People are now the ones who can go to this kind of high-end cafe with a card of $50,000, while your Li Fan family is the one who is blocked out and can't even enter the door. What qualifications does your Li family have to marry us? Zheng Suiping saw this and hurriedly persuaded Li Fan. "Xiao Fan, don't be anxious. I'll give your Aunt Xiao a call to ask." Li Fan sighed and said, "Mom, if we have to go in today, we don't need her to come out and pick us up. I'll do it with this membership card." Li Fan doesn't want his parents to be looked down upon. Besides, $50,000 is nothing to him. But Zheng Suiping is accustomed to saving. How can she afford to do this? $50,000 a member to drink coffee? Xiaofan, you listen to mom. Or call your Aunt Xiao. But Li Fan's side had already started to swipe his card for the membership. At this time on the second floor of the cafe, in a very elegant private room, Aunt Xiao's family had already arrived. Wang Tianlai, in his 50s, was wearing a Zhongshan suit. He used to drive for the factory director in the town's leather factory, and felt the bureaucratic habits for many years. Later, in a car accident, he saved the factory director, who was immensely grateful. A few years later, the factory director was transferred to Linshan City Instrument Factory as a factory director, brought Wang Tianlai together, and also arranged a workshop director position. From then on their family's life has undergone a radical change. Aunt Xiao is a few years younger than Wang Tianlai, looks very iconic, very much the temperament of the Republican era of the great lady. When young is also a beauty. Beside the two sat a young woman with a pretty face, in her early 20s, wearing a sexy low-cut dress with light makeup on her face. Next to the table also placed a Coach handbag. All body is famous brand. Is Li Fan's doll marriage object Wang Xiaoli? Wang Xiaoli family conditions are good. People are also beautiful, and got into a famous university. No matter where you go, are the daughter of the sky, eyes high over the top. Around the pursuit of his rich second generation is also a lot, but Shia also look at the eye. When she learned that her parents had previously engaged her in a baby marriage, Wang Xiaoli was very angry. Then she learned that Li Fan dropped out of college without graduating, and his family's condition is not good. Her heart is even more disdain. In her eyes, Li Fan is a poor man. This kind of penniless poor bastard, usually even have no qualification to talk to her. Usually in the school like Li Fan such a poor person, only worthy of far away drooling and looking at her. Today the two families are going to meet. This address is also chosen by Wang Xiaoli. She just wants to properly humiliate Li Fan this family. Simply no self-knowledge. Doesn't she understand the gap and status of their two families today? How can they still have the nerve to ask for their marriage? Chapter 48, Vegetables delivered on a blind date. Dad. Mom, what kind of family is our family? Little sister grew up in a honeypot. Our family is holding little sister in the palm of our hands for fear of falling, and in our mouths for fear of melting. How can I let my little sister marry a poor man? At this time to speak, is Wang Xiaoli's brother Wang Dabing. Wang Dabing does not have any education in culture. After graduating from high school, he worked outside, and then set up a small engineering team with others. A little bit of the scale is also done up. Contracted a number of developers to build the project. He has always been proud of, is when the Chen family's Hongyan Real Estate Group, the construction of Yundangshan Villa area, they provide and responsible for the installation of all the villa area of the doors and windows. At that time, this project let them earn a few $1,000,000. Wang Dabing often take this matter to go out and brag with people. Sitting on the side, there is a slightly younger youth. Is Wang Xiaoli's younger brother Wang Daji, hanging back and said, "It's mom and dad. My brother-in-law must have the ability, at least have 1,000,000 deposits. Otherwise how can I have the nerve to open with my brothers outside to introduce him? You look at other people's brother-in-law. The ability are great. To give the brother-in-law of the house, send a car. If this brother-in-law wants to enter the door, he must send me a Chevrolet Hornet." Aunt Xiao waved her hand and said to several people, Alright, what's the use of thinking so much? It's still a toss-up whether their family can get into this cafe. Not to mention, when Aunt Zhao's words came to this, her gaze involuntarily swept towards Wang Xiaoli's flat belly, then hastily changed the topic. Alright, after people come later, you all speak a little more politely as well. At this time, Li Fan's family, who had done the membership card, was led to the upstairs private room by the waiter. Just in the moment when they entered the private room, at the corner of the corridor, a burly middle-aged man was startled. Just now, although he only saw a side of Li Fan's face had been deeply imprinted in his heart, and he believed that he absolutely could not be mistaken. Last night in the Huahai Hotel, how Li Fan had kicked a dark power expert, the Chun family and the Li family, how they treated Li Fan like a guest, and how one sentence made the Lu family fall overnight. All of these deeply shook Su Long's heart, and hurriedly opened his mouth to the waiter at the side and ordered, "You immediately go and bring out the best coffee in our store, and personally send it in to the VIP guests in room 208. That young man inside is an existence that even I can't afford to offend. Be sure to serve him well. Do you hear me?" The waiter on the side was full of shock. What kind of person could make their boss so afraid? Hurriedly answered and went to prepare. At this moment in the private room, seeing the arrival of Li Fan's family, Aunt Zhao's two families hurriedly rose to greet them warmly. "Su Weiping, we haven't seen each other for years." Xiao Lanwan enthusiastically took Zheng Suweiping's hand and smiled to get close. Zheng Suweiping was also full of smiles, genuinely very happy. In the past, she and Xiao Lanwan were classmates, and they were very close when they were in their hometown, and after graduation, they went to work in the same unit, and even got married and had a child, and set up a baby marriage. Only later both families moved away from the county and came to the city of Linshan. Then the situation of the two families changed dramatically. Li Fan's family was devastated by what happened to Li Fan and never recovered. Xiao Lanjuan's family, on the other hand, because of her husband's work, and the rise of her eldest son's career, can be said to be living better and better, gradually alienated Li Fan's family. At this time, Zheng Suweiping couldn't help but open her mouth and said to Xiao Lanwan, "Juanzi, our two families come out to have a meal. We don't need to find such a good place, even if we even need to do a membership card to enter the door." Xiao Lanwan only realized it when she heard this, and asked with a busy look of concern, "I forgot if you didn't say it. This cafe is a membership system, and you have to do a minimum of 50,000 RMB membership to come in, right? Look at you, why don't you give me a call so I can go down and pick you up?" On the side, Wang Dabing grinned and said, $50,000 for a membership is just not much. What kind of society is it now? Who can't get a $50,000 at home? Zheng Suweiping said with a bit of embarrassment, $50,000 is not much to take out, but I just feel that it's a waste of some to give people a membership for nothing. By the way, this time we came over to bring some homegrown vegetables. These can be pure green. You go back to taste, said Zheng Suweiping while he and Li Qingshan, two people, 4 o'clock in the morning to get up and start picking vegetables carried over. Zheng Suweiping and Li Qingshan also do not know what happened. Since they moved to Yundan Mountain Villa, their own home grown these vegetables, that is a delicious. Although they used to grow their own vegetables at home without any pesticides, they felt that it was already much more delicious than those bought in the market. But this move to the Cloud Danshan Villa, the vegetables are delicious to an outrageous degree. After eating their own vegetables, and then eat the other market to buy, that is simply like chewing wax. So now the two old man to homegrown vegetables as a treasure, the general public really do not want to give. However, today they had come to find a daughter-in-law for their son, so they deliberately picked a lot more vegetables. But when Xiao Lanjuan's family saw Li Fan's family, even carrying 2 bags of broken vegetables to meet, their faces immediately became ugly. Was this family really poor, or did they not put them in their eyes at all? Your name is Li Fan, right? If you don't want to meet me on a blind date, you can just open your mouth and refuse. Now carrying 2 bags of broken vegetables, what do you mean? Wang Xioli directly stood up angrily and angrily rebuked Li Fan. Wang Dabing also mocked with the same malicious face. I heard that you were beaten silly in the brain by a big young man before because you snatched a woman from him. Didn't my mom say that your brain is better? How come it's still the same as A? I've never heard of a blind date giving away vegetables. It's to see your family's poor appearance. Spending $50,000 on a membership that hurts your heart. Mom and Dad, what were you thinking in the first place? How could you set up a baby marriage with this kind of person? This is not pushing Xiaoli into the fire pit. Chapter 49 Delivering Coffee. Xiao Lanwan and her husband and wife were similarly gloomy and very unsightly. Obviously they were also very angry. They knew that Zheng Suweiping's family was poor and had no money right now, but it wasn't so bad to humiliate them like this, right? Wang Dabing said again, Mom and Dad, I think this matter of the doll's marriage should be left at that. Hasn't Zhao Ziliang been courting little sister as well? He's the director of Lu Group's treasury department, earning $1 million a year. Isn't he much better than this family of poor bumpkins? Hearing these words, Li Fan finally couldn't bear it anymore. From the beginning of today's meeting place, this Wang family did not have any good intentions. Coupled with the family's conspiratorial tone after entering the door, it had long made Li Fan unable to tolerate any more. Li Fan slammed the table and chided. What did you say? Tell me again. Wang Dabing, who had been in the bread works outside and had mixed with both black and white, naturally could not be intimidated by Li Fan, and also stood up and angrily rebuked at Li Fan. What did I say about you? You're a poor bumpkin, and you still want a toad to eat swan meat? Is my Wang family something you can afford to climb? Li Fan was already burning with rage, but Li Qingshan and Zhang Suiping hurriedly pulled him back. At this time, the door of the private room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man wearing a designer suit with half a bottle of hair gel smeared on his head walked in with a smile on his face. When Wang Dabing saw this middle-aged man, he was overjoyed and asked happily, Big brother Zhao Ziliang, what brings you here? Zhao Ziliang worked as a treasury director in Lu's Group. Although he was not a big official, Lu's Group was rich and powerful, and in Lu's Group's treasury, all of the raw stones that had been transported from southern Burma were worth a lot of money. So Zhao Ziliang is also followed by the rising tide. Small life is very nourishing. He has long been interested in Wang Xiaoli for a long time, but Wang Xiaoli has not been able to see him. When he heard that Wang Xiaoli was actually going on a blind date with someone, he couldn't help but run here himself. Aunt and uncle, I heard that you guys are having coffee over here, and it just so happens that I'm in the neighborhood to do some errands, so I came uninvited. Saying that, Zhao Ziliang directly got up and came in front of Shui Lanwan and her husband and wife. At this moment, Zhang Suiping and Li Qingshan were standing beside Shui Lanwan and her husband and wife. Zhao Ziliang came over and directly pushed Li Qingshan and Zhang Suiping away with his elbow. The two old men had never been in good health before, plus they were getting older, so they almost didn't fall down when he gave them this sudden push. Zhao Ziliang's face was filled with a cold smile as he pulled out a fine box from his own pocket and handed it to both Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Lanwan. Auntie, uncle, I came here in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts, so I'm giving you 2 jadeite pendants. I hope you don't mind. The two saw this and opened the box, immediately revealing the exquisite jadeite pendants inside. One carved Maitreya Buddha, the other carved Guanyin. As the saying goes, men wear Guanyin and women wear Buddha, and it had to be said that Zhao Ziliang had really put his heart and soul into his gift-giving. Moreover, these 2 pieces of jadeite had a crystal-clear texture and bright luster, and at first glance, they were not cheap goods. The two Xiao Lanwan couples smiled from ear to ear, and while accepting the jade pendant, they also politely said, Xiao Zhao, what gifts do you bring when you come? Next time you must not be so broke. Okay, Zhao Ziliang promised with a heart full of joy. Wang Daji on the side couldn't help but probe and ask, Brother Zhao, these 2 jade pendants of yours aren't cheap, are they? Zhao Ziliang said in a carefree tone, this is nothing, the 2 pieces together are only $80,000. Xiao Lanwan and her husband and wife were even happier, and when they took a look at the poor appearance of Li Fan's family, the Wang family's eyes showed deep disdain. Just at this time a cold and bone-chilling voice rang out, apologize to my parents. Li Fan grimaced and said to Zhao Ziliang. Zhao Ziliang furrowed his brows and looked at Li Fan with disdainful scorn. Where are you a poor bastard from? Talking to lousy? Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Lanwan also raised their faces and lectured Li Fan. Li Fan, why are you so uneducated? Ziliang is our family's honored guest. How can you talk to him like that? Li Fan was instantly amused when he heard this. What does your family's goo-goo guest have to do with me? He bumped into my parents and must apologize. Li Fan, are you crazy? What is your status? What is the status of the other brother Zhao? Will he apologize to you? Wang Xiaoli angrily rebuked. Aunt Zhao's face was ugly as she scolded Zheng Suiping. Suiping, how do you usually educate your son? It's really too rude. Forget it, let's end our meeting today. About the marriage of the 2 children, let's talk about it later. You guys go back first. Li Fan's eyes were incomparably gloomy. Their family had tossed and turned all morning, ran to this cafe, and spent $50,000 on a membership card, and came up to listen to a scolding. You sentence you guys to go back and just let it go? Li Qingshan and Zhang Suiping thought of the 2 families of more than 10 years of friendship. Pulled Li Fan said, forget it Xiaofan. Let's hurry back. Do not delay your Aunt Zhao's family of things. Li Fan's heart is no longer how angry. In front of his parents can only endure. The family left the private room. What the hell? A family of poor bastards dare to show off in front of me. Aunt Xiao, if it wasn't for your face today, I definitely wouldn't be able to spare them. As soon as Li Fan left, Zhao Ziliang instantly came to be majestic, sitting on the chair and said with incomparable arrogance. Xiao Lanwan hurriedly smiled and said, Ziliang, you're a grown-up, don't be general with them. Just bumpkins from the countryside. Not much culture. Zhao Ziliang nodded his head and bragged to Xiaoli. Xiaoli, the coffee in this cafe is very good. I also know the owner of this store. Their owner is a bodyguard of the Li family. I had a fight with him. Just as he was talking, the door of the private room gently pushed open. Two neatly dressed waiters walked in. In their hands they also pushed a cart with the tools for brewing coffee on it. One of the waiters was incomparably respectful, bowing 90 degrees to the people inside the room and spoke. Hello distinguished guests. Very sorry for disturbing you all. Our boss specially instructed to have a pot of this year's newly produced Brazilian top-grade Blue Mountain coffee delivered. Hearing this, the crowd was full of surprise. They had read the menu when they came in just now. The top Brazilian Blue Mountain coffee. A pot of it would cost $8,000. Why would this boss send them coffee? At this moment, several people couldn't help but look at Zhao Ziliang, who was at the side, because Zhao Ziliang had just said that he knew the owner of this place, and Zhao Ziliang's heart was beating a little bit. He just purely blew his mind. The owner of this store was indeed the bodyguard of the Li family, but he didn't know people at all. He was a bodyguard of the Li family, a close friend of Li Tiansheng, while he was just a small director of the Lu family storehouse, and he usually couldn't even see Lu Ruta's face. Chapter 50 Bixian Palace Nightclub. But on second thought, within this private room, it was only possible that the boss would send coffee because of him. After all, the rest of the Wang family, the people also had nothing worthy of this cafe's boss to flatter. At this moment, the waiter who was leading the group, his gaze flickered from the faces of several people within the private room. Just now, when the boss instructed, he had said that he must entertain the young people who came in after him. They knew that the Wang family and their party had all come together. Only Zhao Ziliang had come in later on his own. He didn't look like a young man in any way, but other than him, no one fit the conditions that the boss had said. So the waiter respectfully stepped forward and said to Zhao Ziliang, "Good day to you, sir. Our boss has specially instructed that all of the consumption that you and your friends have made in this store today will be free of charge. So if there is anything you need, you can order us at any time. I wish you and your friends a good time here." Now everyone in the Wang family was looking at Zhao Ziliang with glittering eyes. What does it mean to have face? This is what is called having face. A $50,000 membership fee to get into a high-class cafe, and the owner had to take the initiative to send coffee as a gesture of goodwill. In the past, they only thought that Zhao Ziliang was considered to be very prosperous for working for the Lu family, but they didn't expect to have such a great face. Zhao Ziliang was also flattered, and hurriedly politely replied, "Please help me convey to Brother Tai, I, Zhao Ziliang, appreciate this kind gesture from him, and if there's anything in the future that Brother Tai can speak up about, I, Zhao Ziliang, will absolutely do it." The waiter finished delivering the coffee and respectfully exited the private room. The Wang family crowd became even more enthusiastic towards Zhao Ziliang. Zhao Ziliang's pair of lustful eyes kept looking towards Wang Xiaoli's towering front of her clothes, secretly swallowing his saliva. This beautiful female college student looked just tender. If she could have a kiss, I don't know how refreshing it would be. Zhao Ziliang felt that tonight was a great opportunity and directly opened his mouth to invite. "Xiaoli, auntie, I know that recently our city of Linshan has just opened a hot spring nightclub, which has all kinds of food, drink, hot spring, KTV, etc. So let's go there together to have some fun later." Xiao Lanwan and her husband and wife smiled and waved their hands and said, "Those are all things that young people play with. Later on, after coffee, you guys go and have fun. We'll both go home first." Wang Dabing and Wang Daji both were also interested. They also heard about that nightclub, but the consumption of that nightclub is not cheap. Usually they can't afford to go. At this time, the two of them continuously made eyes at Wang Xiaoli. "Xiaoli, other brother Zhao has opened his mouth to invite us. We can't dismiss other brother Zhao's face." "Yes sis, let's go together." Wang Xiaoli glanced at Zhao Ziliang with desire and nodded slightly. Zhao Ziliang's heartbeat accelerated when he saw this, and in his heart, he had already begun to lay out his next plan. Maybe he could hold a beauty tonight. Li Fan followed his parents out from the cafe. Zheng Suwaping instructed Li Fan, Fan, Xiaoli, that child is still quite good. From a young age, she is also considered as a mom who watched her grow up. Her nature is not bad. Your Aunt Xiao, they are just a bit more realistic. You don't have too much resistance. When you work together, your Aunt Xiao has also helped a lot of mom's favor. The two of you do not become the moment aside, but you cannot have any opinion on the Wang family. Wang family has something. You should help or have to help. Hear me? Li Fan knew his parents' behavior. Those were the people who would return the kindness of a drop of water with a spring of water. If Aunt Xiao had really helped her mother in the past, then her mother would definitely return the favor 100 times, 1,000 times over. Li Fan nodded his head and agreed. "Don't worry mom, I know what to do." At this time Li Fan's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After answering it, Li Fan directly opened his mouth and asked, "Who are you?" On the phone Li Tianqing carefully returned. Master Li, I am Xiao Li. Li Tianqing do you want something from me? Li Fan asked in a flat tone. Li Tianqing on the other end of the phone looked incomparably apprehensive, fearing that if he didn't say any sentence well, he would anger Li Fan. If this look of his were to be spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause everyone to be shocked. One must know that this was a hegemonic level existence second only to the Chen family in Linshan City. It's like this, Master Li. We collected the Lu family's property yesterday and found out that the Lu family recently opened a nightclub. It's quite fun, so we wanted to ask Master Li to take a look. At the same time I heard Mr. Chen say that Master Li is looking for some herbs. I have some clues here and would like to talk to Master Li face to face. Li Fan was just about to reject Li Tianqing's invitation, but when he heard Li Tianqing say that he knew the whereabouts of the herbs, he immediately became interested. You send me an address. I'll go over right now. Li Fan originally wanted to send the two old men back, but Zhang Cuiping refused to do anything, telling Li Fan to hurry up and get busy if he had something to do, and that business was important, and that the two of them could go back by bus. Li Fan is very helpless. He has given his parents' card, each transferred 10 million, but the two people just refused to spend. Li Fan called a cab and sent the two old men back to the Yundan Mountain Villa, then drove his own Bentley and sped to the address that Li Tianqing had sent him. Bixian Palace Hot Spring Nightclub. Li Fan came for the first time and didn't know where to park his car, so he had to park in the parking lot across the street. Looking at the huge facade in front of him that was 6 stories high, Li Fan also felt amazed. The decoration style of this nightclub gives a very national style feeling. The whole facade is that kind of rippling smooth glass screen. At night there may be a light show, somewhat similar to the feeling of the water cube. Li Fan, just to enter the nightclub, saw an Audi S6 drive into the parking lot. Then Zhao Ziliang got out of the car with a big belly and full of vigor, attentively opened the door of the passenger side and invited down Wang Xiaoli. Xiaoli, you slow down a bit. As soon as Wang Xiaoli looked up, she saw Li Fan at the front door, and immediately frowned slightly, incomparably bored. Li Fan, why are you here? Are you following me? Zhao Ziliang and the two brothers, Wang Dabing and Wang Daji, who got off the car immediately after him, also saw Li Fan and were instantly furious. Li Fan, do you still want some face? You've just been kicked out of the cafe by our family, and now you're stalking my sister. What exactly are you doing? Chapter 51, Penthouse Auction. Li Fan frowned and said, my arrival here has nothing to do with you. Joke, no relationship. What are you doing here? Do you know where this is? Bixian Palace Hot Springs Nightclub. The entrance fee alone costs $19.99 a person. Can you come here to spend money? Kid, I haven't settled the score with you for what just happened in the cafe. Don't blame me for beating you up if you dare to get entangled with Xiaoli again. Zhao Ziliang walked forward and threatened Li Fan with a fierce face. Wang Xiaoli sighed, stopped Zhao Ziliang and said, Brother Zhao, it's better to forget about it. After all, his parents and my parents are also considered old acquaintances, and I also know that their family has fallen on hard times in the past 2 years, so I want to be able to fly up to the top of the branch and become a phoenix by taking advantage of the marriage with my family. Poor people all think about getting something for nothing. I can understand that. After saying that, Wang Xiaoli looked at Li Fan with lofty eyes and said, Li Fan, I still advise you to die of this heart. The two of us are not in the same world at all. Look at the places I usually go in and out of. It's the cafe that only a $50,000 member can enter, as well as the high-grade Hot Springs nightclub that has the lowest consumption in this $19.99. Even a bottle of mineral water in here costs $59 a bottle. This kind of life you can't give me at all. Wang Xiaoli spoke in a loud voice, and all the people coming in and out of the nightclub entrance heard her words, and looked at Li Fan, revealing a mocking sneer. It seems that this is another good show of a poor boy pursuing a goddess and being rejected. Li Fan was also very angry in his heart at this time. According to his nature, he directly wanted to hit these people in the face, but thinking of what his mother had just opened her mouth to instruct him, Li Fan only sighed and said, forget it, too lazy to explain to you. Wang Xiaoli, my mom said, if you have anything you can find me to help. No need, you better mind your own business. Zhao Ziliang directly stepped forward to block Xiaoli and coldly chided Li Fan. After saying that, a group of people swaggered into the door of the nightclub, and that look was not to mention how smug it was. Li Fan shook his head speechlessly. This family is really strange. At this time, a group of people inside the nightclub hurriedly ran out. The leader of the 6 people wearing black suits, at a glance is a professional bodyguard, immediately followed by 10 tall, curvaceous, beautiful women wearing lime green cheongsams, a pair of long, slender, flesh-silk legs that made the surrounding males unable to help but be able to drool just by looking at them. Master Li. Li Tianshang hurriedly walked up and spoke to Li Fan with incomparable respect. You guys just love to organize such a big battle. Li Fan's gaze, which swept over the group of people who greeted him at the door, also could not help but linger for a moment longer on the bodies of those 10 beautiful women. After all, Li Fan was also a big young man with blood and vigor. How could he not have any thoughts when he saw the beautiful women? What Li Fan had gotten was the inheritance of the easy dispenser. It wasn't the inheritance of the grand eunuch Li Lianying, and Li Fan's action also made Li Tianshang's eyes light up, then revealed an imperceptible smile, like a cunning old fox. Master Li, what do you think of this hot spring nightclub? There are quite a few things to play with in here. Why don't you go and soak in a hot spring first? Li Tianshang followed Li Fan and brought him into the nightclub, then asked with a face full of currying favor. Li Fan shook his head and said directly, "Forget it, you go straight to the point. Where can I find those herbs I need?" Seeing that Li Fan was not very satisfied with the entertainment facilities inside this hot spring nightclub, Li Tianshang didn't dare to continue, and hurriedly replied, "Master Li, there is an auction on the top floor of this hot spring nightclub of ours, and I checked it out after I took over this nightclub. This auction of ours will often auction off some medicinal herbs related to cultivation, and there will even be some weapons. There is an auction upstairs today, and one of the herbs is exactly what you instructed Mr. Chen to look for." As he spoke, Li Tianshang led Li Fan inside his office before picking up a stack of files from a side table, on which was a list of items to be auctioned in today's auction. As Li Fan swept his gaze upwards, he saw the kirin grass written on it, with a picture of the kirin grass beside it. This was exactly the herb that Li Fan needed. "Great! I'll take this qilin grass," Li Fan said happily. Li Tianshang Li Fan was happy and his heart was bursting with excitement. "Master Li, the auction will start later. Should we go over first?" "Go, let's go over." Li Fan agreed dryly this time. Li Tianshang brought Li Fan to the auction located on the top floor. There were professional bodyguards guarding the place. Not just anyone could enter. And if you wanted to participate in the auction, you had to show proof of assets, personal assets greater than $5 million before being allowed to enter. The two had just walked into the auction. Zhao Ziliang, Wang Xiaoli and his group, wearing the bathing suits of the Hot Spring Club, slithered over. "This is an important part of the auction. Please show your entry ticket. If you don't have one, you may not enter." The bouncer immediately stopped the few people and said with an expressionless face, "Sorry, we're just taking a casual look. We'll go down here." Originally, the two of them, Wang Dabing and Wang Daji, still wanted to arrogantly and angrily rebuke the bouncer. After all, they had come here to spend money. To know that the minimum consumption here is $2,000 a person. They can come here, that is God. But before the two could get angry, Zhao Ziliang hurriedly gave the two an angry look before explaining to the bouncer with a face full of currying favor, "Poor bastards with no money, get lost." The bouncer had to see that they weren't valued guests who could enter the auction, so his attitude immediately turned nasty. Facing the bodyguard's angry rebuke, Zhao Ziliang didn't even dare to let out a fart, and hurriedly pulled the Wang family's people away from the top floor. "Brother Zhao, that bouncer is too damn arrogant. What kind of people are we? It's VIPs who are able to spend money here. How dare they talk to me like that? I'll go complain about him." As soon as Wang Daji came down, he said to Zhao Ziliang with a face full of anger. Wang Xiaoli also had a similarly ugly face and questioned Zhao Ziliang. "Zhao Ziliang, what do you mean? Making us suffer so much? We came here to spend $2,000 on consumption. Do we still want to be bullied by them?" Seeing Wang Xiaoli's attitude towards himself, Zhao Ziliang's eyes flashed with a flash of shade, but he still immediately curtly explained, "Xiaoli, don't get angry first. That top floor auction is not ordinary. If you want to enter the top floor auction, you have to show proof of your assets, and if your assets don't reach 5 million, you're not qualified to enter. Usually those who can go there to participate in the auction are all the business bigwigs in our city of Linshan, like the Lu family's family head, Lu Ruda, the Li family's family head, Li Tiansheng, and even that legendary Chen family's family head, Chen Hongyan." The faces of the three of them, Wang Xiaoli and Wang Daji, were filled with shock. They didn't expect this auction to be so high class. The three people that Zhao Ziliang had just mentioned were all famous big shots in the entire Lingshan city, especially that mysterious Mr. Chen, who was definitely a godlike existence in Lingshan city. Chapter 52 Bidding for the Qilin Grass. Wang Daji and Wang Dabing had a moment of fear at this moment. If they caused trouble in a place like this, the consequences would not be something they could afford. The two of them quickly turned to Zhao Ziliang and said gratefully, "Big brother Zhao, thank you for saving us just now." Zhao Ziliang said with a smug face, "What's the point of being polite to me? Aren't we all family?" After saying this, Zhao Ziliang also deliberately glanced at Wang Xiaoli and said in a showy manner, "With my current assets, it won't take me another 2 years to qualify for an auction like this, so I'll bring you guys along to see the world." Wang Daji and Wang Dabing were overjoyed at the words and said with an excited expression, "That's great, big brother Zhao. If we had a brother-in-law like you, we would be able to wake up smiling in our dreams." Wang Xiaoli's pretty face was slightly red at the side and she also glanced at Zhao Ziliang. Speaking of which, Zhao Ziliang was too much better than Li Fan in any aspect. Even if he is a little bit older and ugly, it doesn't matter. After all, young is not a meal. People in 2 years is able to be equal to Lu Ruda, Li Tiansheng, such a big man, Li Fan, and what can be counted. He is afraid that even the hot springs will not be able to consume. At this moment, Li Fan and Li Tiansheng were sitting in the front row of the auction in the VIP seats. Then a girl wearing a lime green cheongsam, with a graceful body and innocent appearance, came over with tea in her hand and stood beside Li Fan, slightly bending her waist. Mr. Li, please have some tea, that voice warbled, incomparably pleasing to the ear, and for a while an indescribable flavor. But a particularly good-smelling aroma drilled into Li Fan's nose. Li Fan turned around and saw the girl beside him, who was bowing down and pouring tea for himself. Because she stood closer to herself and bent over, the girl's face was particularly close to Li Fan. This skin was really smooth. Li Fan couldn't help but let out a hint of admiration in his heart. He had to say that this girl, whether it was her body or appearance, or even her temperament, was first class. If she was placed on a university campus, she would definitely be the school flower that charmed a piece of boys. Mr. Li, please enjoy your meal. The girl seemed to be a bit afraid of Li Fan. Seeing Li Fan staring at her face, her pretty face instantly rose in 2 shades of red, and she hurriedly stood up and obediently stood by the side, like a frightened little white rabbit. The girl's reaction made Li Fan feel a little funny. Next to him, when Li Tianxing saw this interaction between the two, his eyes narrowed into slits and he opened his mouth and said smilingly, Master Li, this is our hot spring club's doorkeeper, Xu Yingying. I'm getting old. I'm afraid that there are some things that I haven't thought about enough to be to Master Li's liking. Xu Yingying and Master Li, you are of similar age, should be able to share more common topics. Let him accompany you to participate in this auction, said Li Tiansheng. Took out a bank card from his bosom and placed it on the table next to him. Master Li, this card has a total of 100 million. You look at what favorite objects despite the auction. After saying that, Li Tiansheng exited the auction house. Li Fan looked at the card, but did not refuse. He knew that this was a piece of Li Tianxing's heart. Anyway, 100 million is nothing to him. On the other hand, next to Xu Yingying's heart was setting off a wave of shock. This boy in front of him who looked similar to his own age. In the end, what was his identity? Even such a big shot as Boss Li have to be so pleasing to him, and out of the hand is 100 million. Take. Let this Mr. Li spend as much as he wants. This rich man's world is really not something that girls from ordinary families like them can understand. Li Fan looked at Xu Yingying and saw that she was very formal, so he pointed to the seat where Li Tianxing just sat and said, You also sit down. No need to be so formal. Xu Yingying lightly bit her red lips with her shell teeth and hesitated for a while, then nodded her head before she carefully sat down next to her. Mr. Li, if you have any orders, just open your mouth and order me to do it. Li Fan nodded his head and said, I will talk to you if something comes up. At this time, there were more people in the auction one after another, and after almost 7 or 8 minutes, the entire auction was almost full. Above the high platform at the very front of the auction, a man in his 30s wearing a tuxedo walked out, holding the auction hammer in his hand, and said with a smile, Welcome to the Hot Springs Club's auction. All those who are able to sit here are people with status in our city of Linshan, so I won't delay everyone's precious time. Today we have a total of 10 lots. All the auction lists are on the table in front of you all. Now let's bring out our first lot. Yuan Dynasty Ancient Painting. Li Fan just watched from below as the auctioneer auctioned off one item after another. Most of them were antiques and paintings, which Li Fan was not interested in. And although these antiques are authentic, but the starting price is too high, until everyone called the price has completely exceeded its own value. Buyback simply does not have any meaning. In the blink of an eye to shoot out 7 or 8 pieces of merchandise, the cheapest are to reach 2 million. The most expensive one even reached 7 million. During this period, Li Fan did not call the price. Next to him, Xu Yingying was a bit puzzled and asked, Mr. Li, don't you want to buy something? Li Fan smiled and said, The thing I want to buy hasn't come out yet. Xu Yingying had a puzzled look on her face. Not knowing what Li Fan was going to buy, she glanced at the auction list. The next thing to be auctioned was a medicinal herb, with an auction price of $5 million. Xu Yingying's eyes widened. He couldn't really imagine what herb was so expensive. Even if it was 100 years of wild ginseng, it didn't need to be so expensive. And from the picture, this so-called valuable herb, and the roadside wildflowers and weeds, there is no difference. At this time, the host on the stage took out the unicorn grass. Godsex excitedly said, Gentlemen, today to our main event. This is very useful to martial artists. Unicorn grass. At the same time, the unicorn grass on the rescue of some strange and difficult diseases also has a very good therapeutic effect. After our auction appraisal type of determination, the starting price of 5 million. Each increase in price shall not be less than 100,000. Now the bidding begins. To be able to participate in this auction are people with status. For martial arts things also understand some. This Chilan grass is really worth this price. Immediately, someone followed the bidding. I bid 5. 1 million. I bid 5. 5 million. I bid 6 million. I bid 7 million. A time 5 million starting unicorn grass suddenly was auctioned to 9 million, but after 9 million seems to be a hurdle, and then raise the price of the people are 100. 000 100. 000 began to add, finally fell to 9. 4 million. Chilan grass 9. 4 million. Does any other VIP need to call for a bid? The auctioneer asked around and was just about to drop the hammer. Finally Li Fan picked up the bidding sign and he was just about to raise the price, but just then a cool voice rang out. 10 million. For a moment everyone looked towards the voice that opened the door and saw that it was a cold young girl sitting in the supreme VIP seat. Beside him also sat an old man in his 70s, dressed in a tang suit, but didn't look like he was in a very good color. Seeing this old man and young man, many people in the arena were showing surprise. It was actually the transportation tycoon of our city of Linshan, Gua Huxiang. Chapter 53, Elder Gua's Offense. It's Elder Gua. Immediately, someone recognized the old man's identity. In the city of Linshan, besides the Chen family, there were many other great families that were on par with the Lu family and the Li family. If they were to be categorized, the Chen family was naturally the dominant level of existence in the city of Linshan. The Lu family and the Li family are the equivalent of a first-class family, while the Qin family is the equivalent of a second-class family. The Gua family and the Qin family is almost the same, also belongs to the second-class family. The assets can have a few billion. Everyone saw the Gua family had already opened their mouths to ask for a price. I'm afraid that no one will be able to grab the unicorn grass with the Gua family. One is the Gua family's strength is there. The other is that everyone feels that this price, a little beyond the range of people can accept. But then Li Fan spoke up. 11 million. Everyone looked at Li Fan, revealing a puzzled look for a moment. For Li Fan to be able to sit in the VIP seat, he must have an uncomplicated identity. But they racked their brains and didn't know when there was such a person like Li Fan in the city of Linshan. As for the cool Gua family girl, she stared angrily at Li Fan. With her Gua family's position in Linshan City, what kind of person would dare to go against their Gua family? I'll offer $15 million. Gua Lingyue was incomparably angry as she opened her mouth and shouted. This time the crowd boiled over. The starting price of this Chilan grass was 5 million chess pieces. Gua Lingyue was also too daring to bid, raising it 3 times at once. Li Fan also frowned. What's wrong with this woman? Must she go against herself? Li Fan didn't want to spoil her and wanted to suppress her with a thunderbolt. I'll offer 20 million. Gua Lingyue was furious. It was obvious that Li Fan was planning to fight her to the end. I bid 30 million. Gua Lingyue shouted at the auctioneer on the stage. 40 million. Li Fan sat there as if he did not move, and continued to call out the price in a calm tone. I bid 60 million. Kid, what are you doing? Gua Lingyue had started targeting Li Fan at this point and asked Li Fan. Li Fan did not even look at her and continued calmly. 70 million. 80 million. 200 million. Li Fan's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that just by buying a Chilan grass, he would also run out a roadblock and spoil his good deed. Previously, when he sold the jadeite, he had more than 300 million in his hand. After giving some to his parents and sister, he still had 280 million left in his hand, plus the 100 million left by Li Tianshang just now. He had 380 million in his hand. He didn't believe that this 380 million wouldn't be able to buy this Chilan grass. I'll offer 300 million. But Gua Lingyue was also determined to get this Chilan grass and directly shouted out a high price of 300 million. This time Li Fan was a little hesitant. Gua Lingyue saw this and was incredibly pleased. Her hands pinched her small savage waist and screamed at Li Fan. What's wrong, kid? Aren't you great? If you have the ability, you should open your mouth and call for $400 million. Li Fan frowned, knowing that if he were to call for 380 million right now, Gua Lingyue would definitely call for 400 million and he wouldn't have that much money in his hands. So there didn't seem to be any difference between calling or not calling for this 380. 000. Penniless poor beg. Gua Lingyue angrily rebuked at Li Fan, then looked at the auctioneer triumphantly and urged. Alright, no one in this bunch of poor bastards is robbing with our Gua family, so hurry up and drop the hammer. The auctioneer was full of bitter smiles, but he didn't dare to offend this Gua family's eldest lady, so he only had to open his mouth and shout. Chilan grass. Is there anyone else bidding? 300 million once, 300 million twice, 300 million 3 times. Sold. Congratulations, Miss Gua, for auctioning the Chilan grass. Gua Lingyue auctioned off the Chilan grass, and was finally satisfied, no longer paying attention to Li Fan, a poor man, pulling her grandfather next to her to say something with a leap of faith. However, just at this moment, that originally sat on the sofa Guo lousy, violently body violent trembling up, followed by constantly foaming at the mouth. The whole situation is very scary. The surrounding crowd instantly panicked. What's going on? Guo Lingyu is also incomparably anxious, shouting to the surrounding. Where's the doctor? Quickly call the doctor over. Immediately, there were Guo family's medical staff rushing into the scene to provide first aid to the old man. Missy can't do it. The old master is sick again. And it's even trickier than the previous times. A middle-aged doctor, with a grave expression, said to Guo Lingyu. Guo Lingyu was so angry that she slapped him across the face. Wastes, what's the use of our Guo family raising you? You won't come in handy at critical moments. Several medical staff lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit walked up and spoke. Miss Guo, I'm Hu Fangtai, the director of the city's First People's Hospital. Let me take a look at the old man. Guo Lingyu frowned before nodding her head and responding. Alright, then I'll trouble you. Make sure to save my grandfather. Dean Hu walked forward and began to examine Elder Gui. But after these tests, his heart sank. With his medical skills, he couldn't even tell what kind of disease Elder Gui had. How is the old master doing? At this time, outside the auction came in a number of people, headed by 2 men and a woman, aged around 40 years old, and between the eyebrows and Gui Elder, as well as Guo Lingyu have a few resemblance. They are Guo Lingyu's uncle, Guo Zhongxing, Guo Lingyu's father, Guo Zhongji, and Guo Lingyu's sister-in-law, Guo Zhonghui. Seeing these 3 people come in, Dean Hu stood up and spoke. I've just given the old man a checkup, but I'm ashamed to say that I didn't find out what exactly is wrong with the old man. But from my experience, Elder Guo should have cardiovascular problems. The specifics will have to be checked at the hospital. Rubbish! What are you whining about here if you can't check? Who else asked you to examine my father? Can you afford the consequences if something goes wrong? Guo Zhongxing grimaced and directly pointed his finger at Dean Hu in question. For a time, President Hu's face was green for a while and white for a while, to know that he is the president of the first-person hospital, and President Hu has always been a civilized person, always contacted by the officials and dignitaries, and to him this president is polite and courteous. When have you ever met someone like Guo Zhongxing? Next to Guo Lingyu, she hurriedly spoke up and said, Uncle, Dean Hu is also kindly helping Grandpa. After saying that, Guo Lingyu said to Dean Hu again, Dean Hu is really sorry. My eldest uncle is more concerned about Grandpa's condition. It's fine, I don't care. Dean Hu sighed. As a doctor for so many years, what kind of patient's family he has seen? If he was angry over this, I'm afraid he would have died of anger. Guo Lingyu opened her mouth at this time and continued to ask, Dean Hu, may I ask if I send my grandfather to the first hospital? How much certainty do you have that you will be able to cure my grandfather? Dean Hu was somewhat in a difficult position, because he really couldn't decide. From the current situation, he simply couldn't find out what exactly the cause of Elder Guo's illness was. But at this time, Dean Hu looked up. His eyes fell on Li Fan, who was not far away. Then his expression was greatly shaken and he said excitedly, Ms. Guo, I'm afraid there is someone who can cure Elder Guo's illness. Chapter 54, Not a Disease. Dean Hu, who do you think can cure my grandfather's illness? Guo Lingyu had been close to her grandfather since she was a child, and lately, her grandfather's condition had been troubling her. In fact, the reason why their Guo family wanted to auction this Qilin grass was because they had heard people say that this Qilin grass was able to cure a lot of diseases, so they wanted to buy it for their grandfather to try. Dean Hu pointed to Li Fan, who was not far away, and spoke. This divine Dr. Li has excellent medical skills. If we want to say that someone can cure Elder Guo, it is not divine Dr. Li. Everyone looked towards Li Fan, and when they saw how young Li Fan was, they frowned with disdain. Guo Lingyu was even more furious as she said, Dean Hu, are you kidding us? Can he cure my grandfather, or is he some kind of divine doctor? Dean Hu immediately told the story of how Li Fan was in the hospital earlier, and how he saved Elder Chen. However, there was no mention of Elder Chen's identity, only that he was a patient. Guo Lingyu pondered for a moment after hearing this and said to Dean Hu, alright, since you highly recommend him, Dean Hu, then we can let him try. Dean Hu nodded and came to Li Fan and said with a smile, Divine Dr. Li, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Can I trouble you to take a look at that Elder Guo's condition? As a doctor, it was Li Fan's duty to treat the sick and save people, and without hesitation, he nodded his head in agreement and followed Dean Hu to the Guo family's side. But before he could make a move, Guo Zhongxing on the side had already pointed at Guo Ling, as well as the Guo family's medical staff, and cursed. How many times have I told you to invite the best international experts to treat father? But what have you guys done? Guo Lingyu, did you just find these few crooked people to be my Guo family's medical staff? And now you even listened to a quack and found this kind of fake divine doctor with a hairless mouth. He can't even see his father's illness, so the fake divine doctor he found can? Dean Hu's face was very ugly when he heard this. Wasn't he the quack Dr. Guo Zhongxing was talking about? Li Fan, on the other hand, was not accustomed to his problems and said with a displeased face, "If you guys don't need me to look at it, I will leave." Guo Lingyu was very anxious, although she also didn't believe that Li Fan really had the ability to cure her grandfather. But now the situation was very critical. A dead horse is a living horse. How to let Li Fan take a look? Li Fan, you stop. You must give my grandfather a medical treatment today. Li Fan was laughed at by this Guo family. Why do I have to treat your grandfather? Guo Lingyu pointed at Li Fan and angrily rebuked. Are you still a doctor? Do you have any medical ethics? The current medical atmosphere in the country has never been very good. I'm afraid it's because there are too many unethical doctors like you. I see that the main reason you won't treat my grandfather is because you want to retreat in order to advance. Are you going to make conditions with our Guo family later? If you give my grandfather medical treatment, our Guo family has to give you that Qilin hand? Guo Zhongxing also said disdainfully from the side. So it's because you want favors? If you want favors you should just say it. I despise your kind of people who want to be a whore but also want to set up a house of cards. Li Fan's face somberly down, came to look at the curing grass in Guo Lingyue's hand and said word by word, even if your Guo family gives me the Qilin grass, I won't give you guys medical treatment, said Li Fan turning around and about to leave. Dean Hu on the other hand stopped Li Fan with a pleading face. Divine Dr. Li, although the people of the Guo family are a bit agitated, but the emotions of the patient's family, we as doctors have to understand. If you even don't make a move, Elder Guo will definitely die. As a medical doctor, how can we watch a patient die in front of us? After saying this, he persuaded the several members of the Guo family. Mr. Guo, Miss Guo, you guys also cut the crap. The most crucial thing right now is Elder Guo's illness. Guo family several people snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Anyway, they just could not look down on Li Fan, this yellow mouth with no hair on his mouth. As a result, right at this moment, Guo Lao, who was originally foaming at the mouth, his situation became even more serious. Seeing that the white foam he was spitting out of his mouth began to be flooded with red blood, and he was coughing violently, tearing his lungs apart. Not good. The old man can't hold out any longer. The medical staff of the Guo family at the side said with incomparable anxiety. Li Fan's gaze also looked over, his face becoming grave. Divine Dr. Li, you should quickly take action. Dean Hu begged Li Fan from the side. Li Fan pondered for a moment, quickly stepped in front of Guo Lao, and with both hands on a few acupoints at Guo Lao's heart, vigorously tapped a few times, and saw Guo Lao, who was spitting out blood. His coughing sound came to an abrupt end, and his mouth no longer frothed with blood. Although he was still unconscious, the whole person was much smoother, and his choked red face was gradually soothed. With this discovery, all the people of the Guo family were brightened up, obviously not expecting that this kid called Li Fan still really had two brushes. It wasn't the first time that Guo Lao had been sick. There had been times before when he had been foaming at the mouth, only it wasn't as serious as this time. And every time Guo Lao foamed at the mouth, there was no way to cure him right away, and he could only wait for Guo Lao to calm down on his own. This Li Fan had stopped Guo Lao's condition by just pointing a few times at his heart. Guo Lingyu's father, Guo Zhongji, hurriedly came forward and said politely to Li Fan, Divine Dr. Li, you must not take what just happened to heart. My elder brother is also anxious about my father's condition. I would like to ask, what kind of disease is this for my father? Li Fan's face was grave as he spoke to the Guo family. Master Guo is suffering from, strictly speaking, not a disease, but being bewitched. What? The Guo family members, including Dean Hu, were visibly stunned after hearing Li Fan's words, their eyes carrying a look of surprise. It was Guo Zhongxing who was the first to react, pointing at Li Fan and scoffing. Your fox's tail has revealed itself too quickly. What kind of bull ******* Divine Doctor? I think it's just a godly one. Do you think you are writing a fairy novel here? Where in the world are the parasites? It's simply a bunch of nonsense. Guo Lingyue, have the bodyguards blast this godly scoundrel out of here. Guo Lingyue hurriedly spoke. Uncle, don't be in a hurry. Let's listen to him and tell us what's going on. Previously, Guo Lingyue really didn't have much trust in Li Fan, but when Li Fan was able to stop her grandfather from foaming at the mouth, she began to feel that Li Fan was a little bit less ordinary. After all, before this, there was no one who could do this to Li Fan. Although growing up in a modern scientific environment, she does not believe that there is any so-called parasites, but so many domestic medical experts cannot determine the grandfather's condition will really be as Li Fan said. Guo Zhongxing didn't care that much. Guo Lingyu, the old master usually values you so much and cultivates you, but I see that you are still a little too young. I don't know where the charlatan from can make you believe. Chapter 55, The Frog at the Bottom of the Well. I've already asked Zhao Lei to ask for an international expert before. I guess he'll be here soon. I won't allow crooks to treat my father before he comes. As soon as Guo Zhongxing's words fell, He saw an incomparably flirtatious-looking youth in a white suit with a slate-red handkerchief folded in his chest pocket walk in. Behind the youth, there was also a middle-aged foreign man with yellow hair and white skin. I've already invited Prof. Kevin here. Prof. Kevin is a very famous cardiologist in the world. With Prof. Kevin here, Grandpa Guo's illness can definitely be cured. Seeing Zhao Lei come, Guo Zhongxing's face was overjoyed, constantly nodding his head and praising. Little Zhao, you've come, and you're so kind to invite Prof. Kevin. Guo Lingyue, why don't you hurry up and thank the other Zhao Lei? Guo Lingyue didn't even look at Zhao Lei and turned her head away. In her heart she was very dissatisfied, and seeing Guo Lingyue with this look, a shade flashed in Zhao Lei's eyes. Xiao Zhao, Guo Lingyue, this child is spoiled and doesn't know any better. Don't be general with him. Guo Zhongxing hurriedly spoke from the side. Where? Let's still hurry and let Professor Kevin give Grandpa Guo a medical treatment. The reason why Guo Lingyue was very resistant to Zhao Lei was because his grandfather wanted her to marry Zhao Lei. The Guo family and the Zhao family, both of them were large forest families with billions of dollars, but they had been pressed by the Li family and the Lu family all year round, and they had always wanted to develop, but they didn't have much of a chance to do so. Later on, the two families came up with the idea of marriage. If the Guo family and the Zhao family could work together, their assets would add up, and they would definitely be able to reach the $10 billion level of family strength and go to the next level. Zhao Lei has always been a spendthrift. Playing with women is a common occurrence for him, and in the entire circle of foppers in Linshan City, there are many legends circulating about him wreaking havoc on other people's little girls. Guo Lingyue naturally also heard some. She is the most disgraceful to this kind of man, so she is also very resistant to this marriage. At this time the foreign doctor called Kevin came to the front of the Gui old master, opened the instrument box he brought with him, began to do the examination. The people of the Guo family all waited silently beside him. No one paid any attention to Li Fan and Dean Hu on the side. After about 10 minutes or so, Prof. Kevin then put away the instruments. On the side, Guo Zhongxing hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, Prof. Kevin, how is my father's condition? What kind of disease does he have? Kevin pondered for a moment and said, I've already seen the patient's condition that you guys sent me, and based on the tests, and my many years of experience, the patient has congenital myocardial ischemia, as well as functional atrial decline. There is almost no cure for this disease before, especially when the patient is old and his days are numbered later on. Hearing Dr. Kevin say this, the Guo family members were like the sky collapsing. Impossible, my grandfather won't die. Professor Kevin, do you have a way to cure my grandfather? Guo Lingyue got emotional and asked. Yes, Professor Kevin, as long as you are able to cure my father, we, the Guo family, will pay as much money as you want. Professor Kevin smiled and said with a self-satisfied expression, Don't be anxious. I said there is no way to completely cure this disease before this. My medical research lab has already developed a special medicine about these two diseases, as well as a special treatment method. As long as you follow our treatment method, the cure rate is as high as 74%. Hearing this, the Guo family's people immediately raised their hopes again, to know that medicine is very rigorous. In the medical field there is no 100% cure rate. Generally can say that to reach 50% certainty, it is already quite high. 74% is almost impossible to fail. That's why the Guo family was very happy. Professor Kevin, please hurry up and give my father the special medicine and we'll accept the treatment. Guo Zhongxing immediately took the idea. Dr. Kevin also took out a medicine bottle from a box on the side, but just then Li Fan spoke. If you guys don't want this old man to die, don't take his bull ***** special effect medicine. Kid, what did you say? For a moment the Guo family, as well as Zhao Lei, and Prof. Kevin, all glared angrily at Li Fan. Li Fan still calmly said, what Guo Lao got is not the disease he said at all, but he has been hit by the parasites. There is no benefit in taking this special effect medicine. Instead, it will also open the blockage on Guo Lao's atrium, allowing the blood to circulate faster and nourish the parasites. When the compulsion grows, the effects it exerts will be even more severe than now. Ridiculous? What kind of compulsion are you talking about? It's just a bunch of nonsense. I'm the world's top cardiologist. Are you questioning my diagnosis? Kevin's face was gloomy and full of contempt as he sneered at Li Fan. Zhao Lei, who was on the side, was also puzzled as he asked the Guo family members, Uncle Guo, who is he? Guo Zhongxing said disdainfully from the side. Xiao Zhao, the one next to him is President Hu of our city's first hospital, and that kid is the so-called miracle doctor recommended by President Hu, saying that he can cure the old man's illness. Zhao Lei instantly laughed when he heard that. Uncle Guo, it's not that I'm talking about you. How can you be so confused? Just with the medical skills of those Thai hospitals in our country, what kind of diseases can they cure? It's probably just the usual colds that they can cure. Slightly more serious diseases, these quacks can't cure them all. Zhao Lei's words could be said to have cursed the domestic medical system to death. Dean, who, as the head of the first hospital, naturally bore the brunt of it, an old face reddening. Young man, words can't be said like that. Our domestic medical technology today is also at an advanced level in the world. Zhao Lei sneered and snorted. If you ask me, just the fact that you can still be a dean with this kind of insight is enough to show that there are many times in the domestic medical system. Let's not talk about Sam's country and those immensely developed regions in the Europa League. Just take the medical care in developing countries like Baekju country. It's all better than our domestic ones. I advise you to go out and see more. Don't be a frog in the well. You, Dean, who was so infuriated that his eyes were bloodshot, but he couldn't say anything to retort. Gui Zhongxing, who was on the side, also said with a smile, Xiao Zhao is right. Dean, who, you managers of the medical system, should drag yourselves out for a walk. We go abroad all the time and run around. We've seen a lot more than you guys. Our domestic medical system is indeed too poor. Otherwise my father's condition wouldn't have been delayed to the extent it is now. A few months. Can't even figure out what kind of disease it is. Wu Zhongxing took out a check, brushed and wrote 10,000 yuan on it, handed it to Dean Hu and said contemptuously, Dean Hu, this 10,000 yuan is your consultation fee. After saying that, he also swept a glance at Li Fan, sneeringly said, Kid, your consultation fee will be asked by Dean Hu. Chapter 56, Dharma Heavenly King Acupuncture. Dean Hu couldn't hold back and was about to explode, but Li Fanzi stopped him in, shook his head with a smile and said, I don't want the diagnostic fee. I'm very interested in this Prof. Kevin, and I want to see with my own eyes how he cured Elder Gua. Hearing Li Fan say this, that Prof. Kevin laughed and said with a proud face, you kid has some insight. Remember, the reason why you Chinese have such a large country and such a large population, but have not been able to develop is because you are ignorant and arrogant. If you can all be more humble like this and learn well from us, it's still possible to change your destiny in the future. Dean Hu was furious and asked Li Fan, Divine Dr. Li, what do you mean by this? This foreign devil is too arrogant. I just can't stand to watch. Li Fan opened his mouth full of deep meaning and said, Dean Hu, be at ease. Dean Hu didn't know what kind of medicine Li Fan was selling in his gourd, but seeing Li Fan's calm face, he also took a deep breath and looked towards Dr. Kevin. At this time, Kevin had already taken the small pill in the bottle and gave it to Elder Gua. Prof. Kevin, is this enough? Guo Lingyue asked in disbelief. Kevin nodded and said confidently, this is the first step. Our special medicine will improve the patient's body functions, open the patient's blocked heart veins, and restore the patient's missing atria. And after the patient wakes up in the follow-up, he or she can go to our hospital and do the final rehabilitation with the assistance of the instruments. Hearing Kevin say this, Guo Lingyue was slightly relieved, and everyone in the Guo family looked quite relaxed. Zhao Lei on the side was also full of joy. As long as he cured Elder Guo this time, he and Guo Lingyue's pro-marriage wouldn't be able to run away. At this time, Zhao Lei's eyes, constantly to Guo Lingyue's sexy slender body scanning. I have to say, this Guo Lingyue's body is really good, and that tender skin, as if pinching a hand can be out of water. Although Zhao Lei has played a lot of women outside, but when it comes to those women are also rouge-cooked powder, even if they look pretty, but also are all interested in his money. And Guo Lingyue, this kind of golden lady, was not something that those ordinary women could compare to. However, just at this time, originally has been in Li Fan rescue treatment. Restore calm. Guo Lao, again is violently coughing up, trembling all over the body, mouth gagging with blood-white foam, and this time it was obviously even more serious than before. The blood filaments in the white foam were getting more and more, and in the end it even turned into blood water. Grandpa, Guo Lingyue instantly became anxious when she saw this, and immediately looked at Kevin and asked, Professor Kevin, what's wrong with my grandfather? Professor Kevin was also dumbfounded at this moment, and hurriedly began to examine Elder Gui. However, after some busy work, he found that Elder Gui's symptoms had not eased in any way, and this situation was something he had never encountered before. Kevin pondered for a moment and said with a clench of his teeth, you guys better prepare the afterlife for the patient. He's not going to make it. What? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and the Guo family was unable to accept it. Obviously, just now, Professor Kevin had sworn that he would definitely be able to save the old man from his illness. How did it turn into preparing for the aftermath in the blink of an eye? No, my grandfather will be fine. Guo Lingyue couldn't accept this fact, but Kevin was incomparably certain. The patient's body functions are already declining rapidly. It seems that I misjudged before. The patient's disease is even more serious than I judged, and even our special medicine doesn't work well anymore. The Guo family all fell silent. If even Dr. Kevin couldn't save him, I'm afraid the old man is really hopeless. Ha ha, how ridiculous. Right at this moment, an unbridled laughter rang out. especially piercing to the ears. The crowd turned around and angrily rebuked Li Fan. "Kid, what are you laughing at?" Hua Zhongxing asked in a gloomy tone. Li Fan laughed and said, "I'm laughing at him. A bull asterisk 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 professor who still claims to be an international level expert." "What did you say?" Kevin was furious. This Chinese kid dared to question his medical skills. The corner of Li Fan's mouth was hooked with a touch of disdain as he spoke. "I said that you don't deserve to be a doctor at all. You can't even figure out the patient's condition, and you're just blabbering about it. Kid, what do you know? There is no 100% curable disease in this world itself. This patient is already terminally ill. No one can cure him." Kevin roared angrily. "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The disease you can't cure. Didn't you let him cure his?" Li Fan sneered. "That's right, if I can't cure a disease, there will definitely be no one else in this world who can." Kevin was incomparably confident. "Good, I thought you're an international expert professor, but it turns out that you're nothing more than that." Li Fan shook his head contemptuously. "Li Fan, can you cure my grandfather's disease? If you can cure it, I am willing to give you the qilin grass." Guo Lingyue was incomparably excited at this time and said to Li Fan, "If he can cure Elder Guo's illness, I'm willing to kneel down and apologize to him." Kevin said with a face full of disdain. And aside, Zhao Lei couldn't help but open his mouth and advised Guo Lingyue. "Lingyue, what can a small doctor like him do about a disease that even Prof. Kevin can't cure? Grandpa Gui is already dying. I think it's better not to toss him." "You shut up, my grandpa won't die." Guo Lingyue was incomparably agitated at that moment and scolded Zhao Lei. "Lingyue, don't be angry. I don't mean that," Zhao Lei hurriedly explained, but in his heart, a flash of viciousness flashed through. "Guo Lingyue this smelly, how dare she talk to him like this? When Lousy sleeps with you one day, I definitely won't let you have a good time." At this time, Hua Air Master, who had not been speaking, was also determined to say, "Dr. Li trouble you to treat my father." Li Fan nodded his head and came in front of Elder Master Gua, took out a silver needle from his pocket and quickly stabbed it on all the major acupoints on Elder Master Gua's chest. Immediately afterward, he used his qi to control the needles and injected his true qi within the silver needles. At one time, the 7 silver needles were constantly shaking. Because the frequency was too fast, the 7 silver needles seemed to shake out dozens of shadows. Seeing this hand of Li Fan, the people of the Gua family were already dumbfounded. They had never seen someone who practiced needles like this before, and Dean who was next to him, was so excited that he blurted out, "This is the legendary Dharma Heavenly King Needle Technique." "What is the Dharma Heavenly King Needle Technique?" Second Master Gua asked Dean who in puzzlement. Dean who looked exuberant as he explained, "The Dharma Body King Needle Technique, which is said to have been created by the Dharma ancestor, is said to have the efficacy of bringing the dead back to life. The biggest feature is that the 7 silver needles echo each other, able to create the effect of 7749 silver needles. It was said that at the time it was an old man who was dying of a serious illness and needed to use 49 silver needles, each stimulating 49 points, to cure this illness. But at that time, there was a big problem. That is, the old man's body was too weak to withstand the simultaneous application of needles to 49 acupuncture points. There was no doctor at that time who could cure this patient." Chapter 57, Envy and Revenge. In the end, the Dharma ancestor stepped in and used 7 silver needles to create the efficacy of 49 silver needles to cure the old man's illness. This is the origin of the Dharma Heavenly King Needle Technique. After listening to Dean Hu's explanation, the crowd's eyes became different when they looked at Li Fan again. It was not expected that this doctor, who looked so young, would still be able to use such legendary needling techniques. Even Chu Yingying, who was on the side, had her face reddened as she looked at Li Fan adoringly. "Talking nonsense and not being able to cure the disease is bull asterisk 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 asterisk." Professor Kevin sneered from the side. He had always despised the medical arts of China, and was even more disdainful of Chinese medicine. Zhao Lei said the same thing. "His needles will only make Elder Gua more painful. I'll see how you'll explain if you can't cure Elder Gua's disease later." But just as the crowd's words fell, they saw that Elder Gua, who was constantly spitting out blood, sat up violently. Immediately after the spit out a mouthful of black blood to the ground. A time the entire marble floor tiles or bursts of white smoke was corroded out of a large hole. "See, all the people are heartbreaking. This black blood corrosive how high?" Looking at the large hole, there was a 5 centimeter long large meat bug that was constantly rolling around. As soon as Li Fan took the mineral water on the table next to him, he drank a mouthful of it, poured his true qi into the mineral water, and sprayed it directly towards that big meat bug. Extinguish! With a piercing sound, the mineral water showered on top of that big meat bug, and instantly that big meat bug turned into a puddle of blood and disappeared. This magical scene left everyone dumbfounded. Could that be the parasites? The people of the Gua family looked at Li Fan, feeling incredulous. Just now, When Li Fan said that Elder Guo didn't have the disease, but had been poisoned by the parasites, they felt that it was some bull asterisk. But now that they had seen this scene with their own eyes, they had to believe it. And what made the crowd feel that what Li Fan said was not false was that Elder Guo had opened his eyes. Did I just get sick again? Grandpa, Dad. The people of the Guo family were all incredibly excited to see Elder Guo waking up, and Guo Lingyue on the side even cried tears of joy as she jumped into Li Fan's arms. Li Fan, thank you. For a time, the delicate body into the arms. Li Fan can feel Guo Lingyue's sexy body incomparably clearly. Li Fan's heartbeat has accelerated a little. You're pressing on me, Li Fan reminded in a small voice. And hearing this, Guo Lingyue hurriedly let go of Li Fan. Her pretty face flushed red and she shyly lowered her head. Seeing this intimate scene between the two of them, Zhao Lei's eyes on the side had already started to spit fire. The woman that he, Zhao Dishao, had been thinking about. Even a man dared to touch her. He must kill Li Fan. Grandpa, how do you feel now? Guo Lingyue asked to Elder Guo with concern. Elder Guo smiled and spoke. I'm fine. I feel much better. My chest isn't as stuffy as before. Grandpa, just now it was this Li Fan Li Divine Doctor who saved you. He cured you. Guo Lingyue excitedly introduced Li Fan to her grandfather. Hearing this, Elder Guo's gaze fell on Li Fan. He remembered that before he was sick, Li Fan was still competing with his granddaughter for the auction of the Qilin grass. On the side, Second Master Guo also nodded his head in the same way and said, Yes Dad, your illness can be cured thanks to this divine Dr. Li. Elder Guo narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly spoke. Although I was just in a coma from the onset of my illness, I can still hear what you guys said. Old man, do you guys think I'm senile? He's a yellow-mouthed child whose hair hasn't even grown all the way up. Can he cure the old man's illness? The moment these words came out, Li Fan immediately frowned, his heart very unhappy. Dean, who next to him, also spoke up in a hurry. Elder Guo, I'm the president of the city's first hospital. You should have an impression, right? Divine Dr. Li was invited by me, and it was indeed him who cured your illness. Guo Boxiong directly interrupted Dean Guo. What are you? You can't even diagnose my illness, and you have the nerve to be the dean? Someone introduced by a quack like you can be capable? You, Dean, who was instantly infuriated. When had he ever been so humiliated one after another as the dean of the first hospital? Grandpa, your illness was really cured by Divine Dr. Li. We saw it with our own eyes. Guo Lingyue was also a bit angry with her grandfather. However, Elder Guo sneered and said, I already heard it just now. It was clearly this Professor Kevin that Xiao Zhao invited to give me this special medicine. As for this brat sticking needles in my body indiscriminately, it's merely dipping into the light of the various potent medicines. And Lingyu, you're also a person with a marriage contract now, so pay attention to your influence. Zhao Lei, who was excited on the side, hurriedly stepped forward and said respectfully to Elder Guo, Grandpa Guo, you're right, I was just almost fooled by this crook. I think he and that bull Dean are a gang, wanting to come and cheat the Guo family out of their money, and making up a bull Dharma Heavenly King real story there to bluff people. It's obvious that the special effect medicine that Professor Kevin just gave you has worked, allowing him to pick up a big bargain. Kevin is also constantly nodding his head and said, That's right, I said this special effect medicine how can not be good. It turns out to be the old master, your condition is more serious. The special effect medicine needs a period of time to play a role fart. You just said yourself that you couldn't save Elder Guo. Now how did it turn out to be your credit? Dean, who really couldn't listen anymore. Enough, it's not your turn to be wild in front of old man. Elder Guo directly rebuked angrily, then waved his hand and instructed Guo Zhongxing at the side. Zhongxing, give each of these two a red packet of $10,000 and let's hit the road back home. Yes, Guo Zhongxing wrote a check for 10,000 yuan and threw it to Li Fan. Then coldly said, Aren't you guys just after some money? Just take this money and don't pester my Guo family in the future. Seeing the attitude of this Guo family's line, Li Fan spoke in a cold voice with a gloomy face. I hope your Guo family won't regret this. One day later this old man will definitely die. At that time it will be as hard as heaven to invite me again. The Guo family members all laughed when they heard this. Kid, do you really think you're a divine doctor? And keep your mouth clean, cursing my father to certain death. Beware of the trouble that comes out of your mouth. Guo Zhongxing coldly warned Li Fan before his group left the auction venue. Dean Guo was furious and couldn't stop complaining at Li Fan's side. I didn't realize it was the Guo family that was so shameless. Divine Dr. Li is really sorry. It's me that dragged you down. If I had known this, I shouldn't have cared about them. Li Fan was open-minded and waved his hand and said, Forget it, I said they would come over and beg me sooner or later. Divine Dr. Li, that Elder Guo is really bound to die? Dean, who asked with a puzzled face. Li Fan didn't say anything, turned around and left. The Qilin grass had already been bought by the Guo family, and there was no need to stay here to go. Chapter 58, Don't Know What's Good for You. Li Fan had just come out of the nightclub. When he saw that in the parking lot, there were 3 or 4 more young men and women around Wang Xiuli, Zhao Ziliang and a few others. A few people seemed to have drunk a little wine, while talking and laughing, while planning to get on the car, transfer to the next venue to play. However, at this time, several motorcycles came speeding down the road, with youths with colorfully dyed hair sitting on them. A few people saw Wang Xiaoli's several women in the parking lot, and immediately revealed a lustful look, whistling one after another. Beauty, do you want to be your brother's red rabbit horse Mercedes-Benz for a round? When Wang Xiaoli saw the straggling few people, she immediately cursed with a face full of disgust. A bunch of trash, get lost. Hearing these words, a group of youngsters immediately grimaced, riding their motorcycles and started circling around Wang Xiaoli's few people, also twisting the throttle from time to time, emitting a deafening roar. This chick is pretty hot. I like it, said the leader of a hair dyed yellow and green, like a parrot-like young man, directly got off the motorcycle, reached out towards Wang Xiaoli's ass and slapped it. Ah, hooligan. At once Wang Xiaoli shrieked and took 2 steps back, shy and angry. The parrot head, on the other hand, had a lewd smile on his face, put his hand under his nose and smelled it, and said with incomparable enjoyment, "It smells really good. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dare to ing molest Xiaoli. You're looking for death." Zhao Ziliang was furious when he saw this from the sidelines and went forward to kick that parrot head in the stomach. The parrot head immediately fell to the ground in pain. In a moment those few biker gang youths, all of them ferociously pounced towards Zhao Ziliang, Wang Dabing, Wang Daji, and a few other youths also joined the fray. Several of the biker youths were as skinny as a sparrow, and judging by their looks, they shouldn't have been doing a lot of snorting and skating, so whether it was stamina or strength, they were a lot worse than Zhao Ziliang, Wang Dabing, and Wang Daji. Not a moment's effort, a group of biker youths were knocked to the ground. MD, a bunch of trash scum of society. Also ing dare to come to Laozi's trouble. Know who Laozi is? Zhao Ziliang spat thick spit towards the faces of a few punks and arrogantly cursed. Next to him, Wang Daji also looked arrogant as he chided. Listen up, my big brother Zhao is a member of the Lu family. Dare to find trouble with big brother Zhao, get you all killed. The parrot head that was in charge stared at Zhao Ziliang and the others with spiteful eyes and said fiercely, how dare you ing hit me? I don't care if you're from the Lu family or a bull asterisk 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 family. If you have the guts, don't leave. I have to get you all killed today. Wang Daji arrogantly cursed too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I won't leave. You go call someone. I'll ing see who you can call. A few biker youths didn't expect Wang Daji to be so arrogant, and struggled to stand up to the side to make a call. Zhao Ziliang was also spirited at this moment, reaching out to hold Wang Xiaoli's shoulders, comforting, Xiaoli, don't be afraid. With Big Brother Zhao here, no one will be able to do anything today. Big Brother Zhao will take the heat for you. At this instant, Wang Xiaoli also suddenly felt Zhao Ziliang's image, towering in her heart. This was a man's sense of security. Those few flying cars when the youngsters walked to the side of the parking lot, took out their cell phones and started calling. Brother Fong, a few of us have been beaten up. You quickly bring your brothers over. Yes, them to death. Li Fan happened to pass by a few people and frowned slightly. One look at these few youngsters. They were not good goods. If he really called them over, with Zhao Ziliang's fighting strength, they would definitely suffer, and they might even get into trouble. Thinking of his mom's command, Li Fan could only walk up and said to Wang Xiaoli, you'd better go. Those few people are not to be messed with. Seeing Li Fan, Wang Xiaoli said in disgust, why is it you again? The ghost is not still there. In the end you want to pester me until when? Zhao Ziliang and Wang Dabing, because they had just fought. The blood in their bodies was still surging. Seeing Li Fan was even worse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You ing a poor dirtbag. Still dare to pester Xiaoli. Believe it or not I'll beat you up? Li Fan simply do not want to pay attention to Zhao Ziliang. A few people. The tone of voice to Wang Xiaoli persuasion. I heard that you got into a famous university. It shows that you are very smart. You should know how you want to go in the future. You should not be with these people who do not have 3 things to come out to cause trouble. Wang Xiaoli laughed coldly when she heard this and asked Li Fan back. Are you educating me? Li Fan, what qualifications do you have to educate me? You still really think you are my fiancé? How ridiculous. You're so great. Where were you just now when those punks came to bully me? Now you run out to act like a saint? A new youth on the side, dangling at Zhao Ziliang, asked, cousin, who is this stupid fool? Zhao Ziliang immediately told him about Li Fan's identity, and saw the youth burst into laughter and humiliated Li Fan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You are really a stupid lack. Can't you see that Sister Xiaoli can't see a poor beggar like you at all? This pussy like you still want to compete with my cousin for a woman. Let me tell you, Just now you went to the one that requires 50,000 membership fee to get into the high-class cafe. Even the owner has to flatter my cousin and send high-class coffee to my cousin. Do you know who that owner is? The bodyguard of Li Tiansheng of the Li family. Brother Tai. As far as my cousin's connections are concerned, he can protect Sister Xiuli's safety for the rest of her life. And what can you do for Sister Xiuli? Wang Xiuli's mood also fluctuated at this time. It seemed that compared to Li Fan, Zhao Ziliang was really the best choice for her. The gap between the two was simply too great. Alright Li Fan, I said, you don't want to pester me anymore. The two of us are absolutely impossible. You'd better die before it's too late. I'm the one you'll never get. Just at this moment, a burst of motorcycle engine sound on the road came like a heat wave. Then dozens of lights shone on the crowd, incomparably blinding. Brother Fong, they're the ones who just beat me up. You must avenge me. Parrot Head hurriedly ran over and complained to a big and thick man at the head. At one time, more than a dozen big men on the motorcycle had gotten out of the car with machetes in hand, and surrounded Wang Xiaoli, Zhao Ziliang and the others. Seeing this situation was a line of people were dumbfounded. No matter how, Zhao Ziliang and Wang Dabing, Wang Daji and other people are ordinary people. Which has seen this situation? Zhao Ziliang's cousin didn't know if he was sick in the head or what, but he directly walked towards that Fong and raised his hand to point at that Fong and cursed. Damn! You guys think you are shooting a Hong Kong movie? Hey society, still dare to play with knives. Do you know who my cousin is? Unfortunately, he didn't even say the word. Yet, that brother Fong directly raised his hand and chopped on his shoulder. Chapter 59, A Man's Responsibility. Blood instantly sprang out, bursting all over the surrounding people. Even Wang Xiaoli's face was taut with blood spots. Wang Xiaoli and Zhao Ziliang's cousin screamed together. Only one was frightened and the other was in pain. After that brother Fong's knife went down, he followed it up with another kick, kicking over Zhao Ziliang's cousin who was screaming in pain, and then approached Zhao Ziliang's several people with an expressionless face. Who hit my little brother just now? Stand out for me. Zhao Ziliang's several people were all dumbfounded. The other party was too fierce, came up and swung the knife without saying anything. Li Fan saw the situation. Do not want to conflict with these punks, reached out and pulled Wang Xiaoli to go. Li Fan, what are you doing? Let go of me. Wang Xiaoli excitedly shook off Li Fan's hand. Li Fan said in a deep voice, can't you see that things have gotten out of hand? Why are you still staying? Hurry up and go home. Seeing this, Wang Daji and Wang Dabing both humiliated Li Fan. Li Fan, your mom is still not a man. You want to run away after getting into trouble, and you still want Xiaoli to marry you with this wimpy look? No bearing at all. Wang Xiaoli similarly agreed. Li Fan, you are really very let me down. Manly man, you even the minimum bearing are not. Encounter things only know to retreat to escape. And at this time on the other side Zhao Ziliang had already started communicating with that brother Fong. Wang Shirley looked at Zhao Ziliang adoringly and said to Zhao Li Fan, you learn more from brother Zhao. What is a real man? This time Zhao Ziliang was bowing his head and handing cigarettes to brother Fong. Brothers, it's all a misunderstanding. Just now it was just a small conflict. We were just fooling around. Who the hell is fooling around with you? Parrot Head cursed at Zhao Ziliang from the side. Fong similarly didn't bother to pick up the cigarette Zhao Ziliang handed him, placing the knife directly on Zhao Ziliang's shoulder and said in a cold voice, don't call me brother here. You guys beating up my little brother is not giving face to my Fong Wei. Today there's one of you. No one wants to leave. Male break a leg. Female all take away. Accompany my brothers to have fun. Several people's faces became incomparably ugly when they heard this. Especially the few girls, their faces turned white with fear. If they were really taken away by these punks tonight, what would happen could be figured out with their asses. Their lives would be ruined. Zhao Ziliang's face also changed drastically at this time. Looking at that brother Fong in shock and uncertainty, he asked, you're Fong Wei? Parrot Head immediately said in a godly manner, that's right, my boss is Fong Wei, brother Tai's ace fighter. I don't need to introduce who brother Tai is. If you still have some insight, you should know what will happen to you if you offend me today. Brother Tai, Li Tiansheng's bodyguard. As the saying goes, the Prime Minister's door has 7 officials. As Li Tiansheng's bodyguard, brother Tai is also a good mixer outside, especially in this East City area. Well known, under the hands of a number of industries are half black and half white. This Fong Wei is the right-hand man under him. Usually, when he was inconvenienced, it was Fong Wei who solved things. Zhao Ziliang naturally knew about these things, and hurriedly said to Fong Wei, brother Fong, we are the Dragon King's temple, a family that doesn't recognize a family. Who the hell is family with you? Fong Wei spat on the ground and cursed. On one side, Wang Daji hurriedly opened his mouth and said, this big brother, our brother Zhao and your boss, brother Tai, are good friends. We just went to No. 10, Downing Street to drink coffee, and brother Tai specially asked the waiter to send brother Zhao a hand-ground Brazilian Orchid Mountain Top coffee. Hearing this Fong Wei, several people froze at the same time. Brazilian Orchid Hilltop coffee was a good thing. At over $8,000 a cup, they couldn't afford to drink it. If it was really as these people said, this fat head and ears guy really couldn't be moved. You really know my boss? Fong Wei asked to Zhao Ziliang. Zhao Ziliang nodded repeatedly. Wang Dabing also said, really, we've just been to the Downing Street coffee shop. If you don't believe me, call your boss and ask. When Zhao Ziliang heard this, he hated that he couldn't give Wang Dabing a mouthful. He was only saying this because he was put in this position, but in reality, he wasn't familiar with Thai at all either. In fact, all along this journey, he had been pondering whether that Brazilian Blue Mountain Top coffee had been delivered by mistake before it was sent to their pack house. Now with this phone call, wouldn't it be revealing? Fong Wei said to Zhao Ziliang. Several people very threatened. Okay, I will call my big brother now. You all don't move. If you dare to let Lao Zi know that you cheat me, today none of you want to leave here in one piece. Fong Wei went to call brother Tai, next to his cousin and Wang Daji, Wang Dabing. A few people are full of confidence. In their hearts, they were already thinking that they could continue to go on their merry way after this matter was settled later. But Zhao Ziliang just lowered his head, a pair of thieving eyes dribbling around, and then took out half a box of 100 yuan a pack of Yushi jadeite from his pocket, and handed it to a few biker youths watching him with a smile on his face. Brothers, we are all family. Brother Fong went to make a phone call. It will be confirmed right away. Everyone also don't be tense. Come have a smoke. A few punks took a look at the cigarettes that Zhao Ziliang gave them were quite good, and immediately their attitude towards Zhao Ziliang was no longer so harsh. Alright, smoke a $100 box of cigarettes. A few punks lit up their cigarettes and took a hard drag. Zhao Ziliang saw this and quickly said, if you like to smoke, I still have one in the car. I'll bring it to everyone. A few punks heard that there is another one. Immediately eyes said light, said with a smile, count you a little eyesight, go get it. Zhao Ziliang hurriedly ran to the side of his Audi A6 with a smile on his face, pretending to look for cigarettes. A few biker youths didn't take it seriously, but right at this moment, Zhao Ziliang directly penetrated into the driver's side and blasted out with a kick of the gas. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you run? A few biker punks saw this and became furious, cursing as they ran to the side of the road and mounted their motorcycles to go after them. Chapter 60 Iron Head is here, but the Audi S6 power is not weak at all. The blink of an eye has gone out a few hundred meters, even turned a few corners and disappeared. A few biker gangsters chased for a while did not catch up, full of gloomy face back. Damn, run away from the monk cannot run away from the temple. You hurry to call the dead fat pig. He does not come back. You all have to waste today. A few punks surrounded Wang Dabing. Several people. Then one person kicked Wang Dabing. Wang Daji. Several people were kicked to the ground, viciously scolded. Brother Fong would also come back this time, and scolded fiercely. Damn, even dared to lie to me. Brother Tai doesn't know anyone named Zhao Ziliang at all. Getting this answer, the group of biker gangsters became even more furious. Wang Daji, Wang Dabing and the others had long been dumbfounded. Zhao Ziliang unexpectedly didn't recognize Brother Tai, and he even left them here and ran away. Brother Fong, what about these people? Parrot Head asked as he opened a mouthful from the side. Brother Fong's face was full of grimness as he ordered, break the legs of these men, and drag all the women back. Let's have some fun tonight. A group of biker punks immediately started blowing slogans and cheering. Wang Shaoli. Several women are young college students. Usually they can only whistle on the street to flirt with flirting, and today you can have a good meet. One by one, their eyes are green light. Toward Wang Shaoli several people grabbed. For a while a few people were scared, especially Wang Shaoli woman face pale. I don't care what they do. You can't move this person. Right at this moment, Li Fan walked up to block the crowd and spoke in an incomparably cold tone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There is really TM not afraid of death. First break this kid's legs. Fong did not expect that at this time there are still people who dare to come forward to break his good deed. Directly to the men around him ordered. Wang Shaoli, on the other hand, went crazy and cursed at Li Fan. Li Fan, are you finished or not? Don't you think we're not miserable enough? Do you want to get us killed? After Wang Shaoli finished speaking, she hurriedly opened her mouth to beg for forgiveness from Brother Fong. Brother Fong, please let us go. It wasn't us who just beat people up. It was that Zhao Ziliang who ran away. You have something to find him. We can give you money. You can have as much money as you want. Our family isn't short on money. Wang Dabing and Wang Daji also nodded their heads. Yes, this big brother, our family has money. I'm in engineering. I'll give you 500,000 immediately. Asterisk 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 UMLGB. Brother Fong was already incomparably angry at this point, having just been tricked by Zhao Ziliang. All he wanted to do now was to find someone to take a good whack at. Directly stepping forward, He once again kicked Wang Dabing's men to the ground and gave them a severe beating. Then he raised his knife and walked towards Li Fan. "Kid, you're pretty good, aren't you?" Li Fan had no fear in his face and warned to Brother Fong. "I advise you to better kneel down and apologize to me now. Otherwise I'm afraid that your boss, Iron Head, won't be able to protect you." Hearing this, Brother Fong froze, then asked with amusement, "Your mom wouldn't want to tell me that you know Brother Iron, right?" The punks next to him all followed and laughed. Li Fan, on the other hand, said with a serious face, "What is Brother Tai? Even Li Tianshang has to grovel in front of me and do my bidding. Damn, truly the funniest joke I've heard this year." Brother Fong and the others all burst out laughing. This kid was too damn good at blowing off his power. He even had the nerve to say that even Li Tianshang, Master Li, had to do his bidding. Li Fan, at this point in time, "You're still showing off your mouth there. Brother Fong, you guys teach him a hard lesson. This guy has nothing to do with us." Wang Xiuli immediately set aside the relationship with Li Fan. Brother Fong had already swung his machete towards Li Fan's shoulder at this time. Li Fan, which was motionless in place. Brother Fong and the others didn't put Li Fan in their eyes at all. They all thought that it was Li Fan who had been scared silly. When that machete was about to fall on Li Fan's shoulder, Li Fan slightly sidestepped and directly dodged the knife, followed by a kick, which sent that Brother Fong directly flying more than 10 meters away. With a bang, Brother Fong knocked over 2 locomotives and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You dare to hit Brother Fong. Brothers give me to get him killed. Seeing this, the other punks all swung their knives towards Li Fan. At this time, this group of punks were all enraged, and the machetes in their hands were hacking towards Li Fan's chest, belly and other fatal parts. Li Fan's face has also become cold. Not retreat. Rushed to this group of punks in the blink of an eye. More than a dozen biker gangsters, all by Li Fan, toppled to the ground. Some had broken their hands, some had broken their legs, and one by one, they kept rolling on the ground and screaming miserably. This scene left Wang Xiuli and the others dumbfounded. What exactly did this Li Fan do? How could he be so capable of fighting? "Kid, if you have the guts, don't leave your mom." Fong struggled to stand up and immediately called Iron Head. Li Fan directly sat down on that motorcycle on the side and leisurely said, "Directly ask Iron Head to come over with Li Tianshang. I'll wait for him here." Fong Wei directly called Iron Head and told Iron Head about what happened over here. When Iron Head heard about it, he also got angry. The other things were fine. The key was that someone dared to not put Li Tianshang in his eyes. He had to teach the boy who didn't know the heights of heaven a good lesson, and he directly rushed over with his people. Wang Xiuli and the others all ran away when they saw that Li Fan had made a monstrous mistake. "Li Fan, you made your own mistake. You bear it yourself. Don't think of dragging us down." Not long after, more than a dozen Alfa Romeo neatly parked beside the road. Dozens of big black men got down from the car under the leadership of Iron Head. Each one of them was as imposing as a rainbow. Definitely not something that could be compared to Fong Wei. These punks on the street. This, I'm afraid, was the real Triad Society. Who the hell dares to cause trouble in my Iron Head's territory? Chapter 61. The car was towed away. Iron Head walked up with his men in a domineering manner. Fong Wei stepped forward and pointed at Li Fan and complained, "Big brother, it's this kid. He's too rampant. He doesn't put you in his eyes. And even more so, he doesn't put Master Li in his eyes. We must teach him a good lesson today. But be careful, Brother Iron. This kid has some kung fu in his hands." Iron Head followed Fong Wei's pointing and saw Li Fan sitting on the locomotive, who was relaxing, and was filled with shock. And beside him, Fong Wei was still chattering. "Brother Iron, later on, I'll remove both of his legs and stuff them into his mouth. Let's see if he dares to be so rampant in the future." Before he finished speaking, Iron Head directly slapped him on the face, directly slapping off 2 of Fong Wei's front teeth. Fong Wei covered his face and his entire body was dumbfounded. "Tai, Brother Tai, what are you hitting me for?" "Hitting you? I'll kill you," Iron Head said and kicked again, sending Fong Wei to the ground. The group of biker punks beside him had long been confused. Parrot Head stuttered, "Brother Iron, you can't hit Brother Fong. Brother Fong is loyal to you. Are you guys going to get me killed? Do you know what you have offended?" Iron Head said as he dropped the Parrot Head again with a kick, then quickly stepped forward and curried favor with Li Fan with incomparable respect. "Master Li, it's all because I taught my men poorly and offended you. Please forgive me." Li Fan looked at him coldly. "You don't have the qualifications to talk to me." Iron Head instantly shivered and directly knelt on the ground as his legs went limp. Just at this time, Li Tianshang brought his men and came out from the Hot Springs nightclub. He was planning to go home, but when he took a look at the parking lot, he saw Li Fan, as well as a group of biker gangsters next to him, and the bodyguards that Iron Head's brought with him. They were immediately scared and ran over in a cold sweat. "Iron Head, why are you here? What's going on?" Li Tianshang immediately asked in a deep voice. Iron Head hurriedly told what happened just now. and pleaded to Li Tianshang, "Boss, I didn't know that this group of men offended Master Li." Li Tianshang's heart also thumped with anger. He still didn't know how he was going to please Li Fan. It was so hard to sort of have some friendship with Li Fan through this auction, but he didn't expect that this waste of a henchman of his had offended Li Fan. The more Li Tianshang thought about it, the angrier he got. He directly kicked Iron Head on his shoulder. "Damn, what do I want you guys for? Even Master Li dares to offend." Li Tianshang vented, then said cautiously to Li Fan, "Master Li, how do you think these people will be dealt with?" Li Fan said indifferently, "Bury them all." Li Tianshang's heart thumped, not realizing that Li Fan was so decisive and ruthless despite his young age. The several people next to the parrot head had already gone soft with fear. Li Tianshang glanced at Iron Head and the others next to him, and felt some reluctance in his heart. After all, these people could be his loyal men, but he knew what the consequences of offending a martial arts master were, and clenched his teeth and commanded the other men next to him, "Pull them down and bury them." Immediately, the men next to him stepped forward and grabbed the Iron Head's several people. Iron Head and the others were so scared that they begged for mercy. Just then, Li Fan changed his words again. "Forget it, let them all go. What happened tonight? I don't want it to happen a second time," Li Fan said as he stood up from the locomotive and directly stepped towards the opposite parking lot. His deadly flying spur was still there. Iron Head and the others were instantly like amnesties, and Li Tianshang also hurriedly cursed at a few people. "Why don't you hurry up and thank Master Li?" A group of people knelt on the ground and shouted at Li Fan, who was already far away. "Many thanks to Master Li for not killing me." Li Fan's footsteps didn't stop as he arrived at the parking lot opposite the Hot Spring nightclub. This was a corner to say the least, and he was able to see the Hot Spring Hotel from the parking lot, but he could not see inside the parking lot from the perspective of the Hot Spring Hotel. He had just walked over when he realized that his Bentley Flying Spur was being towed away by a tow truck, with a valiant female iron rider standing next to it. Li Fan hurriedly ran over. "Wait, is there some kind of misunderstanding with this police comrade? I'm parked in the parking lot." The female iron rider turned her head, revealing an incomparably delicate and pretty face. The competent short hair set off this pretty face as if it was a combination of a devil and an angel, breathtakingly beautiful. Together with her police uniform and upright posture, any man would not be able to move his gaze when looking at her. "This, sir, the parking lot here has long been outlawed. This car belongs to illegally parked vehicles and needs to be towed away according to the relevant regulations. Comrade police officer, can you discuss this? I didn't know that this is not a parking lot." Li Fan was incredibly depressed in his heart. Isn't this clearly a parking lot? How come it was outlawed? But Li Fan said all the good words. The beautiful iron rider just refused to be lenient, directly wrote a ticket and handed it to Li Fan, said in a cold voice, "Tomorrow to the brigade to pay the fine. Pick up the car." After saying that, he mounted his police motorcycle, dashing dust away. Li Fan wanted to cry for a while, standing on the street side incomparably bummed out. At this time, a Volkswagen Passat drove over, followed by a Toyota Corolla, parked in front of Li Fan. Li Fan raised his head. The window fell, revealing the faces of Xiao Lanjuan's family inside. "Li Fan, you really have a great life. Surprisingly, you didn't die." Seeing Li Fan standing here intact, Wang Xiaoli was immediately surprised. Next to Wang Dating and the others sneered. "It must be adults like Brother Tai Ho. I don't even care to bother with a poor man like him. That's why I let him pick up a dog's life." Li Fan immediately frowned. He just equivalent to save the life of these three people. Instead of thanking themselves, they even badmouthed him here. However, Li Fan still held back the anger in his heart and looked at Xiao Lanwan and opened his mouth to greet him. "Hello, Aunt Xiao." But unexpectedly, Xiao Lanwan had a stern face and directly lectured Li Fan. "Li Fan, what did you just do? You almost caused the three Xiaoli to get into big trouble. I'm simply too disappointed in you. I really don't know how mom and dad educated you all these years. I think you'd better stay away from our Xiaoli in the future. Go back and tell your mom that our previous betrothal ends here." After saying this, Xiao Lanwan directly closed the car window, and the two cars went away. Li Fan felt incomparably ridiculous. This family is really strange. This family is really strange. However, it is good that this doll marriage is cancelled. Li Fan does not want to have anything to do with such a person. Chapter 62, Demanding Debt. When Wang Xiaoli and the others drove past the entrance of the Hot Springs nightclub, they once again stopped for a moment, and Wang Shirley looked at Chu Engying, who was standing by the side of the road, with a surprised face. "Chu Engying, why are you here?" Chu Engying obviously also did not expect to meet Wang Xiaoli here. The two of them were high school classmates, and after graduation, they went to a prestigious university together, but their relationship had never been good, because Chu Engying was prettier than Wang Xiaoli, and her academic performance was also better than hers. It could be said that she was crushing her on all fronts. Wang Xiaoli had always been narrow-minded and vain, so she naturally hated this woman who was better than her in every way. "I work here." Chu Engying opened her mouth and said, When Wang Xiaoli heard this, she immediately laughed, and asked Chu Yingying with vicious words, Chu Yingying, you work here? As a desk lady? Wang Xiaoli said this in a very loud voice, and the crowd that traveled along the roadside looked at Chu Yingying with strange eyes. Chu Yingying felt incomparably ashamed. Wang Xiaoli, don't talk nonsense. I'm just here as a doorman. Wang Xiaoli skimmed her mouth and sneered. Door greeter, isn't that just selling smiles? There's not much difference between that and a sitter lady. I didn't expect that the big school flower who was high up in the school would come out to sell. If this matter is spread back to the school, I don't know what those beggar men who treat you as a goddess will think. Wang Xiaoli, you! Chu Yingying was furious. She really couldn't think of how Wang Xiaoli could say such vicious words. That's right, Chu Yingying. Tomorrow is our class reunion to discuss the opening ceremony. You must not be absent. After saying that, Wang Xiaoli left, leaving Chu Yingying alone with red eyes. Chu Yingying knew that Wang Xiaoli would definitely tell her classmates about this matter, adding fuel to the fire. In the car, Xiao Lanwan educated Wang Xiaoli. Xiaoli, how can you talk to your classmates like this? Why do your classmates work here? Is it because the family is in difficulty? Wang Xiaoli said unconcernedly. Mom, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand the situation. Chu Yingying is a Thai vixen. She hooks up with her male classmates at school on the basis of her good looks. It is rumored that her father was looking for a mistress outside, and her mother had a wild man and eventually divorced. Growing up in such a family, what good can it be? Xiao Lanwan said approvingly. It seems that your classmate is really not a good thing. Xiaoli, you must stay away from such people in school. Do you hear me? Families like ours must emphasize on being a good match. Whether you're looking for a boyfriend or making friends, it's all very important. Wang Xiaoli nodded her head repeatedly, and then said curtly, Mom, the point of door-to-door pairing is something I agree with. So you won't let me and Li Fan, that poor person, abide by any doll's marriage, right? Xiao Lanwan sighed and said, before it was Mom who thought too simple. Now we and your Auntie Zhang's family are no longer in the same class. This doll's marriage is better to forget about it. Mom, you are so wise. Wang Xiaoli instantly rejoiced upon hearing this. She didn't want to marry a dirtbag who wasn't a dog's ass. Her dream was to live in a big villa and drive a luxury car. Li Fan didn't have a car anymore and could only take a taxi home. This side of the parking lot was an alley away from the main road, and without a car, he had to walk outside. When he came out just now, he saw a lot of cabs in front of the Hot Springs nightclub. Li Fan had just come over when he saw Chu Yingying standing on the side of the road with red eyes. What's wrong with you? Li Fan asked. Mr. Li. Chu Yingying was shocked when she saw Li Fan and hurriedly called out respectfully. Li Fan corrected. Don't call me Mr. Li, just call me Li Fan. The two of us are about the same age, so we don't need to be so formal. Okay, Li Fan. Chu Yingying also felt that calling Li Fan Mr. Li was a bit awkward and weak, and weakly called out. Are you going home too? I'm also taking a taxi. Why don't we come together? Li Fan said and called a cab, opened the door and said, Li Fan, it's better not to trouble you. My home is in East State Garden. I'm afraid that it won't go well with you. Chu Yingying said with some embarrassment. Li Fan smiled immediately after hearing this. We happen to be on the way. I'm going to Yundan Mountain. Chu Yingying also didn't expect that the two people would actually be on the way. Both Dongzhou Garden and Cloud Dan Dan Mountain were going to the east, so they got into the car. On the road, the two did not talk much, and waited until the place Chu Yingying just got off the car, and found that from the fourth floor of a building, constantly throwing things down. Chu Yingying saw in the alarmed, and quickly ran towards the building. Li Fan frowned and hesitated a little, gave the driver $100, also followed closely. When he came to the fourth floor, he saw Chu Yingying arguing with several men with big waists. What are you guys doing? This is my home. What gives you the right to break into my home and throw things? Are you Chu Yuanxian's daughter? Your father owes us $1 million. You wouldn't not understand the reasoning of a father's debt being paid by his son, would you? The man with a big waist said in a cold voice. Chu Yingying bit her lips and said, that person is no longer related to me. Let's ing bowl with us. If you don't take out the money today, you won't be able to live in this house. A group of big men didn't care about that much and threatened viciously. Chu Yingying cried and begged up to these people. Please don't throw it anymore. I'm already working hard to make money. Can you guys give me some time? Give you time? Do I have to give you 10 more years? Either pay back the money or bet the house. There's no other choice. These people were incomparably resolute. At this moment, a Hanyu constantly swept over Chu Yingying's slender figure and couldn't help but smile badly. Sister, if you don't want brother to show you a clear path, a few days of grace is not non-negotiable. As long as you let brother me have a quickie, said his hand, resting on Chu Yingying's sexy shoulder. Chu Yingying was terrified, shrieked and hurriedly pushed him away. You, what are you doing? Don't touch me. Li Fan also leapt into the room in a single step at this time, and cursed at the big man in a cold voice. Damn it, let go of your hand. Several big men immediately looked at Li Fan and their faces became gloomy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Kid, still want to heroically save a girl? I think you've watched too many movies. Several big men immediately clenched their fists and clicked. Seeing this, Chu Ying hurriedly blocked in front of Li Fan and said to Li Fan, you go first. This is my family's business. It has nothing to do with you. But a few big men on the other hand had already blocked the door of the room. Kid, since you're going to meddle in this nonsense, then you'll pay back the money for him. Do you have $1 million? Call your family if you don't have it. Li Fan stared coldly at the big man who had just molested Chu Ying and opened his mouth to order. You apologize to her right now. Dao your mom. The big man immediately became furious and copied the stool next to him and smashed it towards Li Fan. Chapter 63, Late Night Chase. A cold light flashed in Li Fan's eyes as he directly stepped forward and kicked the big man away. With a bang, the big man crashed into the wall. Even the wall skin was cracked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Still dare to make a move. Brothers, get him. Several other big men saw this and pounced towards Li Fan. Li Fan did not retreat but advanced, like a wolf charging into a flock of sheep, knocking several big men to the ground. All this action happened too fast. Even Chu Ying didn't have time to scream in shock. Li Fan had already finished off all these big men. At this moment, Chu Ying's mouth was wide open as she looked at Li Fan in surprise. She did not think that this big boy, his hands were actually so good. At this moment, Li Fan was incomparably tall in her heart, as if he was a hero who saved the world. Chu Ying's family background was indeed very bad, and since she was a child, she had experienced too much, often locking herself up alone in her heart room. She had always fantasized that one day, a great hero of the world would descend from the sky, with 7 colored auspicious clouds on his feet, like Supreme Treasure rescuing Zisha Fairy, also rescuing her from this life of deep water and fire. Today she seemed to have found the great hero, but immediately a touch of sadness rose in Chu Ying's heart. Li Fan was young, skilled, and had a powerful background that even Boss Li had to curry favor with. Why could he look at her as a Cinderella? What is going on with Chu Ying? Li Fan opened his mouth at this time and asked. Only then did Chu Ying react and lowered her head to explain. Li Fan, I'm sorry. These people are moneylenders. My dad gambled outside and owed them $1 million. Actually, they have been very good, wiping out a lot of interest. But how can I not pay back this $1 million? The several big men on the ground were incomparably afraid of Li Fan at this time, each one of them trembling, followed by nodding their heads and said, This big brother, we know we are wrong, please spare our lives. Just now also this brother of mine, was blinded by the colorful eyes. We really are not any evil person, although lending, but it is not usury. Li Fan sniffed the tightly locked brows, soothed some, took out a check, wrote $1 million and threw it to the leading big man, warned, take the money and hurry up and get out. In the future, if his father owes money again, you guys can find his father if you can. If you dare to come to her, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. A few big men got the money with ecstasy in their hearts and kept kowtowing to Li Fan. Don't worry, big brother, we won't dare to come over and make trouble anymore, said a few big men. All ran away in a puff of smoke. Chu Ying looked at Li Fan in shock. Tears welled up from her eyes and she jumped into Li Fan's arms. Li Fan, thank you. I don't know how to thank you. When I earn $1 million, I will definitely return it to you. At this, Li Fan didn't refuse, but just opened his mouth and comforted. I don't lack money. These money you can pay back when you want. You can also pay back slowly, little by little. There is no hurry. Chu Ying's heart incomparably grateful. This $1 million for Li Fan may not even call money, but for her, this $1 million is as difficult as heaven. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat a hero for a penny, let alone $1 million. What are you doing? At this time an icy cold woman's voice rang out. The two turned around and saw a woman in her early 40s, wearing a long trench coat with light makeup on her face, looking at them icily. Mom! Chu Ying instantly called out in a panicked manner. Good day, auntie. Li Fan was also polite and greeted him from the side. It's getting late, so I won't keep you to sit. The woman didn't even look at Li Fan, threw down a sentence and directly pulled Chu Ying to the room inside, closing the door with a bang. Inside the room, Lu Xiaoli had a stern face this time and educated Chu Ying. Chu Ying, what have I told you? Don't socialize with misfits. That poor boy just now can't be good enough for you. Aren't there many rich kids in your school pursuing you? You can find anyone you want, but that poor boy definitely won't do. Chu Ying hurriedly explained. Mom, Li Fan and I are not the kind of relationship you think of. And Li Fan, he is not a poor boy. He is very rich. Lu Xiaoli didn't believe it at all and sneered. I just saw that he came by taxi, right? Who takes a taxi when they have money? Alright, just remember what I said. Li Fan went out of the neighborhood and found that it was late in the day and it was actually not good to take a taxi. There was no other way. Li Fan had to walk towards the direction of the Cloud Dangshan Villa. The Cloud Dangshan Villa area was indeed a good place. Although it was located in the downtown area, it was able to take the quiet in the middle of the downtown area. At the foot of Yundang Mountain, there is a very vast wetland park. Usually every weekend, there are a lot of people with children to come here to relax and clear the air a little bit, pitching a tent and eating a picnic. However, at this time, it was already late at night, and the whole vast wetland park was silent. Not even a ghost could be seen. Li Fan was planning to walk through the wetland park while enjoying the beautiful scenery around him, but he suddenly smelled a faint bloody flavor coming from the originally fresh and humid air. Li Fan immediately frowned and became alert, and after walking forward for a while, he saw that in the darkness, a slightly wretched woman's figure stumbled and ran towards him, and behind this woman, chasing three big men, each of them face fierce light, the hands even held a pistol. In the moonlight under the illumination of the chilling incomparable, seeing Li Fan, there was excitement in the running woman's desperate gaze. Please, help me call the police. Li Fan glanced at the three men, intending to turn around and bypass them, not wanting to mind this idle business. In the middle of the night, a woman was being chased by three strong men with guns. Li Fan didn't think that this woman was a simple person, so he didn't want to wade into the muddy water. However, when the three big men saw Li Fan, there was a killing intent in their eyes. Kid, since you bumped into our business, count yourself unlucky. One of the big men roared at Li Fan sinisterly, then directly raised the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger towards Li Fan. Poof! The pistol had a silencer and let out a muffled sound as the bullet flew. In the nick of time, Li Fan's eyes swayed. The bullet that was originally flying at a high speed was getting slower and slower in front of Li Fan. Li Fan's heart was also in a rage. Don't want to meddle in this. Why are you guys messing with me? Li Fan's figure instantly disappeared in place. When he appeared, he was already at the side of the big man who shot him. The big man didn't react at all. Li Fan directly reached out and pinched his neck, twisting it with force. With a click, the big man's neck was directly broken by Li Fan, and his huge head drooped down limply. When the two remaining big men saw this, a look of horror appeared in their eyes. What kind of person was this that could dodge bullets? Damn, kid, you're looking for death. The two men were furious and raised their guns at the same time, aiming at Li Fan ready to shoot. But Li Fan's movements were too much faster than the two of them, and had already appeared in front of the two of them, killing intent bursting out in his eyes, and both his fists came out in unison, smashing on the chests of the two of them. Chapter 64, Something happened to the Gua family. Touch. The two 200-pound strong men directly flew out backwards, their chest bones collapsed, incomparably hideous and horrible. The woman on the side had long been looking dumbfounded. Originally she thought she had just encountered an ordinary passerby, hoping that the other party would help her call the police, but she didn't expect this person's strength to be so terrifying. In less than a minute, he had solved three strong men with guns. She just wanted to open her mouth to express her gratitude to Li Fan, but she had just been running desperately and had long since penetrated her body. At this time, her nerves slackened and she fainted with a blur before her eyes. Li Fan didn't even look at the three dead burly men, stepped in front of the woman and helped her check her injuries. Li Fan tightened his brows. He found that in this woman's chest was hit by a bullet, has been injured in the left atrium. I'm afraid that even if he sends to the hospital now, will not be able to rescue and die. Li Fan sighed. Since he was already involved in this matter, he would save her life. However, Li Fan is now in a difficult situation. This woman is injured, but the chest, want to deal with this wound, you must take off his clothes. Just now the matter is urgent. Li Fan also did not more measure this woman. At this time carefully look, found that this woman looks absolutely beautiful, by no means in Chin Sharo below, just in Chin Sharo slightly more than a trace of maturity and competence. Li Fan's heartbeat accelerated for a while. No matter how to say, he is also a virgin. Return. Li Fan hurriedly operated the Heart Sutra to calm his mind, before he took a deep breath and took off the woman's clothes. Just under the illumination of the moonlight, the snow-white torso was revealed. Such a perfect body, it would be bad if it left a scar. Li Fan reached out and placed his hand on top of her skin, using his true chi to suck out the slugs inside. Then using the massage technique, he injected his true chi into the woman's wound to accelerate the recovery of her wound. If there were other people present at this time, they would be shocked to find that the woman's chest, which was originally pierced by a bullet, was rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The healing process was really painful and joyful for Li Fan. It had to be said that this woman had a really good figure. Just the touch coming from her hands had already made Li Fan a bit distracted. Finally, after 10 minutes, the woman's chest wound was fully recovered. Li Fan did not dare to look at it for a moment more, hurriedly put her clothes on, then called the emergency center and left in style. He did what he had to do, and as to whether the woman could live or not, it would depend on her destiny. At this time is located in the outskirts of the city of Lingshan in a huge manor. Zhao Lei is embracing two-body incomparable alluring woman, in that enough 5 meters in diameter of the large round bed dashing pleasure. However, Years of being drunk and empty body of Zhao Lei. The body can really not too good. A few minutes to grass. But the two enchanting women, but also constantly aligned worship again and again. Lei Young, you are really great. People can't do it. Young Lei, you're really awesome. Zhao Lei laughed out loud and slapped on the two people's erect parts, then put on his own wide robe and walked out of the bedroom. At this time, there had already been a henchman waiting respectfully outside the door, and when he saw Zhao Lei come out, he hurriedly went forward and reported, "Second youngest, the 3 assassins you sent to catch Wei Rusheng are all dead." What? Zhao Lei was furious when he heard this and asked in a cold voice, "What the hell is going on? Those 3 assassins are not weak." The henchman replied back, "According to the previous returns, the 3 assassins had managed to take care of the bodyguards in Wei Rusheng's home. Wei Rusheng ran out from her home. The 3 chased them all the way to the wetland park under the Yindang mountain, and there was no news after that. I just got a return. Wei Rusheng has been placed in the ward of the first hospital, and the Wei family has sent dozens of bodyguards to protect it." Rubbish! Zhao Lei became furious and kicked the henchman to the ground, his face grimacing as he commanded, "I'll only give you 1 night's time. Find out for me, what's going on? Who is the one who spoiled my good deed? I will make his life worse than death." The underling struggled to get up and nodded in fear. "Junior will go and do it right away." Guo family. Guo Lao went to the hospital for a checkup, and after confirming that there were no other problems, he returned home. As a large family with billions of dollars, the Guo family's compound covered an extremely large area, and it was completely built in the style of a Soviet-style garden, with an ancient flavor and mood. Guo Lingyu, from today onwards you should not go out. Stay well at home. The day after tomorrow I will invite the Zhao family here and directly betroth you in Zhao Lei. As soon as he returned home, Hua Hashun directly gave an order to Guo Lingyue. "Grandpa, I don't want to marry Zhao Lei. Don't you know what kind of person he is?" Guo Lingyue was incomparably agitated and resisted, but Guo Hashun's mind was made up. "You don't have the right to decide on this matter. You must obey." Gui Zhongji, Guo Lingyue's father, was somewhat distressed by his daughter and spoke, "Dad, that Zhao Lei really doesn't have a very good reputation." Lingyue Shi, but not waiting for him to finish his words, Guo Laozi burst into a rage and scolded fiercely. "Useless thing, when can you do something for the family like your big brother? If this marriage isn't settled, your family will get the hell out of here. I don't have a son like you." Guo Zhongji had been suppressed by his elder brother Guo Zhongxing since he was a child, not being treated well by his father. He had very little say in the Guo family. When he saw his father getting angry, he immediately lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything else. At this time a subordinate hurriedly walked in, looked panicked and said, "Master, it's not good." Just now a subordinate watering the flowers in the back garden. A large tree suddenly fell down, smashing the subordinate, smashed to death. "What?" Elder Guo immediately frowned upon hearing this. "What bad luck! Hurry up and pull the person away. This kind of filth should not be left at home." Hearing Elder Guo's command, that subordinate's eyes carried a touch of exasperation. All of them underlings had worked in the Guo family for a long time, doing their best, and now that something had happened, this Guo family had such an attitude, and were too not to take the lives of their underlings seriously. But the power of the Guo family, as well as the ruthlessness of Elder Guo, made him not dare to express any dissatisfaction at all. On the side, Guo Zhongxing muttered darkly with a frown on his face, "Recently this group of underlings are really too much. They can't do any work well. 3 or 4 underlings have already had accidents in 2 days." Elder Guo didn't take it seriously after this hearing, sent a few people away and went back to his room to rest. Li Fan returned home to cultivate a night. The next morning got up and ate breakfast. To the vegetable garden will be their own those vegetables tended again, and then took a car to the traffic police brigade to pay the fine. The young police officer who did the job was not older than Li Fan by a few years, and while giving Li Fan a ticket, he educated Li Fan. "Now it's really a cheap car. Tens of thousands of dollars can buy a car. Greatly pull down the quality of the driver. Every day violates the rules. How much workload to us." Chapter 65 Shameless Landlord. "You newbies now, can you go back and read over the traffic laws properly?" Li Fan rolled his eyes. It's not his fault that he was fined. It's obviously a parking lot. Nonetheless it was outlawed, and he still doesn't know who to reason with. That small police officer chattered. "A pass." After finishing the formalities said to Li Fan, "Go, I will take you to collect the car." The small police officer said while bringing Li Fan to the parking lot in the backyard. He was so busy that he didn't look at what kind of car Li Fan was on the slip. He was just looking for the license plate number. When he checked them one by one and found that the license plate number on the slip in his hand was the limited edition Bentley Flying Spur in the yard, he was dumbfounded and couldn't help but look down to confirm several times. "This is your car?" The junior police officer couldn't help but ask Li Fan. Li Fan nodded and calmly said, "Yes, it's my car." Saying this, Li Fan directly took out the car key and opened the car door. Now the small police officer's heart set off shock waves. He knew that this Bentley flying spur could cost more than $10 million. In the morning when he went to work and saw this car, a lot of people gathered around and admired it. But immediately he reacted and said with a smile, "Kid, this is your boss's car, right? Young to drive for such a big boss. The future will also have a great future. Anyone knows this secretary and driver? That is the big boss's right hand and right arm, the absolute heart. As long as you do a good job, in the future, the big boss will definitely give you the opportunity to promote you," said the small police officer. Also patted Li Fan's shoulder. Li Fan also did not give him more explanation of anything, drove the car to leave the traffic police, ready to go to the university city. Last time, he and Sister Hong agreed to switch from the day shift to the night shift, but he was really a bit busy lately. He didn't even work the night shift, and in his heart, he felt a bit ashamed of his boss's wife. By the time Li Fan arrived outside the door of the university student's small inn, after confirming it several times, he realized that it was originally Sister Hong's inn, but at this time, the plaque had even been changed. Li Fan parked his car on the side of the road and entered the hotel. When he heard Sister Hong arguing with someone, "Wasanpi, what do you mean? When I rented your house to open an inn, we had a contract. My lease was for 5 years, and now it's the 3rd year. What makes you want the house back? Wasanpi is the landlord of this house. Long and thick, outside has always said that he is a member of the Gua family, relying on a few sets of houses each month's inexpensive rent, living a life of ease." At this time, Wasanpi's pair of thieving eyes, constantly sweeping over Zhang Yanhong's concave and convex figure, I smiled and said, "Little Red, I'm not and you said it, as long as you agree to my conditions, this store you can continue to open." Zhang Yanhong became furious. "Wasanpi, you're less likely to hit that crooked idea. There's no way I'm marrying you." Wasanpi grunted and said helplessly, "Xiao Hong, don't rely on the fact that I like you and you just stomp on your nose. If you marry me obediently, the two of us will open a husband and wife store together. You don't even have to pay rent. How nice. But if you don't agree, this house is lousy's. Your rent lousy, don't want it. Give it back to you. Get out immediately. This store lousy, own open." You. Zhang Yanhong was furious. Before she did not open this small inn, Wasanpi's the store. Open what closed. At that time, some people even said, "Wasanpi, this house bad luck. Feng shui is not good, so there is no one to rent his room." Were thrown for several years. Later Zhang Yanhong rented this store, opened a small hotel. The result is more and more prosperous. Male and female students in the university town would come to him to open a room. Even in the major campuses of the university city, there is a saying that circulates, "Zhang Yanhong's small hotel is the university city's couples mecca," facilitated hundreds of pairs of young couples. Wasanpi was now seeing that Zhang Yanhong's business in this inn was good, so he was eyeing Zhang Yanhong's income and wanted to take the inn back by force. "Brothers, throw out all of Boss Zhong's things." Wasanpi finally lost his patience when he saw that Yanhong refused to agree to his conditions no matter what she said. "You guys stop." Zhang Yanhong guarded the door of her room to death, not allowing them to enter. But how could he, a woman, be a match for two big men, and was directly pushed away. Seeing this scene, Li Fan, with a chilling killing intent on his face, directly rushed in and pushed those two lapdogs away. "What are you guys doing? Who dares to touch Sister Hong? I'll kill him. Isn't this sister-in-law's receptionist? You T-mom also want to heroically save her?" Wasanpi hadn't run to the inn much in the past 2 years, so he naturally recognized Li Fan and immediately mocked with a face full of disdain. Li Fan's face was gloomy, and he threatened at Wasanpi. "Wasanpi, you know that little cutie, you don't have to be responsible for killing people?" Wasanpi's face clouded over when he heard this. "Damn, you little cutie, still dare to kill me?" Wasanpi cursed viciously. Li Fan swept his eyes and saw that on a side table, there was Zhang Yanhong's fruit knife for eating fruit, and copied the knife. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "You think I don't dare?" At this moment, Li Fan's body was radiating a ferocious killing intent, and Wasanpi immediately trembled. "Li Fan, put the knife down." Wasanpi was really a bit scared. He knew that Li Fan was a little cutie. In his impression, little cutie, crazy, this kind of brainless person killing people. It seems like he really doesn't need to be responsible for anything. Even if you need to be responsible, Li Fan, he a little cute. I'm not sure how much I can take into account. An impulse to really give himself a knife. That can be bad ah. Next to the two lapdogs also I have to hide to the side. Do not dare to go forward. Who goes with a knife with a little cute? Who is going to fight with a cutie with a knife? That is not really stupid? Seeing Li Fan, Zhang Yanhong burst into tears of joy and immediately pulled Li Fan's arm to persuade him. "Li Fan, don't be impulsive. Quickly put the knife down." Li Fan said with incomparable firmness, "Sister, today I must help you keep the inn." In Lin Fan's heart, he was very heartbroken for Zhang Yanhong. After being cheated by a scummy man, she even had to be looked down upon by her family, and was even kicked out by her family. Now Zhong Yanhong only had this one in. If Guasanpi snatched it away again, she would have nothing left. Zhong Yanhong, however, shook her head miserably, as if resigning herself to her fate. Forget it, Xiaofan, this is the inn is not ours after all. Sis is tired. Let's go. Sis. Li Fan looked at Zhong Yanhong with a pang of heartache. Zhong Yanhong squeezed out a smile and turned around to pack her things. Seeing this, Guasanpi immediately became godly and chided Li Fan. Little cutie, your boss is leaving. What are you still wasting your words here? Hurry up and get the hell out of here. This is my house. Believe it or not, I'll sue you for trespassing? You shut up. Li Fan shouted angrily, his icy gaze glaring fiercely at Guasanpi. Chapter 66 I have money. For a moment Guasanpi was so scared that his legs were weak. How could he not imagine that a little cutie? How could he have such a sharp gaze? Especially the powerful aura that emanated from Li Fan's body. He had only seen it on his great-grandfather. Soon Zhong Yanhong packed up her things and took Li Fan out of the inn. Turning her head and looking at the inn that she had carefully taken care of for 3 years, Zhong Yanhong must still be very reluctant in her heart. She had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars just to decorate the inn. Sis, this inn don't want it. I'm going to open a better hotel for you, Li Fan said angrily from the side. Zhong Yanhong smiled and said to Li Fan, Little Fan, your heart sis understands, it's better to forget it. Sis, I'm not joking with you, I'm serious, said a finger across the road. A European-style castle said, Sis, I'm going to rent this castle to open a hotel for you. Xiao Fan, you stop it. Zhong Yanhong stared wide-eyed. There was a huge castle on the opposite side of the road that was 7 stories high and covered an area of thousands of square feet. It was said that the castle was originally built to open a shopping mall, but then the developer owed money for the project and ran away, and the castle had been shelved after it was built, on the basis of the castle's floor space and height. I'm afraid that the rent for a month must be as high as a few million or even nearly 10 million. But Li Fan is serious. Directly out of the cell phone, to Li Tiansheng call. Li Fan remembered that Li Tiansheng was the one who engaged in construction, and when the phone call came through, Li Fan directly asked, Li Tiansheng, do you have a real estate development company? Yes. What are your orders, Master Li? Li Fan opened the door and said, there is a castle outside the university town that has been abandoned. I'm going to contract it out, so help me contact the owner of the castle. Master Li, you have your eyes on the castle? That's good. Although the castle wasn't built by the company under me, it's now my property. When other developers built the castle, it was my engineering team that went to do the work, and as a result, after the work was done, the developer ran away without paying, and the castle was directly mortgaged to me. Li Fan heard that would be better. Okay, this castle you rent to me, how much a month? You say a number. When Li Tiansheng heard that, he quickly said, Master Li, you are not shabby me, you want to use that as my honor. You can take it as you like, I will send someone over. By the way, the interior of the castle has not been renovated. What do you want to use it for? When the time comes, directly talk to the people I send there. The engineering team under me are all professionals. Li Fan also did not politely talk to Li Tiansheng, and mentally remembered Li Tiansheng's favor. After putting down the phone, Li Fan said to Zhong Yanhong, Sister, this castle is a friend's. It has been rented by me. Let's wait for a while. He will immediately send someone over to carry out the handover. Zhong Yanhong was skeptical at this point and asked Li Fan, Li Fan, you didn't tease sis? How could I possibly tease you? Li Fan, I'm afraid that this castle will cost tens of millions of dollars a month to rent. Where did you get that much money? Zhong Yanhong was puzzled. Li Fan laughed and said, Sister, I have money. What money do you have? Li Fan, you stop messing around. Zhong Yanhong got angry at once. Last time she had said Li Fan because of his bragging. At that time she was quite happy to see that Li Fan had listened to her. But she didn't expect that after not seeing him for a few days, Li Fan had made a mistake again. Alright Li Fan, if in the future you keep fooling around like this, then don't come back to me. Zhong Yanhong said angry and turned around to leave. Li Fan hurriedly stopped her. Sis, I'm not joking with you, I really have money. Don't believe me? Look, that's my car. Li Fan said and pointed to the Bentley flying spur on the side of the road and directly pressed the car key. At once the car door opened. This time Zhong Yanhong was really shocked. Li Fan, is this your car? Zhong Yanhong walked forward and looked left and right at the Bentley flying spur. She was also a person who had seen the world and naturally knew that this car was worth a lot. Sister, let's get in the car and wait, Li Fan said and opened the car door for Zhong Yanhong, smiling and inviting. Zhong Yanhong's heart did not mention how surprised she was. What was the situation of Li Fan's family she knew very well. At that time, Li Fan's parents were looking for this job for Li Fan, but also suffered a lot of cold eyes and humiliation. How did Li Fan suddenly become so rich? Sitting on the car, Zhong Yanhong boarded up her face and said to Li Fan in a cold voice, Li Fan, you honestly tell me, what's going on with this car, and what did you do recently when you didn't go to work? Although it's not like I'm qualified to control you that much, but sis doesn't want you to become a bad person. Looking at Zhong Yanhong's incomparably serious demeanor, Li Fan was extremely moved inside at this moment. He was not related to Zhong Yanhong, and at his most difficult time, Zhong Yanhong had stepped in to help him. Now Zhong Yanhong is still caring about him and worrying about him. Having endured the ups and downs of life and seen the warmth and coldness of people, Li Fan knew how valuable this purest concern was. Sister, do you believe in miracles in this world? Li Fan asked to Zhong Yanhong. Zhong Yanhong did not know what Li Fan meant and shook her head. Li Fan smiled and said, Sis, look at me now that my brain is better. Just at the moment my brain is better. It's as if I suddenly know a lot of things. This car of mine, and the new villa I took my parents and sister to move to, are all earned by me during this period of time. I'm still working as an appraisal master in a jewelry and antique company, and I have a base salary of 100,000 per month, while still being able to layer in the company's pure profits. Also, 2 days ago at our Linshan City stone gambling competition, I appraised a few pieces of superb emerald and sold them for a few $100 million. That's why I said I'm rich now. Zhong Yanhong was shocked beyond words at this moment. Li Fan, are you not joking with me? Zhong Yanhong was still a little less convinced. Li Fan directly took out his cell phone and opened his cell phone bank, showing Zhong Yanhong the balance on it. Only at this point did Zhong Yanhong finally realize that in just a few days, Li Fan was no longer the original cutie pie receptionist anymore. Sister, don't worry, I will definitely open a really big hotel for you. Li Fan swore to Zhong Yanhong and guaranteed. Li Fan, sis doesn't need you to open a hotel for me. You earn money, sis is very happy for you. You can live well, sis is very happy. Zhong Yanhong mood have you complex, said to Li Fan. Now Zhong Yanhong was a bit unsure of how to face Li Fan before she and Li Fan together. To say the least, she really is a little bit of heart to Li Fan. Li Fan's young man looks good again, and is also unmarried, is a very good young man. She was so old and had been a mistress, so she felt a little unworthy of Li Fan. But the good thing is that she is beautiful, but also can make money. Li Fan's family is not good, but also able to make up for some. She also had delusions of spending the rest of her life with Li Fan, but now that Li Fan had so much money all of a sudden, she really didn't deserve Li Fan. Chapter 67, The Reunion. At this time the person sent by Li Tiansheng arrived. It was none other than Iron Head. Hello Mr. Li, this is the contract for the castle. You sign on it and this castle will be yours. Iron Head was incredibly respectful when he saw Li Fan. He took out a thick pile of documents from his briefcase and said to Li Fan. Li Fan was not polite and took the documents, directly handing them to Zhong Yanhong and said with a smile, Sister, you sign. Zhong Yanhong was even more shocked for a moment. This was a castle worth many hundreds of millions of dollars. Li Fan even let her sign it? Little Fan. This, sis, sign if you are told to sign. Li Fan said with a smile. Zhong Yanhong saw Li Fan's resolute attitude and after hesitating for a while, she still signed her name. Only then did Li Fan nod his head in satisfaction and said to Tai Tu, Tai Tu, I'm going to change this place into a grand hotel, so you'll decorate it for me right away. When Iron Head heard this, he immediately smiled and said, Mr. Li, you want to use it to open a hotel, that's fine. Actually, this castle has been renovated a long time ago. It's just that I never got around to telling the boss about it. In the beginning we were also planning to use him to open a hotel. I just need to find someone to clean up the inside and add some more things to be able to open directly. Li Fan was happy to hear that. That's fine. You hurry up and tidy up. It's best to open right away. After saying this, Li Fan glanced at Guasanpi's small inn on the opposite side and said with a bad smile, when we open, we have to lower the price to the same as the small inn. I don't believe it. I can't get him yellow. As soon as Zhong Yanhong heard this, her heart had begun to feel sad for Guasanpi. This guy had thought that he could make some money by robbing his own inn, but when he met Li Fan, a flunky with several $100 million, he was afraid that he could make Guasanpi cry just by fighting a price war. Li Fan and Zhong Yanhong followed Iron Head to the castle. Iron Head introduced himself to the two. Mr. Li, this castle covers an area of 6,000 square feet and has 7 floors. When I had this place renovated into a hotel, it was to open a castle hotel. Now the hotel's hardware facilities are very complete. The first floor is our hotel's lobby, a coffee bar, and the shopping flagship stores of several high-end brands. The second floor is some functional places, such as laundry and business meeting rooms. There are guest rooms from the 3rd floor to the 7th floor, while the 6th and 7th floors have public facilities such as a restaurant, gym, and swimming pool respectively. Our hotel has a total of 200 guest rooms, including big bedrooms, standard rooms, deluxe rooms, executive rooms, and suites. Li Fan nodded with satisfaction as he listened to Ironhead's introduction. While Zhang Yanhong on the side had already seen her heart fluttering, the overall decoration style of this hotel was like a medieval castle royal room. Which little girl has not seen Snow White when she was a child? And which little girl is not looking forward to becoming a princess herself? This castle hotel. She is simply too satisfied. Li Fan directly instructed to Ironhead, "You immediately go to the waiter and operate this hotel for me. I remember that 3 days from now is the opening ceremony of our Linshan University. You go and contact the school. The opening ceremony will be held at our castle hotel. Also tell the school that we will provide the venue for free, but students who want to come to the ceremony are required to roleplay. We'll have a back-and-forth immersive castle dinner where everyone has an identity. The basic identity is free. And if any of the students want to designate a special identity, it will cost a certain amount of money. But remember, the prince and princess identities at the castle hotel are not to be given to anyone else. I have my own use for them." Ironhead memorized all of this. "Don't worry, Mr. Lee, I will definitely do this matter well." Zhong Yanhong heard Li Fan's idea and also said excitedly as her beautiful eyes lit up, "Little Fan, I didn't expect you to have a mind for business. Free to appear in the venue but charge for roles. Those male students who want to show off in front of their female classmates, I'm afraid they will be very willing to put down blood money." Li Fan said with a bad smile, "Sister, those who have played the game understand that this free game can burn more money than the game that you spend money to buy. Look at Penguin's King Pesticide. A set of skin is worth a lot of money. Our role-playing is similar to skins." Li Fan left the hotel matters to Ironhead and Zhong Yanhong. At this time, Xu Yingying called, "Li Fan, can you accompany me to the reunion?" Xu Yingying's voice on the phone carried a hint of apprehension and uneasiness. Originally, she really didn't want to trouble Li Fan, but when she thought of Wang Xiuli's face last night, Xu Yingying was worried in her heart, and only after thinking about it again and again did she have the courage to call Li Fan. "Okay, you wait for me to pick you up." Li Fan released the phone and sped to Xu Yingying's home in his Bentley. Not long after, he saw Xu Yingying running out. Today Xu Yingying was wearing a pair of tight light blue jeans and a light yellow short shirt on top. The whole person was sexy and youthful, especially those two straight long legs. Looking at Li Fan for a while heart-stopping. "Li Fan, really thank you so much for being able to accompany me to the reunion." Li Fan waved at Xu Yingying from the car. Xu Yingying had a hint of surprise on her face. She didn't expect Li Fan to drive such a good car, but immediately she was relieved. After all, Li Fan was someone that even Boss Li had to please. People throw away a few $100 million as if playing. Driving a Bentley, and what is it worth? Sitting in the car, Xu Yingying thanked Li Fan. The corner of Li Fan's mouth hung up a mysterious smile and said, 3 days later is your opening ceremony, when I give you a big gift. Li Fan said as he started the vehicle and went away in a cloud of dust. Just upstairs in the neighborhood, Lu Xiaoli stood in front of the window and watched her daughter get into a $10 million Bentley sedan, and her face couldn't help but show a trace of a satisfied smile. It seems that what she said to her daughter last night, her daughter took it to heart. "I would rather sit in a luxury car and cry, but I can't follow the poor on a bicycle and laugh." Now the daughter is small, do not understand the reasoning of this sentence, and so on. Later she will understand this good intention of their own. Xu Yingying reunion location in the Elephant Tea Restaurant, which is a middle and high-end Cantonese restaurant. Per capita consumption up to $500 or $600. This price is not a place where ordinary students can afford to spend money. At this time in the private room, there were already 20 to 30 young men and women sitting in the room. Each one of them was dressed brightly. Nowadays, the consumption level of students is very high, and each one of them is the treasure of the family. Parents, grandparents, grandmothers and grandmothers, had put half of their lives, or even their whole life savings, on these children. They haven't earned a penny yet, and their monthly consumption is going to reach thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars. And shoes and clothes that cost a few $100s a pair are all disgraceful goods in their eyes. Chapter 68 Outrageous Words. Brothers, see, this pair of AJ of mine was snatched from me by my brother-in-law from Deep City, and it is said that it was brought in from the Hong Kong island side. At this time a boy, showing off the shoes on his feet, a few other boys beside him, who were envious, were begging for favor, wanting that boy to help them bring a pair. At this moment, Wang Xiuli and Zhao Ziliang walked in, and all of a sudden, the students in the private room looked over. Someone was the first to get up. "Xiaoli is here. Classmates, our main character today has arrived. Xiaoli, the one next to you is your boyfriend, right? Today we have to thank Xiuli's boyfriend for treating us, or else we wouldn't be willing to come to this place with 500 to 600 per capita to spend a meal." Wang Xiuli fell on her feet and introduced herself to everyone. "Let me introduce you all. This is my boyfriend Zhao Ziliang. He's the head of Lu's group's treasury department." For a while everyone rose to their feet and applauded. "My god, big brother Zhao, you're too good. Lu's group is a big enterprise in our city of Linshan." "Yes, big brother Zhao, In the future when we graduate, you have to help us. I also quite want to enter Lu's group. For a while quite a few people started to kiss Zhao Ziliang's ass, and Zhao Ziliang was also in a spring mood. His eyes swept over the several youthful and beautiful female college students in the room, his heart bursting with excitement. Good talk, all good talk. You are all Zhao Li's classmates. If there's anything in the future as long as I can help, I definitely won't push back. Getting these words from Zhao Ziliang, everyone was very excited. At this time a male student next to him said hesitantly, "Why do I remember reading the newspaper in the past 2 days that Lu's group has closed down?" The crowd roared at this statement. "Luo Feng, what are you babbling about? Lu's group has a big family. How could it close down?" "That's right. Moreover, Brother Zhao is the executive of Lu's group. Whether it's closed down or not, don't they know themselves?" Facing the accusations from the crowd, the male student called Luo Feng immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, I just said it off the top of my head." As soon as Wang Xiaoli entered, her eyes swept over the crowd, looking for Chu Yingying's figure. "Has our big school beauty not come yet?" Wang Xiaoli asked. Everyone also shook their heads, especially the male students who were all lost one by one. "That's right, why hasn't the big school flower arrived yet?" Wang Xiaoli was not saying in her heart, this Chu Yingying wouldn't be afraid to come. The reason why she was still in contact with Zhao Ziliang was because she wanted to bring Zhao Ziliang out today to support her. For so many years in high school and college, she hadn't won over Chu Yingying in any aspect. Today she must make a good appearance for once. At this time the door to the room pushed open. Chu Yingying and Li Fan walked in, and the sharp-eyed students immediately exclaimed, "The big school flower is here. Hey, who is that kid next to the school beauty? Asterisk. The school beauty has a boyfriend?" Everyone who saw Li Fan was showing an angry look, and Wang Xiaoli was equally shocked and angry. "Li Fan, why are you here?" Li Fan also didn't expect to meet Wang Xiaoli here and was equally a bit surprised. Next to her, Chu Yingying, she also completely did not expect Li Fan to know Wang Xiaoli. "Big brother Li, do you guys know each other?" Chu Yingying asked Li Fan. Li Fan nodded and said, "Recognize, my mom and Wang Xiaoli's mom are good friends." A girl ran up at this time, pulled Chu Yingying full of gossip and asked, "Yingying, quickly introduce us. What is the status of this boyfriend of yours? From high school to college, there are quite a few rich second generation chasing you. You were able to bring him to the reunion. Surely his identity is not simple, right?" Everyone was curious about Li Fan's identity at this time. The person who was able to take down their big school flower was definitely not ordinary. But without waiting for Chu Yingying to open her mouth, Wang Xiaoli on the side laughed disdainfully. "You all misunderstood. What does Li Fan count as a rich second generation? He is a poor man. My mom knows Li Fan's family. They came from the county. The family is very poor. Before his parents both got seriously ill, even the medical bills can't pay right. Li Fan didn't graduate from college. He dropped out. His ex-girlfriend disliked him for being poor and followed the rich second generation. This guy went to the other rich second generation to settle the score, and was beaten into a cutie, and didn't know what kind of luck he got. His brain actually got better." Chapter 69 Apologizing. When the crowd heard this, their eyes widened and they had trouble accepting Li Fan's identity. Such a poor beggar had taken down their coveted school beauty? Is there any justice in heaven? This is not the end. Wang Xiaoli pointed at Chu Yingying and said maliciously, "You guys still don't know, right? Our normally pure and unrivaled school beauty in front of people even goes to a nightclub at night to sell. I bumped into her yesterday." What? This news was like a thunderbolt. All the male students exploded at once. Asterisk. Usually pretending to be so pure, but behind the scenes is actually a damn. Last time I confessed to you, but even to the old man love not care. Where do you sell? I'll reward you with $5,000. Normally these male students regarded Chu Yingying as a goddess, an existence they could not reach. Now that they had gotten this news, the powerful disparity made their hearts unable to bear it, and they actually began to hate Chu Yingying. The smile on Wang Xiaoli's face was getting more and more pleased. What he wanted was this effect, and Chu Yingying got to be red-eyed, humbly explaining, "Wang Xiaoli, you don't talk nonsense. I explained to you. I just went there to work as a door greeter." Unfortunately, no one listened to him, and just then a cold voice rang out, "Wang Xiaoli, now you apologize to Chu Yingying." Li Fan's face was incomparably gloomy. When Wang Xiaoli heard this, she instantly became agitated and pointed at Li Fan and cursed, "Li Fan, you poor beggar. What right do you have to order me? Let me apologize to this." "No way. The two of you, a poor dumped by his ex-girlfriend, a small who goes to nightclubs at night to sell, are really a good match for each other." Li Fan was enraged and slapped Wang Xiaoli's face. Snap! The sound, the private room instantly quieted down. At this moment, Wang Xiaoli had a clear palm print on her face. "If you don't know how to respect others, I'm going to teach you a good lesson on behalf of Aunt Xiao, so that you don't cause trouble outside." Li Fan chided in a gloomy tone, and Wang Xiuli instantly went crazy. Li Fan, who are you to teach me a lesson for my mom? Who do you think you are? You poor beggar dared to hit me. Zhao Ziliang on the side was also furious. Little arm brat, dare to hit Xiaoli, I'll kill you. Zhao Ziliang punched towards Li Fan. Li Fan's face was full of disdain as he reached out and grabbed Zhao Ziliang's fist and pinched it with force. Ah! Zhao Ziliang immediately let out a pig-killing scream. Li Fan was filled with disgust and directly pushed him out a dozen meters and sat on the ground. Li Fan's face remained unchanged, still coldly ordering Wang Xiuli, I'll let you apologize to Chu Yingying. I know. Wang Xiuli gritted her teeth and said with incomparable stubbornness. Splat! Another slap was slapped on Wang Xiuli's face, and Wang Xiuli's eyes instantly turned red. Li Fan will fight you. Wang Xiuli lunged towards Li Fan with her teeth and claws open, just as Li Fan struck again to continue teaching Wang Xiuli a lesson. Chu Yingying stopped him. Big brotherly, forget it. Let's just go. Seeing this, Li Fan pushed Wang Xiuli away and said in an incomparably serious tone, Wang Xiuli, it is because of Aunt Xiao's face that I have tolerated you time and time again. In the past, Aunt Xiao helped my mom. My Li family has always known how to repay kindness. I don't want you to turn into a bad woman. I hope you behave yourself. After saying that, Li Fan pulled Chu Yingying to leave the private room. Wang Xiuli is full of anger. Li Fan a poor, what qualifications to teach her a lesson? Zhao Ziliang at this time also stood up, rushed over to comfort Wang Xiuli. Xiuli, that poor ran fast, or I will definitely teach him a hard lesson. You don't worry, the people on the road I also know. Today this matter absolutely can't be so forgettable. Wang Xiuli nodded and said, Brother Zhao, you must give me revenge. These 2 slaps can't be taken in vain. Zhao Ziliang patted his chest and assured, don't worry Xiuli, not only will I help you take revenge and get that poor Li Fan killed, I'll also make you the school flower of Linshan University. You guys don't know yet, right? I just got the news that a new castle hotel has been opened across the university town, completely built according to the 5-star, and Linshan University has already signed a new agreement with that hotel to hold the opening ceremony in the castle hotel. Chapter 70, Meeting Maggie Lee again. And I've also learned that the castle hotel will be creating immersion dinners where all students have roles and identities. Of course the ones that don't spend money are going to have their identities automatically extracted. There are good identities and bad identities. If you want an awesome identity, you'll have to spend money on it. The price ranges from a few hundred to a few thousand or even tens of thousands, said Zhao Ziliang looking at Wang Xiuli, incomparably affectionately said, Xiaoli, I bought you a good identity. It's a duke's daughter. This identity I spent $20,000. It's the highest identity in the whole party except for the princess. Wang Xiuli asked with some reluctance, why didn't you buy the princess's identity? Zhao Ziliang smiled and said, Xiaoli, don't be anxious, because the princess's identity isn't sold to the public at all. So no one was a princess that night, only you were the duke's daughter, the highest identity. At that time you can stand on the highest stage of the party in a beautiful foreign dress, and you will be the only school flower of Forest Hill University. No one will take away your limelight. Hearing Zhao Ziliang say that, Wang Xiuli was a bit moved. Ziliang, thank you, said Wang Xiuli as she jumped into Zhao Ziliang's arms. Zhao Ziliang was instantly excited. This was the first intimate contact between the two of them since he knew Wang Xiuli. He felt that the $20,000 he spent was really worth it. When the other students got this news, they were also excited and started thinking about what kind of identity they would get. The female students were all envious of Wang Xiuli. How did she find a boyfriend as rich and powerful as Zhao Ziliang? Now compared to this, Chu Yingying is really weak. In the past, when I was in school, I always heard people say, you study hard, be a bully, get into a good university, but after graduation, your achievements may not be as high as your junior high school graduates who went out to work, because people have been working outside for so many years, they already have a certain strength and foundation. Similarly, you Chu Yingying looks more beautiful. Is the school flower so what? You can't find a good boyfriend. You will always be surpassed, especially the older a woman gets, the worse she looks. Without money you can only be a yellow face. Wang Xiaoli's bottom is not as good as Chu Yingying's, but it's also good. In the future, with the money to maintain properly, or to go to the whole face, in the future, certainly to be happier than Chu Yingying. The university town is incredibly lively today, because today is the opening ceremony of Linshan University. As the best university in the city of Linshan, Linshan University can also be squeezed into the top 15 in the national university ranking. In the university city, there were 7 or 8 universities of all sizes, with as many as 70,000 to 80,000 students. The students of Linshan University have always been a superior existence, and are proud of themselves wherever they go. Even in the milk tea store to beautiful girl microsignal, proudly said on a sentence, I am Linshan University. the success rate can be instantly raised to 99%. Being able to graduate from Forest Hill University, finding a good job was a breeze. In their hearts, students from other universities also envied the status of students from Forest Hill University. Today, two pieces of news had touched the hearts of the students in the university town. One was the opening ceremony of Linshan University, and the other was the opening of a 5-star hotel in the university town. And the opening ceremony of Linshan University was held in this Castle Grand Hotel. The price of the Castle Hotel. The cheapest room is up to $1,500 per night. The expensive room even reaches $3,000 to $5,000 or even $10,000 per night. This is a place that only a tycoon can afford to live. However, the Castle Hotel gave an incomparably favorable price to the students of the University City. Each night there are limited to 30 University City student couples discount package. All the University City couples holding a student ID card can enjoy $200 per night room rate. This news can be the University City students' happy bad. These students, which do not fantasize about living in a 5-star hotel, especially those girls, go to a 5-star hotel. Hate cannot soak in the bathtub to take 2 pictures. But at the same time this news also let the University City many small hotel bosses a headache, who also did not expect that someone had opened such a grand hotel within the University City, and also came to a descending blow, robbing students with them. Outside the Castle Grand Hotel, the crowds of young men and women, dressed in bright clothes. Many students from other schools also want to come to see the opening ceremony of Forest Hill University, and even more want to see how luxurious this Castle Hotel is. The students all wanted to make a splash at this commencement ceremony, and all of them were dressed up in flamboyant and incomparable splendor. Li Fan, on the other hand, was just wearing a set of Red Star Irks sportswear, looking incomparably casual. Li Fan. At this time, a surprised voice rang out, and Li Fan turned around and was happy. Joe Weibo, you're here too. Joe Weibo's eyes widened as he kept sizing up Li Fan. Li Fan, are you better? Ever since Li Fan was stupid, he had never been called by the right name. Li Fan smiled and nodded his head. Well, it's okay. Great. Joe Weibo was instantly excited. Li Fan, you also came to see the opening ceremony of Linshan University? Joe Weibo suddenly turned nervous at this time and asked Li Fan. Yeah, what's wrong? Li Fan felt that Joe Weibo's complexion was a bit strange and he was stammering, so there must be something he was not in a good position to talk to him about. Just then, Li Meichi walked in with a youth on her arm. Chapter 71, Inviting Her Highness the Princess. Today's Li Meichi was dressed extraordinarily charmingly. A small light blue floral dress with white stockings, and a head of long hair, coiled behind her head, with a lace-edged bow tied on top. Very much the classical beauty of medieval European women. The youth next to her, wearing a black tuxedo, the whole person looked tall and handsome, very much like the kind of overbearing president in youth idol dramas. When Li Meichi saw Li Fan, she immediately frowned and asked with a face full of contempt. Li Fan? Why are you here too? Meichi, who is he? The youth on the side swept a contemptuous glance at Li Fan and asked. Ziwu, his name is Li Fan. He's a cutie from the small hotel outside the university grounds. Front desk? Before, Joe Weibo even introduced the two of us to each other and wanted to make me his girlfriend. When Shui Jiwu heard this, he burst out laughing. Joe Weibo, you think this little cutie is worthy of Meichi? Joe Weibo sniffed angrily. What did you say, Shui Jiwu? My brother is not a little cutie. Shui Jiwu's face was full of disdain, and Li Xiaoqi, who was also towering over Joe Weibo and Li Fan, said, You guys don't know yet, do you? Jiwu is now my boyfriend. Li Fan, even though you got your way at Qin's jewelry last time, what's that worth? I heard that you're working for Qin's jewelry now, right? How much do you make a month? Ziwu was a senior student of Linshan University, and he created his own company and started his own business while he was still in school. Nowadays, Jiwu's technology company has more than 40 employees alone, and makes a profit of more than $100,000 a month. There's already a big conglomerate that's taken a liking to our family Jiwu's talent and is planning to invest $10 million in his company. It had to be said that this Shui Jiwu was indeed very capable. After all, a student who hadn't even graduated yet was able to start a business, reach profitability, and was also seen by a large group ready to invest, so it could be said that once he graduated, he would have a bright future ahead of him. Did Li Fan see this? Today this is the opening ceremony of Linshan University, and those who are able to come and participate are all talented college students. You a hotel cutie. Front desk. What qualifications do you have to come here? Li Meichi, you've had enough. Joe Weibo couldn't listen to it from the side. Li Fan was his brother. He wouldn't allow others to humiliate Li Fan like this. What? Am I wrong? He can't even enter the door of the banquet hall. Li Meichi said mockingly. At this time, Wang Xiaoli and Zhao Ziliang and the others also walked over and asked in surprise at the sight. Meichi, Ziwu, you guys also know Li Fan? Speaking of which, Wang Xiaoli and Shui Jiwu were classmates, and usually they had seen Maggie Li when they went out to party. Li Meiqi was equally surprised. Sister Xiaoli, you also know Li Fan. Wang Xiaoli said, his mom and my mom know each other, and they have engaged in a baby marriage before. The most ridiculous thing is that their family even took it seriously and came to the door. Do you guys think it's ridiculous? Hearing this, Shui Jiwu and Li Meiqi, several people couldn't help but laugh. Li Fan, when will you be able to change your problem of a toad wanting to eat swan meat? First you wanted to pursue me, now you even hit on Sister Xiaoli's body. Do you know what kind of family Sister Xiaoli is? Is it you a little cutie? The receptionist is able to match it? The two girls spoke very loudly, and the students coming and going, all looked over at this time. Seeing Li Fan dressed in dirt, came to attend the dinner, even only wore a set of sportswear. I'm afraid that this line of clothing cannot pass $500. Looking at Li Meiqi and Wang Xiaoli and the others, each of them was dressed brightly, and they had all bought roles. Li Meiqi had bought the role of a medieval rich young lady, priced at 5,000 yuan. Shui Jiwu was the role of a count, priced at 12,000. The characters of Wang Xiaoli and Zhao Ziliang are even more impressive, being the daughter of a duke and a teenage general. This was a set of couple characters, sold in a set, worth 50,000 yuan. It was important to know that these characters of theirs were disposable, and could only be used once at today's dinner party. And to be able to spend so much money on this kind of disposable consumer goods was enough to show how rich these people were. Li Fan was a far cry from them. All the people who passed by to observe the event treated Li Fan as a joke. Enough, Wang Xiaoli, Li Meiqi, don't bully people too much. Zhou Weibo couldn't stand it anymore and stood in front of Li Fan, helping him out. Did we say something wrong, Huang Weibo? Zhou Weibo, I have to advise you too. Things are like things, people are like people. You spend all day with a little cutie, being together, you won't have a good future in the future. Li Meiqi said mockingly. Li Fan's face sank down and reached out to pull over Zhou Weibo. Li Fan did not put any of these people talking about him in his eyes. No matter what they called him, Li Fan did not care at all. But they shouldn't talk about their own brothers. What are you all doing idly? What am I doing here? Whether my brother has a future or not has nothing to do with you. All of you get the hell out. Grass. Li Fan, you a poor division. What qualifications do you have to talk to us like this? Shui Jiwu and Zhao Ziliang, several people all became angry. Wang Xiaoli similarly lectured at Li Fan. Li Fan, you really lack discipline. I don't know how your parents educated you. In this kind of occasion even cursing and swearing. What an unseemly bumpkin. Li Meiqi was already too lazy to talk nonsense with Li Fan on the side, and persuaded a few people. Forget it, what's the point of wasting words with him? The party is about to start. What kind of status are we? We're not even in the same world as him. It's better to stay away from him. Wang Xiaoli's people nodded their heads when they heard this, thinking that Li Meiqi was right. If they were to bother with someone like Li Fan, wouldn't that bring down their stature? Right, let's go. Let me tell you, we have two top roles in today's dinner that are not for sale, so the highest status in the whole place tonight is me and Big Brother Zhao. The two of us, a duke's daughter and a teenage general, are the center of attention for everyone tonight. Wang Xiaoli's expression was incomparably complacent. However, right at this moment, the two huge wooden doors of the hotel's banquet hall opened, and two teams of guards wearing bronze armor ran out from within the banquet hall, lining up on either side. The stance was incomparably shocking. All the students cheered. Forest Hill University's opening ceremony dinner was simply too cool. Your Highness the Princess. The two rows of guards chanted in unison. Chapter 72, Full Court Crossing Points. Just inside the banquet hall, Chu Engying, who was wearing a Snow-White princess outfit, slowly came. For a moment, the entire hall seemed to brighten up a few points, and everyone's eyes were attracted to Chu Engying. Even everyone felt a kind of suffocation. That's right, this was breathtaking beauty. Chu Engying's tall figure, white legs, long neck as beautiful as a swan, and delicate features seemed like the most exquisite artwork carved by God. On that pair of bright beautiful eyes, the long eyelashes gently incited every move, as if it had tantalized the heartstrings of all men. Beautiful, just too beautiful, worthy of being the school flower of Forest Hill University. A group of men were all sucking in cold air, their hearts beating faster. In comparison, the two of them, Wang Xiaoli and Li Meiqi, seemed like ugly ducklings in front of the white swan, no longer having any luster. Especially Wang Xiaoli, that duke's daughter's clothes, in front of Chu Engying was as if it was a dong sure. Wang Xiaoli gritted her teeth. Why would Chu Engying be wearing princess clothes? Shouldn't her status as a duke's daughter be the highest in the room? At this time, Chu Engying slowly walked towards Li Fan's direction. Many of the boys in the vicinity were agitated. Could it be that Chu Engying was here to find them? And right in the midst of the crowd's shocked gazes, Chu Ying walked to Li Fan's front and then received a set of princely ceremonial services from the hands of the guards on the side. Big brotherly, change into the clothes, this is only specially prepared for your identity. Chu Ying's red lips slightly opened. That voice was pleasant to the ear. Li Fan shook his head with a bitter smile. He didn't expect them to prepare such a show, letting Chu Ying come to give him clothes in public. Originally he didn't want to be so high profile. When Li Fan changed into a prince's dress, everyone's eyes widened full of shock. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes, Buddha relies on gold. Changing into a prince's gown, Li Fan's entire person was incomparably upright. Even his entire features appeared to be more exquisite. The most crucial thing was his eyes that were as deep as the night sky, as well as that kind of indifferent temperament. He really looked like a prince, towering above the rest, and for a while, he compared all the males in the venue. Zhao Ziliang and Shui Jiwu standing beside him were as ridiculous as clowns. Big brotherly, let's go in. Chu Ying stretched out her white onion fingers and pulled Li Fan. The two of them stepped into the banquet hall. The guards lined up on both sides saluted them at the same time, giving them the grandest treatment. Who is that guy? How can he hold the school flower's hand? Lousie's goddess was just taken away by someone. For a while all the boys of Linshan University let out a wail. Chu Ying was the goddess of their hearts. All the boys of Linshan University had fantasized in their dreams that one day they would be able to marry their goddess. But now their dreams were all shattered. Li Meiqi's eyes were filled with the flames of jealousy. To be honest, the last time in Qin's jade jewelry store, she really regretted it a little bit. She didn't expect Li Fan to be able to know Qin Xiao, and at that time Li Fan was indeed much stronger than that Su Dafu. After going back, Li Meiqi was chagrined for several days, but then she was relieved. Li Fan was no more than a little cutie. The receptionist. So what if she knew Qin Xiao? The life she wanted was definitely not something Li Fan could afford to give. Then later on, Li Meiqi met Shui Jiwu. Shui Jiwu could be much better than Li Fan. At a young age, he was able to create his own company and get investment from a big group. His future was definitely unlimited. Maybe he would become a big boss in the science and technology industry, and become an elite in the society, so she could live the life of a rich wife. But she didn't expect that in just less than a month's time, Li Fan had gotten involved with the school flower of Linshan University again. Why are all the women around Li Fan so good? These women are blind? There would be another person who was even more shocked, and that was Zhou Weibo. He hadn't seen Li Fan in recent times, and couldn't imagine that Li Fan was now able to hold the hand of Linshan University's school flower. Was this what Grandpa always said, that stupid people have stupid blessings? However, Li Fan was doing well, and he as a brother was happy for Li Fan in his heart. Throughout the dinner, Li Fan became the center of attention for everyone. Everyone looked at Li Fan and chewed the school flower, two people holding hands, in pairs. They all hated itchy teeth. Wang Xiuli in the corner got angrier and angrier the more she watched. What the hell is he? Li Fan? What is the right to steal the limelight that should belong to her? The more she thought about it, the more Wang Xiuli couldn't swallow this breath. Zhao Ziliang on the side saw the opportunity to open his mouth and said with a smile, Xiaoli, don't worry. Later I will definitely make this kid make a fool of himself and ruthlessly relieve your anger. Chapter 73, Small Actions Behind the Scenes. When Wang Xiaoli heard this, she asked in surprise, Big brother Zhao, do you have any way to make him make a fool of himself? Zhao Ziliang's gaze looked towards a corner of the banquet hall, where a few students from Linshan University's fencing club, wearing protective fencing suits, were preparing for the fencing performance there later. Zhao Ziliang sneered and said, see that? That's the members of your university's fencing club. They'll be performing later. I've already inquired. The vice leader in the club is called Ma Yun. He's also one of Chu Ying's suitors. This kid's swordsmanship is very powerful. Once participated in the Great Britain country, the Earl's Fencing Open Tournament, achieved a good ranking. It itself is also a fencer. Fencing officially does not have a rank ranking, but in private there is also a rank division. Initially just started to learn fencing, known as the sword boy, when there is a certain foundation, will become a fencer. Fencer is divided into 5 levels. After reaching the highest level can be assessed fencing master, also divided into 5 levels. The fencing master is equivalent to taekwondo and other competitive events of the black belt. Above the swordmaster, grand swordmaster, that's a real powerhouse. There aren't many in a country. It's usually a respected old man who can obtain such a title. Ma Yun is a rank 2 swordmaster. Very strong. Later on, I'll go and buy Ma Yun to challenge the protagonist in the performance match, and then he'll be disgraced in front of the eyes of everyone in the whole school. Wang Xiaoli was excited to hear the whole thing. Thinking about it made her feel especially relieved. Brother Zhao, what if Li Fan is a wimp and refuses to go up and fight Ma Yun? Zhao Ziliang immediately sneered and said, that would be even better. If he doesn't even dare to go up on the stage, wouldn't it be even more humiliating? A goon with no balls. Is he worthy of being with the school flower? Wang Xiuli nodded her head repeatedly after hearing this, and in her heart, she felt even more that Li Fan, a poor boy whose hair hadn't even grown, was even more incomparable to a successful person in society like Zhao Ziliang. This kind of mind city, completely weak. After saying that, Zhao Ziliang stood up and walked towards Ma Yun and the others. At this moment, Ma Yun and the others were also there, sipping their drinks while being indignant. What was Li Fan? Who was he to be with the school flower? Everyone in the fencing team thought that only Ma Yun was the real Prince Charming who could be with Chu Ying. Your name is Ma Yun, right? Zhao Ziliang went over and spoke to Ma Yun. Who are you? Ma Yun was in a bad mood at this time and coldly looked at Zhao Ziliang. Zhao Ziliang smiled and took out a cigarette and handed it to Ma Yun. Brother, let's talk on the side? I want to do business with you. Ma Yun glanced at the cigarette that Zhao Ziliang handed over with some surprise. He knew that this cigarette wasn't cheap, so he hesitated for a moment and came to the side with Zhao Ziliang. What's your business? Can you say it now? Ma Yun asked in a bad tone. Zhao Ziliang didn't mind at all, smiled and smoked a cigarette, looked like he had a plan, and opened the door. You should pretty much hate that Li Fan kid. Are you guys having a fencing exhibition match later? At that time, you can directly invite Li Fan on stage to fight you, so you can properly humiliate him in front of the whole school, especially Chu Ying. Ma Yun stared at Zhao Ziliang and asked, what kind of enmity do you have with Li Fan? Don't involve me in what's going on between you two. There's no process of inviting someone else on stage for today's performance farm match. I'll be disciplined by the school for doing so. Zhao Ziliang immediately laughed when he heard this and patted Ma Yun's shoulder and said, brother, don't be nervous. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Besides, no one would cross with benefits. Don't you think so? He said as he took out a check from his wallet and wrote $10,000 and handed it to Ma Yun. This is $10,000. It's considered your payment, and you can come to me for anything you do in the future. When Ma Yun saw this $10,000, his face was full of surprise. He didn't expect this man to be so generous, and his heart was already starting to feel a little bit impressed. Zhao Ziliang, how to say, is also the old man in the society. Know what Ma Yun worried about? You don't have to worry that the school will blame you. Today is the opening ceremony. Everyone is happy at the dinner. When you go on stage, directly invite Li Fan to go on stage. He is the center of attention of the whole audience. As a prince, how can he not know how to fence? If Li Fan doesn't go on stage, he's a bear bag. If he goes on stage, then you can teach him a hard lesson. No matter what, as long as you open your mouth, Li Fan will be disgraced today, and it will be you who will be in the limelight. Ma Yun was thoroughly tickled up by Zhao Ziliang's words, and gritting his teeth, he nodded and said, okay, no problem. I'll call him on stage later, Zhao Ziliang said with satisfaction. Don't worry, as long as you get this done, my brother won't shortchange you in the future. You're also graduating soon. Have you found an internship? If you can't find one, you can come and contact me. When Ma Yun saw Zhao Zi's generous offer, it was definitely not simple. Being able to befriend such a person would indeed have a lot of benefits for him. Chapter 74 Dared to go on stage. The opening ceremony of Linshan University was very successful, and after the leaders of the school made some speeches on the stage, they left the stage, and the rest of the time was the time for the students to revel in the party. At this time, the head of the fencing club walked to the podium of the banquet hall, holding a microphone, and said to the crowd, students, today is the opening ceremony of Forest Hill University. As the head of the school's fencing club, I would like to announce to everyone that the members of the fencing club will next bring you a wonderful fencing performance. As soon as his words fell, Ma Yun led the boys from the fencing club onto the podium. These male students who were learning fencing were all tall and well-proportioned, and for a while, many nymphomaniacs erupted into loud cheers. Oh my god, these long-legged Oompa Loompas are really too handsome. How nice it would be if I could snatch one home as my boyfriend, especially Ma Yun, who was leading the team. Within Linshan University, he was also a character like a windy school grass, with many teenage fans. At this moment, there were even 4 female students wearing short skirts, running to the podium and dancing, forming Ma Yun's cheerleading team. It could be said that the appearance of the fencing club made the entire banquet reach a climax. Holding a long sword, Ma Yun saluted the crowd and then began to perform fencing with the other members. Both sides fought back and forth brilliantly, and the students let out bursts of cheers. By the time the performance was over, according to the normal process, Ma Yun should have let the people out of the ring, but at this time, Ma Yun then suddenly turned around and spoke to the head of the club. Mr. Liao, today is the opening ceremony of our Forest Hill University, and there are a lot of new students joining our Forest Hill University family, and our fencing club also needs fresh blood. I feel that the performance just now was not enough to show the charm of my fencing club, so I would like to ask one of the students in the arena to come up to the stage and perform with me some more, so that I can show the true charm of fencing. Hearing Ma Yun say this, The students in the arena were all stunned. What was this guy going to do? Fencing is not something that anyone has practiced. If you want to say it's boxing, then even if a boy who hasn't practiced can throw a couple of punches when he gets tough. But if you don't have any foundation in fencing, and you get a guy on stage who hasn't practiced, won't you be completely at the mercy of others? It couldn't be that some ungrateful person had offended Ma Yun, and now Ma Yun was trying to take personal revenge, right? Some of the smarter students had already set their eyes on Li Fan. Many people knew that Ma Yun had always been Chu Yingying's suitor. Now that Chu Yingying and Li Fan were paired up, Ma Yun's heart must be jealous. Sure enough, at this moment, that teacher Liao asked Ma Yun, "Who do you want to find to perform with you?" Ma Yun pointed to Li Fan under the ring and said, "Everyone at this banquet today has status, so of course I want to ask His Royal Highness, our highest status prince in the entire room, to perform with me." Liao Shueshing frowned. He could naturally see Ma Yun's intention, and in his heart, he was also worried that something would happen. After all, this fencing was also a dangerous sport. Ma Yun opened his mouth and smiled to Liao Shueyang. "Mr. Liao, don't worry, I have my own measure in my hand. I just want to show everyone the charm of fencing, but also to promote the sport of fencing, right?" Liao Shueshing saw that Ma Yun had already said so he nodded his head and agreed. "Alright, you pay attention. Safety first." Ma Yun's heart was happy. He turned his head and couldn't wait to look at Li Fan. His eyes became stern. "Li Fan, do you dare to come up and perform fencing with me together?" The crowd looked at Li Fan at this moment, all wanting to wait for Li Fan's response. Everyone was eager to see what kind of skills this person who had picked up the schoolgirl had. Humph, Li Fan, will definitely not dare to go up. As long as he dares to go on stage, Senior Ma Yun will definitely demolish him, Li Meiqi said with a sneer as she clasped her hands in front of her chest. Next to her, Shui Jiwu was also looking at the surrounding students. Anyone could see that this Ma Yun clearly didn't have good intentions. Chu Wengying reached out and pulled Li Fan, saying with concern, "Big brother Li, don't agree to him. This Ma Yun is very powerful, has participated in many fencing competitions, is a level 2 sword master." Although Chu Wengying had seen Li Fan teaching that gang of lone sharks a lesson, but that was after all with his fists. But now Ma Yun had a long sword in his hand. Although that long sword was unopened, disliking a sword that thinned to the body would definitely not be pleasant. The corner of Li Fan's mouth hung up a playful smile as he looked directly at Ma Yun on the stage and spoke in a shocking manner. "Performance match? I'm not interested. It's just a child playing house." For a moment the crowd roared. Is Li Fan's brain bubbly? Can't you see that Ma Yun just wants to let you go on stage and teach you a hard lesson? You even said that you are not interested in the exhibition match. Do you still want to fight with Ma Yun for real? Then you won't be stabbed into a hornet's nest? Li Meiqi also couldn't help but open her mouth to sneer after hearing this. "Little cutie. I'm really just a little cutie. Even if your brain is better, it's not that bright. Isn't this going to look for death?" Wang Xiaoli similarly shook her head and said, "Li Fan is really an oddball. Ignorant, arrogant, cocky. I don't even know how he grew up alive peacefully." Next to him, Zhao Ziliang scoffed. "Xiaoli, you forgot. This little cutie. Wasn't he just beaten silly not too long ago? I reckon that even if he gets better this time, he'll still be knocked silly by people in the future as usual." Wang Xiaoli nodded her head repeatedly in agreement with his words. Luckily, her mother was no longer forcing her to fulfill the marriage contract, or else she would simply jump off a building and die. Chapter 75. What is there to fear? Ma Yun's face was gloomy this time and he sneered at Li Fan. "Li Fan, you are really big talker. You can't be scared and not dare to come up here, right? Are you going to be a goon or not?" Ma Yun's lapdogs, at this time, were also all clamoring up at Li Fan. "Kid, do you dare to go up or not? Less bull asterisk there. Blowing up anyone, if you have the ability, go up and fight with the boss. Just you goon, you still deserve to be with the school flower?" Li Fan burst out laughing and directly walked towards the ring. "Fight if you want to. What do I, Li Fan, have to fear?" Seeing Li Fan on the ring, there were immediately people from the fencing club who brought Li Fan a protective suit and a long sword. Li Fan didn't even put on the protective clothing, directly took the long sword and said to Ma Yun, "Start." Ma Yun's face was incredibly gloomy and he gritted his teeth. Li Fan was simply too pretentious. He must teach this kid a hard lesson today. "You will definitely pay for your arrogance." Ma Yun roared angrily, took a bow step and moved quickly towards Li Fan. The long sword in his hand stabbed Li Fan straight at his throat. Sword striking has always been about the pace and the speed of swinging the sword, so Ma Yun's offense was incomparably fast and his sword swing was incomparably harsh. In particular, this sword was a vicious stab at Li Fan's throat. If he was stabbed, he would not die, but he would suffer for a year and a half. If his throat was stabbed, not to mention the pain, in the next long period of time, Li Fan would suffer great torture even breathing. swallowing saliva and eating. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. Wang Xiaoli, Zhao Ziliang, Li Meiqi, Shui Jiwu, and the others, all revealed cold smiles. Li Fan just deserved it. In the face of Ma Yun's attack, he simply didn't even have the strength to fight back and could only stand there foolishly. Ma Yun also thought that this Li Fan was afraid that he had already been scared out of his wits and had forgotten how to dodge. However, just when the long sword in Ma Yun's hand was about to hit Li Fan's throat, Li Fan moved violently. The sword in his hand came first, directly picking the long sword in Ma Yun's hand to fly away, followed by a direct sword, pointing at Ma Yun's wrist. Ah! Immediately, Ma Yun let out a painful scream, and his entire body covered his wrist and fell to the ground, constantly wailing. This sword directly hit the tendon on his wrist. The tendon was not broken, but caused a serious injury. Without half a year will not be able to get well. In the future want to hold the sword cannot even use full strength. Kid, what are you doing? Liao Shuesheng directly rushed up to check Ma Yun's condition, followed by angrily rebuking Li Fan. For a moment all the people in the arena revealed shocked looks. Ma Yun, the deputy head of the fencing club and a second-grade fencing master who had participated in many professional fencing competitions, was actually defeated by Li Fan with a single sword. How was this possible? Especially the two girls, Wang Xiaoli and Li Meiqi, had faces filled with unwillingness. This Li Fan is just a cutie. Front desk, poor with no money. What makes him able to be so outstanding? Li Fan comes from a farmer's family. He must not have done a lot of farm work since he was a child. It's normal to have a lot of strength. In fact, he doesn't know how to fence at all, and he won't be able to win, Zhao Ziliang said in a conspiratorial manner. Li Meiqi and Wang Xiaoli immediately nodded in agreement after hearing this. Big brother Zhao is right. Li Fan doesn't know anything about fencing at all. Even if he wins, what can he do? It's just a barbaric mudblood. At this time, the only ones who were happy for Li Fan within the entire school were Chu Yingying and Zhou Weibo. Chu Yingying looked at Li Fan on the podium, standing proudly with a long sword in his hand, and all that was in his eyes was mad fascination, and Zhou Weibo's heart was turned upside down. Was this still the Li Fan he knew? In his impression, Li Fan has always been a more introverted character, and also not good at fighting. Always encounter things will think more than one thing is better than less. To put it bluntly, his character is weak. When he was in high school, Li Fan's sports performance was always at the bottom of the class. When did he learn fencing? Li Fan threw the long sword in his hand casually on the ground, full of disdain and said, "As I said, this fencing can't even be on the stage in front of my Chinese martial arts. My Chinese martial arts are profound. You guys don't learn it. You prefer to revere the foreign countries and learn this kind of garbage. Unbeatable." On the side, Liao Shuesheng was filled with anger and scolded Li Fan. "Kid, what did you say? Not only did you injure your classmates, but you're still blabbering here. Do you know what fencing is? It's a symbol of culture, a belief." When Li Fan heard this, he laughed and snorted. "How many years has fencing only existed? My Chinese martial arts, on the other hand, have been passed down from thousands of years ago to the present day. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, the sword was the representative of the Chinese martial arts. Is it something this Western clown can compare to? How dare you?" Liao Shuesheng was truly enraged. As a fencer, he would not allow anyone to denigrate fencing. "Do you dare to fight with me? I'm going to teach you what real fencing is." Liao Shuesheng walked forward with great strides and took the longsword to declare war on Li Fan. Seeing this, Zhou Weibo instantly became upset and opened his mouth to shout, "Do you still want some face? As a teacher, a fencing coach, you are even trying to compete with a student." When Zhou Weibo said this, there were quite a few students who followed suit. "Yeah, what kind of teacher beats a student? Even if you win, it's still a victory." Liao Shuesheng gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "I'm teaching him how to behave. Martial arts is the only real thing that is nothing more than a flowery fist." Li Fan directly took a step forward and pointed his fingers together in the shape of a sword, pointing at Liao Shuesheng and said aloud, "In that case, I'll teach you what the real sword art is, the highest realm of sword art. No sword in the hand, but a sword in the heart." Seeing this scene, many male students immediately stared with wide eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This awesome pretense is a bit big. No sword in the hand, sword in the heart. You think you're in a martial arts movie? Seeing Li Fan being so arrogant and cocky, the anger in Liao Shuesheng's heart had reached the extreme. "Seeing as you are young and uninformed, I will point it out." Liao Shuesheng gave a cold cry, then stepped forward to stab Li Fan in the chest with a sword. It had to be said that this Liao Shuesheng was indeed much stronger than Ma Yun in terms of his attainments in fencing, as could be seen in this strike. Whether it was in the speed of the pace or the angle of the sword swing, it was like thunder, making people unable to defend themselves. The corner of Li Fan's mouth was hooked with a smile, facing Liao Shuesheng's attack. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and approached Liao Shuesheng. Seeing this action of Li Fan, Liao Shueshing's eyes cold light is big. This kid is simply looking for death. Liao Shueshing's heart was ruthless. The long sword in his hand ruthlessly stabbed towards Li Fan's chest. Right at this moment, Li Fan's right hand was directly like a snake, following Liao Shueshing's long sword coiled up, the closed fingers, with extremely fast speed, directly pointing at Liao Shueshing's chest. Ah! Liao Shueshing immediately let out a miserable scream. The long sword in his hand directly landed on the ground, covering his chest. The whole person could not stand up at all. If I had exerted more force just now, or if I had also held a long sword in my hand, you would have been lifeless by now, Li Fan said as he stood with his hands tied and looked down at Liao Shueshing. At this moment Liao Shueshing prostrated in front of Li Fan, his heart filled with shock. Chapter 76, Can't Afford to Play. How could he not expect that he, who had practiced sword Dao for 20 years, would lose to a student who did not know sword Dao? What's more crucial was that this student only used 2 fingers to defeat him. Asterisk 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 too powerful. Li Fan will be my idol in the future. This is too handsome. Could this be the real Chinese martial arts? Those fake masters we saw on the internet before are the ones that are really just flowery fists? That's right. Didn't a lot of people say that Chinese medicine is a fraud before? My relative had a stubborn disease for years, and after going to a lot of big hospitals, he really was cured by an old Chinese doctor in the countryside, with a few pairs of ointments. Chinese medicine and martial arts is profound. Not Chinese medicine and martial arts do not work, but too many liars, borrowing their reputation in the outside world to woo and swindle. These words were recognized by many people. Kid, you're not a student of my Forest Hill University, and you still came to attend the opening ceremony of my Forest Hill University. How dare you cause trouble and injure students? Security guards, kick him out. Liao Shueshing forced himself to stand up at this moment, his old face humiliated and angry. Today he lost to Li Fan in front of the entire school. In the future he would not be able to hold his head up in the entire school. So surprisingly, he started shouting for security guards to throw Li Fan out. Facing this action of Liao Shueshing, Li Fan sneered disdainfully. Is this your so-called kendo? Your so-called culture and faith? He taught you only to be small-minded. How dare you? Being reprimanded by Li Fan made Liao Shueshing even more furious. Immediately, a security guard from the hotel rushed in. I'm a teacher from Forest Hill University. Now I order you all to kick out this troublemaking brat right away. He doesn't have the qualifications to participate in our Forest Hill University's opening ceremony. Zhou Weibo and Chu Yingying both ran forward at this time, protecting Li Fan at his side. The two were angry and worried for Li Fan. After all, how could Li Fan possibly fight against Forest Hill University with his own strength? Zhou Wei quite a few people also hugged for Li Fan. This Liao Shueshing simply can't afford to play. He couldn't beat him in the sword path and started to use his power to oppress people. Wang Xiaoli and Li Xiaoqi and the others. At this time, all laughed coldly. So what if Li Fan can fight? But it is just a powerless beggar. Facing Liao Shueshing's pressure, the fall from the scene is already doomed. This is the rule of this society. No ability. You are not. But what everyone didn't expect was that the security chief, who was the leader, directly changed his face and rebuked Liao Shueshing in a cold voice. You're the one who doesn't deserve to continue staying in our castle hotel. After saying that, he turned around and bowed respectfully to Li Fan. Mr. Li, what about this person? For a moment everyone in the room stared in disbelief. What's the situation with this Nima? Is Li Fan so powerful? Even the security chief of the castle hotel was so respectful to him. Wang Xiaoli and Li Meiqi were even filled with incredulity. Li Fan was nothing more than a little cutie. Front desk, a poor just, the castle hotel's security chief. Why would he treat him with such respect? And also ask for his request? Throw him out. This kind of dirty person is not welcome in our castle hotel. Li Fan said in a flat tone. Yes. The security chief directly waved his hand and led the security guards to arrest. Liao Shueshing was furious on the spot. Who are you to arrest me? I'm a teacher from Forest Hill University, and your hotel was contracted by my Forest Hill University today. You guys dare to treat your customers as God like this? Believe it or not, with one word from me, Forest Hill University will not have any cooperation with your hotel in the future. We, Castle Hotel, don't need to have any cooperation with you, Forest Hill University. At this moment, an icy voice rang out. Immediately afterward, outside the banquet hall, Zhang Yanhong, who was dressed in a red dress, walked into the banquet hall with a few assistants in a dignified manner. Boss, when the security chief saw Zhang Yanhong, he immediately brought all the security guards to stand at attention and salute. The students in the entire banquet hall were all excited. They didn't think that the boss of the castle hotel was so young, beautiful, and simply a high-cool female president. Sister Hong. Li Fan also called out with a smile when he saw Zhang Yanhong. Zhang Yanhong nodded her head and said in a cold voice to Liao Shueshing, bullying little Fan in my hotel. I think you are tired of living. In the future, you are not allowed to step into the castle hotel for half a step. Security, kick him out. Receiving the boss's command, the security chief immediately stepped forward and directly drove Liao Shuesheng out of the hotel. Then Zhou Yanhong stood on the podium and said with a smile to all the teachers and students in the room, "Hello everyone, I'm the owner of the Castle Hotel, Zhang Yanhong. I'm very happy that everyone is able to come to the Castle Hotel. The hiccup just now has brought you all unhappiness. Here I deeply apologize. Our Castle Hotel welcomes every customer, but at the same time, we will not tolerate such troublemakers. In order to thank everyone for coming today, I will have someone issue a Castle Hotel coupon to every teacher and student present today. With this coupon, in the future, you can enjoy half price once for consumption at the Castle Hotel." The moment these words came out, the entire room of teachers and students applauded excitedly. After saying this, Zhou Yanhong turned to Li Fan and spoke, "Little Fan, you guys have fun, I'll leave first." Saying this, Zhou Yanhong also had a somewhat complicated look, glancing at Chu Yingying beside Li Fan, her heart filled with misery. This is the real man and woman people, youthful and beautiful female college students, is definitely better than her, this person old pearl, but also when the third woman. Looking at Zhou Yanhong far away, Li Fan's heart gave birth to a trace of inexplicable heartache. Li Fan said to Chu Yingying, "You play first, I have some things to take care of, so I won't send you home at night." Saying that, he also looked at Zhou Weibo who was beside him and said, "Old Zhou, when you're done later please send Chu Yingying home." After saying that, Li Fan quickly chased out. Watching Li Fan leave, Chu Yingying's expression flashed through a touch of imperceptible despondency. "Sister Hong." Li Fan caught up with Zhou Yanhong and opened his mouth to call out. Zhou Yanhong turned around, hiding the sadness on her face, and asked with a smile, "Why did you come out?" "Quickly go back to accompany your little girlfriend," Li Fan hurriedly explained. "Sister Hong, don't misunderstand. Chu Yingying is not my girlfriend. I just did her some favor." Zhou Yanhong smiled and said, "Everything tonight, you prepared for him, right?" Facing this question, Li Fan pondered for a while, but still nodded and responded, "Sort of. Little Fan, thank you for doing all this for sister. That girl is quite good. You guys are a good match together. Cherish her." Zhou Yanhong said and patted Li Fan's shoulder, turned around and walked away. Li Fan opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't bother to call Zhou Yanhong again, sighed and directly left the Castle Hotel. He was no longer in the mood to continue staying here. Chapter 77, Digging Up Something. Li Fan had just come out of the Castle Hotel, when a Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove directly to him. "Li Fan, finally found you. You quickly go home with me and save my grandfather and my eldest uncle." Guo Lingyu hurriedly jumped down from the car and anxiously pleaded to Li Fan. Li Fan immediately frowned. He really did not have a good impression of the Guo family at all. "Don't you have Professor Kevin? What's wrong with your grandfather? Go find Professor Kevin and wait enough. Why come to me?" Li Fan said and wanted to leave. Guo Lingyue's bodyguard on the side immediately changed his face, stopped Li Fan and angrily rebuked, "Kid, don't give your face to me. It's a blessing for you that the Guo family's eldest lady personally came to invite you." "Scram!" Li Fan coldly scolded. "Damn, you seek death." That bodyguard said that he was about to make a move. Guo Lingyue directly shouted at him from the side, "Stop." After saying that, Guo Lingyue once again came in front of Li Fan and spoke with an incomparably solemn expression. "Li Fan, I apologize to you for my grandfather's and eldest uncle's previous actions. I know that you are the real miracle doctor, and the reason why my grandfather woke up last time was all because of you. This time, as long as you can cure my grandpa and eldest uncle, I'm sure they will apologize to you as well. Whether they give me an apology or not, I don't care at all." Li Fan said and once again wanted to leave. Guo Lingyue was already anxious at this time. In these recent days, strange things had happened to her Guo family one after another, and there had already been multiple subordinates and direct relatives of the Guo family who had been injured or gotten sick. And just yesterday, her grandfather and eldest uncle started convulsing and foaming at the mouth at the same time. Just like her grandfather's symptoms before, everyone in the Guo family was on edge. Guo Lingyu immediately thought of what Li Fan said to them last time, that her grandfather wasn't sick at all, but had been bewitched, so she immediately searched everywhere for Li Fan. And now that it was so hard to find Li Fan, she must not let go of this opportunity. "Li Fan, I beg you, you are a doctor. You can't see death and save lives. As long as you are able to help my grandfather and elder uncle, our Guo family is willing to take out $5 billion and build you a hospital. As a doctor, you must really want to carry Chinese medicine forward, right? Our Guo family will definitely go all out to support you." Li Fan, who was originally about to leave, stopped when he heard this. Guo Lingyu was right. He was a medical doctor. He could not see death and save lives. Moreover, Guo Lingyu's words behind struck him. Li Fan now had a medical skill, but he was not able to do anything to save the people of the world. No matter how strong his medical skills were, it was impossible for him alone to cure everyone in the world, so branching out was the best choice. If he could really build a large Chinese medicine hospital and spread the inheritance he had gotten, it would be a favorable thing for Chinese medicine. Just like in the banquet hall just now, many people looked down on Chinese martial arts. Many people also looked down on Chinese medicine in China as well, believing that Chinese medicine was all about trickery. If more people knew the true strength of Chinese medicine, it would change everyone's opinion. Good. If you confirm that you can do this point you said, I will go with you to the Guo family. Li Fan turned around and said to Guo Lingyue, Li Fan, I promise you, I will definitely do what I say. Guo Lingyue promised with conviction. Let's go then, Li Fan said and got into Guo Lingyue's Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The bodyguard gave Li Fan an indignant look and also got into the car, driving quickly towards the Guo family. When the car stopped outside the gate of Guo's house, Li Fan frowned, looking at this beautifully modeled Soviet-style garden, but in the middle of the night it emitted a chilling ghostly aura. This kind of scene was very similar to those ghost movies from the 90s, giving people the creeps just by looking at it. After entering the Guo family's courtyard, everyone in the Guo family was in a panic, and all of them had faint black marks on their heads. Dad, I invited Li Fan here. As soon as Guo Lingyue entered the room, she opened her mouth and called out. At this time, both Elder Guo and Guo Zhongxing had fallen ill, so the only person in the entire Guo family who could say anything was Guo Zhongxi. Divine Dr. Li, I'm really grateful that you were able to come to my Guo family and treat my father and big brother. Before, my father and big brother did say a lot of things that were wrong. Alright, let's not talk about this first. Take me to see someone. Li Fan did not dwell too much on this topic. The entire Guo family only had this Guo Zhongxi and Guo Lingyu who were still reasonable. Even if he had more grievances against old man Guo and Guo Zhongxing, there was no need for him to send it out on these two. Good. Divine Dr. Li, this way please. Guo Zhongxi brought Li Fan into the house. At this moment, both Elder Guo and Guo Zhongxing were lying unconscious on the bed, their faces incomparably ugly. Guo Lingyue told Li Fan about the situation of the two men. Li Fan nodded slightly and asked them again. Didn't you say that there are other people from the Guo family who are also injured or sick? Bring them all here. Good. Divine Dr. Li, you wait a moment. Guo Zhongxi immediately went out to make arrangements, and within a short time, the injured subordinates of the Guo family were all carried over as well. Li Fan looked at them one by one and already had an understanding in his heart. Your Guo family has offended someone. Li Fan opened his mouth and said. Guo Zhongxi immediately asked in disbelief. Divine Dr. Li, where did you start with this? Li Fan said. Last time, old man Guo was bewitched, and this time, the two of them are the same. They were bewitched, but I looked at the other people, and one by one, their seals are black. Obviously they have been bewitched. And when I looked at the entire Guo family compound outside the courtyard, I found that there are problems in the feng shui layout. In recent times, has your Guo family renovated the entire courtyard? Guo Zhongxi thought for a moment and shook his head. It seems like not. Our Guo family has built this courtyard for 20 years now, and it hasn't been renovated for a long time. Guo Lingyu, who was beside him, suddenly thought of something at this time and said excitedly, right, before, Grandpa once dug a fish pond in the back garden to raise koi carp. How long did it take to dig? Li Fan asked in a hurry. Almost half a year. Guo Lingyue recalled back. Li Fan counted the time and nodded in affirmation. Then that's right. You guys quickly take me over to take a look. Guo Lingyue didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly led Li Fan to the carp pond in the back garden. Divine Dr. Li, can you see what's wrong here? Guo Zhongxi asked with some concern. Li Fan's eyes swept around the entire koi pond at this moment, staring directly at the center of the koi pond as he opened his mouth and commanded. Immediately have someone drain all the water from the pool. Good. Guo Zhongxi directly instructed the people to do so, and fished out the koi pondly a few 1 or 2 meter long large koi, and then drained the water from the pool. Dig for me. Li Fan pointed at the center of the pool and ordered again. At one time, the subordinates of the Guo family jumped down to the pool and kept digging with shovels. After roughly 4 or 5 minutes of digging, one of the subordinates couldn't dig anymore with his shovel and immediately exclaimed in alarm. Second master, there seems to be something under here. Chapter 78, 9 Ghostly Evil Fiends. Everyone in the Guo family dropped their gazes to the center of the pond. Dig it out, Guo Zhongxi ordered in a deep voice. At once, several underlings combined their efforts and dug up all the surrounding earth, revealing what was inside. For a moment, everyone revealed a look of horror, and they saw that what was buried underground was actually a huge black wooden coffin. How could there be such a thing? Guo Zhongxi's face was extremely ugly as he asked the subordinate at the side. And that subordinate was similarly full of puzzlement as he said fearfully. Second master, we also don't know why there is a coffin underneath this ground. Lift it out, Guo Zhongxi ordered again. A few underlings surrounded the huge coffin and incomparably struggled to lift it out of the pool. Immediately afterward everyone stared in disbelief once again. seeing that underneath that wooden coffin, there was actually still a wooden coffin. Dig for me. Keep digging. Lift them all up for me. Guo Zhongji's eyes were incomparably gloomy at this time. No matter what his purpose was, burying these wooden coffins in his Guo family, this matter would never be simple. Watching his subordinates busy, Guo Zhongji turned around and respectfully bowed to Li Fan and asked, Master Li, what's going on here? Li Fan waved his hand and spoke, let's talk about it later. You let the subordinates see if there are a total of 9 wooden coffins? Good. Guo Zhongji agreed and immediately ordered to the subordinate on the side. It almost took more than half an hour. All the coffins buried under the pond were lifted up and neatly placed by the pond. A count of exactly 9. Now Guo Zhongji and Guo Lingyue father and daughter. For Li Fan is even more admired. Heart also more determined. Li Fan is the person who can save their Guo family. Master Li, what is going on here? Who actually buried these 9 coffins? What is its use? Li Fan's expression was also incomparably grave at this time, and his tone was serious as he said to Guo Zhongji's several people, it seems that my guess should be correct. Your Guo family has indeed been subjected to a feng shui bureau. This feng shui bureau is set up through these 9 coffins. Within these 9 coffins there are 9 corpses. All of them were poor and evil people in their lifetime. In feng shui, this is called the 9 ghosts of evil. Under this kind of feng shui bureau, the person who is laid out will have their family destroyed and never have any peace. Hearing these words, Guo Zhongji, Guo Lingyue and the rest of the Guo family were furious. Who is so vicious? To put my Guo family to death? Guo Lingyue was already anxious at the side. Let's not worry about that first. The priority right now is how can we break open this feng shui bureau. Guo Zhongji nodded his head repeatedly and said, that's right. Master Li, you can see this feng shui bureau. You must be able to break this feng shui bureau as well. Please, you must save my Guo family. Li Fan promised, since I have already made a move, I will definitely keep your Guo family safe. The so-called 9 ghosts and evil fiends. The main thing is the 9 evil ghosts inside these 9 coffins. As long as we get rid of these 9 evil ghosts, this bureau can be cracked. Guo Zhongji was suddenly inspired and said, aren't ghosts afraid of the sun? Let's wait until noon tomorrow when the sun is at its strongest and open these 9 coffins. At that time the evil ghosts inside will naturally scatter. Li Fan directly shook his head and said, no, it's true that these evil ghosts will be afraid of the sun, but all the things they did in their lifetime were 10 evil things, so the sun can't kill them right away. Once the coffin is opened during the day, these evil spirits will immediately escape, and at that time, your Guo family will have no more peace. Ah, what should I do then? Guo Zhongji immediately had a flash of fear spread across his face. Li Fan droned in a gloomy tone, open the coffin now. What? The moment Guo family's subordinates heard this, they all revealed a look of horror. Their hearts panicked, and some even wanted to run away. To open 9 coffins in the middle of the night with evil spirits inside, wasn't this looking for death? Li Fan said in an incredibly confident tone, don't be afraid, I'm here to keep you all safe. The subordinates of the Guo family all looked at Guo Zhongji. They didn't dare to open these coffins easily. Guo Zhongji pondered for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and said in a fierce voice, I trust Master Li, open all the coffins for me. With Guo Zhongji's order, a few bold Guo family subordinates then stepped forward and used wooden sticks to pry open the coffins at the same time. With a bang, the coffin opened, followed by a gust of gloomy wind, and everyone felt an icy chill that pierced their bones. This feeling was incomparably marvelous, something they had never felt before. Everyone get out of the way, Li Fan shouted, and immediately afterward, he saw 9 evil ghosts violently rushing out from within the 9 coffins. Kid, how dare you press disturb the rest of the grandpas? Don't think that just because you've learned some feng shui techniques, you'll be able to break through grandpa's formations? The 9 evil ghosts laughed as they looked at Li Fan. At this moment, Li Fan was a white rabbit in their eyes. A few people also dare to spread their wildness in front of this honored one. What you and others did in your life is 10 evils, and after death you should fall into the netherworld and never be subjected to reincarnation. How dare you stay on earth to do evil? You should have your soul scattered and never be allowed to be reborn. Li Fan droned in a cold voice. The 9 evil ghosts were furious at hearing Li Fan's words and let out sharp roars from their mouths as they pounced towards Li Fan. Little Grandpa will believe in letting you never be born again today. Facing the pouncing evil spirits, Li Fan clenched his hands and shouted, Heavenly thunder, draw! A heavenly thunderbolt flashed in the sky and directly struck the evil ghost at the head. Ah! The evil ghost let out a mournful scream as white smoke began to rise in gusts all over his body, and his soul instantly dissipated. This is heavenly thunder. You're the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. The remaining 8 evil spirits were alarmed at the sight and turned around to run. Li Fan gave a cold snort of disdain and changed to strangling his hands. 9 thunderbolts come out at once. Blast! In the sky, 9 thunderbolts flashed at the same time, blasting towards those 8 ghostly shadows. For a time, mournful ghostly cries continuously resounded. Guo Lingyue and the others looked panicked. At first when they saw Li Fan talking to himself there and even pinching his hands with his spells, all of them felt that the image was very weird, and those who didn't know thought that Li Fan was a psychopath. But now when they heard this burst of mournful ghostly screams that appeared out of nowhere, they were all creeped out one by one. But immediately afterward, the entire Guo family garden became calm and quiet, and the previous gust of coldness dissipated. Everyone at this moment was looking around in some bewilderment. This feeling was really too marvelous. It was also a dark day, but just now in this pitch-black night, it would make them feel very scared. But now that it was also a dark sky, there was no feeling of fear in their hearts at all. What in the world was going on here? The crowd was filled with confusion. Li Fan opened his mouth and said, "Those 9 evil ghosts have been destroyed by me, and the morose coldness around them has naturally been eliminated with it." Chapter 79 Gulfstream 650. Uncle Guo, just arrange for someone to set fire to these 9 coffins and the corpses in them together. Getting these words from Li Fan, Guo Zhongji was thrilled in his heart. Master Li, you are truly amazing. I, Guo family, will definitely remember your great kindness today. At this time, suddenly 2 voices sounded behind them. Guo Haxiang si Master Li, Guo Zhongxing si Master Li. Everyone turned around to see that it was none other than the 2 of them, Elder Guai and Guo Zhongxing. The 2 of them had woken up a while ago, and when they saw that no one was around, they wanted to come out and take a look, and they were seeing the scene when Li Fan destroyed the 9 ghosts. Other people couldn't see the 9 evil spirits, but the 2 of them could see them because there were still parasites in their bodies at this time. The parasites were also evil spirits, which allowed the 2 of them to see the 9 evil ghosts by chance. The 2 of them were terrified in their hearts, and at the same time, they were also extremely regretful. How could they not expect Li Fan to be so powerful? Master Li, before it was all because the little old man had no eyes and had offended much. The little old man is at Master Li's mercy. Elder Guo's entire body was prostrate on the ground, trembling slightly. The shock that Li Fan had just brought to him was just too strong. Guo Zhongxing said in the same way, "Master Li, I'm an asshole for being so rude to you before. I'll do as I please if I want to kill or die." Li Fan coldly glanced at Master Guo and spoke, "You should be glad that you gave birth to a good son, and a good granddaughter. Otherwise, in less than 10 days, the entire Guo family will be broken, and not an inch of grass will be left." Guo Lingyu opened her mouth at this time and said, "Grandpa, when I went to invite Master Li before and Master Li guaranteed that our Guo family will invest $5 billion to build a Chinese medicine hospital for Master Li, so that Chinese medicine can flourish." Guo Lao was now in no position to have any opinions and nodded his head repeatedly and said, "No problem, Lingyu, you've done the right thing with this. I am now announcing that from today onwards, all of the Guo family's business will be handed over to Zhongxing and Lingyue to take care of. Zhongxing, you will assist the 2 of them. Do you have any comments?" Guo Zhongxing stood aside and pledged with conviction, "Dad, I have no opinion. In the future I will definitely assist second brother and Lingyu properly." Guo Zhongxi heard this and the whole person was dumbfounded. In the past, he has never been treated well in the family. He was suppressed by his elder brother at every turn, and his father also looked down on him. He didn't expect that now in the blink of an eye his father would give the entire Guo family to him to take care of. All of this could be thanks to Li Fan. "You Guo family's matters you deal with yourselves. I have to go beforehand," Li Fan said. Seeing this, Guo Zhongji hurriedly stopped Li Fan and warmly invited, "Master Li, at this time, it's already late. Why don't you rest in my Guo family for the night? Tomorrow morning, I would also like to ask Master Li to accompany me to a place. Master Li has helped my Guo family so much. The Guo family also has a gift to give. Further, the parasites in my father and elder brother's bodies have not been resolved yet either." Seeing that it was indeed also late and he was too lazy to toss back home, Li Fan nodded his head and agreed. Guo Zhongji was overjoyed to see this. He was afraid that Li Fan would disagree. He was busy instructing his daughter beside him. "Lingyue, you quickly take Master Li to the guest room next door to you to rest. Make sure to take good care of Master Li." Guo Zhongji's words could be said to have a hidden meaning in them. Guo Lingyu's face slightly reddened when she heard this. Then she lowered her head and said shyly to Li Fan, "Master Li, you come with me." Li Fan followed Guo Lingyu to a separate courtyard on the side. This courtyard was located in the east of the entire Guo family compound, with an area of about 500 square meters. There were 2 small buildings within the courtyard, each of which was 2 stories high, and there was also a swimming pool on the south side. Guo Lingyu introduced to Li Fan, "Master Li, this courtyard is usually where I live alone. Besides the room I live in, there is a guest room next to it. Tonight you will rest in the guest room." Li Fan nodded. He was still quite satisfied with this place. Guo Lingyue brought Li Fan into the guest room and said shyly with her shell teeth biting her red lips, "Master Li, if you have no other orders, I will go back first." In fact, Guo Lingyue was very apprehensive in her heart. How could she not understand what her father had just said? If Li Fan had any special requests at this time, I'm afraid that the entire Guo family would be more than willing to do so. Speaking of which, Guo Lingyu's heart was also very complicated. If Li Fan really had any extraordinary request, would she agree or not? Fine, you go back. But as a result, Li Fan's response was just coldly such a sentence. Guo Lingyue looked at Li Fan with a grudging face, closed the door and turned to leave. Was she that unattractive? In school, how many boys surrounded her and pursued her? How come in front of Li Fan? It was as if she had turned into a very annoying person? Guo Lingyu's thoughts Li Fan did not know, nor did he want to know. Returning to his room, Li Fan immediately sat on his knees and meditated. Just now, using the 2 thunder skills, especially the final 9 thunder skill made him use up a great deal of his true chi. It seems that we still need to improve our cultivation. If not, down the road is to encounter some stronger ghosts and monsters. It would be a bit difficult to deal with. Li Fan had already secretly decided in his heart that he would have to focus more on his cultivation in the next period of time before he could do so. Early the next morning, Guo Lingyue came knocking on Li Fan's room door. Master Li, have you gotten up yet? It's time to go to the dining room for breakfast. Li Fan got up and opened the door to his room and followed Guo Lingyue to the restaurant. Along the way, Guo Lingyue was incredibly enthusiastic and asked Li Fan, Master Li, did you rest well last night? Li Fan said, not bad. Master Li, are there really ghosts in this world? There are. Master Li, do all people become ghosts when they die? Not necessarily. Guo Lingyue had been trying to find some topics to talk to Li Fan, but Li Fan's responses were always so short, folding making Guo Lingyue feel very ghostly in her heart. Waiting at the restaurant, after having breakfast, Guo Zhongji had already arranged a fleet of cars and drove towards the eastern suburbs with Li Fan. Almost 20 minutes, arrived at the Linshan airport located in the eastern suburbs. Seeing this, Li Fan slightly frowned and asked, what are we doing here? Guo Zhongji revealed a mysterious smile and said, Master Li, please be at ease. We will be there soon. The convoy did not head to the airport's terminal, but instead arrived at the airport's tarmac. It was important to know that the airport's tarmac wasn't something that just anyone could enter. It was about the safety of all the airplanes, and the security was very strict. At the gate there were henchmen who showed the security personnel some sort of identification, and the convoy drove straight in unimpeded, arriving in front of a business jet. Master Li, this plane is the newest Benstream 650 business jet that Manhwa family has just purchased. From today onwards, this business jet belongs to you. I also hope that Mr. Li won't mind it. Chapter 80, No Airline Ticket. Li Fan was a little surprised, not expecting Guo Zhongji to directly give him an airplane. Even if usually Li Fan doesn't know much about private airplanes, he knows that the value of a private airplane is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and the maintenance in the future is also going to cost a lot of money. Guo Zhongji continued at the side, Master Li, don't worry, this airplane will belong to you in the future, but all the expenses of the airplane every month will still be taken care of by Manhwa family. Li Fan nodded and said, then park it here for now. I can't use it at the moment. Good. Master Li, you can come directly to the airport anytime you need. I'll give you a contact information. It's the captain of this airplane. You can directly order him, said Guo Zhongji handing Li Fan a business card. Li Fan casually pasted the business card and then asked Guo Zhongji to send him back to Yundan Mountain Villa. Just after arriving home, Li Fan saw his parents and sister eating breakfast. Seeing him return, they all stared at him with a playful expression. Brother, you've learned to stay out at night now. Say, where did you go to fool around last night? Ling Yan pinched her small waist and asked at Li Fan. Li Fan didn't have the good sense to say, go to one side, little girl, now you are starting to mind your brother's business. Mom, look at brother bullying me. Ling Yan immediately went to find Zheng Suwaping to complain. At this time, the eyes of the two old men were filled with love. The current life was simply too beautiful and happy for them. They even often felt that they were now living in a dream in general, fearing that if they woke up from the dream, everything would be illusory. Alright, you two siblings should stop fooling around. Little Fan, have you eaten breakfast yet? Mom and Dad, I've eaten. Li Fan said back. Little Fan, there's something, can you help Mom with it? Zheng Suwaping opened her mouth at this time and inquired to Li Fan. Mom, there is something you can say. Zheng Suwaping said with some difficulty. Yesterday I received a call from your Aunt Xiao and the girls, those old classmates of ours from before, are planning to go back to the county to wish our teacher a happy birthday. Back then, our homeroom teacher took very good care of all of us poor students. It's been so many years since we've seen each other, but I can't get away on my side or your dad's. Tomorrow Shan Yan's school is having a field day. Your dad and I haven't participated in her school activities all these years, and this time we don't want to let Shan Yan go alone anymore, so we want you to go back. Hearing his mother say this, Li Fan immediately agreed. Mom, don't worry, just leave this matter to me. You and Dad feel at ease and accompany Shanyan to the school to participate in the games. Good. You have to remember to prepare a big gift for the teacher. Got it, Mom? I'll do it. Li Fan responded with a smile. Zheng Suiping immediately took out her cell phone and called Xiao Lanwan. Back then, these students of theirs were now spread all over the world, but there were a few of them in the city of Linshan, and Xiao Lanwan and the others had already discussed and planned to set off together. Now since Li Fan promised to go, she naturally wanted Xiao Lanwan and the others to bring Li Fan along. As soon as the phone was connected, Zheng Suiping opened her mouth and said, Lanwan, Xiaofan has agreed to go with you to celebrate your teacher's birthday. When do you plan to leave? I'll let Xiaofan join you guys. Xiao Lanchuan's voice in the phone said with some flickering. Suiping I'm afraid it's not very convenient. I thought your family wouldn't be going, so I bought the airfare in advance, but I didn't bring you a share. How did you guys finish buying in advance? Didn't I say I would ask little Fan? Zheng Suiping immediately became a bit anxious when she heard this and asked in a hurry. Help me see if I can make up another ticket and I'll transfer the money to you. Xiao Lanwan said in a derisive tone. Oops, the tickets are all full, and the one we booked is business class. Why don't you let your family, Li Fan, take the train by himself? Alright, I still have some things to do here so I'll let it go first, said the opposite party and hung up the phone. Zheng Suiping immediately looked sad and said to Li Fan, Little Fan, the air ticket your Aunt Xiao said that she can't buy it anymore. You can only take the train. This sitting can be 10 hours. Li Fan heard the whole conversation between his mother and Xiao Lanwan just now, and laughed coldly in his heart. This Xiao Lanwan is obviously looking down on their family. Mom, I'll just solve the airfare problem myself. You don't have to worry. Li Qingshan on the side also said. Alright, you shouldn't worry about useless things. Little Fan has grown up. He can do all these things on his own. Good, good. Zheng Suiping also had no choice but to nod her head. It was obvious that no matter how much money Li Fan was able to earn outside, he was her own child in her eyes, so how could he not be worried? Li Fan returned to his room and gave Qin Xiao a call, asking her to prepare a superb piece of jewelry for himself. Li Fan had just learned from his mother that her teacher's granddaughter would be getting married soon. In fact, the best thing about giving gifts to people is to be able to give them what they need the most. So after thinking about it, Li Fan might as well give her teacher a set of the finest jewelry. That way, when his granddaughter got married, she could bring this jewelry to her family in style. Then Li Fan made a call to the captain and told him that he was flying to Jinchuan City at night. The captain had already gotten Gui Zhongji's order, received Li Fan's call, incomparably terrified, and agreed to do so. It was important to know that his rice bowl could be held in Li Fan's hands. In the past, when facing this big boss of Guo family, he had to serve carefully. Guo Zhongji had specially instructed him that Li Fan was his Guo family's great benefactor. How would he dare to neglect such a character? In the afternoon, Li Fan simply packed up some things, brought along the jewelry that Qin Xiao had sent to him, and drove himself to the tarmac of Linshan Airport. The captain of the Gulfstream 650 with his co-pilot and two graceful flight attendants had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Li Fan getting down from the Bentley flying spur, several people were incredibly surprised. They didn't expect their new boss to be so young, especially the two young stewardesses. Their eyes were twinkling. The captain at the head was in his 30s and walked forward to extend his hand respectfully to Li Fan. Hello Mr. Li, I am Captain Huang Lei of the Gulfstream 650 flight crew. Hello Captain Huang. Li Fan shook his hand. Huang Lei was momentarily flattered and pointed to the three people behind him and said, Mr. Li, let me introduce you. There are a total of 5 crew members on our flight, and today the crew chief took a personal leave due to being out of town, so there are actually 4 people here. Our entire crew consists of a captain, a co-pilot, a crew chief and 2 cabin crew members. Li Fan briefly greeted a few people and entered the airplane. As soon as he came in, Li Fan couldn't help but take a few more glances. Just now at home he also checked this Gulfstream 650 business jet. It can be said that this is one of the best business jets in the world today. Needless to say, the appearance of the yacht-like streamlined modeling will be able to charm a lot of people. The interior of the airplane is even more luxurious. Soft sofas, solid wood desks, wine coolers and refrigerators are all available. And the cabin of this business jet is divided into 3 parts, as if it is a big house, with a living room, study, restroom and bedroom. Even if a dozen people are moving in this plane, they will not feel crowded. Chapter 81 Private Jet. Li Fan's private airplane didn't have any waiting or queuing, enjoying the treatment of VIP guests at the airport, and took off directly. Wang Xiaoli and the others sat in the business class of the airplane, their faces full of complacency, because the business class was at the very front of the airplane. Every person who boarded the plane would see them, the rich people sitting inside the business class. However, the plane stopped when it drove to the taxiway. Wang Xiaoli curiously looked out through a side window, and found that many big airplanes were waiting to line up for takeoff at the side of the taxiway. Wang Xiaoli was a bit puzzled and impatient, and complained, why isn't this airplane flying? Obviously, it has been on the taxiway for 20 minutes, and there are no other airplanes on the runway? Xiao Lanwan and a few other old classmates also did not understand what was going on. On the side sat a fat man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, wearing a suit, sitting there playing with his cell phone in an old-fashioned manner, and casually said, "At a glance, you guys don't fly often. You're the one who doesn't fly often." As soon as Wang Xiaoli heard this, she immediately became a little anxious and looked back at the fat man angrily, but when her eyes swept over his Prada suit, Hermes belt, and the hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Vacheron Constantin watch on her wrist, Wang Xiaoli was instantly dumbfounded. At a glance, this person is a rich person who really often sits on airplanes, and surely every time he sits in this kind of business class. The Mediterranean man's colorful little eyes took one last glance at Wang Xiaoli's dimpled figure, but that was all. Although Wang Xiaoli had some poise, but this kind of dirt-rich man like him had seen a lot of beautiful women, and wasn't as horny as Zhao Ziliang's kind of middle-aged greasy man who hadn't seen the world. Usually when you encounter this kind of situation, there's only one possibility, and that's the need to give way to an airplane that has a higher priority. This kind of airplane is either a warplane or a dignitary's plane, and then another kind is a private plane. Those who are able to fly on private jets can all be rich and powerful. These airports have a very lucrative income, which is to provide hangar services, overnight services, maintenance services, refueling and other services for the private planes of these bigwigs. You have to know that a private airplane, the usual daily maintenance will cost up to tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars per day. That's why these private airplanes are able to enjoy top VIP treatment at major airports across the country. Just as his words fell, as if to corroborate his words, he saw that on the runway, an incomparably beautiful and elegantly modeled business jet slowly came and stopped at the very front end of the runway. Immediately afterward, he saw the business jet adjust its attitude, start accelerating, and then soar into the sky. It wasn't until the figure of the business jet turned into a small black dot in the sky that the passenger jets parked and waiting by the glide path, began to head for the runway one by one for takeoff. Oh my god, what kind of big shot can get on a private jet like that? Witnessing the entire process of a business jet taking off, Wang Xiaoli's heart was incomparably shocked. Previously, she felt that shopping every day, buying one or two designer brands every month, living in a small villa, and driving a several $100,000, or even $1 million luxury car, this was already the life of a rich wife. But now compared to this private airplane flying in the air in front of her, those dreams of hers were simply not worth mentioning. Less than 2 hours of flight. Soon the Gulfstream 650 landed at Jinchuan City Airport. Huang Lei's ability to do things was still very strong. When the plane landed, there were already airport staff who had learned the news and sent a Mercedes-Benz commercial car to wait outside the airport gate. It also arranged for Li Fan to stay at the best 5-star hotel in Mingsha Town, Listening Sand Pavilion Grand Hotel. Speaking of Li Fan's hometown, Mingsha Town, it was still a very well-known tourist city. Jinchuan City was located on the edge of the desert just like its name, so when Li Fan was small, the entire Jinchuan City was very poor. The special geo-environment made it almost devoid of industries favorable for economic growth. But in recent years, the country's economic situation is very good. Tourism has entered the fast lane of development. Therefore, Jinchuan City, based on a piece of golden sand, began to build tourist attractions. Many people come here to play in the sand, see the desert scenery. Li Fan just called his mom as soon as he came out from the gate. "Mom, I've arrived at Jinchuan Airport and am now planning to go back to the town." Zheng Suiping quickly said to Li Fan, "Xiao Fan, you wait at the airport. I see that your Aunt Xiao and the others are about to land. You go with them. Your Aunt Xiao and the others can take care of you as well." When Li Fan heard this, he wanted to laugh a little in his heart. How could just Xiao Lanwan and the others take care of themselves? But Li Fan didn't want to let his mom worry, so he waited in the airport for Xiao Lanwan and the others to land. Almost after more than half an hour, Xiao Lanwan and the others' airplane arrived at Jinchuan Airport. Aunt Xiao, Li Fan was waiting at the arrival gate of the domestic flight, and when he saw the group come out, he went forward and greeted them politely. "Li Fan, why are you here?" Wang Xiaoli frowned when she saw Li Fan and directly questioned him in a cold voice. Xiao Lanwan. Several people were also surprised and asked Li Fan with feigned concern, "Li Fan, you wouldn't have come over on the green train last night?" Once Wang Xiaoli heard this, she realized that she had also taken the green train. "I said, why is there a sour smell on my body?" Wang Xiaoli's words were filled with contempt for Li Fan. Xiao Lanwan coldly asked Li Fan, "Li Fan, are you waiting for us here for something?" His words were clearly a knowing question. A group of old classmates were going to attend a class reunion and one of them couldn't make it and asked his son to attend on his behalf. In this situation, even if it goes without saying, these old classmates of theirs should be obligated to take care of this old classmate's son, right? "Aunt Xiao, my mom just called me and said that she wanted me to wait for you guys here." Xiao Lanwan smiled and said, "Li Fan, you haven't been back to Mingsha Town for a while. You don't need to follow us adults. You're young and playful following us. You can't stand it. Alright, we are also leaving first. You take care of yourself. You can call us if anything happens. Right, we're staying at the Huaihua Hotel, Xiao Lanwan said and directly stopped the cab, and the group got into the car, completely not bothering about how Li Fan was going to return to the town alone, and they also made it a point to proudly say where they were staying. It was clear to tell Li Fan that the Huaihua Hotel where we stayed, the room fee per night could cost $400 to $500. Your family's condition could not afford to spend there, and we do not intend to help you pay for this room. The group got into the car and drove out of the airport. The few old classmates in the car were shaking their heads with contempt. I really don't know what Zhang Suiping was thinking. Letting his son wait for us at the airport. What does she mean? Trying to take advantage of us? This is really a poor person. Without money to do something. Always thinking of being small-minded and taking advantage of benefits everywhere. Wang Xiaoli also nodded her head in agreement. That's right. Luckily my mom is smart and didn't fall for her. Li Fan follows us. Does he have money? Can he match our spending level? Chapter 82. Do you have a private airplane? After Wang Dandan and others left, Li Fan had to call Huang Lei, who immediately arranged for a car to send Li Fan to the Hearing Sand Pavilion Hotel. Looking at the hotel in front of him, which was like an ancient desert fortress in the Arabian god's lamp, Li Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Today's hometown is really different from before. This level of 5-star hotel, in the past that is not even dare to think. As soon as Li Fan entered the hotel, immediately the manager of the hotel personally came out to greet him. This manager was informed that Li Fan that was the owner of a private jet. The whole time to Li Fan was incomparably respectful. Mr. Li, during your stay, if there is anything, you can come to me. The entire staff of the Hearing Sand Pavilion Hotel is beyond honored to serve you. Li Fan nodded and was just about to get on the elevator when a Mediterranean fat man walked over next to him, wearing a Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist. Coming in front of Li Fan, he was incomparably humble and said curtly to Li Fan, "This gentleman, how are you? I am Pang Bo, the sales manager of Wan Mao Group." Li Fan frowned in confusion. "Do we know each other?" Pang Bo said awkwardly at this. "Sir, you mustn't mind. When I was at the airport, I saw your private jet, so I took the liberty of coming to say hello to you." "Oh, I have little interest in you." Li Fan coldly threw down these words and got on the elevator, heading to his room. Pang Bo was left standing outside the elevator with an embarrassed face. As the sales manager of Wan Mao Group, wherever he usually went, that was where he was respected. When had anyone dared to give him a face? However, when facing Li Fan, he didn't dare to make any advances, but he was the one who could take a private jet. Even their Wan Mao Group's boss couldn't afford a private jet. On the other side, Wang Xiaoli and Xiao Lanwan arrived at the hotel. Just after arriving at the hotel, Xiao Lanwan received calls from other old classmates. "Yanzi, I just received a call from Sanfeng. Lu Mozhou has also arrived in Mingsha town." This middle-aged woman called Yanzi was the one who had just complained about Zhang Suiping and Li Fan's mother and son duo in the cab. When she heard Xiao Lanwan say this, she immediately became deeply agitated. "What? Lu Mozhou is here too? He's the best and most promising among our group of old classmates. I heard that his current company is worth $100 or $200 million. Xiao Lanwan also nodded her head and said, "Yes, a few classmates reunions ago, Lu Miaojiao didn't come, and our old classmates didn't have the chance to set up a relationship with him. I didn't expect that it was still our teacher who had great face and invited this great god to come." Yanzi suddenly said to Xiao Lanwan, "Lanwan, do you want to get acquainted with him, or do you want to rekindle your old feelings?" When Xiao Lanwan heard this, her face immediately changed. Glancing at Wang Dandan, she complained to Yanzi, "What are you dead Yanzi talking nonsense about? Dandan is still here." Wang Dandan sniffed a hint of gossip from the sidelines and hurriedly came forward, pulling Yanzi and asked, "Auntie Yanzi, what do you mean by what you just said? Quickly tell me." Xiao Lanwan exasperatedly stood aside and chided, "Adults matters, a child prying less." Yanzi didn't care about that much and immediately said to Wang Dandan, "At that time when she went to school, your mom was a flower in our class, and people Lu Moja that is also a small fresh meat one, at that time in the classroom, but we were relatively conservative at that time. Your mom and your uncle Lu two people eventually also ended up." When Wang Dandan heard this, her heart was filled with regret. "Mom, you said why didn't you seize the opportunity at that time? If you and Uncle Lu were together, I would also be the daughter of a billionaire now." Xiao Lanwan glared at Wang Dandan without any good humor and said, "If I were really with your Uncle Lu, it's not certain if there's a you or not." Lu Dandan instantly spat out her tongue playfully. "Alright, quickly pack up. Just now your Uncle Lu said that he would invite us all to hear the Sand Pavilion for dinner." Listening Sand Pavilion? Is that the 5-star hotel that looked like an ancient castle when we passed by just now? Great! Wang Dandan immediately cheered. They were choosing a hotel when they came. Wang Dandan was very much in favor of the Listening Sand Pavilion Grand Hotel, but listen to the Sand Pavilion hotel room fee is too high, a night to more than 2,000. Some luxury rooms and suites, and even reach tens of thousands of dollars, not they can afford to spend. A group of people cleaned up a bit, came to listen to the Sand Pavilion Hotel, immediately have service personnel respectfully welcome them to the upstairs in the private room. Looking at the luxurious decorations throughout the grand hotel, as well as the enthusiastic service of the service staff, Wang Dandan was filled with pride for a moment. Just Li Fan that bumpkin. Still want to come and go with them. This kind of grand hotel, has Li Fan ever enjoyed it? Can he afford it? He can't enter this kind of place in his whole life. His kind of beggar even want to eat swan meat. Really is not self-importance. Especially his mom. Looks honest, probably also a belly of bad water. Want to let Li Fan and her marriage. Pheasants are wild. Chickens can never become phoenixes. Hotel room. Old classmates have arrived. Sitting on the top of the first is Lu Mozhao. All the classmates are flattering him. See Xiao Lanwan family came. Lu Mozhao is also very happy. Looking at Xiao Lanwan eyes more than a trace of a different look. Both sides exchanged pleasantries before taking their seats. Lanwan, we haven't seen each other for years. This is your daughter next to you, isn't it? She's really pretty. Hearing Lu Miaozhao say so, Xiao Lanwan looked a little shy and said, Lu Miaozhao, your business is really getting bigger and bigger now. Usually these old classmates of ours can't see you even if they want to. Lu Miaozhao smiled and waved his hand and said, no, if you all want to find me, just contact my secretary. I'm really quite busy, but when I'm idle, I'll definitely reply to you guys. After saying that, Lu Mozhao glanced at the crowd in the room and asked suspiciously, are all of our classmates here? How come I don't seem to see Zheng Suweiping? Yan Zi immediately said, Zheng Suweiping had something at home and couldn't come, and sent his son here. Zheng Suweiping's son came? Wang Dandan full of disdain said, that Li Fan is a poor. Last night sat on the green train all night before arriving. I estimate that he is now in which small inn to make up for the sleep, or do not disturb him well. And Li Fan also has no education. The family is poor, has not seen the world. To this kind of place to eat? Don't make any more jokes. When the time comes to lose everyone's face. Many students heard this and immediately knew that Zheng Suweiping's family was in a bad condition, so they all followed and nodded in agreement. This kind of person is better not to come, otherwise when the time comes to borrow money from them again. These old classmates, do you think they are borrowing or not borrowing? Lu Mozhao sniffed and also nodded his head and said, sitting on the train all night, that's really hard work, then let him have a good rest, we'll eat ours. Wang Dandan at this time picked up a glass of wine to take the initiative to toast Lu Muzhao, which makes Lu Muzhao very happy. Think Wang Dandan, this little girl is beautiful, but also quite good at things. Uncle Lu, I want to ask you a question. Do you have a private airplane? Wang Dandan asked with a face full of anticipation. Chapter 83 Birthday Banquet. Lu Mozhao instantly laughed upon hearing this. I can afford a private airplane, but only when you reach my level. You will understand that this kind of very ostentatious exterior is no longer a pursuit at all. Wang Dandan, who was listening in a somewhat clouded state, opened his mouth and asked, Uncle Lu, then what is it that you still want to pursue when you reach your level? Money is already a string of numbers to you, right? Lu Mozhao nodded his head and said with a hint of yearning in his eyes, in the past, I have also always thought that the goal of human life is to make money. With money you can have the world and be able to go and look down on this world. But when I really had money, I realized that we used to be sitting on a well and watching the sky. There's a lot in this world that we ordinary people can't imagine. At this time, all the students in the entire private room were quietly listening to Lu Miaozhao's speech, because for them, it was all a kind of insight. Do you guys know about martial artists? Wang Dandan immediately nodded his head after hearing this and said, Uncle Lu, I know about martial artists. I've even seen external strength martial artists fight. They're really powerful. And I've heard that when a martial artist's strength reaches a certain level, they will really be able to use qigong like those warriors we watch in TV dramas. Lu Mozhao looked at Wang Dandan with some surprise and opened his mouth to praise. I didn't expect Dandan to know a lot. That's right. Mortals are destined to be mortals. Martial artists are the true masters in this world. You also said that you've seen external strength martial artists, but that also belongs to the lowest level amongst martial artists. Above that there are dark strength martial artists. Every dark power expert is able to dominate a party. It's like I have hundreds of millions of dollars nowadays, but I'm not qualified to sit on an equal footing with a dark force martial artist. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard this. Was this dark force martial artist so powerful? Even billionaires couldn't be equal in front of a dark force martial artist. At this moment, Lu Mozhao's eyes, with a hint of intense yearning, opened his mouth and said, above dark force martial artists, there are martial arts masters. To be able to become a character like that, one is definitely a land emperor of a party. In this life, if I am fortunate enough to be able to meet a person of such high rank, I would have no regrets in death. Gao Dandan immediately pursued, Uncle Lu, how powerful is this martial arts master? Lu Mojo immediately said with a smile. How powerful? Let's put it this way, like you just said, like those warriors in the TV series, able to use Qigong, true Qi outwardly, and even able to do the legendary one weft crossing the river, and walk on this lake as if walking on a flat surface, said Lu Mojel pointed out the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the private room, the artificial lake of listening sand pavilion hotel. Listen to the sand pavilion of the hotel back is a desert. 5-star hotels is horizontal. In the desert to open up an artificial lake, the area is incomparably vast. From this end of the lake to the other end, a distance of 500 or 600 meters, sparkling, reflecting the desert in the distance. It looks like a different flavor, such as an oasis in the desert in general. Just as everyone was looking towards the lake, they saw a figure that was stepping in the center of that artificial lake. For a moment everyone's eyes widened. Uncle Lu, is that the one left crossing the river you were talking about? Lu Mojo was so excited that he directly stood up from the mountain and rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window, staring dead on at that figure on the artificial lake. That is definitely a martial arts master. I didn't think that I, Lu, would have the honor of seeing a martial arts master with my own eyes in this life. At this moment, all the students rushed to the window and took out their cell phones to constantly take pictures. This scene was simply amazing. Although the distance was a bit far, they were able to determine that the figure in the lake didn't have any organs under his feet, and was really just walking on the lake surface as if he was walking on a flat surface. Quickly go downstairs. Lu Mojo was the first to rush out of the private room and towards the downstairs. He was incomparably excited at this moment. If he was able to make friends with this martial arts master, he would definitely have a great future in the future, and his entire life would take a whole new level. However, when they rushed downstairs and came to the artificial lake, there was no longer any figure on the lake. Everything that had just happened was like a dream. If it wasn't for the fact that they still had the photos they had just taken in their cell phones, they simply couldn't believe that someone had really walked on the lake. Lu Mojo was incomparably lost. Li Fan just had nothing to do and went to play on the lake. He realized that walking on the lake surface was a way to exercise his control over his true Qi, which would be of great benefit to his cultivation, as well as his future battles with others. So Li Fan decided that he would take time to practice every day in the future. After returning to his room, Li Fan called his mother again and reported his safety, telling her that everything was fine over here. When he attended his teacher's birthday banquet tomorrow, he would use the phone to let his mother personally catch up with his teacher. There were no words for the night. Early the next morning, Li Fan got up and ate breakfast at the hotel, then skipped to the lake intending to practice some more. As a result, just as he arrived at the lake, he found a middle-aged man sitting at the edge of the lake, staring straight at the surface of the lake in a daze. Something like walking on the surface of the water was indeed a bit appalling, and being seen was really not very good. So after Li Fan circled around, he went back to his room to cultivate again. It wasn't until noon that Wang Dandan called Li Fan. Li Fan, where are you? Hurry up and come to Ms. Fang's house. I sent you the address. Don't be late. Wang Dandan was very impatient and directly hung up the phone after instructing Li Fan. Immediately after that, Li Fan received the address of teacher Feng's house and directly took a taxi over. Mr. Feng was also a native of Mingsha town, and had never left the area in his life, devoting his entire life to the cause of education. His son and daughter are also considered to be successful, and now do some small business in the town. Living conditions are very good. Teacher Feng's home is their own 3-story building. There is a large yard. The yard at this time set up no less than 10 tables. Guests full of shed. Very lively. At this time, Mr. Feng was surrounded by Lu Mako Zhao and Xiao Lanwan, talking and laughing with each other. Very lively. Mako Zhao, you're making a name for yourself now. Teacher is proud of you, but you've made a fortune. You can't forget about these old classmates. Let's help them if we can. Teacher Feng instructed Lu Muzhou in a long and serious tone. Lu Muzhou smiled and answered, Teacher, you can rest assured. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I now earn some money. Over the years has not forgotten the teacher's teachings, to return society. At the same time there are friends and classmates around me who have encountered difficulties. I will definitely help if I can. Good, good. Mako Zhao really has come out on top. Teacher Feng was very satisfied after hearing these words, and then looked to the side at Xiao Lanwan and said, Lanwan, you're doing well now. Remember back then, you and Su Weiping, the two of you, were my most honored students, right? Su Weiping didn't come today? Chapter 84, Something happened at the birthday banquet. Xiao Lanwan said, Teacher, Su Weiping had something going on at home, so he didn't come over, but his son came and hasn't arrived yet. Hearing this, Teacher Feng seemed slightly regretful, but immediately, he turned his words around and said, You guys are getting old here, so you should focus on cultivating the next generation now. Speaking of this topic, Xiao Lanwan came into the spirit, pulling aside Gao Dandan. her face filled with pride. "Teacher, this is my daughter Dandan, who got into our Linshan University." Upon hearing this, Teacher Fong immediately praised with delight. Forest Hill University is ranked in the top 15 prestigious universities in the country. Dandan is really something, much more powerful than your mom was back then. Hearing this, Xiao Lanwan also said in a godly manner, "That's definitely the blue is better than the blue." At this time, Li Fan walked into the courtyard and swept a glance to see Xiao Lanwan and Wang Dandan, knowing that this table must be the main table. Moreover, his own mother's teacher, he had met her once in the town back then, and although it had been more than 10 years since then, he still had an impression of the teacher's appearance. Li Fan directly walked forward and greeted Mr. Fong respectfully. "Hello Teacher Fong, I am Li Fan. My mother Zhang Suiping had some things to look after her sister, so she couldn't come to wish you a happy birthday. I hope Teacher Fong understands. You are little Fan grown up." Teacher Fong looked Li Fan up and down. Seeing that Li Fan was plainly dressed, she did not mean to look down on Li Fan, but only had some feelings in her heart. In recent years, she had also heard that Zhang Suiping's family conditions were not very good. At first Zhang Suiping was one of her favorite students, but now in this situation, her heart was also quite unfavorable. "Xiaofan, I heard that you got into our imperial capital's university back then?" Teacher Fong asked with concern. Without waiting for Li Fan to explain, Wang Dandan on the side directly sneered and said, "Teacher Fong, Li Fan was expelled from the university in the imperial capital. He didn't study well when he was in school and stole a woman from a rich second generation, causing a very bad influence." Teacher Fong frowned slightly when she heard this. She had been a teacher all her life and was very concerned about this matter. There was some disappointment in her heart. She did not expect Li Fan to be such a student. Lu Mozhao also glanced at Li Fan and left his gaze. It seems that Zhang Suiping's family's life is really not very good, letting the child come to the teacher's birthday banquet, not even saying to buy a decent dress. At this time Yan Zi, who was on the side, picked up her wineglass and started to greet everyone. "Well, it's not easy for classmates to get together. Let's talk about something happy. Don't mention those people and things that spoil the fun. Come, let's drink." Everyone raised their glasses, especially Xiao Lanwan, who felt that Yanzi had done the right thing. They were no longer on the same level as Zhang Suiping Li Fan's family and would not have too many interactions in the future. Through the organized class reunion, their biggest goal in the future was to get closer towards Lu Mozhao, hoping to step onto that level. Soon there were also people from other tables surrounding Ms. Fong. Everyone was talking and laughing with each other, all very lively. Only Li Fan stood alone, without anyone to arrange for him to be seated. Li Fan was also happy to be free, finding himself a table against the wall that still had seats and sitting down, drinking tea and watching the bustle. And when she saw Li Fan's shabby appearance, the contempt in Wang Dandan's eyes became even more intense. She was very thankful that her family had gotten out of this poor town and was able to get rid of their fate and have the life they had now. If she was allowed to live a life as a wimp like Li Fan, she might as well die. In the future, her goal was to also have a private jet, to be able to have hundreds of millions of dollars like Uncle Lu, and even one day, to become friends with that martial arts master who was treading water on the lake. Thinking of that amazing picture yesterday, a touch of strange sentiment surged in Wang Dandan's heart, although the distance was far. But from the back view, that martial arts master should not be very old. How good it would be to have a martial arts fighting master as a boyfriend. At this time, Li Fan received a voice video call from his mother, Zhang Suiping. After the call was connected, Zhang Suiping asked Li Fan, "Little Fan, have you arrived at Teacher Feng's house? How is Ms. Fong?" Li Fan nodded and said, "Mom, I'm here." At this moment many people are surrounding Mr. Fong for a toast. "Wait a moment, I'll let you guys talk." Li Fan had just finished saying this, when he suddenly saw chaos at the main table. "Teacher Fong, what happened to you? Teacher, you wake up, quickly call 120. Teacher fainted." The entire courtyard was instantly in chaos. Teacher Fong, who was originally smiling and following everyone's greetings, suddenly fainted, which caused everyone to be extremely worried. "Little Fan, what's going on over there?" Zhang Suiping heard the commotion on the phone and also asked anxiously. Li Fan immediately pacified. "Mom, don't be anxious, Teacher Fong fainted. I'll go see what's going on." The moment the mother heard this, she became even more anxious and turned to Li Fan but said, "Xiao Fan, don't you know medicine? You quickly go and give Ms. Fong a look. What's going on with her? You can't let anything go wrong with Ms. Fong." Looking at his mother, who was somewhat at a loss for words in the video, Li Fan assured, "Mom, don't worry, I will definitely not let anything happen to Ms. Fong. I will hang up the phone first and go to check the situation." "Fine, you go quickly." Zhang Suiping's heart was incomparably worried. When she first went to school, Teacher Fong didn't care for her much. It was said that once a teacher, always a father. To her, Teacher Fong was like her mother. Not only did she take care of her in her studies, but also in her life. Li Fan followed the crowd and squeezed closer. At this moment, Ms. Feng had already been carried by people and gently placed on a side chair to lie down flat. Xiao Lanwan and Yanzi and the others were crying. How could Teacher Feng be like this? Is teacher's body always good? Everyone was extremely puzzled. Feng Guang, the son of Teacher Feng, sighed and said, "My mom did have some health problems in the past 2 years. She was afraid that everyone would be worried, and never let me talk about it outside." Xiao Lanwan wiped her red eyes and said, "Ms. Feng is like this, she loves to carry everything alone. She does not want to cause trouble for others." Zhou Wei Teacher Feng's classmates all followed and nodded their heads in agreement. Indeed, Teacher Feng was such a person, worrying about other people's business all the time, but not wanting others to worry about her business. It was because of Ms. Feng's selfless personality that she was able to become a good teacher who was highly respected. Lu Mozhao opened his mouth and comforted everyone. "Well, Lan Wan, Yan Zi, you guys don't be too sad. I've already called 120, and I have some relationship with the director of the town hospital. I've already asked the director to make the most thorough preparations there." Chapter 85 Ruthless Doctor Mistakes People. Feng Guang pulled Lu Miaozhao's hand and continuously said gratefully, "Brother Lu, thank you so much." At this moment the ambulance arrived. A few doctors lifted Teacher Feng into the ambulance and quickly drove towards the town hospital. All the students also drove their own cars to the town hospital. Xiao Lanwan and Wang Dandan were in Lu Muzhao's car, and no one bothered about Li Fan. Waiting for everyone to leave in a brain, Li Fan walked out of the yard of Teacher Feng's house. A Mercedes-Benz Big G had long been waiting at the roadside to go to the town hospital. Li Fan got into the car and directly instructed Huang Lei. As early as Li Fan saw Teacher Feng fainting, he had already sent a message to Huang Lei to come here to pick himself up. Such Mercedes-Benz Big G should be the car that Huang Lei borrowed at the airport, all the way to the town hospital. Although Li Fan was walking after him, he was one step ahead of everyone. Just arrived at the door of the emergency room. Xiao Lanwan and others also arrived and were very surprised. "Li Fan, why are you here? This luck of yours is really quite good as well. It's amazing that you were able to get a taxi." Li Fan was too lazy to pay attention to them at this time, and when he came to the door of the emergency room, he saw Lu Mozhao and 2 old men in white coats, gathered around the bedside of Ms. Feng's hospital bed. "Ma Ko Zhao, how is our teacher?" Xiao Lanwan asked worriedly. Lu Muzhao introduced to everyone. "Lanwan, Yan Zi, let me introduce to you. The one beside me is the director of our town hospital, Wu Haohua." Then he pointed to another old man beside Wu Haohua and said smugly, "This one is even more marvelous. He is the vice president of our Jinchuan City People's Hospital, and an authoritative expert in cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, Du Quancheng." After listening to Lu Mozhao's introduction, Xiao Lanwan and Feng Guang and the others were incomparably excited, not expecting that even Lu Mozhao, the city's expert professor, knew him. With such a godly doctor around, Teacher Feng would definitely be fine. "Dean Wu, Professor Du, how is my mom's condition?" Feng Guang respectfully asked to the two. Wu Haohua and Du Quancheng both looked grave as they opened their mouths and said, "The patient's condition is not very good. According to the initial examination, the patient's brain blood vessels have several very large clots that completely congest the blood vessels, causing insufficient blood supply to the brain. The situation is not optimistic." Hearing even the two experts say this, Feng Guang immediately turned pale. "Dean Wu, Professor Du, you must save my mother." Feng Guang continuously pleaded to the two. Lu Mozhao also spoke. "Dean Wu, Professor Du, how exactly should this situation be treated? You guys don't have to worry about spending money. No matter how much you spend, you have to cure your teacher." Du Quancheng pondered for a while before saying, "If you want to cure the patient's illness, the only way now is open heart surgery. Except that craniotomy is very risky, and to be honest, even if I were to personally take charge of the surgery, I wouldn't have much certainty. The thrombus in the patient's cerebral blood vessels is too big. If it can be treated 2 years earlier, relying on drugs can keep the thrombus under control. But now, alas," said the last. Du Quancheng also sighed. Hearing Du Quancheng say this, Feng Guang, Lu Mozhao and Xiao Lanwan, their hearts all sank. Du Quancheng, this has been said very clear. The teacher's condition is very serious. Without surgery, I'm afraid that people will be lost, but surgery is very risky. None of them expected that the teacher's birthday banquet today would turn out like this. At this time, a sigh resounded beside the ears of the crowd, seemingly incomparably harsh. Everyone looked back to see Li Fan constantly shaking his head, filled with disappointment. Du Quancheng was very unhappy and asked, "Young man, what do you mean by shaking your head and sighing? Are you questioning my diagnosis?" Li Fan nodded his head dryly in agreement. "That's right, if it was a small town hospital, having such a diagnosis would be just fine. But for you, As an expert professor of a city hospital, to come up with such a conclusion, you have to make me feel disappointed. Is the medical standard of our huge Jinchuan city so low? Li Fan's words caused Du Chuancheng's old face to become incredibly ugly. How dare you? Where did this kid of yours come from? Come to question old man's medical skills. Wu Haohua also had the same face changed greatly. The other Professor Du was his superior. This time it was not easy to invite the other Professor Du to come to the town hospital to instruct the work. To let such a rash young man like Li Fan destroy Professor Du's good impression of their town hospital, it could be really spoiled a great deal. Kid, you're so young that you're talking crazy. What do you know about medical level? Lu Mozhou is also the same sunken face chided. Adults matter with children less talk. After saying that he also apologized to Du Quancheng and Wu Haohua. Dean Wu. Professor Du. Children speak out of turn. Don't take it personally. Wang Dandan was also angry. Li Fan, can you shut up? You're not capable of anything and you go around bragging to add to the chaos. If anything happens to MS Feng, can you afford the responsibility? Xiao Lanwan similarly reprimanded Li Fan. Li Fan, I don't care how your mom educated you at home. Young people with no upbringing can't survive in this society. Parents can spoil you at home, but no one spoils you outside. If you dare to talk nonsense here again, get out. Li Fan scoffed at the reprimand of the crowd and asked rhetorically, what? Is an expert professor an absolute authority? What he says is 100% fine. His medical skills are no good, and he still won't let me say it? Seeing that Li Fan still dared to talk back at this point in time, Xiao Lanwan and the others were furious and were just about to throw Li Fan out when Du Quancheng opened his mouth and asked Li Fan, good, young man, it seems like you know a lot about medicine. What? Is your family a practicing family? Wang Dandan opened his mouth and sneered, Professor Du. His name is Li Fan. His family is very poor, probably because his parents are hospitalized all the time. He thinks he knows a lot about medical arts. After learning about Li Fan's family history, Du Quancheng couldn't help but shake his head, but still asked again, since your family isn't practicing medicine, could it be that you are studying medicine? Without waiting for Li Fan to speak, Wang Dandan continued, he is just a student who dropped out of school. What does he know about medicine? Du Quancheng now had a rough understanding of Li Fan, and immediately rebuked in a cold voice, since no one in your family practiced medicine, and you are not a medical student, what qualifications do you have to question my medical skills? Li Fan said with a cold smile, just by the fact that you are a quack doctor who misuses people, I can question your medical skills. Just now, I said that Mr. Feng fainted because of a blood clot. This is not true. There is indeed a blood clot in Mr. Feng's cerebral vessels. Du Quancheng immediately interrupted Li Fan and said, in that case, what are you questioning? And whether or not there is a blood clot in the patient's brain is something that we have probed out through our precision instruments. It is not your turn to corroborate here. Li Fan immediately laughed out loud and said, saying that you are fat and you are still panting. I admit that there are blood clots in MS Feng's cerebral blood vessels, but it is not those blood clots that caused her to fall into a coma. And those blood clots aren't as big as you say. Relying on medication can completely dissolve them. The real reason that caused Teacher Feng to go into a coma was because there was a tumor growing next to her cerebral blood vessels. Chapter 86 moved. As far as I know, surgery to open up and remove blood clots, and surgery to remove tumors, are two completely different surgeries, and the preoperative preparations are also completely different. If you guys open up Mr. Feng according to the surgery for removing blood clots, it will only harm Mr. Feng's life. Du Quancheng and Wu Haohua burst into a rage after hearing this and rebuked Li Fan angrily. Ridiculous to the extreme. We have just given the patient the most comprehensive examination. Is there a tumor in the patient's brain? Don't we know? Are you questioning our medical skills? Or do you think you are better than us? Xiao Lanwan couldn't listen on the side and lectured Li Fan. Li Fan, you've almost got it. The other Dean Wu and Prof. Du, those are the top people in the field of medicine. You didn't even go to medical school. What are you fooling around with here? Du Quancheng shook his head inside, educating Li Fan. I understand that young people love to show off. Saying so he glanced at the gorgeous Wang Dandan again and continued, especially in front of the girl you love, wanting to express yourself. It's all normal, but you have to distinguish the occasion. Now that human lives are at stake, it would be childish for you to fool around like that. If it's really because of your fooling around that you cause any serious consequences, you'll feel guilty for the rest of your life because of it. Hearing Du Quancheng say this, Wang Dandan and the others came to a realization. Li Fan, to this day you still haven't died to me. Are you still not a person? How could you do such a thing? Yanzi spoke even harder, pulled Wang Dandan and said, Dandan, you stay away from this kind. The old saying goes, not afraid of thieves stealing, but afraid of thieves thinking about it. Who knows what he will do to you one day, beast? Sex big hair? Dean Wu is also the same to Li Fan open mouth to persuade. Young man, you are still young. cannot go astray, study well, work well, is the right way. Don't always think about those men and women's things and make yourself degenerate. Being accused by all the people in the room said. Li Fan frowned. He really couldn't figure out how Wang Dandan could be narcissistic to such an extent. Li Fan turned around, took a pen and paper from a side table and wrote down a recipe. Then Sheng said to the crowd, if Mr. Feng is really cured by you guys, just grab the medicine according to this recipe and decoct it. After saying this, Li Fan did not have a word of excessive explanation and turned around to leave. He's obviously weak-minded. Wang Dandan said triumphantly. Xiao Lanwan also all nodded their heads. Daughter, it was Mom who almost harmed you. If I really followed the original finger marriage and let you and Li Fan be together, I'm afraid it would ruin your whole life. After Li Fan came out of the hospital, he didn't intend to stay too long in Mingsha town and directly asked Tuan Lei to take him to the airport to return to Linshan City. Just after Li Fan's side left, in the hospital, Dean Wu and Professor Du started to prepare for Mr. Feng's surgery. Although craniotomy was very risky, but after all, as an expert in cardiovascular and cerebrovascular in Jinchuan City, Du Quancheng had to do quite a few craniotomies a year. The so-called thrombus surgery was to first remove the blood clots from the blood vessels. Then, in order to prevent the thrombus from continuing to coalesce, a stent will be placed inside the blood vessel to open up the aging and narrow blood vessel, thus allowing the blood to flow more smoothly. Watching Mr. Feng being pushed into the operating room, Lu Mozhao, Xiao Lanwan and the others were all very anxious, but they could not do anything now. They could only wait. Time passes by. Almost after 40 minutes, the lights in the operating room suddenly went out. Everyone stood up nervously. The surgery door was pushed open. Dean Wu and Prof. Du were both full of fatigue. Dean Wu, Professor Du, how is he doing as a teacher? The crowd gathered around and asked with anticipation. Du Quancheng sighed and said in a low voice, we did our best. The patient is too old. The surgery failed. What? Hearing this, Xiao Lanjuan's eyes went black and she almost fainted. Or it was Yanzi and Lu Miaozhao on the side, who hurriedly supported her. Teacher, you can't just leave like that. For a time dozens of Teacher Feng's students in the corridor howled with incomparable sadness. Xiao Lanwan pulled Lu Muzhou and continuously begged. Ma Ku Zhao, you must have a way to save teacher, right? You quickly let Dean Wu and Professor Du think of a way. Lu M looked at Dean Wu and Professor Du and asked, Dean Wu, Professor Du, is there really no way? Both of them were shaking their heads. They had indeed done their best. Lu Miaozhao also let out a sigh, although he also did not want to accept this reality. But over the years after being in the shopping mall for a long time, he had also become accustomed to seeing human feelings, and was much stronger than Xiao Lanwan and the others. Lanwan, Yanzi, I'm also sad that teacher is gone, but we have to accept this reality as well. Xiao Lanwan could no longer stand at this time. Her entire body sat paralyzed on the ground, her eyes listless. The blow that Teacher Feng's departure had dealt to him was just too great. At this time Wang Dandan suddenly thought of the formula that Li Fan left before he left and spoke. Uncle Lu, just now when Li Fan left didn't he leave a formula? Li Fan said that if anything happened to Mr. Feng, he would use that formula to decoct and feed it to Mr. Feng. When Dean Wu heard this, he immediately said with great displeasure, isn't this nonsense? A bull ***** brat scribbling a formula can save lives? However, Xiao Lanwan was suddenly hopeful and said excitedly, the situation is already at its worst now. Even if it's even worse, what can it do? I'm willing to give it a try, but wherever there is a little hope I will save the teacher. Seeing Xiao Lanwan so persistent, Lu Miaozhao had no choice but to agree. Then let someone go and grab the medicine. Immediately, a small nurse took the prescription and went to grab the medicine, and soon came back with a bowl of soup. Dean Wu and Du Quancheng both shook their heads when they saw this. A bowl of soup medicine can cure a patient who died due to craniotomy. This is pure nonsense. It's simply impossible. Everyone poured into the operating room. Xiao Lanwan took the medicine in the hands of the young nurse and said, I'm going to personally feed it to the teacher. After saying this, she came to the operating bed and looked at the teacher who was lying on the operating bed, her eyes closed and motionless. Her heart was like a knife. Xiao Lanwan gently lifted the teacher's head and put it on her lap, then broke open the teacher's mouth and fed the bowl of medicine into the teacher's mouth little by little. Xiao Lanwan was careful with every action. In fact, even she herself did not believe that this bowl of medicine could bring the teacher back to life. She was not wanting to regret her life. The only effort she could do now was to feed the teacher this bowl of soup medicine. Maybe for her, it was sort of completing a rite of passage. The others in the operating room actually felt the same way, and everyone was in tears and sadness as they watched the scene. But just at this time, Wang Dandan suddenly pointed at Teacher Feng's hand and said, Feng, Teacher Feng, his fingers moved. Chapter 87, A Speech That Sheds Light. Hearing this, everyone looked towards Teacher Feng's hands. Originally, they didn't believe it. thinking that Wang Dandan was seeing things, but this time when they looked, they saw that Mr. Fang's wrinkled hands were slowly lifting up. Swindle, swindle, swindle. Dean Wu was so scared that he took several steps back, his face full of panic. This was a surgery that he and Du Quancheng had done together, and he knew best what exactly was going on with Teacher Feng. Just now, this Teacher Feng had already died. Now how could his hands still move? Du Quancheng's heart also violently shrunk for a moment, followed by quickly rushing forward and connecting the instrument that had just been pulled off of Mr. Fang's body. Once again, drops. The electrocardiogram on the side made a sound, and it was seen that it showed that Teacher Feng had regained his heartbeat. Oh my god, this is simply a medical miracle. Du Quancheng trembled his hands with incomparable excitement. Teacher, you really woke up. Great. Xiao Lanwan was incomparably excited at the sight and hugged her teacher and cried out. As for Teacher Feng, at this moment, she still didn't understand what had happened. Could it be that the young man just now was really a generation of miracle doctors? Dean Wu spoke with a face full of disbelief. Du Quancheng also nodded his head and hurriedly snatched the prescription he had just received into his hands, holding it as if it was a treasure. I'm going to bring this prescription back to the city to study it properly. The one with the most complicated mood was Wang Dandan. She had always looked down on Li Fan, thinking that Li Fan was nothing and could achieve anything in his life. But just now, Li Fan, surprisingly, saved the life of Mr. Feng, who had already been judged dead by 2 medical experts, only by a prescription. Could it be that he had misunderstood Li Fan all before? At this moment, Li Fan had just returned to the city of Linshan in his own private jet when he received a call from Mr. Chun. Master Li, there is something I want to ask you to do. I don't know if it's convenient for you. Chen Hongyan's voice on the phone was incomparably humble. What is it? Say it. Chen Hongyan opened his mouth and said, my father has an old friend. Recently his body is very bad. He has been to many hospitals in China, and also invited experts from abroad, but none of them have any effect. So I want to trouble Master Chen. Can you step in and let him get some treatment? Good. Tell me the address. Li Fan agreed dryly. Chen Hongyan was greatly informed after hearing this and hurriedly sent the address to Li Fan. Li Fan retrieved his Bentley flying spur at the airport and came directly to the address Chen sent him. This is located in the old city center moving very old villa. This villa looks like it must have at least hundreds of years of history. Covers an area that is not too large, but the front and backyard, side yard, should have all. The whole villa has 3 floors, and it has a sense of history of the Republican period. Li Fan was a little surprised in his heart. The identity of the character who could live here was definitely not simple. Li Fan parked his car next to the gate of the villa, then got off the car and walked towards the villa. Just before he reached the door, he was stopped by a young man wearing a black Zhongshan suit. This little young man should be a bodyguard. Looked Li Fan up and down, wrinkled his brow as impatiently expelled to Li Fan. Go away. Lin Lao won't see you. Li Fan mood is a little unhappy. He has not said anything. This bodyguard is this kind of attitude. It is simply a dog's eye view. No, he himself came in a Bentley today. In the past, he used to go everywhere because he was too low profile, so others would look down on him. Today, it was not easy for him to be high profile for once, but he still ate the closed door. According to the plots of normal novels and TV dramas, if he drove a Bentley, shouldn't this bodyguard watching the door treat him with respect? I was introduced by Mr. Chen to see old Lin. Seeing Li Fan say that bodyguard's eyes were filled with disbelief because Li Fan was just too young. I said, you rich people, why are you like flies that you can't drive away? I told you guys, Elder Lin won't see you and won't accept any gifts from you. Hurry up and go. Li Fan's temper also came up. Directly sinking his face, he threatened this little bodyguard. I'll tell you again, I'm not here to give gifts. I was introduced by Mr. Chen to see Elder Li. If you delay things, can you afford the responsibility? This little bodyguard also didn't expect Li Fan to be so tough on him. Usually those rich people who wanted to go through the relationship and send gifts. In front of him every one of them was polite like a grandson. Even when he cursed, these rich people didn't dare to retort a word. So the little bodyguard was a little hesitant. Okay kid, you wait. I see if you are not here to see Lin Lao, I can't spare you, said this little bodyguard into the courtyard. Not long after, a 70 to 80-year-old man with a rolling cane, followed by a 17 to 18-year-old incomparably beautiful little girl walked out. Xiao Ji, where is the divine doctor that Xiao Chen introduced to us? The bodyguard called Xiao Ji, pointed at Li Fan and said, Elder Lin. He is. Elder Lin was also very surprised to see Li Fan so young, then smilingly opened his mouth and asked, young man, your master is the one Xiao Chen invited to see me. Right, where is he? Li Fan smiled and spoke directly. Hello Master Lin, I'm Li Fan, I'm the one Mr. Chen invited to see you. When Elder Lin spoke, the girl beside him was already reluctant to get up and reprimanded Li Fan. Kid, You're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you talk big, just you or a divine doctor? After saying that, she said to Lin Lao, Grandpa, I see that this Mr. Chen also didn't take you back to be at all, and found some kind of a cat or a dog, and came to give you a medical treatment. The girl's words let Li Fan is very dissatisfied. Although this girl looks very beautiful, even if Chu Yingying and she stood together, are to discuss inferior. In fact, it was not that Chu Yingying was inferior to her in terms of looks, but mainly in terms of temperament and dress. This girl looks like she grew up from a rich family. That kind of noble temperament, not ordinary people can have. But no matter what, her words made Li Fan very unhappy. What? Is this how you treat your guests? That girl was just about to reprimand the protagonist, but Lin Lao waved his hand at her smilingly, then looked at Li Fan and said, Young man, this granddaughter of mine has been spoiled since she was a child. Don't mind, but old man, I've been sick here for years and I can't be cured, so I don't need to trouble you anymore. You go back and thank Xiaochun for me. Li Fan laughed when he heard this. This Lin Lao spoke all politely, but it was obvious that he was also looking down on himself. Li Fan looked up and down at Lin Lao for a few moments, then spoke directly about his condition. Your disease should be in your lungs. In the beginning it didn't affect your normal breathing. It only produces pain when it's cloudy and raining, or when you do strenuous exercise. In the past 2 years the condition has begun to worsen, and you now have to endure severe pain with every breath you take, which should be very unpleasant. You've always thought that the disease in your lungs was due to a previous injury you suffered and fell victim to, but in fact, it's not. You were born with this lung disease. How do you know that, little friend? When Elder Lin heard this, he immediately looked greatly energized, full of shock, and asked at Li Fan. Even his address to Li Fan changed. The girl on the side was disdainful. Grandpa, he was introduced by Mr. Chen. He must know your situation. What's so surprising about this? Lin Old, this is the tone of incomparable gravity, said. One air outsiders all only know that I have a lung disease. My specific situation others do not know. The most critical is that little Chen does not know that I have previously suffered from lung injuries. Finished Lin Old, eyes gleaming, eyes staring at Li Fan. Once again sniffing alumni, these how do you know? I see it. Li Fan finished turning around and left. But I am too young. I cannot cure you in this case, so I left first. Hey, what is your attitude? Stop with me. Lin Wanair saw that Li Fan even said to leave, completely not take their grandparents and grandchildren seriously. At a time of incomparable anger, Lin Old Man then hurriedly commanded to Lin Wanair, quickly ask this little friend to stay grandfather's disease. He can definitely cure it. Lin Wanair was full of surprise. He was more than aware of how serious his grandfather's illness was. Over the years various experts at home and abroad had been searched for, but none of them had any solutions. He didn't expect that his grandfather would think so highly of this young man, but he had to do what he was told, and hurriedly ran out, wanting to stop Li Fan. Li Fan at this time has been driving a Billy Fisher a foot of gas and dust. Simply ignore the chase out of Lin Wan. Outrageous, even dare to be so on the go. Lin Wanair stood in the doorway and stomped her feet in anger. Since childhood no one has ever dared to throw him a look. At this moment Li Lao has also chased out. Saw Li Fan has gone. Sighed, full of loss. Just now it is us who have eyes but no pearls. Did not stay. This divine Dr. Lin Wanair said with a heart full of disbelief. Grandpa, I see that he is just in vain. And didn't he say it himself? Cannot cure your problem. Just look out, what is the use of grandpa, we still go abroad to find other experts. Lin Lao shook his head and said with a long sigh. Those so-called Western doctors are flowery. Useless. If this little friend cannot cure my disease, I am afraid that no one in the world can cure me, said Lin Old Man, turned around and walked towards the house. The back was incomparably despondent. Lin Wanair saw the situation. Her heart was very distressed about her grandfather. Kid, you give me weight? I must let you give my grandfather to see the doctor. The next plot fusion. The strongest chi practicing period in history, as well as the urban first sword fairy Wang Dandan plot. Chapter 88, I can't be cured. The girl on the side was disdainful. Grandpa, he was introduced by Mr. Chen. He must know about your condition. What's so surprising about that? Lin Lao said in an incomparably grave tone. Wanair, outsiders only know that I have a lung disease, but the specifics are unknown to others. The most crucial thing is that the Xiaochen doesn't know that I've suffered a lung injury before. After saying this, Lin Lao's eyes gleamed as he stared at Li Fan and asked again. Little friend, how did you know all this? I saw it. Li Fan turned around after saying that. But I'm too young. I can't cure this condition of yours, so I'll leave first. Hey, what's your attitude? Stop right there. Lin Wanair saw that Li Fan even said to leave, completely not taking their grandparents and grandchildren seriously, and for a moment, she was incomparably furious. Lin Lao, on the other hand, hurriedly instructed Lin Wanair. Wanair, quickly ask this little friend to stay. Grandpa's illness, he can definitely cure it. Lin Wanner's face was filled with surprise. She couldn't be more clear about how serious her grandfather's illness was. Over the years various experts at home and abroad had been searched for, but none of them had any solutions. She didn't expect her grandfather to think so highly of this young man. Grandpa ordered. She had to do it, and hurriedly ran out, wanting to stop Li Fan. But Li Fan had already sped off in his Bentley at this point, kicking the gas and raising the dust, not paying any attention to Lin Wanner who chased her out. Outrageous! How dare you leave like this? Lin Wanner stood in the doorway and stomped her feet in anger. Since she was a child, no one had ever dared to give her a look. At this moment, Elder Lin had also chased out. Seeing that Li Fan had already left, he sighed filled with loss. It was us who had no eyes to keep this divine doctor just now. Lin Wanner said with a heart full of defiance. Grandpa, I think he is just a vain appearance. And didn't he say himself that he can't cure your problem? What's the use of just looking out? Grandpa, let's go abroad and look for other experts. Lin Lao shook his head and said with a long sigh. Those so-called Western doctors are all flowery and useless. If even this little friend can't cure me, I'm afraid no one in this world will be able to cure me. Saying this, Lin Lao turned around and walked towards the house, his back incomparably despondent. Seeing this, Lin Wanner's heart ached for her grandfather. Kid, you wait for me, I will make sure that you treat my grandfather. When Li Fan returned to Yundang Mountain, it was already late in the day, and once again he passed by the wetland park under Yundang Mountain, and just as he walked into the woods, the black holes of the pistols were pressed against Li Fan's forehead. A dozen big men in black clothes with cold faces surrounded Li Fan. Who are you guys? Li Fan's face did not have a trace of panic, and his tone was incomparably calm as he asked. We are the ones who want you dead. Kid, 2 nights ago, did you save a woman here? You're in league with those killers. Li Fan had already guessed in his heart, but now he was able to be sure. Dare to spoil my Zhao family's good deed, you must die. The big man's eyes revealed a fluent killing chance and his finger pressed tightly on the trigger. Li Fan similarly turned gloomy as he spoke. Is this the same style that your Zhao family does things? The few that were killed by me before were the same as you guys, indiscriminately trying to kill. You all know what will happen. I don't really want to meddle or cause trouble. If there is really trouble coming to my door, I will settle the trouble once and for all. Kid, you need to be clear. It's you, not me. Who has a gun pointed at your forehead right now? Go to hell. The big man was enraged by Li Fan's words. He had never seen such a rampant kid, being pointed at his forehead with a gun and still daring to talk so much nonsense. He violently pulled the trigger. Poof! The pistol made a dull sound, but the Li Fan in front of him instantly disappeared. What's going on? The big man immediately turned back to look for Li Fan, and the other dozen or so big men looked for Li Fan's figure. I'm here! An ice-cold voice rang out from above the heads of the crowd, and the dozen or so big men looked up at the sky. They saw Li Fan accompanied by tens of falling leaves around him, rapidly flying towards them. Ah! Miserable screams resounded in the woods as the falling leaves were like sharp blades, slitting the throats of a dozen people. The man who had previously pointed a gun at Li Fan's head covered his throat and followed Li Fan incredulously. Flying flowers and picking leaves can hurt anyone. This is a martial arts master. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, he had already swallowed his breath and died. Li Fan walked directly to him, touched his chest, pulled out a cell phone from the inner pocket of his coat, tapped on the call log, and called the last number called. The phone was picked up after 3 rings, and a droning voice came from the opposite side. Da hey, are things settled? Li Fan opened his mouth and asked. Your men have been settled by me. Who are you? There was no sound on the phone, and 5 seconds later, the voice raged. Damn, you killed nearly 20 of my carefully trained experts one after another. I will definitely not let you go. No matter who you are, I will definitely chop you up. Li Fan directly said coldly. No need to be so troublesome. You tell me where you are now. I'll go look for it. You kid, you wait for me. Zhao Lei hung up the phone angrily after saying that. Although he was usually hanging around and looking like a playboy, he was not a little cutie. The fact that Li Fan alone was able to kill so many of his experts one after another was enough to show that Li Fan's strength was not simple. So naturally he would not expose himself in the open for Li Fan to come to him. He would always hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to get Li Fan killed. Hating me so much, why don't you tell me where you are? Li Fan casually threw that bodyguard's cell phone to the ground, shook his head in confusion, and continued walking towards home. When Li Fan returned home, his mother was anxiously waiting for him in the living room. When she saw Li Fan return, she quickly asked, Little Fan, how is he? Mr. Feng? Li Fan thought for a moment and said, as long as they are not stupid, Mr. Feng should be fine now. Zheng Suiping somewhat did not understand what her son meant. Li Fan had to comfort. Mom, don't worry, Teacher Feng will be fine. It's getting late. You also go back to rest properly. Good. Little Fan, tomorrow your father and I will go back to the town. You take care of your sister. Got it. Li Fan agreed. He knew that his mom would not be at ease until she went back and took a look at teacher phone with her own eyes. Early the next morning, Li Fan arranged for Huang Lei to send his parents to the airport. Then he personally cooked a breakfast for Li Nian to eat and go to school. When Li Fan finished working on everything, the doorbell of the house was rung by someone. Chapter 89 The Deal. Li Fan opened the door to his room and saw Lin Waner standing in the doorway wearing a buckskin-colored trench coat and a large sunglasses on that delicate little face. What did you come here to say? Li Fan asked with a frown. Lin Waner was a little angry when she heard this, but thinking that her grandfather said that only Li Fan could save him, she still pressed down her anger and said to Li Fan, Li Fan, I came to find you to cure my grandfather. Lin Waner's tone was impulsive. Li Fan directly and decisively shook his head and refused. I can't cure your grandfather's disease. My grandfather said you can cure it. Li Fan, I've already personally come to invite you. Don't give me an inch. Li Fan felt that this woman was simply unreasonable. No wonder even Confucius said that only women and small people are hard to raise. Why can't all the women in the world be as gentle, considerate and understanding as Sister Hong and Qin Sharo and Xu Yingying? Li Fan didn't want to pay too much attention to Lin Waner. Carrying a bucket and hoe, he went to his vegetable garden to plow the land. Seeing this, Lin Waner looked at Li Fan as if she was looking at an idiot. Are you sick? You live in this villa, and it doesn't seem like you lack money. Why are you still planting your own tea? With this time, won't you go and make more money? How many vegetables do you want to buy that way? Li Fan said with a disdainful face. Money is not as precious as these vegetables. What's so precious about these crappy vegetables? I wouldn't eat them for nothing. Our family only eats green organic vegetables. They have to go through layers of inspection before they can be served on my family's table. The more Lin Waner said, the more complacent she became. Li Fan directly picked the tomato next to his hand and plugged it into Lin Waner's tantalizing cherry mouth. Bah! Washed or not washed, you stuffed it into someone's mouth? Lin Waner was furious and was just about to throw the tomato away, but the refreshing juice flowed into her mouth, instantly making Lin Waner fall in love with the flavor. Oh my god, what is this? Why does it taste so sweet? This time it was Li Fan who revealed a smug look and said to Lin Waner, the bull ***** organic vegetables you're eating, are they as tasty as the ones I grew myself? Lin Waner's face was green and red. She really disliked Li Fan's smelly look, but she had to admit that the tomatoes that Li Fan had grown were really too tasty, and were not at all comparable to the organic green vegetables in their home. Lin Waner looked at the tomato in her hand, swallowed her saliva and couldn't help but eat the tomato whole. Seeing this, Li Fan snickered in his heart. This little girl usually looked like she was flailing, but she was still a child inside. Li Fan, will you cure my grandfather? Lin Waner finished eating the tomatoes, but said to Li Fan. Li Fan shook his head. Lin Waner was so angry that she crossed her arms, but she didn't know what came to her mind and didn't argue with Li Fan, but suddenly asked, Li Fan, do you know who owns this back mountain of yours? Li Fan turned his head and looked towards the hillside behind his villa. There was no house built on this hillside, and he didn't know who it belonged to. Li Fan shook his head. Lin Waner smiled smugly and said, the hillside behind your villa is mine. As long as you go and help my grandpa to see a doctor, I will give you this small slope to grow vegetables. Li Fan's eyes lit up when he heard this. You're telling the truth? Lin Waner nodded her head and said in a godly manner, Lin Waner, never tell lies. Li Fan was a bit moved. He had been thinking about this land behind him for a while. Li Fan was especially keen on planting healthy vegetables, but there were too few places to plant vegetables in his villa. If this piece of land could be circled, it would be a good thing for Li Fan. At that time, he would not only be able to grow vegetables, but also be able to raise pigs and cows. After all, he couldn't always eat veggies. Okay, deal. Li Fan put down his hoe and agreed dryly. Li Waner was incredibly happy. This girl also did things in a thunderous manner, immediately pulling Li Fan back to the villa. Grandpa, look who I brought back for you. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Lin Waner shouted excitedly. He saw Lin Lao walk out of the villa and said helplessly, you girl, how many times have I told you not to be fussy? When Elder Lin saw Li Fan, he also looked overjoyed. Little friendly, quickly come in. Yesterday, Waner and I both did something wrong. I hope you don't mind. Li Fan had always been a man who respected me 1 foot. I respected others 1 foot. For a person of Lin Lao's status to be so polite to him, Li Fan was somewhat moved in his heart. Elder Lin, you are too serious. It is the kid who was willy-nilly yesterday. Originally the kid was also invited by Mr. Chen to give you a medical treatment. You old man, sit first. I will take your pulse. Lin old man nodded his head repeatedly. The more he looked at Li Fan, the more happy he was. He felt that Li Fan was young. Not only was his medical skill excellent, but his heart was even more calm and generous. Not arrogant and not impatient. There were few young people who could be like Li Fan. Li Fan took Lin Lao's pulse for a few moments, and said with a serious look, Lin Lao, your disease would actually be very curable if you were earlier. It's just that the disease is aggravated by the accumulation of time, and it will take some effort to treat it. Lin Lao was incomparably excited to hear this, and asked expectantly, "Little friendly, are you saying that you can cure this disease of mine?" "That's right," Li Fan responded. Elder Lin and Lin Wanner glanced at each other, and the two of them were instantly incomparably happy. For how many years, they had visited famous doctors all over the world, and there was nothing they could do about this disease, and since Li Fan said he could cure it, "Li Fan, how does my grandfather's disease need to be cured? No matter how much it costs, we are willing," Lin Wanner said from the side. Li Fan took a pen and paper aside to write down a prescription and then said, "Given that Elder Lin's condition is rather serious, I will start from two aspects. One is that I will personally administer needles to Elder Lin and use the art of acupuncture to repair Elder Lin's broken lungs. Then I will use this soup to administer assistance to consolidate the vital energy, so that Elder Lin can recover completely." Li Fan reminded again, "There are a few herbs in my formula that are quite rare, so I still need you to send someone to find them," Lin Wanner assured with incomparable confidence. "Don't worry, with my Lin family's connections, no matter what herbs it is, we will be able to find them." Li Fan first administered needles to Elder Lin. After a set of acupuncture, Elder Lin felt refreshed and his face turned a lot rosier. Even his laughter was filled with neutral energy. Good. For how many years? I haven't been so relaxed. Little Friendly is truly a divine doctor. At this time, Lin Wanner's phone rang. Lin Wanner picked up the phone and after listening to a few sentences, her face became ugly. "Grandpa, something happened to the company. You go and get busy. Don't worry about me. This body of mine is much better now." Lin Lao waved his hand and said. Lin Wanner turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly turned back to look at Li Fan and said joyfully, "Li Fan, you'll come with me. Just in time to help." Chapter 90, Uncultured. Li Fan was puzzled. What could he do to help with Lin Wanner's company? But seeing Lin Wanner's anxious appearance at this time, Li Fan was also too lazy to bother with her, so he followed Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner drove to a large factory located in the outskirts of the city, Manhwa Technology. As soon as he entered the gate of the factory, Li Fan felt that the factory was a bit unusual, not to mention other things. The gate alone was just like those secret bases in sci-fi movies. The gate was fully automated without any guards, and there were several cameras and scanners at the front and back of the gate, scanning the license plate numbers of the cars and the irises of the people in the cars. When entering the factory, Li Fan also found that so big factory, a person did not, only to see a variety of vehicles are all automatic driving, transportation of goods, loading and unloading goods. It wasn't until Lin Wanner drove the car to a factory building that he saw nearly 100 people surrounding the place. "Mr. Lin is here." The crowd that had gathered around saw Lin Wanner's car and immediately dispersed. One by one, their faces were filled with excitement. Lin Wanner was their backbone. "Wanner, you're here." A man and a woman in the crowd. Two youths walked up. These two wore not work uniforms, but suits, and at a glance, they were the leaders here. The male had a handsome appearance and the female had a clear face. "Wanner, you're here." The youth smiled and greeted Lin Wanner. "I said, call me General Manager Lin in the company." Lin Wanner corrected at the youth. Zhao Hong was full of unconcern and continued, "General Manager Lin, come and take a look. These machines don't know what's wrong with them all of a sudden. It seems like the magnetic field is misplaced, injuring quite a few of our workers." Li Fan followed Lin Wanner over and saw that at this moment, several machines that looked like robots had collapsed east to west on the ground. Next to them, there were 7 or 8 workers with bruises and swollen noses, and there were 2 with serious injuries. Their arms seemed to be fractured and twisted in a frightening way. "Li Fan, can you treat these people?" Lin Wanner asked Li Fan. Li Fan nodded and said, "No problem, they can all be cured." "Great, Li Fan, you are really great." Lin Wanner was instantly happy after hearing this. He was now very confident in Li Fan's medical skills. Zhao Heng's eyes clouded over when he saw this scene. He had been pursuing Lin Wanner for some time now, and Lin Wanner had never shown him such a smile. What kind of person was this brat? "Mr. Lin, who is this?" Zhao Heng asked Lin Wanner with a smile. Lin Wanner introduced to everyone. "This is Li Fan, a famous doctor. His medical skills are very impressive. My grandfather's illness was cured by him." The girl on the side and Lin Wanner should be very familiar with each other, and seemed to be aware of Lin Lao's condition, and said in surprise, "Grandpa Lin's illness was cured? He's so powerful?" Li Fan glanced at this beautiful woman. Although this beautiful woman was not as good as Lin Wan and excellent in appearance, but she had a good figure, with a convex front and curved back. Seeing that this woman dared to question his medical skills, Li Fan revealed a bad smile and approached the plump girl and whispered, "Do you feel your chest swell and hurt before your period every month? How do you know?" Zhang Xinqin was incredibly surprised and glared at Li Fan with shame and anger. Li Fan said smugly, "Because I'm a divine doctor. If you ever have such an affliction again, you can come to me. I'm not going to look for you, rascal. Zhang Xinxin glared viciously at Li Fan. She didn't have a good impression of Li Fan. Oily and smooth talking, she didn't look like a good person. Li Fan didn't bother with her. At this moment, he walked up and used the bone-setting method recorded in the inheritance as well as the bleeding-stopping method to heal those injured workers. The whole set of actions down the line. Soon these workers all stood up, feeling that their wounds didn't hurt anymore. Divine Doctor. Thank you, Divine Doctor. The group of workers were all incomparably grateful to the protagonist, and even Lin Wanner, who knew that the protagonist's medical skills were extraordinary, was also very surprised. Zhang Xinxin was struggling a bit in her heart at this moment. She didn't expect Li Fan's medical skills to be really so powerful. So was it possible that he could really cure her problems? But this guy really didn't look like a good person, and she didn't know where Wan Er had found him. Alright, the injured workers have been cured. Mr. Lin, let's deal with the problem of these robots next. This involves the core secrets of our company. All the irrelevant peoples go out. When Zhao Hong said the words, he also deliberately glanced at Li Fan. It was obvious that he just wanted to drive Li Fan away. Lin Wan'er thought about it and felt that it was right. They were a technology company. These robots were their core products. About the robots going wrong and how to solve these problems, it was true that they could not let outsiders know. But at this time, Li Fan glanced at the group of robots and spoke. These robots having problems may not have anything to do with your core technology. I think it's best if you guys don't go astray and waste your efforts. What did you say? Do you know about technology? Do you know artificial intelligence? Can you program? You're a doctor who knows nothing. What qualifications do you have to blurt out here? Zhao Han immediately pointed at Li Fan and chided him. Many of the company's researchers on the side were also frowning, feeling that Li Fan was indeed a bit unknowing when he said such things. They had to admit that Li Fan did have a few skills in medical arts, but a different profession was like a different mountain. How could medical arts and scientific research be mixed up? Lin Wanner also felt that Li Fan was a bit of a mongrel, but she still couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, Li Fan, what do you think is the reason why these robots are having problems? Li Fan narrowed his eyes and surveyed the entire plant and said with a cold smile, I think you should have offended someone. Someone has set up a feng shui bureau here to disturb the magnetic field and make these iron lumps of yours have problems. Ridiculous to the extreme. Hearing this, Zhao Hong couldn't listen anymore and directly interrupted Li Fan. He was worried that he didn't know how to teach this kid Li Fan a lesson. He didn't expect him to hit himself on the gun. What a fool. Mr. Lin, we are a high-tech company. All we talk about is science. For him to be here talking to us about feudal superstitions, it's really ridiculous. Forget it, hurry up and let him out. Don't delay our business. Zhang Xinxin also nodded in favor. Lin Wan'er sighed. Li Fan's medical skills were good, but after all, it is still not very educated to be able to say such laughable words out. Li Fan, go wait for me outside for a while. I'll come back to you when I've taken care of these things. Seeing that no one was listening to what he said, Li Fan didn't bother to care about them and directly stepped towards the outside of the plant. Next to him, a staff member took Li Fan to the restroom. Chapter 91 Feng Shui Bureau. As soon as Li Fan left, Lin Wanner inside the plant immediately began to organize the crowd to their posts. Some went to check the coding program. Some went to check the hardware of these robots. Everyone was clearly divided. But after checking around, the final conclusion was that there was nothing wrong with these robots. Strange, there's nothing wrong with this program or hardware. Why did they suddenly go out of control? Lin Wanner was also puzzled. If you're sure there's no problem, try energizing it again and give it a try. Good. Everyone hurriedly restored these robots to their original state and then flipped the switch. For a while the robots went about their business once again. At first there was no problem, but after almost 5 minutes, the huge mechanical arm of one of the robots suddenly swept across towards Lin Wan and the others. Watch out! Zhang Xinxin, who was on the side, hurriedly jumped up to protect Lin Wanner, and the two of them fell and rolled aside together. The stockings on Lin Wanner's long straight legs were all scratched up, but fortunately the two dodged the huge mechanical arm. Quickly turn off the power. Zhao Hong shouted anxiously to the crowd from the sidelines. However, the robot's movements were implemented too quickly now, and the other robot had already rushed in front of Zhao Hong, directly crashing into his body. With a bang, it knocked Zhao Hong out 5 or 6 meters away, and he fell to the ground with an incomparably painful expression. It wasn't until then that a staff member finally cut off all the electricity to all the robots. For a time, the people in the plant all had a look of relief. Lin Wan'er stood up, his hand on his chest, stunned. The scene that had just happened was simply terrifying. He had developed quite a few robots since he set up his scientific research company. These robots all followed programs to complete their tasks. The error rate was much lower than manual labor, so in her eyes, robots had always been docile. Ones that were able to follow her instructions and go about their tasks as they pleased. It had never occurred to her that robots could become so terrifying. Where exactly did this go wrong? Lin Wan-er was puzzled. The chief engineer next to her came forward, equally incomparably puzzled all the same. General Manager Lin, I've checked, and there's still nothing wrong with the program just now. It's really too strange. Could it really be a feng shui problem? Zhang Xinxin, who was next to him, guessed. Immediately, everyone's gazes fell on her, and Zhang Xinxin instantly lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong. I'm also talking nonsense, so you guys can just pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Wan-er spoke up. Maybe Li Fan is right. I'll go find him. When Lin Wan-er looked for him, Li Fan was in the lounge, chattering with a small robot that was able to converse with people like a stream. It had to be said that nowadays, this artificial intelligence was really developing rapidly. This little robot was round, spoke in a milky voice, and answered questions in a logical and clear manner. Li Fan is thinking of asking Lin Wan-er how much this robot costs and buy one to send back to his sister. Just at this time, Lin Wan-er came in. Li Fan, what did you just say? What's going on with the feng shui layout? When Li Fan heard this, he smiled smugly and said, What? Your so-called science can't solve your robot? Lin Wan-er hated Li Fan's teeth when she looked at his villainous look. Don't you fall on your sword here. Is there a solution or not? Of course there is a way, but why should I help you? Unless you give me this little robot, Li Fan said with a bad smile. Lin Wan-er agreed without any good humor. No problem. This little robot is yours. Deal. Li Fan stood up and followed Lin Wan-er outside while asking, How did you guys set this up? This little guy is quite cute when he talks. Lin Wan-er almost couldn't help but laugh out loud and said mysteriously to Li Fan, You want to know? I'll tell you when you help me solve the problem. The two of them went back to that plant again. Zhao Hong and Zhang Xinxin stood aside and watched with cold eyes. It was obvious that both of them felt that what Li Fan said about the feng shui layout was just bull *******, and wanted to be there to see Li Fan's jokes. I really don't know what Wan-er is thinking. Why do you believe in those feudal superstitions? Zhang Xinxin couldn't help but complain. Zhang Hong nodded his head afterward and said, That guy called Li Fan is nothing more than a charlatan Jianghu wilderness herbalist. I now suspect that Elder Lin's illness. I'm afraid it's not even cured. What? Then I'll have to persuade Wan-er later. Don't let her fall for it. Zhang Xinxin frowned when she heard this. Li Fan, what exactly is the feng shui layout you mentioned? Lin Wan-er asked as she followed Li Fan to survey the plant. The so-called feng shui is actually not a feudal superstition. Even with your scientific methods, it can still be explained. You guys also said before that one of the reasons that affects robots is that the magnetic field has changed. Let me ask you, how was the magnetic field formed? Li Fan explained to Lin Wan-er while observing the situation inside the plant. Lin Wan-er replied seriously, There are many reasons that determine the magnetic field, and the geographical environment is the main one. That's right, the geographical environment is an important factor in forming a magnetic field. Since this phenomenon can occur in the natural environment, it also proves that in a man-made situation, it is also possible to produce the anomaly of a magnetic field by making changes to the geographical layout of a place. Listening to Li Fan's words, Lin Wan-er began to think about it. Theoretically, what Li Fan said wasn't impossible. It was just that there were too many mysteries in this nature that the human mountains couldn't comprehend anymore. She had never read a scientific paper that elaborated on being able to artificially cause changes in the magnetic field. Only Lin Wan-er didn't know that compared to Chinese culture, this science was just too shallow. Wan-er, don't listen to his nonsense here. Even according to what he said, this plant of ours has really been made into a feng shui bureau. I would love to ask. Not a single blade of grass, not a single brick, not a single tile, not a single ornament in this factory building has ever changed. So tell me how this feng shui bureau was done? Zhao Hong walked over at this time and impatiently questioned Li Fan. Lin Wan-er nodded her head and asked, Right, Li Fan. It's to make me believe now that this place has been made a feng shui bureau. About feng shui I also know something. That would have to be a change made to something in the factory building to destroy the feng shui. And we haven't made any changes to this factory building. And we haven't added any items. So how could it be possible that a feng shui bureau has been done? Li Fan's gaze snapped towards the four corners of the plant and laughed coldly. This technique was so familiar. Could it be done by the same person? Chapter 92, Behind the Scenes. Li Fan muttered something to himself before saying to Lin Wan-er, You have someone go to the four corners of the factory building and look down with a shovel to see if there is anything. Without waiting for Lin Wan-er to speak, Zhao Hong directly interrupted Li Fan. What did you say? To have people digging the corners of the factory building. Isn't this nonsense? The corners of the factory building are the foundation of the entire factory building. Casually moving the earth will destroy the structure of the room. This is a great safety hazard. I disagree. Lin Wan-er also nodded her head and said, Yes, Li Fan. What exactly are you going to do? The foundation of the factory can't be moved casually. Li Fan's gaze was full of deep meaning as he glanced at Zhao Heng, and then said incomparably firmly to Lin Wanner, "You just said that the place of feng shui is the place where you have to create a change to the entire environment to be able to change it. But this change is not limited to what your eyes can see? The root of the feng shui layout of your factory building lies in the fact that someone factory building 4 corners of the ground floor has been tampered with. You just need to have someone dig a few shovels in these 4 corners. And I think the foundation of your factory building should be very deep. It's not like digging a few shovels of soil casually will destroy the foundation. If that's the case, you'll have to look for the person who built the factory building. It's simply a tofu dregs project." Lin Wan'er felt that Li Fan had a point, but Zhao Heng still insisted on opposing it. "Wan'er, we absolutely can't do what he says. If something really goes wrong with this plant, all these core equipment of ours will be finished. This is what we've been working on all along." Li Fan sneered and gave Zhao Heng a glance and asked, "Mr. Zhao, why are you so resistant to digging the 4 corners of the plant? Could it be because of a weak heart? But it's fine. A weak heart isn't scary, as long as you don't have weak kidneys. Kid, what did you T-Mom say?" Zhao Heng instantly became angry, gritting his teeth and cursing at this Li Fan. "Alright." Lin Wanner was distracted and scolded the two of them before opening her mouth and deciding. Follow what Li Fan said. Hearing Lin Wan'er's decision, Zhao Heng's face changed violently, but he knew that since Lin Wan'er had already decided, it was useless for him to say anything else. At this time, a dozen or so workers stood at each of the 4 corners of the plant and dug with shovels. Not long after, he saw someone worker shouting, "Lin, Mr. Lin, there's something here." Lin Wan'er immediately walked forward. "What's down there?" The workers surrounded the dugout thing and scratched the soil a few more times before saying, "General Manager Lin, this seems to be an altar. Bring it up and take a look." Lin Wan'er ordered. The worker immediately brought up the altar inside and was just about to open it when Li Fan kindly reminded, "Li Wan'er, you'd better stand back." "What do you mean?" Li Wan'er looked at Li Fan full of doubts. "Just listen to me." Without explaining too much, Li Fan opened his mouth and said. Li Wan'er took 2 steps back before signaling the worker to open the altar. The mouth of the altar was sealed with a circle of tape. The worker cut the tape and took the lid off the top. A stench filled everyone's nose for a moment. "Wow!" Some people directly vomited. "What is this smell? How come it stinks so bad?" Inside this is a human head." Some of the workers who saw that thing in the blanket were directly scared and sat on their asses on the ground, continuously backing away in incomparable horror. "Oh my god, what is this?" Li Wan'er was also scared out of her wits and exclaimed to Li Fan. Li Fan stepped forward and glanced towards the human head and saw a circular talisman affixed to the head. "Have the other corners dug up the same altar yet?" Li Fan asked the workers of the other 3 corners. But at this time, the workers of the other 3 corners had long since turned pale with fear, because they had all seen what was happening over here. The most terrifying thing was that they had also dug up the same altar. One by one, they were all far away from that altar, not daring to open it. Li Fan shook his head. No wonder, these workers were ordinary people. Knowing that there was a human head in this altar, surely no one would dare to fight. So Li Fan directly went forward and personally lifted up the altar in all 3 corners and put it in one place to open it. At once the stench became even stronger, and he saw that in those 3 altars, there was likewise a human head in all of them, with a circular talisman affixed to it. "Li Fan, what are we going to do now? Should we call the police?" Lin Wan'er asked to Li Fan. Now she had completely believed what Li Fan had said. Li Fan nodded and said, "With 4 heads found, calling the police is also the right choice. But what you want to think about the most right now is to figure out who is trying to harm you. Who wants to harm me? I haven't had such a deep hatred with anyone either." Lin Wan'er pondered bitterly. Speaking of which, with her Lin family's power, there was simply no one in the entire city of Linshan who dared to mess with her. The most crucial thing was that her Lin family's power was not rooted in Linshan City, and those local big families in Linshan City did not have too much conflict of interest. Even if she is now this technology enterprise, in the entire city of Linshan, also belongs to a blank area, and no other family involved in this industry, so she really couldn't think of who was trying to harm her. Seeing this, Li Fan opened his mouth and reminded, "You can go to the Guo family to find out some information. Not long ago, the Guo family was similarly set up with a feng shui bureau." "Okay, I'll go back to the Guo family and ask about it," Lin Wan promised. At this time, Lin Wan'er hurriedly asked Li Fan again, "Li Fan, after these things are dug out, will the feng shui of this place be restored to its original state?" Li Fan said, "Almost. I'll put 2 more talismans in this factory building of yours, and the feng shui bureau laid down before will completely disappear." "Okay Li Fan, thank you." Lin Wan'er was now really grateful to Li Fan. To know this technology company, it was her heart and soul, just like her child. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Fan had stepped in, this time it really would have been victimized. Li Fan went aside and wrote 2 yellow paper talismans and pasted them on the factory maternity ward. Lin Wan-er once again expressed her gratitude to Li Fan and personally arranged for someone to send Li Fan home. Watching Li Fan leave, a flash of sinister killing intent flashed in Zhao Heng's eyes. After getting off work in the evening, Zhao Hong drove back to the Zhao family villa, and once he entered the living room, he saw his father, Zhao Yuanbang, and his elder brother, Zhao Lei, were all there. Zhao Hong hurriedly said, "Dad, big brother, there's a problem on the Lin family's side. What's going on?" Zhao Yuanbang immediately frowned, his face gloomy. Recently, the bureaus laid by his Zhao family had gone wrong one after another, making him very unhappy. "Little brother, there's a problem on your side as well?" Zhao Lei asked similarly. Zhao Hong was also very puzzled upon hearing this. "Big brother, something went wrong on your side as well?" Zhao Lei said in a sinister tone. "I don't know which little bad thing I did. That little from the Wei family gave it a run for its money. There's also the Feng Shui Bureau laid down on the Guo family's side. It was also destroyed." Chapter 93, The Imperial Food House. Zhao Hong hurriedly spoke. "I know who destroyed the Feng Shui Bureau on the Guo family's side." "Who was it?" Zhao Yuanbang and Zhao Lei asked at the same time. "A guy named Li Fan," Zhao Hong said angrily. The problems on the Lin family's side were also caused by that guy named Li Fan. Li Fan? Hearing this name, Zhao Lei's eyes almost spewed out fire. "Can you see if it's this guy?" Zhao Lei flipped out Li Fan's picture from his cell phone. Zhao Hong took a look and nodded repeatedly. "That's right, it's him. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes." "Good you Li Fan, how dare you jeopardize my Zhao family's grand plan." Zhao Lei gritted his teeth, itching to eat Li Fan alive. Last time, if it wasn't for Li Fan's meddling, he would have been able to get the Guo family's old man killed, then marry the Guo family's little girl and directly enter the Guo family. Unfortunately, all of this was ruined by Li Fan. "What's going on over at the Lin family?" Zhao Yuanbang asked. Zhao Heng immediately told what happened at the factory earlier. Both of them were blue in the face. They didn't expect this kid to know the art of feng shui. Zhao Lei was surprised. Originally he thought that Li Fan just knew some medical skills. At this time, a henchman hurriedly walked in and said respectfully to the 3, "Master, first young master, second young master." "What's the matter?" Zhao Lei asked. "Eldest young master, I've found the person you asked me to look into. It's this person who saved the Wei family's eldest miss and killed the experts we sent one after another." Saying that, the subordinate took out a photo. Zhou Lei Godman took a look and his teeth were in a rage. Li Fan is Li Fan again. The person on that work is even more Li Fan. It seems that this son cannot stay. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes. Cold light flashes. "Layer, no matter what method you use to get rid of the red sun to me, I do not want to hear that he undermines me again." The Zhao family's big taboo is that Zhao Lei nodded his head and agreed. And in his heart, he had already begun to think about how to screw the protagonist. Li Fan returned home and then called Chen Hongyan and asked him to send a construction team to come to the back of the villa and do an overall plan. Li Fan's only requirement was that the back mountain mainly had to be used to grow vegetables and raise livestock for it. Chen Hongyan was very efficient, and the next day he had already brought the construction team to the door. A designer in his early 20s, wearing a suit and with a talented appearance, gave Li Fan a detailed explanation of his overall design for the back mountain. "Hello Mr. Li. My design for this back mountain is a synthesis of the ancient Jiangnan garden style of our country of China, as well as the current western farm layout. The outermost part of the entire backwoods land is a protective forest area, used to isolate the entire backwoods farm from the outside world, and to strengthen the confidentiality and privacy of the farm. Inside the farm, there is also a machinery storage warehouse rest area, used for storing instruments, and staff rest, vegetable and fruit planting area, used to plant vegetables and fruit trees. In order not to delay the growth of fruits and vegetables in winter, we can make some heat preservation sheds. Livestock rearing area, used to breed poultry. Livestock can also make a pond to raise fish. Do you see anything else that needs to be added or modified?" The designer spoke while stealing glances at the entire villa as well as Li Fan. Secretly shocked in his heart, Li Fan looked about the same age as him, even younger than him, yet he was able to live within this top-of-the-line mansion in the city of Linshan. To even be able to make a big shot like Chen Hongyan work for him, what kind of status was this? Li Fan looked at the design drawings himself and was still satisfied with the design, but individual places still needed to be adjusted. Fixing a pond to raise fish. This is a good suggestion, but the insulation shed in the vegetable and fruit area is not necessary. I have my own way in winter. You guys just follow this. Li Fan sent these people away. When his mom called, "Little Fan, you quickly come to the Imperial Food Palace Grand Hotel. Your Aunt Xiao and they are all here for lunch." Li Fan frowned at the words and asked, "Mom, why are you back? Didn't you come back on the plane I arranged for you?" On the opposite side of the phone, Zhang Suiping smiled and said, "I came back with your Aunt Xiao and the girls on the plane ticket. By the way, I haven't had the time to tell Xiao Huang yet, so give that kid a call quickly. Don't let people always be the ones who are waiting there. Okay, I will go over here. Li Fan released the phone and drove to the Imperial Food Palace Hotel. The Imperial Food Palace restaurant was considered a medium to high-end restaurant, and it was also a little famous in Linshan City. It was said that the chef of this restaurant was the heir of the imperial chef and was especially good at making palace dishes. Li Fan in accordance with the address given by his mother to a private room upstairs. The door to see Xiao Lanwan, Wang Xiaoli, Swallow and other people sitting at the table to eat and drink, talking and laughing. His own mother, on the other hand, was standing at the side serving them food and wine, as if she was a servant serving them. Li Fan's face instantly clouded over as he went forward and grabbed his own mother. Mom, what are you doing? Little Fan is here. Zheng Suweiping's eyes were filled with love when she saw her son. At this time, Yan Zi sat on the chair in her old age, pointing at the bowl of soup by Zheng Suweiping's hand and ordering it up. Suweiping, you serve me a bowl of soup. Good. Zheng Suweiping listened with a smile on her face and went to get a small bowl and spoon to serve the soup. As a result, Yan Zi was full of impatience and rebuked. You serve me less. I want soup. Can you serve it? Zheng Suweiping's face was somewhat apologetic. Li Fan was instantly enraged and grabbed his mother's hand and said, Mom, why are you serving them? Don't they have hands? Zheng Suweiping smiled and said, Little Fan, I'm not close by. Yan Zi educated Li Fan with a face full of sarcasm. Li Fan, do you have some education? Which one here is not your elder? How dare you not even say hello? And what words and attitude did you just say? Have you put us elders in your eyes? What's wrong with letting your mom serve a soup? Xiao Lanwan similarly started suing Li Fan to Zheng Suweiping. Suweiping, I have to talk about you. Even though your family has been difficult all these years, you have to educate your children well. You didn't go to Mr. Feng's birthday banquet before, so you are unaware of how unobtrusive this precious son is in Mr. Feng's family, not putting us elders in his eyes at all, and talking big. We also don't know where he got a crappy prescription from to pretend to be a divine doctor there. Li Fan, you don't really think that Teacher Feng is getting better now because he drank that prescription of yours, do you? Zheng Suweiping was busy explaining from the side. Lan Wan, Xiaofan, he really knows how to heal. His father and I were cured by Xiaofan. Come on, you two have been living more and more backwards over the years. It's normal that you haven't seen much of the world. You've been in the hospital for so long. Your illnesses have long been cured by the doctors. Chapter 94, Wang Dandan's Internship. Xiao Lanwan tapped her fingers on the table at this time and spoke. Suweiping, I advise you to put more thought into educating your children. Li Fan is a boy. Even if he grows crooked, it's nothing. But Li Nian is a girl, and she's not too young now. If a girl learns bad things outside and doesn't care for herself, her life will be ruined. Yanzi is also on the side. Words viciously echoed. That's it. Hurry home now to ask her if she has a boyfriend outside. Look at the little girls outside. With men in the room that is commonplace. Not waiting for college graduation. Do not know how many men. You guys shut up. Li Fan's face was completely grim. When these people usually talked about him, he would tolerate it. But this time when they talked about his sister, Li Fan could not tolerate it. Li Fan, what qualifications do you have to yell at my mom? Wang Xiaoli also got up on the side and angrily rebuked. Zheng Suweiping, look at the good son you taught. What kind of attitude does he have? Xiao Lanwan and the others had accused Zheng Suweiping. Zheng Suweiping hurriedly apologized to everyone. Little Fan, these are your elders. Quickly apologize to your auntie Xiao and the others. Mom, I won't apologize to them. Li Fan said with an incomparably firm attitude. Forget it, we don't need him to apologize. We are all in a pretty good mood together today. Don't let you mother and son duo ruin it. Xiao Lanwan sat down and said with a face full of disdain. Yan Zi nodded in agreement. That's right, let's say something happy. Dandan, if you can get into Manhwa technology to intern this time, you'll really have a bright future in the future. Everyone knows that Manhwa technology's development momentum is particularly strong right now, and many of the AI intelligent products developed have been sent abroad and won many awards in the world. Wang Xiaoli said with a face full of complacency. Auntie Yanzi, I also very much cherish this as opportunity. Auntie Yanzi, is the Sun Jiangnan you helped me find reliable or not? Can he really let me intern at Manhwa Technology? Swallow assured with unparalleled confidence. Absolutely no problem. Sun Jiangnan and one of the vice presidents of Manhwa Technology are classmates. Arranging an internship is not just a matter of words. Then I'd like to thank Auntie Yanzi. Yes, Yanzi, I have to thank you as well. The mother-daughter duo of Wang Xiaoli and Xiao Lanwan hurriedly picked up their wine glasses to toast Yanji. Today, when the group of them came back from Teacher Feng's place, they had to get together once more. In fact, the main reason was that Wang Xiaoli was going to do her internship. Her preferred internship unit was Manhwa Technology, as Wang Xiaoli had majored in artificial intelligence in school. However, Manhwa technology is not something that anyone can just enter. And it just so happens that Yen Zi knows someone who can guarantee that this matter can be done. At this time, the door to the private room pushed open, and a son Jiangnan, who was in his early 20s and wearing a white suit, walked in. As soon as he came in, he placed his Mercedes-Benz car keys on the most prominent position on the table and yelled, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting. I don't know what's going on today. The road is so jammed. When I got here the parking lot is also full. There is a small parking space, but my car is too big. It's not good to park in it." Xiao Lanwan immediately asked, "Jiangnan, what kind of car do you have? Can't even park in the space?" Son Jiangnan explained, "Auntie, I'm a Mercedes-Benz E-Class, only slightly smaller than a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, but it's longer and wider than any ordinary car, and it's a pain in the ass to park in a slightly narrower parking space. Jiangnan is really something." Everyone complimented Sun Jiangnan as soon as they heard this. As soon as Sun Jiangnan entered, his eyes had already moved away from Wang Dandan's body. "You are Wang Dandan, right? Hello, I'm Sun Jiangnan." Sun Jiangnan took the initiative to go forward and extend his hand. "Hello, I'm Wang Dandan." Wang Dandan also reached out her hand with a shy face, holding Wang Dandan's delicate little hands. Sun Jiangnan couldn't even let go. Seeing this, Yen Zi laughed and joked to Sun Jiangnan, "Okay Jiangnan, let's get down to business first. If you can really fix Dandan to Manhwa technology, our Dandan that will definitely remember your goodness." Sun Jiangnan quickly smiled and nodded. Auntie Yen Zi said yes, but this matter Auntie Xiao Dandan, you guys can rest assured that there is definitely no problem. You guys are not aware that Manhwa Technology's female boss, Mr. Lin, is actually one of our suitors, pestering me all day long. But you guys don't think that I'm a womanizer. I've always been clean, and I've also explicitly made it clear with General Manager Lin that we're not suitable. But she still called me. There's really no way around it, Sun Jiangnan said, his face full of smugness. Yen Zi helped to brag on the side. Who made our Jiangnan so good? That General Manager Lin is, no matter how powerful he is still a woman. Who doesn't like a young and promising young man like our Jiangnan? Hearing them denigrate Li Wan Air so much, Li Fan really couldn't stand to watch and opened his mouth. "You said Lin Wan Air pursued you? Pestering you? Do you want me to give Lin Wan Air a call right now and ask?" Seeing Li Fan say this, Sun Jiangnan's face changed. His eyes were full of emptiness, and he pretended to be tough and rebuked. "You? Who are you? What's the relationship with you? Do you know Mr. Lin?" Xiao Lanwan and Wang Dandan immediately explained to Sun Jiangnan. "Jiangnan, don't listen to him, he's just a waste of space who dropped out of school." After saying that, Xiao Lanwan scolded Li Fan. "Li Fan, I've put up with you long enough. Even if you're a punk who disgraced yourself, your mom is also there today. Do you want your mom to be disgraced with you? You still know Mr. Lin? Ridiculous." Yen Zi also opened her mouth to mock in the same way. "Li Fan, if you're really that capable of knowing General Manager Lin, why don't you talk to General Manager Lin and let Dandan intern at her company?" Li Fan's eyes iced down. Usually he didn't like to bother with these so-called elders. After all, they were also his mother's classmates. Especially Xiao Lanwan, in the past also helped his mother a lot of favor. Li Fan knows how to be thankful, so let them say what they say about themselves. Li Fan also recognized. But today, Xiao Lanwan had dragged her own mother in, so Li Fan must not let his mother lose this person. "Okay, I'll talk to her and ask her if she recognizes Sun Jiangnan or not." Li Fan took out his cell phone and directly dialed Lin Wan Air's number. Li Fan first told her about Wang Dandan's desire to intern at Manhwa Technology, and Lin Wan Air immediately agreed. Then Li Fan asked her if she knew someone named Sun Jiangnan. Lin Wan Air thought for half a day and told Li Fan that she didn't know such a person at all. After hearing this, Li Fan hung up the phone and said to Sun Jiangnan with a cold smile, "The matter of joining Manhwa Technology has already been done. I also asked Lin Wan Air and she said she doesn't know you at all." At that moment, Sun Jiangnan, Yen Zi, Xiao Lanwan, Wang Dandan and the others all burst into laughter. Chapter 95 Explosion. Li Fan, Li Fan, why didn't I realize before that your acting skills are still so good? Pretending to be a model. It seems like you should try to take an acting college exam. Maybe you can even become an actor in the future. Sun Jiangnan also took out his cell phone and made a call at this moment. Then said, "Dandan, I've already talked to Mr. Lin, and Mr. Lin said that he'll immediately arrange for someone from the personnel department to contact you." "Really? Sun Jiangnan, thank you." Wang Dandan was overjoyed after hearing this, and just then Wang Dandan's cell phone rang. Wang Dandan even deliberately turned on the speakerphone after answering it. "Hello, is this MS? Wang Dandan? I am the director of the personnel department of Manhwa Technology. Is it convenient for you to come over now to handle the entry contract?" Wang Dandan's entire body was incomparably elated, excitedly saying, "Convenient. I'll come over right now. Please wait a moment." Putting down the phone, Yanzi and Xiao Lanwan both praised Sun Jiangnan. Jiangnan is really too good at what he does. A phone call that didn't even arrive for 2 minutes. The personnel director of the other Manhwa technology has already personally called Dandan. How big of a row this has to be. Let's go. Let's also accompany Dandan and cheer Dandan up. For a while everyone got up and accompanied Wang Dandan to Manhwa technology. No one paid any attention to Li Fan's mother and son. Li Fan brought his own mother home, and on the way, his mother was still full of sorrow. I don't know if this matter has helped Dandan. In the past, Yuranshao helped our family so much. If we have the ability to give back to people now, we must spare no effort. Li Fan nodded and said, Mom, don't worry, I have already greeted Lin Wan Air. There must be no problem with Wang Dandan joining Manhwa technology. That's good. Zhang Suiping nodded, sort of relieved a bit. When she returned to the villa, Li Qingshan and Li Nian were already at home as well. Li Nian pestered Zhang Suiping, asking if he had brought her any gifts from his hometown. Looking at the happy family, Li Fan had a smile on the corner of his mouth as he walked towards his room upstairs. When he came to the door of his room, Li Fan just pushed open the door of his room. His face changed violently, and he violently turned around and rushed towards the downstairs. Just a moment after Li Fan rushed to the first floor, there was a loud rumble and the entire villa was engulfed in a sea of fire. What's going on? Chen Hongyan, who lived not far away, also sensed the huge commotion and hurriedly brought his men out to check. It was then that he saw Li Fan's villa at the top of the hill, which had been engulfed in the aftermath of the blazing fire. Chen Hongyan's face changed greatly. Quickly send people to save Mr. Li. Chen Hongyan brought all of his subordinates, as well as the property staff, and hurriedly came outside Li Fan's villa. But the fire was just too ferocious. It was impossible to rush in. Chen Hongyan was incomparably anxious. Boss, the fire is too big. Can't rush in. I'm afraid Mr. Li's family. Shut up. Chen Hongyan directly rebuked angrily, interrupting his words. Although he also felt that under this level of explosion, the people inside had little hope of survival. But he was not willing. It was not easy to make the acquaintance of a teenage genius like Li Fan, and his Chen family had a great future ahead of them. Recently, he was aware that the Zhao family had been secretly accumulating strength, and had networked a lot of strange people around Southeast Asia to carry out a major reshuffle of the major forces in the city of Linshan. If anything happened to Li Fan at this time, it would be very difficult for his Chen family to deal with next. Mr. Chen, I'm afraid that there really won't be any survivors from this fire. We'd better stay away from it, lest a secondary explosion occurs. The boss of the property company followed Chen Hongyan's side, sweating profusely. For something like this to happen in the villa area, it was also a huge blow to their property company, and if anything else happened to Mr. Chen, he probably wouldn't be alive. And right at this moment, someone with sharp eyes pointed at a few figures in the sea of fire and exclaimed, "Someone is coming out." Everyone looked at the figures in the sea of fire, shocked beyond measure. In the midst of this blazing fire, there was really someone who had survived? Gradually the silhouette became clearer and clearer. The crowd could see that it was none other than Li Fan. Li Fan was carrying his mother on his back, and his left and right hands were holding his father and sister respectively. At this time, Li Fan's clothes were tattered and torn by the fire. His hair was a mess. His eyes were scarlet, incomparably terrifying. Quickly go save the people. Chen Hongyan rushed up first, helping Li Fan to help his parents and sister. How are you doing, Mr. Li? Li Fan's eyes were filled with killing intent at this time, and he ordered Chen Hongyan, "Find out for me. Who the hell is it?" Chen Hongyan said with the same tone of incomparable gravity. "Don't worry, Mr. Li, I will definitely find out who actually did it." Right at this moment, a Maserati president, under the escort of 2 Land Rovers, slowly drove up and stopped at the roadside. Several big men in black came down from the car, protecting a middle-aged man and a pretty woman. The woman was exactly the beautiful woman that Li Fan had saved earlier, in the wetland park. "Mr. Li, are you alright?" Wei Rusheng ran forward and asked Li Fan with immense concern. The middle-aged man in the back also walked quickly and said to Li Fan with incomparable gratitude, "Hello Mr. Li, my name is Wei Hai. Thank you very much for saving my daughter before. I don't know how to repay you. I can give you clues as to who is trying to kill you. Who is it?" When Li Fan heard this, he immediately looked at Wei Hai and asked in a cold voice. The murderous intent released from those eyes made even Wei Hai, who had been in a high position for a long time, feel a chill at the bottom of his heart. "It's the Zhao family. It's the assassins that the Zhao family paid off and planted a bomb in your villa." Mr. Li is really very sorry. We got this news a bit late as well. We didn't have time to inform you. Is there a person named Zhao Lei in the Zhao family? Li Fan's mind suddenly thought of the Zhao Lei that he met when he was in the Gua family and opened his mouth to ask. Wei Hai nodded his head repeatedly and said, "That's right, the Zhao family's eldest son is called Zhao Lei." Li Fan's face was incomparably gloomy as he carried his parents and sister to an ambulance that had long since arrived on the side. ferrying his body's true chi into the bodies of the three, letting the true chi slowly repair the wounds on the three. Then he instructed Chen Hongyan, "You take good care of my parents and sister. I'll go and kill the Zhao family handily." From now on, the Zhao family is removed from Linshan City. A brilliant aura flashed in Chen Hongyan's eyes. "Zhao family, Zhao family, who are you messing with but this god of murder? It seems that from now on, there will be no more Zhao family in Linshan City." "Mr. Li, we got information that the Zhao family is going to hold a banquet on a cruise ship in Linhai Bay tonight. And many of Linshan City's great families are all going. What banquet are they organizing?" Li Fan asked. "A celebration banquet." Boom! Monstrous killing intent surged from Li Fan's body. A celebration banquet. Was it a celebration of getting rid of his family?